House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you the distinguished actor Henry Fonda in Young Mr. Lincoln with Ward Bond. Young Mr. Lincoln, as Best Original Story of the Year, was nominated for the 1939 Academy Award. Mr. Fonda, as Best Actor of the Year, was nominated for the 1940 Academy Award.
This is a story about a long, lean lawyer named Abraham Lincoln. A young man full of droll stories and deep, quick laughter. A story of Abe Lincoln in Springfield, Illinois. A fine summer afternoon at the fair is over. The barbecue fires glow red now in the darkness, and families are rounding up their children and seeking their wagons for the lazy ride back to town. Suddenly, a woman screams. A rush of running men, blood spilled on a dark meadow, the hushed whisper of murder. The pioneer mother standing stark against the breeze, staring at her two sons. Two boys, suddenly strangers, standing over the body of a third lying stabbed. Death had come under the dark skies over Illinois.
He's dead. Who done it?
Them fellers, Sheriff. Them Clay brothers. They was fighting with this here scrub white, and they cut him. There's the knife they done it with.
Which one of you Clay boys done this?
Me. No, me.
Come on, let's take him out of here.
I want the truth now. Which one of you cut him?
I did.
That ain't so. I done it.
I tell you, it was me. He was going for Adam with a gun, and
One
then...
of you's lying. Now, which one is it? All right. Anybody see it?
I reckon I did.
Who are you?
Their mother.
Well, which one was it?
I'm not saying.
Well, it don't make no difference anyhow. Under the law, they're both equally guilty. Come on now, you're both under arrest. Palmer Cass, I appoint you temporary deputy. Help me get these two fellas down to the jail. Come on, you two, let's go.
Who are these fellas? Never saw them around here before.
Strangers around here. Folks ain't got no right to come to town and start cutting people up.
Two of them jumping poor scrub and stabbing them in the back, too.
I said they ought to have a touch of rope.
Rope, yes, sir. That's the medicine for them. Hey, come on, fellas. Get a rope and hurry. Come on, hurry.
No, they can't do that to my boys. They can't do that to my boys.
Come on, ma'am. We have to hurry. Those fellas mean what they say about lynching your sons.
Leave me alone. What do you want? Who are you?
My name's Lincoln, ma'am. Abe Lincoln. I'm your lawyer, ma'am. Come on, we better hurry and get down to that jail.
Open the jail door, Sheriff. Let me out of here.
I can't, Palmer. They've got to break in.
Don't be a fool. They'll get us, too.
Can't help it. They'll have to bust in first.
We're going to get those murderers, Sheriff. They ain't got a chance.
I can't open the door, boys. The law's got to protect these Clay fellas and give them a trial.
Blow up the jail. Get powder. Powder.
Open up, Sheriff, or we'll get you.
Hold on, men. Hold on and listen to me. Get out of our way, Lincoln. We're busting
By
in.
jing, I said, listen to me, and by jing, you will.
No, we ain't going to listen.
That's better. Now, gentlemen, I'm not here to make any speeches. All I got to say is I can lick any man here, hands down.
We know you, Abe Lincoln.
Come on, man, let's get him.
Hold on, Buck. I thought I'd find that big mouth of yours around here telling people what to do.
I'm Buck, all right. The big Buck of this lick.
Then come on and whet your horns. What's holding you? Maybe some of you other gentlemen like to take Buck's place.
Me, I can lick you myself.
Is that a fact, neighbor, or just your notion?
Get away from there, Lincoln, or we'll give it to you, too.
Well, if it's not Bill Gentry. First time I ever heard of you trying to break into jail, Bill. I thought you were too busy trying to break out.
Shut up! Go on, let's get him.
Howdy, Clarence. Last time I saw you, you were heading for the rock pile for beating up your wife. Now, gentlemen, all joking aside, let's look at this matter from my side. You all know I'm just a fresh lawyer trying to get ahead. But some of you boys act like you want to do me out of my first clients.
Go ahead, Abe. Go on and talk.
I'm not saying you fellas aren't right. Maybe these Clay boys do deserve to hang. But with me handling their case, it looks like you won't have much to worry on that score. All I ask is to have it done with some legal pomp and show.
Yeah, but what about our side of it? We've been to a heap of trouble not to have at least one hanging.
Sure you have. And if these boys had more than one life, I'd say go ahead. A little hanging mightn't do 'em any harm. But the sort of hanging you boys would give 'em would be so permanent. The trouble is that when men start taking the law into their own hands, they're just as apt in the confusion and fun to hang somebody who's not a murderer as somebody who is. Then, first thing you know, they're hanging one another from pure devilment. Till it gets to the place a man can't pass a tree or look at a rope without feeling uneasy. We seem to lose our heads at such times as this and do things together we'd be mighty ashamed to do by ourselves. For instance, you take Jeremiah Carter yonder. There's not a more decent, God-fearing man in Springfield than Jeremiah Carter. And I wouldn't be surprised if, when he goes home, he takes down a certain book and looks into it. Maybe he'll just happen to hit on these words: "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy." That's all I got to say, friends. Good night.
Mr. Lincoln,
Yes, Miss Clay?
I ain't one to talk much, but after what you just done for us tonight, saving my boys from them...
Now, save your thanks. Here, I'll give you a hand with those mules of yours. Whoa, mules, whoa. Of course, you know I'm just sort of a jack-leg lawyer without much experience at this sort of business, but as long as you want me, I'll do the best I can. Still, maybe you'd feel a lot safer if my partner was here. Or you could get a hold of Steve Douglas. I hear that silver tongue of his can be mighty useful with a jury.
We don't know nothing about lawyers and things like that.
Well, I'll do the best I can. You know, my mother, Nancy Hanks, would have been just about your age if she'd lived. I've an idea she'd been a whole lot like you, too. A whole lot like you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Abigail Clay, which one of your boys killed Scrub White?
I can't tell you. I can't.
But I'm your lawyer. You can trust me. I don't want to scare you, but we've got a fight on our hands. I got to know what I'm doing.
I can't tell you, Mr. Lincoln. It'd be like choosing between 'em.
What do you suppose made 'em both say they done it?
Matt said it because he's the oldest. And Adam said it because Matt's got a wife and a baby, I reckon.
There's a lot of people who'd like to see those boys hang.
I know, but I just can't.
No, I reckon you can't. Take it easy riding home, Abigail, and watch out for ruts. Get at mules.
Order in the court. Cass, take the stand.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
What's your name?
J. Palmer Cass.
You knew Scrub White?
Sure, Mr. Felder. I knew him.
The day he was killed, you'd been with him?
All day.
Do you recall where and under what circumstances you first saw the defendants?
Well, we run into him at the pie contest. Scrub kind of took a fancy to one of their gals, and her fella got sore. They followed us over near the tug-of-war and wanted to fight.
What did Scrub White do then?
He just laughed and asked them what they wanted to fight with. Knives, pistols, or fists.
How did he ask that, jokingly?
Yeah, he was laughing all the time.
Tell the jury what happened then.
Well, Scrub and me had a little argument, and he went off by himself. Next thing I heard a shot and some shouting, and I run back and found Scrub lying on the ground with those two fellows standing over him.
And the knife was on the ground between them?
Yes, sir.
And where was Scrub's pistol?
In his holster.
So it went off then while he was trying to get it out of his holster?
Yes, sir. Guess it did.
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Lincoln.
What's the J stand for in your name?
John.
Then why the J. Palmer Cass? Why not John P. Cass?
Well,
Anything the matter with John P.?
No, but...
Has J. Palmer Cass anything to conceal?
No.
Then what do you part your name in the middle for?
I got a right to call myself anything I please.
All right, but if you don't mind, I'll just call you Jack Cass.
Order in the court.
Your Honor, I object to this ridiculous line of questioning. Mr. Lincoln's clownishness may win him a laugh from his friends, but I assure you his entire game of buffoonery is lost on this jury.
Stick to the point, Mr. Lincoln.
I'll do my best, Your Honor. Now, J. Palmer Cass, you say you and Scrub White had a little argument. What was this argument about?
I'd rather not say.
Oh, you'd rather not say. Well, J. Palmer, suppose I told you I'd rather you did say.
All right, if you want to know. We were arguing about politics.
That's something new to argue about. What kind of politics?
Well, I've learned different now. But I said that I figured that you had more sense about politics than Steve Douglas. And Scrub, he got mad as a wet hen and said you didn't.
Order.
Looks like I scratched up a snake then. I reckon we can allow all you said to go in. Step down.
Your Honor, I'd like to call Abigail Clay back to the stand.
Abigail Clay.
You love your boys, don't you, Mrs. Clay? You would like to save their lives if you could. You were present the night Scrub White was killed, weren't you?
I saw him fighting.
Now, don't be afraid of me. I'm not a bloodthirsty man. I'm prepared to offer you the life of one of your sons, provided you tell us which of your boys stabbed and killed Scrub White.
Order.
I can't.
Mrs. Clay, you believe in God, don't you? Do you believe that if you take a solemn oath in the sight of God and on His holy Bible, you are bound to speak the truth?
Yes, but I can't tell you. I can't.
Your Honor, I protest against the prosecution's attempt to force this woman to decide which of her two sons will live and which will die. I have seen Abigail Clay exactly 3 times in my life, gentlemen, yet I know everything there is to know about her. I know her because I've seen hundreds of women just like her, working in the fields, suffering over some sick and helpless child. Women who say little and do much, who ask nothing and give all. And I tell you that such a woman would never answer the question that's been put to her here. Never. I'd rather, Mrs. Clay, see both your sons taken from you than to see you break your heart by saving one at the expense of the other. So don't tell them.
Order! Order! May it please the court to spare the jury any more of these harrowing outbursts, the state will withdraw the question. No doubt Mr. Lincoln will be glad to hear that Mrs. Clay was not the only eyewitness to the murder of Scrub White. Order! Order! Recall Mr. J. Palmer Cass to the stand.
J. Palmer Cass.
Mr. Cass, where were you at the time Scrub White was killed?
I was about, 100 yards away, I reckon.
You saw the killing with your own eyes?
Yes, sir, I saw it.
Why didn't you tell us this before?
Nobody asked me.
Have you told anybody else about this?
No, sir.
Why not?
Well, I didn't want to help get anybody hung.
And why do you tell us now?
Because it looks to me like both of them's going to get hung.
How could you see so clearly from a distance of 100 yards at 11 o'clock at night?
It was moon bright.
I see. Moon bright. And you clearly saw which boy pulled the knife?
Yes, sir.
The defendants will stand up. Now tell us, Mr. Cass, which defendant stabbed and killed Scrub White?
That one. The big one, Adam Clay.
Your Honor, the state rests.
Quiet! Quiet! This court is adjourned until 10 tomorrow morning. Take the prisoners away.
In just a moment, you will hear the second part of Academy Award. This is the time of year when a vacation tan helps to focus more attention on your smile. And that's one reason why Squibb Dental Cream is an important part of so many well-made vacation plans. For this quality dentifrice, a member of the great family of Squibb products, helps to uncover all the natural brilliance of your smile. That's because the polishing agent in Squibb Dental Cream is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective known to dental science. And you'll like Squibb Dental Cream for its refreshing flavor, cool as a shady bed of mint. Its refreshing action that leaves your teeth and gums feeling gloriously clean. For Squibb Dental Cream is 3 ways refreshing. You can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Something to remember when you're buying a dentifrice. Ask for Squibb Dental Cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Use Squibb Dental Cream. Before continuing with part 2 of Young Mr. Lincoln, we want to thank 20th Century Fox for making this story available. Henry Fonda and Ward Bond will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, My Darling Clementine. And now the House of Squibb presents part 2 of Academy Award, starring Henry Fonda in Young Mr. Lincoln with Ward Bond.
You're playing there, Mr. Lincoln.
Why, hello, Judge. Mighty pleasant to see you this evening.
Doggone it, Lincoln. This is against all my principles, but I want to talk to you as an older man.
Go ahead, Judge. I'm listening.
What I mean to say, dad blame it, is don't you think you ought to get some older lawyer with more experience to help you out tomorrow?
Are you suggesting I retire, Judge, or just take a back seat?
I'm just suggesting that if you want me to, I'll speak to Steve Douglas.
I'm sorry, Judge, but I'm one of those fellows who don't believe in swapping horses in the middle of the stream.
Then at least change your plea, accept sentence for your guilty client, and I'll guarantee that the state will be lenient with the other.
That's a mighty tempting offer. Mighty tempting. but I'm afraid it won't work.
But, man, you'll send both defendants to the gallows as sure as the moon sets.
Maybe, but just the same, that's the way it's got to be. Good night, Judge.
Order in the court.
Your Honor, the defense would like at this time to cross-examine the last witness for the state, J. Palmer Cass.
J. Palmer Cass, take the stand.
Mr. Cass, yesterday you identified Adam Clay as the killer of Scrub White.
That's right. He did it.
You're sure of that?
Sure, I'm sure.
Well, I just wanted to know. Now, you say you were about 100 yards from the scene of the fight?
Just about.
Are you familiar with the land over there?
Yes, sir.
What's the nature of it?
Well, there's a little clearing and...
Any trees?
A few.
Where are they?
Between the clearing and the fairground.
And you saw through these trees?
No. I was already through the trees when I saw him fighting.
Oh, I see. I suppose the clearing was lit up by light from the barbecue fires?
No, sir.
Then how'd you see so well?
I told you it was moon bright.
Oh, moon bright. If it hadn't been moon bright, you couldn't have seen 100 yards, could you?
No, sir.
But you did see it.
I told you I did.
And then the only reason you're telling us this now is that you feel sorry for one of the defendants.
I don't want to see them both get hung.
Well, I guess you wouldn't lie about a thing like that. Step down. Oh, Mr. Cass, I forgot. There's just one more question I'd like to ask you. You needn't bother to come all the way back to the stand. Cass, what'd you have against Scrub White?
Well, nothing.
And what'd you kill him for?
I don't know what you're talking
about. Oh, yes, you do. Look at this book. It's Gowdy's Almanac. Go on, look at it. Look at page 12, the night of the murder. See what it says about the moon? That the moon was only in its first quarter that night and set at 10:21, 40 minutes before the killing. So it couldn't have been moon bright, could it?
No, sir. Order!
You lied, didn't you, Cass? You weren't trying to save these boys' necks, were you? You were trying to save your own, weren't you? Well, come on, weren't you?
No.
Then why'd you lie?
I didn't lie.
You did lie. That's just as plain as the nose on your face. But why? Come on, tell us. What made you tell a lie about that moonlight?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then I'll tell you what I'm talking about. You lied because you and Scrub White had a fight. But it wasn't about politics. You never mentioned politics. That was your first lie, wasn't it?
It was politics, it was.
No,
you
were
what.
fighting about something else. Maybe it was money. You owed him money, or he owed you.
No.
Maybe he was getting a little graft here and there, and you wanted to be in on it.
No, sir.
Well, what was it? Come on. It was one of those things, something that made you want to get rid of Scrub.
You're crazy. He was my friend.
Maybe, but just the same, you lied. Now, why? Why did you say you saw what happened when you didn't see it? All right, I'll tell you what happened. You heard a row. You saw a fight starting and you ran over there, and you saw that Scrub was still living. And right there on the ground, you saw the knife that Matt Clay dropped. And you bent down and picked up the knife.
No.
And your body hid what you were doing. And then you stabbed him. You stabbed him in the back and killed him. And these two boys, Matt and Adam, each knew he didn't do it, and therefore each thought the other did. And their mother, Abigail. She saw the knife in Matt's hand, but she couldn't say so without putting a rope around his neck. But you killed him, and you lied, and your lie tripped you up. Your crude, cold-blooded lie that was going to cover up a crime you'd committed yourself. The lie you can't deny now, can you? Answer me. You did kill him, didn't you? Didn't you?
I tell you, I didn't mean to. I'd been drinking, and we had a little fight, but I didn't mean to. Scrub was my friend, I tell you. And
That's enough. You're a witness, Mr. Felder.
Order! Take your hands off of me! Let me go! I didn't mean to kill him! I didn't!
Well, I reckon there's nothing holding you people now.
No, sir. There sure ain't.
But you boys better not go around thinking you killed anybody again. You'll get yourselves in trouble. Goodbye, Matt. Take care of yourself.
Yes, sir. I'm a-gonna.
Mr. Lincoln,
Goodbye, Abigail.
we ain't got much, but after what you done,
Why, thank you, ma'am. I hope all my clients will pay me as fast as you just did. Now, be careful of them mules going home. Watch out for ruts. Get up, mules.
Go on, Mr. Lincoln.
Oh, there you are, Abe. I had a heck of a time finding you.
Oh, evening, Judge.
Abe, I wanted to tell you I thought you pulled a brilliant piece of strategy today, and I'm sorry about trying to talk you into taking on an older lawyer, but I didn't know you had that ace up your sleeve.
Nothing to worry about, Judge. I might have done the same thing if I were in your boots.
How did you happen to hit on Cass as the guilty one?
Well, Judge, I got to thinking about Cass when he insisted on parting his name in the middle. Struck me he might have reasons for wanting to be secretive about himself. And when I found a copy of the almanac, that cinched it.
Where are you heading, Lincoln?
Oh, just thought I'd walk up the hill a piece, Judge.
The boys will be looking for you. What'll I tell them?
Oh, just tell 'em I got the smell of the country in my nose. And I think I'll go on a spell from here.
During the years when young Lincoln was practicing law, another young American was practicing medicine with the same hatred for all that was slipshod and untrustworthy. The young man was Dr. Edward R. Squibb, and he fought single-handed to supply the medical world with something difficult to find and urgently needed: drugs of unfailing uniformity, purity, efficacy. From his tiny laboratory, the beginning of the great house of Squibb, came not only the first uniformly safe, pure ether, but something even rarer: a new way of working in the production of medicines, a quest for perfection that was to continue unceasingly. It was a hope fulfilled for other doctors and surgeons of Dr. Squibb's own time. "We look upon your cause as our cause," they wrote, "your enterprises as the inauguration of a new era, and yourself as the exponent of the great principles of truth and humanity in array against dishonest stupidity." So began that continuing service in the cause of human health, which for generation after generation has made Squibb a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Douglas Fairbanks Jr. and Virginia Bruce in The Prisoner of Zenda. Today's performance of young Mr. Lincoln was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Henry Fonda appeared through the courtesy of RKO, producers of Till the End of Time. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you two well-known Hollywood stars, the distinguished actor and film producer Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., and lovely Virginia Bruce. You will hear Mr. Fairbanks and Miss Bruce in the romantic drama The Prisoner of Zenda on tonight's Academy Award.
If you were to visit this delightful kingdom, you would take the Orient Express, Paris, Vienna, Strelsau, Bucharest, and Constantinople. If you were going to the coronation, you'd get out at the capital, Strelsau. If you were Rudolf Rassendyll, of the famous English family of Rassendylls, and were bent on having a holiday in this picture book kingdom, you'd get off in the province of Zenda. You'd read the sign which said, Province of Zenda, Royal Hunting and Fishing Preserve, trespassing forbidden by order of His Majesty the King. Being Rudolf Rassendyll, you'd pick the choicest waters, fish to your heart's content, and then lie on a grassy bank and fall asleep. You'd hardly know or care that two of the king's henchmen were bending over you in astonishment and alarm.
Remarkable resemblance. Shave him and he'd be the king.
It is incredible.
He's awake.
Oh.
May I ask your name?
You started this, gentlemen. Suppose you give me the lead in the matter of names.
This is Colonel Zapt, and I am called Fritz von Thalenheim. We are both in the service of His Majesty the King.
Well, I am Rudolf Rassendyll, traveling from England, and not so long ago in the service of Her Majesty Queen Victoria.
Rassendyll?
Then we are all brethren of the sword.
Rassendyll, by heaven your face betrays you, sir. You know the story, of course?
Oh, I heard something of it. Fritz! Fritz! Where are you?
Here, Your Majesty.
Confound it, I thought I'd lost you. Colonel Fritz, who is this gentleman?
He's by way of being a relative of yours, sire.
Relative? I don't understand. Well, it is something for which you cannot entirely blame me, Your Majesty. Well, then who is to blame? If I may hazard a guess, Your Majesty, I would say that the blame might lie equally between your great-great-great-grandfather Rudolph and my great-great-great-grandmother Amelia. What?
Right, by heaven. The man's a Rassendyll from England.
And since Amelia's time, sire, the Elfberg face crops out on one of us every now and then. Oh, I see. Well met, cousin. You must forgive me if I was unduly surprised. It's too early in the day for a man to see double, eh, Fritz? Confound it, sir. It's not every day a man meets his double face to face. Well, what are you doing here, cousin? Tell me, what are your plans? No plans, sire, but to fish. Oh, but you must come to my coronation tomorrow. I'd give 1,000 crowns for the sight of my brother Michael's face when he sees the pair of us. And another 1,000 crowns, I'd wager, that he couldn't tell us apart. But, of course, you don't know my brother Michael. I'm afraid, sire, I haven't had that honor.
Sire, I question the wisdom of Mr. Rassendyll's going to Strelsau tomorrow.
He mustn't go.
Come, gentlemen, I have not said he is to go. Sire, I shall leave the country immediately since your advisors think it is advisable. No, by thunder, you shan't. You must stay at my hunting lodge.
Our train for the coronation, sire, is to be ready at 7 in the morning.
Very well. Since Zapt won't let you see our coronation, Cousin Rudolph, we shall do our best to make up for it on the night before. Come, sir. I think you will find our table adequate and our wine cellar somewhat inexhaustible.
Wake up! Wake up! Quickly!
What's the joke?
This is no joke, Englishman.
Well, it was quite an evening, wasn't it? Hello, His Majesty still asleep?
Yes, asleep.
Well, what happened?
Joseph, the servant, found him on the floor this morning. You didn't drink any of that last bottle?
Well, not that I know of. Oh, my head.
I think you'd know it if you had.
Why, was it drugged?
It was.
Well, have you had a doctor?
None within 10 miles. But 1,000 doctors wouldn't take him to Strelsau today. Oh, I know the look of it. He'll not move for 6 or 7 hours yet.
But I remember laughing at a joke His Majesty told, and then I sat down here, and I suppose I went fast asleep. You know, I'm not much of a wine drinker.
His Majesty is. You missed the drug bottle.
But who could have...
Michael, his half-brother. He wants the throne.
But the coronation today...
There isn't going to be a coronation.
Well, can't they postpone it? Can't you send word he's ill?
Oh, they know his illness too well. He's been ill before. Michael is waiting in Strelsau now, with half the army already on his side and half the people, too. It's the moment he's been waiting for, planning for, counting on the king's weakness.
Yes. Yes, Colonel. What's the matter?
Englishman, I am much older than you. As a man grows old, he comes to believe in fate. And fate sent you here. And fate sends you now to Strelsau.
What?
Sounds mad, doesn't it? But without your beard, I'd wager you could deceive your own brother.
Oh, you must be out of your mind.
It's a risk against a certainty.
My dear Colonel Zapt, I'm a simple Englishman. I couldn't even begin to act like a king, even if I tried. I'm afraid not, gentlemen.
Then Black Michael sits tonight on the throne, and the king lies in prison or his grave.
Well, after all, it would only be for today, wouldn't it?
Tonight you shall be safely across the border.
King for a day. And what would it mean if I fail?
Your life and mine, and Fritz is here.
Confound it, I've become awfully fond of this beard.
Rassendel, your hand.
Good. We'll have Joseph shave you, and then you must dress immediately in the king's dress uniform. Take that picture of him as your guide.
Right.
And as for His Majesty, God keep him. Joseph will guard him with his life.
I, Rudolph, with justice and mercy to deal sovereignty, to guard with vigilance and honor the welfare of my people, from all enemies to defend them, and from the throne of my ancestors to bear faithful rule, all this do I swear. I thought everything went off very well, didn't you, Princess Flavia? That is, for a coronation. That is, I mean to say, a coronation should go off well if the king puts in an appearance, properly dressed, knowing his lines.
And sober.
Oh, that's a nasty one. Don't you think you might overlook my past behavior and unbend a little? Don't the people want to see how well we get on together, since we are to be married?
Why should we deceive them?
You know, I think the luckiest man in the world is the king of this country.
Really? You have always seemed to prefer Paris.
Ah, but now I'm the anointed and crowned king. New leaf and all that. I have rather neglected you, haven't I?
2 picture postcards in 3 years.
Yeah, that was pretty silly, wasn't it? Staying away from you so long, and all the time you were changing into the loveliest princess in Europe. No, the loveliest girl in Europe.
Your dynastic obligation to the Princess Royal doesn't compel you to say nice things to her in private.
You call this private, riding along the boulevard in a carriage?
I must indeed have changed since you saw me. I've been thinking the same about you. You really looked and acted like a king today.
Oh, thank you.
Something I confess few of us expected of you.
Oh, well, you see, when I looked at you, it seemed time for this king to settle down and try to live up to his future queen.
I think all this ceremony has gone to your head a little, cousin.
I go fishing, I'm crowned king, I meet the loveliest, the most beautiful...
Your Majesty, this is the palace. We are expected to leave the carriage and enter the palace. You to go to the balcony and greet your subjects.
I think the crowd expects us to get married quite soon. And I think they have there what I consider to be a marvelous idea. Your hand, Princess.
I think, Your Majesty, you should receive your ministers.
Oh, bother my ministers. I want to talk to you. You were saying?
Very well, then. I was asking you what the world outside was really like. Is it as wicked and exciting as it seems in novels? And what did you do on those long trips? I mean, when you weren't drinking.
Well, I used to go fishing.
Fishing? You used to tell me you despised fishing.
Oh, well, I grew out of that. Whipping a fine stream after a big fellow who jumps and laughs at you.
Oh, fly fishing. I've never got beyond the hook and worm stage.
Oh.
And speaking of worms, do you remember the day you dropped a caterpillar down my back? Oh, what a dreadful young fiend you were.
Was I? Who's there?
Sire?
Well?
His Highness, Duke Michael, is waiting to pay his respects, sire.
Forgive me, my dear, for deserting you, then. I shall make the audience as short as possible. My princess, will you be waiting?
Your Majesty, I shall be waiting.
I shall be counting the seconds until I can return.
Rassendyll?
Colonel Zapt, what's the matter?
Don't go in there, yet.
But, Colonel, I'm the king and my ministers are waiting, including my half-brother, Michael.
Wait. This is nothing to joke about. We plan to leave at once and bring back His Majesty by daylight.
Yes?
That devil Rupert of Hensau, Michael's lieutenant, found the king at the lodge. His men murdered Joseph and the guard and kidnapped the king.
Oh. Well, then it's all over. They know everything.
Aye, they know everything, but they can't speak. How can they denounce us without denouncing themselves?
Well, that still won't keep them from murdering the king.
With you on the throne, they won't dare. If they do, they're finished. They can kill him and leave you on the throne.
Oh, it's too much to ask. Nobody could carry on this masquerade. I've tried to help you all I can, but I'm also not a fool.
Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. But I have a feeling about my king, about the crown. I feel about it the way another man would feel, well, about his children or the woman he loved. He would hate to leave her to her fate without making a fight.
What fate? Whose fate?
Can you ask that of a soldier whose king is kidnapped? Perhaps murdered?
You know whom I mean.
Oh, the Princess Flavia. With the king dead, Michael as regent will declare her the queen. After that, of course, he'll marry her.
She'd never do that. She couldn't.
Flavia is a princess of the royal house. She would have no choice, and she would expect none.
Well, you can't let that happen to her.
Can you?
In just a moment, you will hear the second part of Academy Award. In real life, just as in a movie plot, pleasant surprises are always welcome. Like the surprise of discovering that even brushing your teeth can be a refreshing experience when you brush them with Squibb dental cream. You can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. For Squibb dental cream wakes up your whole mouth with flavor as refreshing as frosted mint. Its refreshing action leaves your teeth and gums feeling clean as a breath of mountain air. And watch your mirror for a refreshing difference in your smile. For the polishing agent in pure Squibb dental cream is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective known to dental science. So begin every day the refreshing way. Brush your teeth regularly with Squibb dental cream, one of the great family of Squibb products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Use Squibb dental cream. Before we bring you part two of The Prisoner of Zenda, we want to thank David O. Selznick Productions for making this story available. David O. Selznick Productions are also producers of the Technicolor picture, Duel in the Sun. And now the House of Squibb presents part two of Academy Award, starring Douglas Fairbanks Jr. and Virginia Bruce in The Prisoner of Zenda.
Your Majesty.
Fritz, what is it?
Michael's man's here. Count Rupert of Hensau.
That villain, tell him His Majesty is indisposed.
No, we'll hear what he has to say. Send him in.
But disarm him.
Very well. Send him in. His Majesty will see him.
Your Majesty, I bring your brother's humble greetings, and I also bring you an offer.
From Michael?
Yes. He offers you money.
Oh, how much?
I prefer to speak to you in private.
No.
Can it be, Colonel Zapp, that you do not trust the king?
I do not trust you.
I bow to your patriarchal wisdom, Colonel, but my offer concerns only the king.
Very well. Walk with me towards the window. We can converse privately enough, I think. Well, what does Michael propose?
He offers you 100,000 pounds to pack and take safe conduct over the border.
You're something of a wit, Hensau.
I told Michael you'd refuse. The fact is, between ourselves, Michael doesn't understand a gentleman.
But we do, Hensau, don't we?
Brazenville, you're a man after my own heart. Now, here's my plan for us.
Disregarding Michael, of course.
Oh, Michael's such a bore. Listen, all you need do is to attack the castle boldly. The castle where Michael has the king prisoner.
Go on.
Black Michael will fall. The king? You don't want to find him. You won't, that's provided for. Only you and I are left who knows the truth. Understand? I, Rupert of Hensau, and you, the king of the realm.
Aren't you being a little unfair to Michael?
Perhaps a little, but I can't put up with his jealousy.
Jealousy?
Jealousy of me and his charming mistress, Antoinette.
Ah, and you're doing all this for love. How romantic.
Well, love and your Majesty's gratitude throughout your long and happy reign. And then, of course, you might make over to me Michael's castle and his estates.
Very clever scheme. Does you credit.
Shall we shake hands on it?
You. Do you hear the man, Zapped? He's marvelous.
All right, Englishman. And die!
Look out! His knife! Stop him! Guard! Guard!
Sorry I missed. A pity. We'll meet again, Englishman.
After him! Shoot, you fool! Shoot to kill!
Colonel, you heard what Hensau said of the castle and the king.
Yes, we know where the king is now.
And we know how we're to get into the castle.
How?
Our secret police made contact with Michael's mistress. She is in the castle now. Her servant Johann is one of our men. He tells us she is afraid that if Michael succeeds, he will marry Princess Flavia and leave her. And she wants the plot to fail.
Good.
She reports that this Johann will lower the drawbridge 2 hours past midnight.
But the lawyers, the king will be killed at the first alarm.
Yes. But she says that before the bridge goes down, one of us must swim the moat, climb into her room. That man alone must hold off the guards for murdering the king until Johann can lower the bridge and let our armed men into the castle. Tonight there are 2 guards with the king and Count Rupert of Hensau.
I think I should be the one to swim the moat.
Right, lad. We can't afford to lose both our kings.
One king you'll lose tonight. If anything happened to the king and not to me, your game is up anyway. I've been an imposter for his sake. I could not be one for my own. I swim the moat, Fritz, not you.
But if we lose you both, what will become of those of us who are left?
They will serve Queen Flavia. And I would to God I could be one of them.
I understand that we cannot amuse your Majesty here in Strelsau, that you are leaving tonight for Zenda to hunt boars.
Boar hunting? Who told you that?
I heard from Colonel Zapt.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, but do you think I want to go?
I'm sure not. It's the boars. They're simply pining for you to hunt them. Did they send a delegation for you?
Perhaps the boars will hunt me. Perhaps, Flavia, they'll catch me. Oh, you're not even touched by that danger, are you?
This is the way you used to be. But not like the king I've come to love.
Oh, my darling. Did you dream I was leaving you to go hunting?
Oh, you're not going.
Well, I'm not going hunting. That is, not just for boar.
Then what do you... Rudolph, it's Michael.
Oh, it's nothing. It seems he has hatched a lurid little plot at Zenda.
But I won't let you go. Send someone else.
And what sort of a king would do that?
I don't understand.
And I cannot tell you yet. But believe me when I say there are reasons why I must go.
I'm sorry. You see, I've never been in love before, Rudolph. You'll come back soon.
Shan't a man come back to the loveliest lady in all the wide world? 1,000 Michaels couldn't keep me from you. But if I shouldn't...
Rudolph.
Will you never, never forget me?
Never.
And would you be a brave queen and do your part?
My life would be empty. My heart dead.
But you would do your part. Au revoir.
Rudolph.
Colonel Zapt, give the order and we'll storm Michael's castle.
Easy, lad. He hasn't lowered the drawbridge yet.
He's dead, I tell you. It's been an hour since he swam the moat and scaled the wall. We were betrayed, I know it.
We'll never get into that fortress. Have patience, Fritz.
Who is there? Who is there, Raphael?
Hi. I'm Rudolph Rassendell.
Too late. Too late.
Oh, Antoinette, what do you mean?
Look. You've killed Michael. Michael is dead.
Who killed him?
Rupert of Henshaw.
Oh.
I had him come to my room to get him out of your way. Michael surprised us. He killed Michael. He killed Johann. He knows the plot. The cause is lost.
Oh, where is the king? Quickly, where is the king?
He's in the dungeon. 2 guards. Take Michael's sword. Beware of Rupert.
Mind you, men. The first son of alarm, stab the king and drop him into the river. I'll deal with the others. We may have company, though I doubt they'll be able to storm this fortress.
Aye, we shall take care of the king.
Good. I'll have a look from the battlements. Keep your wits about you.
How is the king?
Oh, he'll do.
Water. Water, please, water.
Yes, he'll do. Shut up, you. I'll give you water. I'll...
Look out! It's the foreigner! Cousin Rudolph. Cousin Rudolph! Courage, Majesty. I'll have the drawbridge down in a moment. Courage, sire! Only Rupert stands on our side now, in our way, and he's above on the battlements.
Oh, no, he isn't, imposter.
Rupert!
So you killed the guards. Very daring of you, Rassendell. But now it's my turn. You played right into my hands. Now I'll be rid of the both of you, the king and his bothersome double.
Oh, no, you don't.
Stand and fight. I'll give you your fencing lesson, Englishman.
I'll take my lesson in my own way.
You fight like a peasant.
I'll fight you any way you wish when the bridge is down. Zapt, come on, charge the bridge.
Good work, imposter. Now pay for it.
I must know. Tell me I command you.
Rassendell lives. Wounded, yes. But he saved the king.
And this Rupert of Henshaw.
Escaped. The man is a devil.
Where is...
Rassendell, come. He is waiting. There.
Rudolph, my darling. You're hurt.
I love you with all my heart and soul. But forgive me for the wrong I've done you.
It would have made no difference if I'd known. It was always you, never the king.
I meant to tell you. I tried to on the night of the ball.
I know. What are we to do now, Rudolph?
I'm going away. Tonight.
Oh, no. No, you can't.
Oh, my darling. Come with me. Oh, no, I'm mad.
But I love your madness, dear.
For one lovely moment, I too was mad. But is love the only thing? If it were, I could follow you to the end of the world. For you hold my heart in the hollow of your hand. But if love were the only thing, you would have left the king to die in his cell. Honor binds a woman too, Rudolph. I don't know why God has let me love you. But I do know that I must stay.
I think God chose his purpose to such as you.
Your heart will always be in my heart. The touch of your lips on mine.
Your heart will always be in my heart. The touch of your lips on mine. My queen. My love.
My love. And my true knight.
Farewell. My darling.
Fate doesn't always make the right men kings. Goodbye. Goodbye, my darling.
Whenever you see the name Squibb on a product, a name you can trust, you will also see a number you can trust. It is called a control number, and it plays a vitally important part in safeguarding the uniformity, purity, and efficacy of the Squibb product you are about to use. For by that control number, Squibb records in detail not only every step in the processing of a product, but the source and exact characteristics of every component, even to sterile distilled water when it is used. In fact, so complete are the records that, using the control number as a key, you may even uncover a detailed report of the weather on the day when special product tests were made. It is for your protection that the House of Squibb takes such care in producing not only life-saving medicinals, but also the simple health essentials you buy for your home use. And you'll be delighted to find, when you ask your druggist, how many of these Squibb makes for you. To be sure you get Squibb quality when you're buying for your medicine cabinet, ask for Squibb, a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Joel McCrea in Foreign Correspondent. Today's performance of The Prisoner of Zenda was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. is soon to be seen starring in the RKO Technicolor production Sinbad the Sailor. This is Hugh Brundage, bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses. Techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you one of Hollywood's best-known stars, Joseph Cotton. Tonight you will hear Mr. Cotton in the exciting drama Foreign Correspondent, which was nominated for 4 different Oscars. Yes, for Best Photography, Best Original Screenplay, Best Supporting Actor, and Best Production of the Year. Foreign Correspondent was nominated for the 1940 Academy Award.
Well, come right in, Miss Green. Put on your glasses, sit down, and take an epic. No, Miss Green, this is not to be an editorial for the Sunday edition. This is to be some notes on my lurid past. You see, before I came here to Springfield and bought this paper and became a substantial citizen, I was a reporter, Miss Green. Johnny Jones, foreign correspondent. That was long before there was even a phony war. I was sent to Europe to meet a man called Van Meer, known as the Strong Man of Holland. He had been one of the signers of a secret treaty between Holland and the Allied powers. I was to get Van Meer to talk and to tell me what was in that treaty. My wife's maiden name is Carol Fisher. Her father was head of the Universal Peace Party. I met Carol over there and fell for her like a ton. When she went down to Amsterdam with her father, I went too. There was a conference there, and I intended to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. For Van Meer was to be the principal speaker. I had met old Van Meer in Paris, so I didn't have much trouble nailing him when he got out of a cab in front of the conference building and started up the steps. He didn't seem very happy to see me. Why, Mr. Van Meer, how are you? We somehow seem to lose each other, sir. Don't you remember me? I'm the American reporter from New York. Seemed anxious to get away from me. Seemed not to remember me. Just then a photographer jumped out in front of him.
Hold it. Picture.
The guy pointed his camera at this Van Meer, and Van Meer's eyes got very big. And then I saw the gun in the photographer's hand. It went off then. I guess I stood there like a goon, just watching Van Meer fall. He was dead when he stopped rolling down the steps. This phony photographer dropped his camera and ran into the crowd. I ran after him. He got into a car and roared away. I looked for a car, and just then my sweet Carol comes riding up in the Bentley with one of those big blonde Englishmen at the wheel. I jumped into the car, pushed Carol over, and yelled at the handsome brute. Follow that car, quick, hurry.
Might as well humor him.
Righto. What's the trouble? Chap shot someone?
Van Meer assassinated.
Dead?
Looks like it.
Bad show.
Couldn't be worse from his point of view. There he goes around the corner. Don't lose sight of him.
Oh, I thought that was him. No, there he is.
No, we've lost him. Come on, faster, faster. Try and get around this car. That's good.
There he goes. He's had the luck of the devil. We might get him here.
Blow your horn, blow your horn!
I say, old girl, mind shoving your knees out of the way. Makes driving difficult. Ah, that's better.
Not at all. Anything I can do. Glad to help.
Guess we're catching up on him.
Shooting at us, by Harry. Shattered the safety glass. Wonder whose make. Better hop into the back, old girl.
Good chauffeur we've got, Miss Fisher.
Very.
You two know each other?
Oh, I forgot. This is Scott Folliott, newspaper man, same as you, Johnny. Correspondent of London Post. Mr. Jones, Mr. Folliott.
How'd you do? Here we are, old chap. Out in the country and very desolate, if you ask me.
Keep on his tail. He's around that curve behind the windmill.
We'll have him then, old boy. Here we go. I say, the chap in his car disappeared. Vanished.
He couldn't have.
He has.
Look at that. The sails on that windmill.
Well, quite common over here in Holland, old boy.
I could have sworn those sails were going against the wind just now.
Why don't you lie down on the wet grass, old boy, and cool off?
I'll cool off at the proper time, but first, would you do me a favor and go back and get the police?
Police? What for?
We shan't need the police. I've decided not to prosecute.
You're going to bring the police back here because our man is in there.
And where?
In that windmill.
What makes you think so?
While I'm explaining, a lot of things can happen. Will you please take my word for it and get the police? I'd go myself if I spoke the language.
What will you do?
I'll stick around here and do some snooping. I hate to seem executive, but this is serious.
Right you are, old boy. You shall have the police. Regiment of them.
There I was on a lonely flat plain with nothing but a windmill for company. Suddenly the mill stopped, and the sails reversed themselves against the wind. At the same time, I heard the drone of a plane. Then I knew. The reversed sails were a signal. The plane came into land. I crept up to the mill. There was a shed there, and in it the assassin's car. I went back and into the mill. Then I heard muffled voices. I crept around some more and found a wooden staircase. I went up. There was a door with a key in it. I heard someone coming after me. I pushed backwards into the room, closed the door. I was in the transmission room, the room with the wooden gears connected with the big sail outside. I stood there listening. Suddenly, I almost jumped out of my skin. A weak voice spoke.
Come in, mister.
I whirled around, and there, tied to a ring in the floor, was Van Meer, alive.
I'm afraid you see me at a great disadvantage. I have just been given a drug of some sort. It affects the brain. They gave it to me when they moved me from. It's beginning now. I'm sorry.
But I saw you shot just now outside the conference hall. I saw it.
The man you saw shot was not I. He was a substitute who looked like me.
But why? What?
They want the world to think that I have been assassinated, to conceal the fact that I'm in their hands.
Their hands? Well, who are they?
I cannot explain. I am not certain. All that I can tell you is that they are going to take me somewhere by plane.
Van Meer's head dropped, and I jumped for the cross beam above me, pulled myself up, and lay there near the big gear. The door opened, 4 men came in, picked up Van Meer, and took him away. When they had gone, when the plane had died away, I got out of there fast. I came back with the cops, and they thought I was nuts. There was no assassin's car, no assassin, no plane, and no Van Meer. I laughed it off and went over to London with a big news beat in my pocket. I wanted to see Carol's father and find out if he could help me. On a night boat, I made love to Carol.
Penny for your thoughts, Johnny.
I was thinking of those guys who came into the mill and took old Van Meer away. They sounded like Nazis to me.
Oh, imagination.
Maybe, darling, maybe not. I got one good look at the leader's face, and, well, it wasn't from the County Cork.
It's hard being happy with the world falling apart.
The world isn't falling apart. Just governments.
It's the same thing.
Well, only governments don't sit in the moonlight wearing shawls and looking beautiful.
They're certain to march into Poland.
Tomorrow, but not tonight. Look, I'm in love with you, no matter who marches where.
When you think of what may happen, love doesn't seem so important.
I don't know. It survived a lot of wars. Now, will you forget the fate of Europe for a minute? I'm in love with you and want to marry you.
I wonder what Father will say.
About what, the fate of Europe?
No, about our marriage. You did ask me, didn't you?
Been pleading for hours.
I think he will be pleased. I'm sure he will.
Everybody will be pleased. England, America, and me too. We got a Fisher's house in London, and I was feeling just like a guy whose daughter is about to tell her father that you want to do that serious thing. The butler opened the door, and there was my future father-in-law having breakfast with a man whose face was the face that led the guttural voices up to take Van Meer away from the mill.
Carol, my dear, what a pleasant surprise. And you didn't even wire me.
Father, I hope you don't mind us barging in like this. Johnny brought me over on a boat. Mr. Krug, how nice to see you again. Oh, but of course you haven't met Mr. Jones. Mr. Krug.
Mr. Krug is with an embassy here.
I think I shall have to be getting along, Mr. Fisher. Shall we settle on the wording for the peace petition now, or leave it till later?
Oh, we might as well clear it up now. You'll excuse us. Go right ahead, Mr. Krug, into my study.
Father, could we have just a moment? It's terribly important.
Why, certainly. I won't be long.
Wait, Mr. Fisher. Get the police quick. Van Meer isn't dead.
Van Meer isn't? Why, that's fantastic.
They kidnapped him, then shot his double. I saw Van Meer afterward in a mill in Holland. That man, that Krug, was with him.
Krug? But that's ridiculous, Johnny. We've known him.
I know, dear, but Mr. Jones says...
I tell you, I spoke to Van Meer. He told me they were taking him somewhere by plane. They must have brought him here to England.
I've always felt a little uneasy about Krug.
Mr. Fisher.
I'll keep him there. Coming, Mr. Krug.
Be careful, Father.
Mr. Jones has just suggested that I turn you over to the police, Mr. Krug.
Mr. Jones seems to be something of a troublemaker.
I thought you said he'd been taken care of by our agents in Amsterdam.
I thought so too, but perhaps Miss Fisher being with him caused complications. It would have been ideal if she had been in our confidence.
So deuced inconvenient his coming here. Well, dash it all, he's in my home.
He must be stopped.
Yes, but I always find the sordid details somewhat distasteful.
As usual, I shall endeavor to relieve you of them. You remember Rowley?
Rowley? Oh, yes, the little man who used to work in your father's stables in Austria.
I shall get Rowley. Hire him as a private detective to guard Mr. Jones.
Guard him? Very delicate of you, Krug. Very.
In just a moment, you will hear the second part of Academy Award. Delightful Squibb Dental Cream is a member of the great family of Squibb products that every member of your family will enjoy using every day. Youngsters and grown-ups alike find it so refreshing. Let it linger on your tongue for just an instant and note that spicy tang of mint. Fragrant, frosty, you can taste the refreshing difference when you use Squibb Dental Cream. Let its pleasantly brisk action wake up your whole mouth. Leave it tingling, alive. You can feel the refreshing difference when you use Squibb Dental Cream. And soon you'll see a refreshing difference in your smile. For the polishing agent in this quality dentifrice is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective known to dental science. So begin tomorrow to brush your teeth with Squibb Dental Cream. Then you'll enjoy all three ways a fine dentifrice can serve you. You'll taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Use Squibb Dental Cream. Before we bring you part two of Foreign Correspondent, we wish to thank United Artists for making this picture available. Foreign Correspondent is based on an original story written by Vincent Sheehan. And now, the House of Squibb presents part two of Academy Award, starring Joseph Cotton in Foreign Correspondent.
I should have known that about Fisher, but I didn't. And I took his word for it that I should wait and get a bigger story after we'd found Van Meer. Carol naturally sided with her father. She was afraid to let me go out alone, and Fisher put on his boogeyman suit and scared me, too. He sold me on the idea I needed a bodyguard, and that's how I got Rowley. I didn't get wise to him even when he pushed me in front of a truck.
Hey, you! Somebody pushed you, sir. It was me, sir. If I tried to pull you back, you'd been caught. It was push or nothing.
Oh, smart work, Mr. Rowley. Thanks very much.
After all, sir, that's what I'm here for, isn't it?
I'm late for a date at the American Club. Here, let's take this cab. American Club driver.
I'm not certain, sir, but I've an idea that two men have just got into another cab to follow us.
Oh, I can't see any other cab.
I'm not certain, sir, but I'm sure I saw them. We might give them the slip if we go the long way around. Better stop here, sir, and we'll change cabs.
Okay, stop here, driver.
Now, sir, no use waiting for them to catch up. Our job is to give them the slip.
What? Let's get another cab, then.
Wait a minute, sir. We're in front of the cathedral.
Well, let's go in there.
Do you mind not going in, sir? I saw by the notice that it's a requiem mass.
Oh.
I hate to be so fussy, sir. I say, look at the sign, sir. The lift takes you up to the tower to see the magnificent view and earn a sixpence.
Well, let's go up and look at the view, then. Come on. Say, this is pretty dangerous, this low railing. And some drop, too. Oh.
You'd better be careful, sir. I was a bit scared when you leaned over just now. I was once with a chap on a bridge in Switzerland. He had a very nasty fall, killed him stone dead. Always made me a bit nervous since.
Well, let's go down. I got a lunch date.
Don't go down yet, sir. Oh, just a moment, sir. I believe that's the Horse Guards from Buckingham Palace approaching, sir. A rare and unusual sight. You're in a bit of luck, sir.
Where? I can't see them.
Straight down, sir. You'll have to lean over a bit, sir.
Oh.
See them, sir?
Oh, yes, I see them now.
Quite a sight, sir, eh? Quite a sight, sir. Here you go to join them, sir.
I don't know what made me turn aside suddenly. One of those hunches. But just as I did, Rolly, with his hands stretched out to push me, went hurtling by and over the rail and down to a horrible death before the crowd below. The thing that sent chills up my spine was that I knew then that Carol's father had tried to have me murdered. In my state of mind, it was like a double skite seeing old boy Folliot again.
Hello, old boy. Congratulations on your little set to with Rolly.
How'd you know about Rolly?
Rolly and Fisher, old boy, and the fellow with the high-necked sweater. Matter of fact, followed them here to London.
I see. Then you believe me now about Van Meer?
Oh, of course. I'd suggest we work along from here together, old boy. First thing I'd suggest after that would be that you kidnap Fisher's daughter.
What?
Well, all right, old boy, no offense. But if you give me a chance to bear down on Fisher, he dotes on her, you know. Maybe he'd talk and tell us where Van Meer is.
Hey, who are you anyway? I mean, what are you?
British subject, old boy, patriot and all that. My country's on the verge of war.
I see. Okay, pal, I'll kidnap Carol. That is, I'll go through the motions. Where'll I take her?
Take her to Cambridge. I'll get you digs at the College Arms.
Oh, wait, now, what happens after you get Fisher talking?
I'll phone you, old boy, and let you in on the kill.
It's a deal.
Johnny, what's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing. I'm just relaxing here in the College Arms.
You'd better be nice or I'll send you back to your own room without supper.
Okay. Look, Carol, we got to talk. There's something hanging over our heads, and before it falls, I want you to know that no matter what happens,
Johnny, what's wrong with you? What are you talking about?
Wait. Hello?
Oh, hello, old boy. This is me.
Oh, yes, what happened?
Fisher's gone. Our people found out where he went. Take this down. 242 Charlotte Street, Tottenham Court
242
Road.
Charlotte Street, Tottenham Court
I
Road.
think you better get there as fast as possible. I think that's where they have Van Meer, right?
Check.
What is it?
Carol, I've got to go back to London fast. I want you to stay here till I come for you.
Oh, no, you don't. I sense trouble, and I'm not letting you out of my sight.
I'm not going to try and talk you out of it, but now remember this. No matter what happens, I love you, darling, with all my heart.
Where is Van Meer?
There he is.
Those lights in his face, can't you cut them down?
Yes, cut them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You are like my friend, Mr. Fisher. I am so sorry. It is so dark. I cannot tell. But you are like my friend.
I am Fisher, Mr. Van Meer. I am your friend.
I am so glad. How did you get here? Am I going away now? Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Thank you. Are the police here? They mustn't get away. You mustn't let these people go.
Pardon me, gentlemen. I represent the Jupiter Life Assurance Company. Can I interest you in a small policy?
Did you have to bring him up here?
I didn't know what to do. He tried to get away. You mustn't blame him, Crook. He's nervous, and he had a pistol in my back. I came easy. But go right ahead, gentlemen. Don't mind me. I'll sit right down here.
What is that? Is it the police? Tell me where I am.
You're in London, Mr. Van Meer. These people think I'm working with them. You and I must play a little game.
A little game?
Yes. They want you to tell me something. Just one little clause in the treaty. Clause 27. Clause 27. Come, Mr. Van Meer.
But it's the secret clause. I know. Clause 27. But they mustn't know it. It would help them if they make war. War. You don't want them help, do you?
Don't tell him anything, Mr. Van Meer. He's not your friend.
Who was that? You are not my friend. Oh, I see. You cried peace. Peace, and there was no peace. You were a liar, Fisher. A cruel, cruel liar. I will never talk. Do what you want with me.
Well, it's useless. Better try your methods, Krug.
Bring him over here.
No. Oh, no. No more of that. I talk.
Then talk.
Oh. In the event of invasion by an enemy power, Her Majesty's government solemnly pledges that...
Steady, Van Meer, steady! I'll stop him.
Get him!
That's a number, but it's a restaurant.
And Doc.
Folliot wouldn't kid me. This must be the place.
I say, sir, are you Mr. Jones?
Why, yes, why?
Mr. Folliot said we were to expect you, sir. We shall get a signal from Mr. Folliot any moment now, sir.
Say, what is this? Who are you, and who is Folliot?
Sorry, sir, but Mr. Folliot will explain. That is, if Mr. Folliot is still alive. There it is, sir, the signal.
Stay here, Carol.
No, my father is in there, too. I heard what Scott Folliot said to you on the phone. I'm coming.
Come on, sir, we're closing in.
Carol, you're not coming. Darling, I love you, but I've got to do this.
Oh!
Right into my arms, sir.
I had to do it. Had to sock a holder. I'm going in.
We're trapped.
Yes, old boy, you are, to put it in so many words.
No, I've got to get out of here.
Too late. The place is surrounded.
Then this man must die before they get here.
What about us?
You will pay the price your country asks. The work is not finished. I must go on.
Very well.
Sorry, Folliot. This is war.
Think nothing of it, old boy. Go ahead and shoot. But I'd feel silly if I were you, Krug, taking the rap, holding the sack, as it were, for Fisher. He wants to sell out so as his daughter won't find out he's been a Nazi spy.
So the daughter, eh?
Do as you're told. That's an order, Krug.
Why should we die and let you get away because your daughter doesn't know about you? I have a daughter, too, in the homeland.
Shoot, you fool! Quickly!
Yeah, I shoot.
Stand where you are, all of you. Drop those guns. Folliot, you all right?
Hello, old boy. Mighty happy to see you.
Fisher. He's been shot.
Yes, old boy. I talked Krug into it.
He's dead.
Yes. Take those people away.
Mr. Van Meer.
He's just barely alive. But he didn't give us away on that treaty.
Was Fisher really...
Yes. He was in charge of those Nazis.
Carol?
Oh, innocent old boy. Doesn't know a thing.
What am I going to tell her?
Fisher was a Nazi, though only half German. She's all English, old boy. You could tell her her father came here to talk to Van Meer and was trapped.
Is that true?
Well, yes, old boy. Only it was we who trapped them.
And who are we?
British intelligence, old boy. Better get to a cable office. You have a whale of a story for your paper.
Yeah, and a whale of a story to tell Carol, too, old boy. So, darling, your father must have found out that they were keeping Van Meer a prisoner there and torturing and trying to get him to tell what was in the secret treaty. Your father went there, and Krug killed him before we could break down the door.
Goodbye, Johnny. I love you. I shall always love you. Now, goodbye.
What are you talking about? Goodbye.
I know you love me, too. That's why you're lying to me. My father was a Nazi agent, and he was shot by Krug, his subordinate.
You didn't know your father was...
No, I didn't. Not until he hired that man to try to kill you. Then I began to suspect. When I heard Folliot call you at Cambridge, I knew.
That's why you came with me.
Yes. I was going to try and talk you out of going in there. I was going to try and make you go back to America before you knew.
I am going back to America.
Oh. Oh, yes, of course.
I'm going back with my wife.
Johnny.
Carol, my darling, you couldn't possibly help what your father was or did. Now, come on. I've got the tickets, and we'll start all over again back in America.
No, Johnny, no. Killing is just beginning. England is at war tonight, and I'm going to stay and help make up to her some of the things my father did against her. After the war, if we're still alive, my darling, come back to England and ask me again to be your wife.
I see. I guess I see. All right, darling. I'll be getting along on my boat.
Until tomorrow, Johnny. Whenever that will be.
Yes, darling. Until whenever that'll be.
To help all mankind toward greater health and happiness, thousands dedicate themselves to the service of others through scientific research in the field of medicine. Playing a vital role in this vast scientific effort, the House of Squibb maintains at New Brunswick, New Jersey, a great research institute. Separate and distinct from the business activities of Squibb, the Squibb Institute for Medical Research carries on investigations in the same spirit and in the same manner as the laboratories of universities, foundations, and endowments all over the world. The Squibb Institute is evidence of unceasing faith in the progress which can be generated through untrammeled scientific research. Your doctor knows how much the Squibb Institute has aided in the development of many of the newest weapons in the victories over disease and pain. He knows, too, that the Squibb products he uses reflect the same high principles, the same devotion to the search for perfection that is behind the Squibb Institute for Medical Research. And you may use, with the same confidence, the many everyday health necessities Squibb makes for your medicine cabinet. To make sure you're getting Squibb quality, ask for it by name. Ask for Squibb, a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award, starring Olivia de Havilland and Jean-Pierre Aumont in Hold Back the Dawn. Today's performance of Foreign Correspondent was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. We wish to thank Mr. Joseph Cotton for his splendid performance tonight. Joel McRae, who was previously announced, was unable to be with us because of last-minute changes in his motion picture production schedule. Mr. Cotton appeared through the courtesy of David O. Selznick and may soon be seen in Mr. Selznick's Technicolor production, Duel in the Sun. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you as our stars tonight, Olivia de Havilland and Jean-Pierre Aumont. You will hear Miss de Havilland and Mr. Oman in Hold Back the Dawn, the screenplay which, as Best Motion Picture Production of 1941, was nominated for 7 different Academy Awards. Miss de Havilland will play the role she created on the screen for Hold Back the Dawn, and in which she was nominated as Best Actress of the Year for the 1941 Academy Award.
My maiden name was Emmy Brown. My husband's name is George Iscovescu. He was born in Romania, but he spent most of his life in Paris, on the Riviera, in St. Moritz, at the Lido, following the seasons and the rich people. He was a dancer. Then the war came. People who had money went to America. You need a visa to go to America, so George went to Mexico, to a dusty little town that straddled the border to California. There's a wire fence. You can see right through it into the United States. George didn't think he'd have to wait very long.
I see by your questionnaire that you wish to enter the United States permanently.
Yes, sir.
Now, you were born in Bucharest, so you come under the Romanian quota. Unfortunately, that quota is very small and very crowded.
That means I will have to wait?
Between 5 and 8 years, Mr. Iscovescu.
5 and 8 years? 5 to 8 years? Like a prison sentence. 8 times 365 days. With these flies and this heat. I walked in a nightmare through the dirty town to a hotel. I was used to the Ritz and the Savoy. The local hotel is called the Esperanza. I took a room at the rate of $1 a day. I didn't expect to stay. It was the 4th of July. I couldn't stand the room or the noise any longer. So I went out and walked the streets.
It was then that I saw him for the first time. I was driving a school bus full of children. We were on a picnic. One of the kids threw firecrackers under his feet. He was in no mood for that sort of thing that day. The boy must apologize. It's a matter of discipline. Come here, Tony.
Your form of humor I do not appreciate.
Oh, you know what American boys are like. All year long, they store up mischief for the 4th of July.
It would be preferable if they let off their high spirits in America under the feet of Americans.
Now, don't let's get into international complications.
There's a fence back there. You Americans make a very definite point of it.
I gather you don't like us very much.
Very little.
Tony, don't you dare apologize now. Just then, I put the bus in gear and rammed the car in front. I was shaking with rage. He walked away and went into the Climax bar.
When my eyes became adjusted to the dark, I saw a dancer I knew in Europe. Her name was Tamara.
George!
Tamara, what are you doing here?
Just down from the day from Los Angeles with some people. Those drunks at that table. I'm not the same Tamara, George.
I'm not the same George. Tell me, how did you get into America?
Meet Mrs. Shaughnessy. I married an American.
And what?
Simple. If you're married to an American, you get preference. Papers go to Washington, and in 4 weeks, everything is settled.
Hey, Tamara. Well, where are you, Tamara?
Your husband?
No. My husband was a jockey in Caliente, 5'3". Once over the border, I went to the judge. Woman wants a man, I told him, not a radiator cap. Divorce granted, $50.
What did she say? You just marry an American? As easy as that? Get hold of a wedding ring, and you can swing right over that fence. What do they call it? The pursuit of happiness. On my way back to the hotel, I saw her again, the little school teacher with a bus. She was trying to get the radiator fixed. I watched them, and when the mechanics weren't looking, I took the keys to the ignition and dropped them into a sewer. I stood around a few minutes until she noticed me, and her face got red.
I know you don't like us, but I promise we'll get back over that border as soon as we can.
Now, please. I was partly responsible for your accident. I feel very bad about it.
You should.
Any of these your children?
No, I'm a school teacher. They'll be in a perfect tizzy about us back home.
Of course, the parents. And maybe your husband.
I haven't any husband. But if we're not back by 9 o'clock, Mr. McAdams, the principal will think we're dead in a ditch.
While you are waiting for the car, why not telephone and tell him you are all right?
Well, they said there was no telephone around.
There's one at the hotel. I'll show you.
Oh, thank you.
I knew I was on the way now. They wouldn't be able to make her a new set of keys. They'd have to go for them across the border. That would take until the next day. I played it very careful, and I was very patient.
The number is Azusa, California, 30991. I hope they get the call right away. If you could only see Mr. McAdams, the principal. He always bites his fingernails. He must have gnawed them right down to the knuckles by now.
Have a cigarette?
Oh, no. Thank you, Mr.
Iscovescu.
My name is Brown. Emmy Brown.
Your name is not Margot?
It's Emmy.
She had the same hair. Only it was always mussed by the wind that winter in Chamonix.
What are you talking about?
You thought I was bitter, Miss Brown, when you spoke to me first on the street. It was because I saw another woman in your face. Margot. No, those aren't her eyes. Her eyes were bad. Eyes that seemed to be saying beautiful things, and every word they spoke, a lie. I knew it, and I loved her. The ground opened under my feet, and I loved her. I ran away. I had to come here, to the end of the earth, to know that I really hated her, that I had always hated her.
I'm sorry.
Just look at me, Miss Brown. Keep looking at me. It's like a sudden breeze on a stifling day.
You are the strangest man.
Perhaps the loneliest man. Naturally, they couldn't find the keys to the bus. So I arranged with the hotel to bed down the lot of them in the lobby.
Well, good night. We're settled. Good night.
Somehow, these shabby walls will not seem so empty and sad. You will be here, close, very near to me, under the same roof, breathing in the same night.
Yes. Good night.
Good night. I went up to my room. There was Tamara waiting for me.
Hello, George.
What do you want?
I've kept thinking about you all day. The way you always held me away from you when we danced. Those gigolo eyes of yours. You selfish tramp. Did you ever love anybody in your life?
I don't want you here, understand?
George.
You are wasting my time.
I have a little money, George. It's yours if you want it. I'll get more money. I'll give you anything. Anything you want.
Anything, Tamara?
Anything.
I'll take this.
My wedding ring.
I had a hard time going to sleep that night. My heart was beating fast, and my senses were all thrown out of gear. I found a kind of half-sleep at last. And then about 5 o'clock in the morning, I woke. He was sitting there, staring at me.
Hello.
What are you doing here? Please, you have no right to be here.
Of course I have no right. No right to be here. No right to sit watching your face, learning it like a poem. No right to listen for the stir of your heart. No right to tell you that that I love you very much.
You must go away right now, please.
You needn't be afraid, Miss Brown, not a bit. We are like two trains halted for a moment at the same station, but going in different directions. We can't change our course any more than we can hold back the dawn. Soon it will be light, and you will be gone forever.
It is getting light, isn't it?
You needn't be afraid, Miss Brown. Not of a dead man. I'm dead, you see. I've asked myself thousands of times why they shouldn't bury me, why I should go on walking and breathing and talking when I was dead. Perhaps I know now. Perhaps it was to see the sun rise once more, to hear enchantment in a woman's voice, to feel her nearness, the warmth of her lips.
No.
No rebellions nor violent desires. If you found one in your sober little mind, you would tell it to go stand in the corner, wouldn't you, Miss Brown?
I don't know.
Not for you, the sudden flash which lights up your whole life. One split second to snatch at happiness before it's dark again. It isn't this kiss I want. It's all your kisses. It's your life. Look at your hand, Miss Brown, your left hand.
Oh.
Yes, it's a wedding ring, Miss Brown. I put it on your hand as you slept. It was my mother's. You see how wild a dream can be. But you are wise and sane and cool. You needn't be afraid, Miss Brown.
Wait. Oh, wait. Please wait. About your being lonesome. Other people are lonesome. So lonesome they almost give up waiting. Mr. McAdams always said I was crazy, but I knew all the time, deep down in my heart, that someday, somebody, somehow, even though Azusa was at the end of the world.
We had to get the Mexican judge out of bed. The license was $5. It was a good investment. The office was drab and sordid, but to Emmy Brown, being there was like standing at an altar in a cathedral with great bells ringing. When we came out into the sunlight, she took my hand.
George,
Yes?
take the ring. Put it on my finger again. And say these words.
Words?
For richer, for poorer, for better, for worse. With this ring, I thee wed.
For richer, for poorer, for better, for worse. With this ring, I thee wed.
Till death do us part.
Till death do us part.
I'll never take it off. Never.
What did I care what she did with the ring? I was married to an American. I was ready to cross the border.
In just a moment, you will hear the second part of Academy Award. But in these few following seconds, let me ask you if you have ever felt the tang of cold salt spray over the bow of a sailboat pointing into the wind, quenched your thirst after a hot walk through the woods at a shaded, bubbling spring, taken a plunge in a cool mountain pool. These are some of the memories that stand out from many of our summer vacations. Refreshing memories that come back to us when we use Squibb dental cream. For its tangy, cool, fresh, minty flavor is as refreshing as a shady bed of mint. It wakes up your whole mouth, leaving it clean and invigorated. Every time you use Squibb dental cream, you will recapture that thrill of other truly refreshing experiences. Yes, you can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference when you use Squibb dental cream, one of the great family of Squibb products. Before continuing with part 2 of Hold Back the Dawn, we want to thank Paramount Pictures for making this story available. Paramount's current release is the Hal Wallace production, The Searching Wind, starring Robert Young, Sylvia Sidney, and Ann Richards. And now the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Olivia de Havilland and Jean-Pierre Aumont in Hold Back the Dawn.
'Twas slow going, getting the papers in order. Amy Brown came back from her home, and we took the bus and went for a long drive back into the hinterland of Mexico. I had reasons for getting away from the border. There was a smart immigration inspector named Hammock snooping around. He was interested in people who suddenly got married to Americans, especially aliens who wanted to get over that border. Something happened on that mad drive, though. I guess I fell in love with Amy Brown a little. She was in our room at the hotel, packing to go back to her job in Azusa for a while. I was downstairs, and I ran into Tamara.
I thought you'd never come. I've been dying here day after day, looking down the street, waiting for you.
Bad news?
Good news. You'll be getting out of here in 3 weeks. New York by the 1st of August.
I'm not going right on to New York.
No? Oh, sure. You've got to stop over in Azusa. That would take half an hour, you said. You were going to tell her she was too good and you were too low.
I'll do it my own way, do you mind?
You like the girl?
Yes. I like her enough not to give her a sudden kick in the face in front of a whole little town. I like her enough to do it all with a little style. All right, I like her enough not to behave like a swine for once in my life.
Well, hallelujah.
That'll do. You've got enough money to get back to New York. I'll find you there when I'm ready.
Thank you. Just stand in the middle of Times Square and whistle. Mrs. Iscovescu?
Yes?
Do you mind?
No. Come right in.
Funny, I didn't picture you looking like that. You know what one hears about a teacher. I'm Tamara. I don't think he's told you about me, or did he?
No, he didn't.
I see you're packing. Well, before you go, there's something of mine I want you to give me back.
Of yours?
My wedding ring.
This? Oh, it belonged to his mother.
Oh, isn't he wonderful? The way he knows how to pluck at the heartstring. You see, I gave him the whole idea.
What?
Marrying you to get across the border. Take a look at the engraving in that ring. I used it to marry my little American. It says, to Toots for keeps. Slip it off.
No.
Maybe you should know a little more about the history of George Iscovescu.
Get out. Please. Please.
Howdy, Mr. Iscovescu, isn't it?
Yes?
My name is Hammock, Immigration Department. I'd like to talk a few things over with your wife.
She's upstairs. If there are any questions, I'll answer them.
I'll answer your questions, Mr. Hammock.
Emmy.
Right over here, Mrs. Iscovescu. Take a chair, will you? Had you any idea this man might have married you to get in the country?
Yes. But I asked him to marry me.
All right, he got you to ask him. Look here, you can make things very simple for the department. Anybody can see this set up with half an eye. He gets in the country, divorces you, takes up with his girlfriend, and goes about his own business. With this evidence, you can get an annulment. And that'll slam the door right in his face.
Get a what?
An annulment.
An annulment? How do you like that, George? That's America. You pay your taxes, but you get a lot of protection. No, thank you, Mr. Hammock. It's very sweet of you, but you see, there's nothing wrong. He told me everything. There weren't any false pretenses. It's a fine marriage. We love each other very much. I'm sorry for your sake you haven't got a case.
Well, maybe I'm just dumb. So long.
Amy, who told you? Tamara? I've always been full of words, you know. Big ones, smooth ones, fancy ones. Just one more word. Thanks.
No. You see, I come from a small town. We don't have those fine hotels. We eat in the drugstore. But we leave a tip just the same. I don't feel I was too generous for those 7 days of our honeymoon. Only perhaps when I met you, I shouldn't have been so vain. I should have worn my glasses. I should have looked at your face more closely. Goodbye.
Do you believe in premonitions? When a black wave breaks over you, and you suddenly know something terrible is going to happen. In my ears was the screeching of brakes, of tires taking a wild curve. Before my eyes was the foot on the gas pedal, pressing it down.
George, they've been phoning you.
Tamara, there was an accident, wasn't there?
Yes.
Bad?
Yes.
Where is she?
The receiving hospital, Los Angeles.
I'll take your car.
They won't let you cross the border. You have no papers.
The key, Tamara.
They'll catch you. You haven't got a chance. All you're waiting for nothing. If you do this, you'll never be admitted. George!
Look at this guy coming. He's nuts. Hey, stop, you. Stop. Don't you see that sign? I said stop.
That's Escovesco. He's my meat. Get my car and a patrol motorcycle escort. This is where I fix that gigolo's wagon.
It was 5 o'clock in the morning when I got to the hospital. It wasn't until I had climbed those steps that I was really afraid. Afraid it was too late. That there was nothing left I could do.
She's unconscious. We're very much afraid. The steering wheel was crushed against her. There's no fight left in her.
Can I go in?
Of course.
Amy. Amy.
She doesn't hear.
Amy. It's George. I've come. I am here, Amy.
She seemed to hear you. Go on. Keep talking.
Breathe, Amy. Try hard. That's it. Again. Now again. It's all right, Amy. Remember the rain beating on the windshield that day we drove, and the wiper going, and the word it spoke? Together. 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 Breathe, Amy. We are together. 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 I don't know how many hours I sat there or days, but I must have said breathe 1,000,000 times. Breathe. 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 Darling, breathe. Somehow she pulled through. Once she even smiled. And when Hammock caught up with me finally, she was out of danger. I asked him to go ahead and get her an annulment to the marriage. Said he would. He told me he could send me to the pen for 10 years for crossing the border. I didn't care. And for some reason, he just took me back over the border. Back to the grave. I started 4 months of a living death. One day, I saw him coming through the big gate.
Oh, here you are, Escovesco. I've been looking for you.
Why don't you leave me alone?
Don't you feel like stepping up to the gate and looking at the new citizens crossing the border today?
Very funny, Mr. Hammock. Like inviting a hungry child to stand in front of a bakery window.
I talked to the baker. He gave me something for you, not that you deserve a pie. I always thought you were a pretty poor excuse for a human, but, well, I was raised a good Christian, and my folks always used to say that a guy can straighten out once he sees the light. That is, if he's got guts. You have. In America, we can use people with guts. Here are your papers, approved by Washington. Preference quota for husband of American wife.
Husband? Mr. Hammock, I'm...
Get going, get going. There's somebody waiting for you, swinging on that gate.
Gate. Somebody waiting across the border.
Amy! Amy! Amy!
He was running, eager, hatless, and like a boy in tears. Something inside of me began to yearn as I watched him coming. My hand came up as if it could fight back my tears, and suddenly it glistened in the sun, and I laughed through my tears. It was my golden wedding ring. I had never taken it off.
Tomorrow on Air Force Day, E.R. Squibb & Sons, with all the American people, will honor the men who won fame and overwhelming victory in the air for the cause of free men everywhere. General Carl Spaatz, Commanding General, Army Air Forces, writes to old and new Air Force personnel everywhere, I urge you to take practical steps to preserve and foster the spirit of your Air Force, that you enroll under the leadership of Jimmy Doolittle in the Air Force Association, your association for perpetuating the glorious traditions of the United States Army Air Forces. And General Jimmy Doolittle, president of the Air Force Association, states, we who are no longer in uniform are joining the Air Force Association to continue the Air Force spirit of fellowship, to remain abreast of air development, and to honor the memory of our comrades who gave their lives in war. We want all new and old Air Force men and women, whether officers or enlisted personnel, to wear our pin, receive our magazine every month, and take part in the activities of local wings and squadrons now being organized throughout the country. Send tonight for an application form to the Air Force Association, Washington, D.C. Membership includes subscription for 1 year to the Air Force magazine. In this way, help continue United States air supremacy. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Paul Lucas in Watch on the Rhine. Today's performance of Hold Back the Dawn was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Olivia de Havilland can currently be seen in the Paramount production To Each His Own. Jean-Pierre Oman appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Holiday in Mexico. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses. Techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you the distinguished actor, Mr. Paul Lucas, who won the 1943 Academy Award as Best Actor of the Year. Tonight, Mr. Lucas will star in the thrilling drama Watch on the Rhine, the picture which was nominated as Best Screenplay and Best Production of 1943, and in which Mr. Lucas won his Academy Award.
This is the story of a German who, with his American-born wife and their 3 children, came to America, passed through on a brief visit after Munich and before Pearl Harbor. This man was admitted as a refugee under the name of Kurt Miller. In the gentle hills outside Washington, D.C., this hunted and weary family stood almost in tears in the heart of this sanctuary, the proud old home of the Farrellys.
I have always known, Sarah, that you must have grown up in a lovely house like this.
Thank you, Kurt. Children, sit down and be comfortable. My mother will be here directly to welcome us.
To sit on the couch? Is it allowed, Mother?
Yes, Babette, it is allowed.
But the door of the home was not locked. We just came in.
You find it curious to believe that there are people who live and do not need to watch. Eh, Joshua?
Yes, Father, it is strange. But it must be good, I think.
Yes.
Isn't it a lovely house? I'd almost forgotten. Look, the old portrait over the fireplace, just like it has always been. And this picture. My father and mother were visiting Spain. This is Alfonso and dated May 7th, 1910. There was a party at the palace, and I had cakes and a glass of champagne. I was 10. Later that day, someone tried to shoot Alfonso. He was always getting shot at.
Certainement. Speak English, please.
Since when do you think it is right to shoot upon people?
Do not give me lessons. It is not right to shoot upon people. I know that.
I was born here in this house, children, upstairs. My brother David and I used to have our own garden across the pond. I like a garden. I've always hoped we'd have a home someday and settle down. Oh, I'm talking foolish, sentimental, at my age.
Sarah, stop this nonsense. This is a fine room, fine place to be. Everything is so pleasant and full of comfort. This will be a good piano on which to play again. And it is all so clean. I like that. You must enjoy your house, Sarah. And you shall not be afraid that you will hurt me because I have not given you a house like this. Yes?
Oh, yes, of course. It's strange, that's all. We've never been together in a place like this.
But that does not mean and should not mean that we do not remember how to enjoy what comes our way. We are on a holiday.
Sarah, daughter.
Mama!
Sarah, darling. You're here. You're really here. Welcome. Welcome to your house, Sarah. You are not young, Sarah.
No, Mama. I'm 38.
Yeah, 38, of course. You look more like your father now. That's good. The years have helped you. Welcome to this house, sir.
Thank you, madam.
You are a good-looking man for a German. I like a good-looking man. I always have.
And I like a good-looking woman. I always have.
Is das Großmama?
Yes, I am your grandmother. Also, I speak German, so do not talk about me. Oh, it is good to have you home again. I'm chattering away.
Mama hasn't changed.
I have fine plans. I'm making the wing over for you, walls taken out.
Oh, that's kind of you, Mama, but we won't make any plans for a while. A good long vacation for Kurt.
Vacation? Well, your brother David is seeing about schools for the children, and Cyrus Penfield is finding an engineering post for Kurt.
But I have not worked as an engineer since many years, madam.
You gave it up?
Well, one could say it that way.
What do you do?
Oh, it is so difficult to explain. You wish to know whether not being an engineer buys lunches for my family. It does not. I have no wish to make a mystery of what I have been doing, but it sounds so big, and it is so small. I am an anti-fascist. And to answer your question, that does not pay well.
But we're all anti-fascists.
Yes, Mama, but Kurt works at it.
What kind of work?
Any kind. Anywhere.
I will stop asking questions.
That would be sensible.
Sarah!
David!
I heard. Don't be angry. We've been worried about you, naturally. We knew so little except that you were having a hard time.
This is David, my brother, my husband.
Welcome, sir.
you.
We'll drop this inquisition if you prefer.
It is not an inquisition. I will tell you.
Wait. David, you and Mama must know. I didn't have a hard time the way you mean. Not ever. For almost 12 years, we lived modestly and happily. As happily as people could live in a starved Germany that was going to pieces.
Sarah, please. You are angry. I do not like it that way. Let me try to find a way to tell it with quickness. Yes. I was born in a town called Fürth, and there is a holiday in my town. We call it Kirchweih. It was a gay holiday with games and music and a hot white sausage to eat with the wine. Now I grow up, I move away to school, to work, get married, but always I come back for Kirchweih. It is for me the greatest day in the year. But after the war, the First World War, that day begins to change. The sausage begins to be made of bad stuff. The country people come in without shoes. The children are too sick. It is bad for my people those years. But always I have hope. But in the festival of August 1931, more than a year before the Nazi storm, I am taught that hope by itself is not enough. On that day, I see 27 men murdered in a Nazi street fight. I cannot longer just only look on. My time has come to do more. So I say with Martin Luther, I must make my stand. I can do nothing else. God help me. Amen.
And Kurt is not very well. There aren't many parts of Europe anymore where he could rest. You've always said you wanted us. Kurt brought us home. If you don't want us, we will understand.
Of course we want you, darling. We want you very much. Forever or however long you want.
I am old and made of dry cork and bad-mannered. Forgive me.
Be still, Mama. We're all being foolish. And I want to be foolishly happy.
Oh, family reunion. Sorry to intrude.
This is the Count de Brankovis. He and his wife are staying with us for a while. This is my son-in-law, Kurt Muller.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Would it be impertinent for one European to make welcome another?
I do not think so. Thank you, sir.
Have we met before, Mr. Muller? Did you live in Paris? I was in the legation there, and I think perhaps...
No, we have not met before. If it is possible to believe, I am the exile who is not famous.
Oh, strange. You know, I have a feeling it's most interesting. I always have a good ear for the accents of your country, but yours is most difficult to place. Is it Asuth German?
Now, it is difficult to place my accent, Count de Brankovic, because I speak other languages.
Oh, come. Lunch will be ready before you children have had a nap. Count, my grandchildren are very charming. You will see them later.
Your grandchildren would have to be charming.
Of course.
I am expecting my wife, Martha, to join me. We'll wait down here until you call for lunch.
Ted, what are you doing?
Oh, Martha, my darling wife.
Is that their luggage you've been examining?
What has David told you about Herr Muller?
What has David told me? Nothing more than he's told you. What is there to tell?
I don't know, but I would like to.
What are you doing?
Wondering why luggage is unlocked and a shabby briefcase is so carefully locked.
You're very curious about Mr. Mueller.
I'm curious about a daughter of the Farrellys who marries a German who has bullet scars on his face, broken bones in his hands.
Is he any business of yours?
Oh, anything might be my business now. We have exactly $18 to our name.
Yes. Unfortunately. Anything might be your business now.
You sound bitter about me, Martha. You're in love with David. Please, find out from him about Herr Muller.
I will certainly do no such thing. Ask your friends at the embassy. They always know their nationals.
Yes, but I do not like to ask questions without knowing the value of the answers.
Ted, let these people alone. They've certainly had a rough enough time. I won't let you interfere.
Yes.
Where are you going?
I'll see to it that you're alone with David.
Tech, where are you going?
Seems there's time for a nap before lunch. I'm very tired. And also my room is next to theirs.
Tech.
Yes, I'm very tired. I shall sleep a while, and then I shall dress and go down to the German embassy.
No. No, I shall not let you.
Oh, don't be stupid. This is the afternoon we play poker there. Have you forgotten?
Once again, it's intermission time on Academy Award. Only nature knows how to change scenes without an intermission. Soon you'll gradually become aware of one of those changes. You'll notice a difference in the air. Mornings will be frosty, clear as a drop of spring water. Afternoons in the country will be fragrant with the pleasant, spicy smell of ripening fruit. It's fall, and it's refreshing. Pleasing to the senses like the minty tang and brisk, exhilarating action of Squibb Dental Cream. For Squibb Dental Cream is refreshment in a tube. Cool, creamy, smooth, its brisk action leaves your whole mouth pleasantly wide awake. And the natural sparkle of your own smile will tell you better than a scientific formula how safe, how soft, how effective is the special polishing agent in this fine dental cream. So, for a mouth refreshed, for a brighter smile, brush your teeth regularly with Squibb Dental Cream, a member of the great family of Squibb products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Before continuing with part 2 of Watch on the Rhine, for making this story available, we want to thank Warner Brothers, who are also producers of Night and Day. Moreover, we want to congratulate Warner Brothers, who yesterday observed an historic anniversary commemorating 20 years of sound pictures. And now the House of Squibb presents part 2 of Academy Award, starring Paul Lucas in Watch on the Rhine.
He plays very well. I like my son-in-law better each hour I know him.
So do I, Mama. He's very accomplished.
Where? Oh, Kurt.
Sarah, sit down here with me. Have I lost my touch?
Never. You play as always, with distinction.
What is it? What is wrong?
The briefcase has been opened.
Oh.
There's no money missing, but the case has been examined. The gun was put back in a different place.
The Count?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
As I was saying, Nellie Sewell told me, Count, that you were playing a large gambling game today at the German embassy with young Phil von Ramme and with Sam Chandler.
Nazis and Sam Chandler must make an unpleasant game. I do not gamble to be amused.
No? Well, then we'll certainly stop. I owe you $8.50.
The young Baron von Ramme, Herr Muller, was your government military attaché in Spain, huh?
My government attaché? He was the German government attaché. He was not attached to the side on which I fought.
Oh, I thought you might have known him.
We do not know Nazis, Count de Brankovic.
I still have a feeling that I've seen you or heard about you, Herr Muller. You know, that feeling has been so insistent that I make guesses, but bad guesses. I thought you might be Max Freidank.
Freidank is a hero to my people. You do me too much honor.
Yes, I found that out. Here in this paper. Zurich, Switzerland. The Zurich papers reprinted today a dispatch from the Berliner Tageblatt on the capture of Colonel Max Freidank. Freidank is said to be the chief of the anti-Nazi underground movement. He was a distinguished physicist before the advent of Hitler. Oh, that's bad news for you, Mrs. Muller. I'm most sorry. He was a friend of yours?
He was a friend to all decent Germans. A friend to all decent people, Count de Brankovic.
Well, that's what often happens to heroes, unfortunately. Yeah, Martha must be ready by now. We'll be back early. I don't like long dinner parties. Your hands are shaking, Herr Muller.
My hands were broken. They are bad when I have fear.
Fear for Freidank, you mean?
I am a man who has many kinds of fears. I do not think you would understand that.
No. I don't think I've ever been very frightened.
That is bad. It is sometimes the road to trouble.
I dare say. Good night.
What was this all about, Sarah?
I don't know all of it yet. I do know that the Count broke open Kurt's briefcase.
And he saw what we carry with us, and he knows about Freidank. Which probably means that he's guessing about Kurt.
What do you mean, what you carry with you and guessing about Kurt?
Kurt works in an illegal organization. He has for 7 years. We're carrying with us $23,000. It's been collected here and in Mexico from the pennies and nickels of poor people who don't like fascism and believe in the work we do. It was to be picked up and taken back by the first man going...
Wasn't it careless to have $23,000 lying around to be seen?
No, Mommy, it wasn't careless. We've carried money that way for years. There didn't seem any safer place than my house. It was careless of you and David to have a man like that in this house.
Yes, it was very careless.
But how could we know?
The world has changed, Mama, and some of the people in it are dangerous. It is time you knew about that.
I have been phoning. It is true about Freidank. But he's not dead. Hans and Ernst were taken with him. Max is not an easy man to kill. But most of his face and one arm... It is not nice when it comes. Well, Sarah?
No. Oh, no.
It must be, yes.
But Max knows you are not well enough. He sent you
But
here.
But now I am more well than he is.
When?
I think tonight, Sarah, darling. But I do not know. It will depend on the Count de Brankovic.
What will depend on him? Did he steal the money?
No, of course not. He's not a man who steals. It will come another way.
But why are you afraid of him? You're in this country now. There's nothing he can do.
We will see. We will wait and we will see.
Well, Herr Blecher, how did you manage in the poker game this afternoon?
Count de Brancois, in this room, in this embassy, I work.
That's very commendable. Oh, by the way, your people caught Max Freidank. Are there any others close to Freidank, perhaps, that you may want?
We want them all. Here are the lists. Show us where we can put our hands on them in the fatherland or in any of the countries where we have influence. And you could name your price. We might also manage a visa for you. I am sure you are homesick for shabby palaces and the gaudy cafes and the rest of the decaying things.
We do not like each other, Herr Blecher.
But that will not stand in the way of our doing business.
Joshua. Joshua, are you awake?
Yes, Father.
Shh. Talk softly. Do not awaken the other children.
Yes, Father. Father, you must let me go along. I will help in small ways when you go back to Europe. I will learn. You will teach me. I am not a man yet, and it would not be of such importance if anything happened to me.
Now, I give you some rules, Joshua. Please remember them and never disobey them. Our forces are small. Therefore, we must risk no more men on any enterprise than are needed to carry it out. Always in our work, a man will wish to go with you. Now, that is wrong. We are not here to show that we are brave. Soon you will be a man. Never have I doubted that for you. Also, this will be what a man should most do. Am I right?
Of course, Father.
You are young. You are smart. You are strong. You are a fine investment for our work when the time comes. In the meantime, I give you orders. You think. You train yourself in mind and body. Your day is not so distant. If it should come and I have not yet returned, well, it is not wise perhaps to speak so far in the future, but the world goes bad, and who knows how long that will last. Therefore, with delicacy and care, I wish you would also prepare Bodo when his time too shall come. God help us. Go to sleep now.
Yes, Father.
Good evening, everyone. Ah, Herr Muller, you're still up. I've been to the German embassy.
It is where I thought you would go.
I got from the embassy a list and a description without saying why I wanted them, of course. But if I have to, I will go back to them.
Proceed, Count de Brankovic.
Well, some of these papers have to do with a man we shall call Gutter, because that is the name he is most frequently used. Age 40 to 45, 170 pounds. Married to a foreign woman, either English or American. 3 children. Thought to have left Germany in 1933 and to have joined the notorious Max Freidank. Known by the names of Gutter, Thomas Bodmer, Carl Francis. So I think you are Gutter, Carl Francis.
Do not describe me to myself, please.
And I think that because Freidank has been taken, you will soon be traveling home.
I am going home. I am starting tonight.
So? You tell me free of charge, eh? Well, I'll tell you free of charge. I do not believe they've forced any information from Freidank and the others.
Thank you. But I am sure they could not. I know all 3 most well.
They will be able to stand up under whatever will be given them.
Yes, there's a deep sickness in the German character. A love of death, a love of pain.
Oh, spare us your moral judgments.
Yes, they are sickening coming from you. Get on with your dirty business.
Madam Fanny, this is very ugly. I do not do it without some shame. Therefore, I must sink my shame in large money. You have $23,000 upstairs, $23,000.
Yes, you are an expert with Lux.
For $10,000, you can go back to wherever you go. Nobody will know that you go, and I will give you my good wishes.
No, that money is going home with me. It was not given to me to save my life, and I shall not so use it. It is to save the lives and further the work of more than I.
Then I don't think you will get back. Oh, you're a brave one, Herr Muller, but you will not get back.
I will send you a postal card and tell you all about my bravery.
Is it true that if the swine talks, you and the others will...
Will be caught and killed. If they're lucky enough to get killed quickly.
David, I have 15 or 1,600 in the bedroom safe.
That will do very well, madam. And the rest you can give me in a check.
All right. We'll get this over without any more fancy talk. I can't take much more of him at any cost.
Come on, David. We'll get the money and give it to him with a pair of fire tongs.
The new world has left the room. I feel less discomfort with you. We are Europeans, born to trouble and understanding it.
You mean my husband and I do not have angry words for you? It goes deeper than that with us. We know how many there are of you. They don't, yet. My mother and brother feel shocked that you were in their house. But we have seen you in so many houses.
And your husband, Mrs. Miller? Doesn't he understand me?
Yes, I understand you. Do you think I would allow this fantasy with this money? Unlike you, I do not take chances. I'm not a gambler. Get up, please.
You wouldn't. Put down that gun.
Sarah, mark the deur af. I wish nobody to come. Go ahead, Count de Brankovic. We shall go outside.
Hello, what time is your next plane? To the south, please. To El Paso or Brownsville.
Muller, wait. I know when I'm a loser. I give you my word.
You are
wait.
a fool. You play with men's lives in order to have money to live in worthlessness. You and all your shabby kind. When you kill in a war, it's not so lonely. Tonight, before you come home, I pray for you. I pray that I will not have to touch you. I do not like to kill this way. But I have done it before, and I will do it again. Whenever it must be done.
Listen to me.
I have seen many men die. I give you advice. It is easier without words. They will not do you any good now. You will be better without them.
Wait. I got the bargain. I've got...
I've told him. I've made you a reservation on a midnight plane to Brownsville.
Liebe Sarah. It is hard for you, eh, madam?
Hard? I don't know. I don't...
Before I come in, I stand and think. I say I will try to make Fanny and David understand. But in the end, what is there to say? I have stopped a man's life. Shall I now pretend it is not I who acts thus? No. I have done it before, and I will do it again. And I will always keep my hope that we may make a world in which all men can die in bed. I have a great hate for the violent. They are the sick of the world. Maybe I am sick now, too.
You are not sick. Stop it, Kurt. It's late. You must go soon.
I'm going to take your car. Now, give me 2 days. There are 2 ways to do this. One, I will take the count with me in my car. 2 days after, you may notify the police. And the other way, you can call the police now. I will still leave, but I will not get home.
Papa wrote it years ago. Papa said the only men on earth worth their time on earth are the men who will fight for other men. Papa said, we have struggled through from darkness, but man moves forward with each day and each hour to a better, freer life. That desire to go forward, that willingness to fight, it cannot be put in a man. But when it is there, oh, please let him go back.
Of course, darling. He'll go back. We'll take care of things. Good luck, Kurt.
Men who wish to live have the best chance to live. I wish to live, Sarah. I wish to live with you.
For 17 years, it is as much for me today. I have loved just once and for all of my life. Come back for me, darling, if you can.
I will try. Goodbye to you all.
In one man's wholehearted devotion to a great cause is often found the inspiration which causes others to continue his work. Today's insistence on perfection at the House of Squibb had its origin in the founder's own crusade against half-hearted service in the cause of human health. One time, a new employee pointed out to Dr. Squibb that a slight change in a certain formula would save money and speed production. Young man, Dr. Squibb replied, I am always willing to change a formula when I can improve it. But please remember that the master formula of every worthy business is honor, integrity, and trustworthiness. That is one formula I cannot change. And that is the formula which has won for Squibb the trust of generation after generation of doctors. It is the master formula which also guarantees the uniformity, purity, and efficacy of the everyday health essentials Squibb produces for your home use. The way to get Squibb quality is to ask for it. So when you're buying for your medicine cabinet, always ask for Squibb, a name you can trust. Next week, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Lana Turner in Vivacious Lady. Paul Lucas can soon be seen in the International Pictures production Temptation. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses. Techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you one of the loveliest stars in motion pictures, Lana Turner. Tonight you will hear Miss Turner in one of Hollywood's most entertaining comedies, Vivacious Lady, the picture which, for Best Photography of the Year, was nominated for the 1938 Academy Award.
you ever married a botanist? Well, I'll never do it again. As a matter of fact, I don't have to. I'm going to stick to my great, big, wonderful husband till death do us part. So help me. I was singing and dancing in a nightclub on 52nd Street and doing very well, if I do say so myself. I was making money, keeping the wolves away from the door, and Hollywood was nearer than Central Park. And then I saw the professor. Well, you can say that it was love at first sight. And when I looked again, I was married. Mrs. Peter Morgan III. Imagine me, the bombshell of Broadway on Saturday and back to school on Monday. All because of love and a wedding ring. It seems Peter was afraid to tell his father we were married. That is, right away. So I revert to Bobby Socks and pose as a student. And I can't even tell the other kids my father-in-law is president of the university. Well, you can tell the public I went to college all right. I took my degree in double talk at Old Sharon.
This is the campus lake, honey. But first, before we leave the car, I'd better give you this question for the exam tomorrow. I want you to know all the answers.
Oh, darling, you're so clever.
Oh? Well, let me see. Now, this question, Francie, has to do with...
You know, Peter, when I'm alone with you, I get the same sensation I got when I rode in a roller coaster for the first time.
Oh. Well, the question concerns itself with cleavage in primary plant life. Yes. Only the trouble with me is I never get to be alone with you.
Yes. Yes, Peter. Go on.
Well, you know, Francie, this botany is very simple if you don't let the terminology confuse you.
Do you feel that way about me?
Huh? What way?
Well, like you're on a roller coaster.
Oh, yes. Now, primary plant life has a peculiar method of propagating itself. We know no reason for this, but suddenly a one-cell plant...
Well, if you do feel the same way, why don't you tell me?
Will begin to show indentations. Oh, Francie, I love you so.
You know, we are married. Oh, the meanie, and spotlights, too.
Oh, let's get out of the car. Come on, Francie. This is the school boathouse.
Oh, I'd love to see your boats.
Well, there's a campus motorboat. We can sit in that.
Well, wait, help me.
Oh, I'll hold you. Just step across. Now, sit here. It's quiet, isn't it?
Yes.
It gets quite a play from the students in the springtime, but it's not a bit crowded this time of the year.
Alone at last. Well, where are you?
Right here. In the front seat. Take my hand. Sit down. There. How about a kiss, Mrs. Peter Morgan?
Hey, Professor, not
Nobody uses this place.
Oh, come on. We've got to get out of here.
Well, I can't see anything. Help me up.
I can't get up. Wait, I'll get hold of this rope.
Well, stop it. Stop. We're heading out into the lake. Steer the thing.
I can't stop. I am steering.
Hey, look out! You're heading for the dot!
So nobody ever uses the lake, huh? Oh, Peter, if ever a girl felt unmarried, I do. Darling, do you think your father might be cooled off enough now so that we could tell him we're married?
Look out for the barbed wire, honey.
Oh.
You got to crawl under. And we got to get out of these woods into our car.
Yes or no?
Well, hot or cool, we're going to tell Father tonight. He's over at the university now making his speech.
Oh, well, I'd better wait outside. It would be just my luck to sneeze and kill his point.
Yeah. Hey. Oh, wait, there's a cop.
Where? In the tree?
No, waiting beside our car.
Well, it's our car, isn't it?
Yeah, but we're not supposed to be parked there. It's against the rules of the university.
Hey, you, hold on there. Just a minute now.
Good evening, officer. We've been studying.
In the woods? This time of night? Studying what?
Botany. I'm in his class.
Yeah, class 207.
Yeah? Sure.
Now, wait a minute, officer. I can explain.
You better.
Well, you see, nobody knows this, nobody at all. But this little girl and I are married.
Oh, yeah? Mm-hmm. I got a good notion to haul you in right here and now. I got a good...
Popsy! Popsy, you come right back this minute. I'm lonesome.
Why, sure, my little lammy pie. Popsy is coming right away. Get in that car and get out of here. You're interfering with the law.
Dad, will you sit down a moment?
Didn't you get the notice I sent? I've got to make a speech in 5 minutes.
Now, Dad, you better sit down. I have something very important to tell you.
Now, Mr. Noble is endowing us with a new library, and the least we can do is to honor him with our presence. Now, please, come, get your cap and gown.
Well, it just so happens that this is much more important to me than Mr. Noble.
At this moment, your problems are secondary. Now, I must go in now.
Dad, she's my wife.
What was that you said?
I said that girl is my wife. And she's the finest wife any man could have.
Peter, are you mad?
Oh, completely, sir. And I hope it's a permanent condition.
I won't have you toss your life away.
Well, it's my life, and you might let me please do what I want with it.
You're a professor in this university with a future that might eventually lead to its presidency. Mind you, I said might.
Father, are you all right? They're waiting for you in the auditorium.
Oh, I'm all right, Mother. It's this boy.
Oh, Mother, I'm glad you're here.
Oh, be quiet. You know your mother has a weak heart.
I won't be quiet. I've been quiet long enough.
Oh,
Mother, are you all right?
I feel faint. I'll be all right in just a moment.
Peter, you'll kill your mother.
Now, Dad, this is something you can't change.
Until we can discuss this further, I wish you wouldn't say anything about it to your mother.
But, Dad, I've got to.
If you don't care about her welfare, I do.
Peter, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Nothing, Mother, nothing at all.
Well, here we are, Peter. This is where I live, remember?
Yeah.
Darling, ever since I came here, I've been ducking corners, sneaking about, hiding places. And if loving you means ducking and sneaking some more, I'm willing to do it.
Oh, I don't want you to. You see, I just couldn't tell Mother. She's been ill for a long time, and we couldn't shock her.
Why should it be such a shock?
Well, you see, you're not... Well, it's just... Well...
Kiss me, Peter.
Oh, sure. What was that for?
Goodbye.
Oh. What? Hey, Francie, wait a minute. Francie!
Look here, you. Remember our house rules. No gentlemen, I do mean gentlemen, are allowed above stairs in the girls' apartments.
Oh, yeah?
No, don't you try anything rough. And besides, I wear glasses. I always wear them. I haven't got them on now because they're being fixed. And it's against the law to hit a man with glasses on.
Hello. Would you get me a compartment on the 1 a.m. train for New York? Yes, and please send up for my bags. Yes, I'm leaving.
Will you get this darn curtain off my face? I can't see.
Peter, how did you get up here?
Fire escape. Thanks. Oh, Francie, you mustn't be angry. You can't leave me. If you try it, I'll shout out the window that I'm here. I've got a right to be here.
I've made up my mind.
Well, what about our mind? We're not supposed to have separate minds. What in heck is that?
Oh, that's what... that's the Murphy bed. It keeps coming down all the time. Here, I'll push it back.
Oh, let it stay down.
No, you sit on that chair.
Well, I'll just watch until you leave. I promise I won't say anything or do anything. I'll just sit here.
All right. Well, I guess you better kiss me goodbye.
Yeah.
We try to be alone and can't be. And now when we're saying goodbye, we're alone and we have to say goodbye.
Do we have to, dear?
Well, you know we do.
Yes.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Will you write to me?
Oh, every day.
Oh, please make it twice a day.
3 times a day.
What will you say?
I'll say, dear Francie.
Oh, please make it stronger.
Francie, darling.
Yes, dear.
Oh, Francie, darling, I'm miserable without you.
3 times a day?
Yes.
Oh, goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Well, I'm all packed, so here goes. You start out the window, and I'll start out the door.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, darling. Oh, Walter! Oh, there he goes again.
Who's Walter?
Oh, the bed. The maid calls it Walter because it's just like her husband, always falling down.
Oh. Oh, wait a minute, and I'll help you.
Well, you know, once I just opened the desk and it came down.
Oh? Comes down easily?
You better go now.
There's a cop down there.
He might shoot you for a burglar.
That's right. I think maybe I'd better stay here until he goes, huh?
Oh. Well, all right. I have a few minutes, so I'll stay, too. Oh, but what if they find you here? Oh, it would be awful if it got around that you were found in a woman's room.
Yeah, especially without a woman.
Well, they'd never believe you. Oh, Peter, I can't go.
Now you're really making sense.
Who's there?
The clerk. I've got your tickets. Your train leaves in 15 minutes.
Oh, never mind. Go on, beat it. She's not going. You can return the tickets, too.
Who's in there? Open the door. You know it's against the rules. Open that door.
Oh, see you tomorrow, darling.
See you tomorrow.
Where is he? Where is he?
What, he? What do you mean, he?
What's the matter with you?
I have a cold. Makes my voice hoarse. Oh.
Oh, that's too bad. Now, look here. You take some hot tea, lemon, molasses, honey, and butter, and you put them all together.
And they spell mother.
Yes. I mean, no!
Oh, Walter. Oh, no, no.
Academy Award continues in 52 seconds. Just time enough to tell you about a hidden treat that awaits you. Inside every tube of Squibb dental cream, there is something no label can show. It's something you find in the sudden coolness that follows a summer storm. It's something you find in the clean salt spray of the sea. It's refreshment. You'll sense it first in the flavor of Squibb dental cream. It's so cool, so fragrant, with a tang of mint. There's refreshment in the brisk action of Squibb dental cream, as it helps to give your whole mouth a wonderful feeling of cleanness. And soon you'll come to notice a refreshing difference in your smile. For the special polishing agent in Squibb dental cream works with a touch as soft as velvet to uncover natural sparkle you may have forgotten. So get your days off to a more refreshing start. End them on a note of refreshment, too. Brush your teeth regularly with Squibb dental cream, a member of the great family of Squibb products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Before continuing with part 2 of Vivacious Lady, we want to thank RKO for making this story available. RKO are also producers of Alfred Hitchcock's Notorious, starring Cary Grant and Ingrid Bergman. And now the House of Squibb presents part 2 of Academy Award, starring Lana Turner in Vivacious Lady.
May I come in?
Why, yes, please do. Won't you sit down?
Do you mind if I remain standing?
Not at all, Mrs. Morgan.
Since you know who I am, it simplifies what I have to say. Young lady, I know everything about you and my son, Peter.
Oh, Mother, I'm so glad. You know, we've been so afraid to tell you we were married. It's pretty hard to think about giving up something you're so crazy about. And I know it sounds silly to fall so completely for anybody in a couple of days, but I did. Oh, one look and I knew he was the one. Well, he's just wonderful and intelligent, too. Well, you know. You're his mother. What did he tell you about me?
He didn't. I figured this out for myself. I think I'll take that chair.
You mean they didn't tell you? Oh, I'm so sorry. I wouldn't have done this for anything. How's your heart? How do you feel?
I think I'm going to feel fine. Just give me a cigarette.
Oh, no, your heart.
Oh, nonsense. I only had heart trouble when it was convenient. Well, my best years of my married life have been spent in bed with heart trouble.
Well, how domestic.
Mr. Morgan.
You'd better sit down, Mother. Now, Miss Brent, you look like a practical young lady.
Please, Father.
Don't interrupt, please.
I'm practical enough to see that Mr. Morgan doesn't approve of me.
Did you expect to be approved of? A girl out of a nightclub? A dancer?
Oh, you're impossibly narrow.
I asked you not to interrupt, my dear. Now, Miss Brent, just why did you marry my son?
For a very simple reason. I want to be his wife.
Do you know what it is to be a university professor's wife?
Yes. Your wife just told me.
Then you must realize that your talents run in another direction. I know my son met you in your dance hall, and before he had a chance to catch his breath, you hooked him.
Yes, I hooked him for his very desirable but very underpaid job. Or his social position, I don't know, I can't remember which. That is what you mean, isn't it?
Exactly.
Mr. Morgan, you're not grading papers or dismissing class. He is my husband.
I was going to suggest a quiet divorce, but since you insist on being unreasonable, I'm going to be forced to ask Peter for his resignation.
But you can't do that.
Come, my dear. I have to get back to the university. Come on.
Come on. Come here. Go there. 30 years I've had of it. All for old Sharon, our alma mater. Alma mater, your sons and daughters are true. We love you through and through. Even though you break my son's heart, I still love you through and through. Well, you can have your alma mater. But here's one of her daughters who won't love her true and blue and through and through anymore.
Coming, my dear?
Coming? I'm going.
I'm going too, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Noble, this will complete our tour of the university.
Yes?
I saved this until last. My son's class, you know, pardonable pride. But even if he were someone else's son, it would still be the best conducted class.
Oh, listen, Morgan, I know you. You probably tipped the boy off.
Come on, Culpepper. You can give if you try. Get in there and pitch, boy.
Yes, sir. And so in contemplating plant life, one is inclined to give credence to the legend of Jack and the Beanstalk. After all, beans haven't been altogether the enemy of man.
That's right. That's right. Open discussion. Any questions?
Yes, Professor. I'd like to know, in the reproduction of ferns, which matures first, the male or the female?
Come up, my dear. Come up.
Oh. Yes, Professor?
That's better, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Now, what did you want to know?
In the reproduction of ferns, which matures first, the male or the female?
What difference does it make, silly?
I don't know.
Any more silly questions? Come on. You must have oodles and oodles of questions that need answering. I know I have. I know Culpepper has. Haven't you, Culpepper? Speak up, Culpepper. Speak up.
Well, yes, I have. But at the moment, I don't think I could make it clear.
Yes? Well, any man who couldn't make himself understood is an idiot. Understand?
No.
Oh. You're from Texas, aren't you?
Yes, sir. I am. Bless her.
Yippee!
I beg your pardon. Class is dismissed. Please excuse this gentleman. You can see that my son isn't feeling well.
Isn't feeling well? I'll bet he never felt better in his life. Don't take it so hard, Morgan. Nothing like a liberal education. I know you'll get the library now. Yippee!
Yippee!
Peter, what are you trying to do?
I'm being the blackguard, sir. How am I doing?
In front of your class. Unforgivable.
Oh. Well, I figure if I did a little blackening of the family name, Francie could fit right in.
Oh, so that's it. It convinces me all the more that you don't know what's good for you.
Well, one of us must be wrong.
And while you're a member of my faculty, you'll do as I say.
Then you may consider me no longer a member of your faculty.
Oh, now, look here, Peter. You don't have to resign.
Oh, surprised, aren't you? You didn't think a Morgan could place anything above the university, huh? Well, I love it as much as you do. But I refuse to sacrifice one moment of my wife's happiness. Now I'm going to catch up with that train and get her back.
Now, Peter, I won't let you. You're not responsible.
I'm not, huh? Well, I am so responsible. I may have had a touch of grape and grain, but I can walk as steady as a rock.
Oh, Peter! Peter, are you hurt? Peter, now, you'll be all right. Just rest, Peter. Rest.
Well, we've left our husbands.
Yes, for good and all.
Doesn't one feel free?
New York's going to be so much fun.
Yes, so many gay places.
We can go where we want to.
Do what we want to
And wear what we want to with no husbands to
watch out after us.
bother us.
Oh, Mother, you don't feel good about leaving.
I know I don't, Francie.
Neither do I.
What was I to do? I just had to go through with it.
Oh, but it's all my fault. You were married so long, and I had to come along and cause all this trouble.
Don't worry about me. You've got troubles enough of your own.
But it doesn't matter about Peter and me. I hardly know him.
Your compartment is made up, ma'am.
Good night, Francie. Sleep tight.
Good night, Mother, and sweet dreams.
What's happened, Porter?
We hit a car, ma'am.
Oh, goodness.
Anyone hurt?
Nobody seemed to have been in it.
Oh, thank goodness.
We'll be on our way as soon as the track is cleared.
Good night, dear.
Good night, Mother.
My car is completely wrecked. There must have been some more sane and less expensive method of stopping this train.
Well, the next time your wife leaves you, I'll let you figure one out by yourself.
I was going to trade that car. The book value was $800.
Well, my wife is worth more than that, and I'm not turning her in.
Oh, now, Peter, this nonsense simply must stop.
Oh, Porter.
Yes, sir?
Porter, there's a lady on the train I want to see. I'll describe her to you. She's blonde.
Yes, sir, and she left her husband.
Yeah. Huh?
The next car, compartment B.
There's a lady...
The next car, compartment C.
Thank you. Well, my dear, I've come to take you home. Oh, slammed the door right in my face.
Now, look, Dad, you want to walk right through that door this minute, don't you? But you don't know how, because you've practiced too long being a stuffed shirt.
Well, what would you suggest?
Well, I'd suggest, sir, that you forget everything but what your honeymoon was like.
Excellent suggestion.
Who's there?
It is I.
Go away.
Oh, my dear, that is, darling, I was in that wreck. The train struck me. Oh, my heart. My heart.
Oh, my dear. Oh, goodness, why didn't you tell me? Here, let me help you. Now you lie right down here, and I'll get a cold cloth for your head.
How did you get here?
Oh, now. Now, what sort of a honeymoon would this be without a husband, huh?
Peter, I'm going back to my job. Please go back to yours.
That's what I'm doing.
Oh, please, I'm miserable enough as it is.
Oh, good. I was afraid you wouldn't be.
Well, your father...
Father's on his honeymoon.
Oh. Oh, Peter, I hate New York.
Well, how about Niagara Falls, darling? I could see the engineer about it.
And we'll take those funny pictures, stand on the bridges, and do everything everyone else does.
Certainly.
What?
Well, here we are.
Yes. Here we are.
You said it would all end right.
Yes, I certainly did, huh?
You certainly did.
Yeah.
Oh, look. The upper berth came down.
Walter?
Some folks' work is never done. Well, this end this boy's work for the night. Just tie this card on the door. Quiet is requested for the benefit of those who have retired. Yes, sir.
For real-life drama, it's hard to match the climaxes that come in the vital business of developing and producing life-saving medicines. When penicillin was first produced, for example, penicillin mold showed a discouraging tendency to blanket the broth in which it was grown, to shut out oxygen and restrict the development of the whole culture. With countless thousands looking to penicillin with new hope for better health, perhaps for life itself, a way had to be found to speed the growth of the mold. And a way was found. It was discovered that penicillin mold could be grown faster in huge agitating tanks through which oxygen constantly bubbles, an example of the value of constant research and experimentation. The House of Squibb, through nearly a century of seeking perfection in the production of life-saving drugs, has won the confidence of your doctor. And you may share that confidence, for the same quest for perfection is behind all the simple health necessities Squibb makes for your home medicine cabinet. To be sure you get Squibb quality when you buy, always ask for it by name. Ask for Squibb, a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Gregory Peck in The Keys of the Kingdom. Today's performance of Vivacious Lady was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Lana Turner appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Holiday in Mexico. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Science. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you the dramatic picture The Keys of the Kingdom, which was nominated in 5 different classifications for the 1945 Academy Award. Our star tonight is the distinguished actor Gregory Peck. Mr. Peck will play the famous role he created on the screen for The Keys of the Kingdom, and in which he was nominated as Best Actor of the Year for the 1945 Academy Award.
This is the story of a man who served God in the way in which God wishes to be served, with humility. Of necessity, this is a short story of a long, full life, a vision into the heart of a priest swiftly blurring. In the eyes of God, this man might be a saint. In the eye of the church, memory of his works might not survive his modest epitaph, but in the hearts of some men, there was the certainty that he had received the keys to the kingdom of heaven. On a September evening in 1938, old Father Francis Chisholm welcomed a guest to the parish house of his little church near Tweedside in Scotland. This guest was Monsignor Sleeth, and his visit was occasioned by church business to investigate certain odd irregularities in the administration of Father Chisholm's parish. To the Monsignor, it was a foregone conclusion that this old priest would be removed.
Well, Father Chisholm, naturally I don't presume to be your judge. I can only submit my findings to His Grace the Bishop for his consideration in reaching a final decision. And now, if you don't mind, I will go to my room. I shall be leaving the first thing tomorrow morning, and I have still some work to do.
Would you be good enough to remind Angus, I mean His Grace, in your report that we were boys together?
The bishop has not forgotten that, Father. He spoke of it only last week.
Well, mention it to him again, will you?
Of course.
I shouldn't like to leave here if it could be helped.
Naturally. Good night, Father.
This is my native parish, you know.
Good night.
Monsignor Sleeth finished his report early that night, but found himself sleepless. Near his bed was a shelf of books and magazines. To relax, he sought to read, and idly, his hand found a worn leather notebook, a journal of the years of Father Chisholm. Sleep forgotten, he read on through the night.
It would be pleasurable to record that I became an immediate success as a priest following my ordination. Alas, the facts were quite otherwise. I failed dismally in my first two curacies. There seemed to be little promise of success in my next, or ever for that matter, when one day there came a summons from the new bishop and my guardian angel of old, Hamish McNabb.
Francis, to me you've never been a failure, and I think you never will be.
Oh, thank you, sir.
But don't ask me why. I'm sure I couldn't say. But I haven't been able to take my eyes off you. And I can't help thinking that you're in the church, not by chance, but for a reason. I don't want you ever to change. You understand, of course, that I say these nice things to you because I want you to do something for me.
Well, you've made it impossible for me to say anything but yes, your lordship.
Francis, the Society for the Propagation of the Faith has asked me to supply a volunteer missionary for China.
China?
Will you go?
Why, I'll be happy to go, your lordship.
I knew you would. And you'll be a credit to both of us. Come to see me again before you leave. We'll pray for you. Oh, wait. It's still raining. Here, take my precious umbrella. Take this with you, lad. It's a good thing to have. You never know when it's going to rain.
Knowing the greatness and glory of China today, it's difficult as I think back to picture what awaited me upon my arrival. After 10 days and 10 nights up the Tawang River in the province of Chekau, 1,000 miles from the sea, I found my mission, the blackened, ruined foundations. There were no converts, nothing but filth, starvation, and enmity. But in time, word of my presence spread, and from the hills came a few of the old converts to help me. Of these, one was a young Chinese boy who walked 18 miles to join me and help me rebuild the mission. His name was Joseph. He was a gift from God, a pillar of strength on whom I leaned. One day I heard his cart and then his cries for me to come out.
Father!
Father Chisholm! Father Chisholm, it's for you. It's for you. It arrived on the boat.
Well, what is it, Joseph?
Medicine.
Medicine? Here, let me see what's in that crate. Gauze bandages. Iodine.
Castor oil. Is it to rub on, Father?
Oh, no, it's to drink. Look at this, a leather case of surgical instruments. Joseph, put that down. Don't drink that castor oil.
Not bad. Had some, Father?
No, thank you. No, I'm not thirsty.
All these wonderful things. Such a treasure. Surely, Father, an angel in heaven must have sent it.
That's just what I was thinking, Joseph. Here's a letter. Your Holiness, it's amazing how religious you can make a man feel by fixing his bellyache. I'm sending you all of my secrets in a book of instructions. Cure what you can and kill what you can't. Signed, Willie Tulloch, M.D. and Heathen. P.S. For practicing without a license, I shall, of course, report you to the British Medical Society, the Pope, and my Chinese laundryman, Willie.
Father Chisholm, look. We are indeed blessed. The servant of the Mandarin.
Please pardon my intrusion. I am here at the bidding of my cousin, the Mandarin, Mr. Chia. You will recall him?
Yes, I met him on my arrival.
I am to ask whether you will accompany me to his house.
And may I ask why?
His only son, Chia Yu, lies sick unto death. My cousin asks that you bring with you all your remedies.
Well, you must understand that I'm not a trained physician. I treat only the most simple disturbances.
You said that you came here to do good. Your blessings are for all alike. My cousin asks only that you bring whatever blessings and do whatever good you can.
Very well, I'll go with you.
There lies the boy. The lower humors have gained ascendancy and have flowed entirely into one arm, distending it and leaving it blue. You will examine the boy?
Yes, I'll need 2 basins, one of them with boiling water, and a cloth.
You intend to use the knife?
Yes, I must lance the wound.
It is most unexpected that Shen Fu would cut with a knife into the flesh of the boy.
But there's nothing else to do. His arm is filled with corruption. Unless it's removed, it might spread throughout his whole body.
Let us hope that corruption can be removed by cutting and squeezing. Let us hope that everything will be well.
Father, we are honored this afternoon. Look, it is Mr. Chia, the Mandarin.
Well, bid him welcome.
Shen Fu, I have come.
Mr. Chia, please, sit down.
Thank you. To speak of first things first, my only son, whose life you saved, is well. He is able to run with his friends.
I'm very happy to hear that.
I am sorry I have not come to you before, but now I am here.
Oh, why are you here, Mr. Chia?
Naturally, to become a Christian.
Have you come to believe in Christianity?
In time, I will no doubt accustom myself to it. You have done the greatest good for me. I must do now the greatest good for you. If I become a Christian, all the province will follow my example.
I'm sorry. I'm sure you mean well, but you would not be doing good for me, Mr. Chia. You do not believe, nor do you desire to believe. My acceptance of you would be a forgery for God.
Do you mean you reject me?
I mean precisely that. And please, do not feel that I wish ever to make any demands upon your gratitude. You owe me nothing.
I regret that I am not acceptable. I understand that this is so because I am unworthy. Nevertheless, perhaps there will be some way in which it occurs to me to ask, has Shen Fu ever looked or walked upon yonder hill?
Yes, often. It's the most beautiful part of the countryside.
The property is large in extent, more than 60 fields. It is called the Hill of Brilliant Green Jade. It is mine.
I gathered as much.
I could not help but notice that the grounds and buildings of your mission are in a disastrous condition. I beg you to honor me by accepting as the property of your church the Hill of Brilliant Green Jade.
Mr. Chia.
I beg further that you accept the use of 20 of my workmen and the materials to accomplish fully any buildings you may wish to carry out.
Mr. Chia, my heart is too full to thank you.
Before Academy Award continues, let's make a quick change of scene. Picture, if you will, a hot, dry, dusty road, and then imagine stepping off that road into the cool shade of the woods. How quickly refreshment comes. Just as quickly, in a few seconds, cool, fragrant Squibb Dental Cream refreshes your mouth. For the very instant Squibb Dental Cream touches your tongue, it refreshes with flavor. With the pleasant punch and tang of tender green mint, it wakes up your whole mouth, leaves it tingling. And as you brush, the effective velvet soft polishing agent in Squibb Dental Cream helps to bring about a refreshing difference in your smile. That's why millions who use Squibb Dental Cream agree you can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. So, for effective home dental care that's enjoyable, too, ask tomorrow for Squibb Dental Cream, a member of the great family of Squibb products. Remember, it's the refreshing dental cream. Before continuing with part 2 of The Keys of the Kingdom, we want to thank 20th Century Fox for making this story available. Soon to be released is the 20th Century Fox production, Claudia and David, starring Robert Young and Dorothy McGuire. And now the House of Squibb presents part 2 of Academy Award, starring Gregory Peck in The Keys of the Kingdom.
Let's hope that tomorrow will be as nice a day as this, Joseph. The sisters will be here. Selfishly, I imagine that in the years I've been away, I've come to long for the companionship of someone from home. You know, their private terrace needs another batch of bricks.
Father can be proud of his workmanship.
We can all be proud. This is the work of all of us. This is where the children will learn. Here is the heart of our future. For the future belongs to the children, and our children will belong to God. I shall want the children dressed in their finest and ready at 7 in the morning. We must... Joseph!
Father, the sisters have come by themselves.
Well, Father, one might have supposed some welcome at the end of 6,000 miles of travel.
Well, please understand, the letter from Monsignor Mealy, said distinctly that you were to arrive on the 19th. That's tomorrow.
Will Father have us shown to our quarters? My 2 companions are sadly in need of rest.
But, sister, Yes, certainly. If you'll follow me, please. Reverend Mother, I'd planned, I thought perhaps we could all dine together tonight, by way of a special occasion.
Thank you, but I think not. If we could be spared some milk and fruit, after we have rested properly, we shall be fit for work tomorrow. Good afternoon, Father.
The years had brought us a fine mission and the blessings of success. They brought other things I should have known were inevitable. War. The Manchu forces of General May in the hills behind us, the Republican forces in the city before us, and the Manchu cannon, which spread death and ruin into the city. Almost with the first cannon shot came my dear friend, Dr. William Tulloch, all the way from home. It was my place as a priest to help the dying. Dr. Tulloch went down into the town with me. We did what we could.
The sun's on its way up, and that blasted gun will soon go to bed. Another dawn is here, another night is gone. I've fixed so many wounds, I'm going to write a book called 6 Days and Nights in a Chinese Abdomen.
Hey? Oh, I must have dozed off for a minute.
Well, I can't see why, seeing you've had no sleep for almost a week. Why don't you leave today's wounded to the army and me? Go on up the hill and get yourself a bath and 400 winks.
That would be a pretty sight. The man of God taking his ease, safe from harm.
Oh, this is no time to worry about appearances.
Father Chisholm!
Joseph, what are you doing here?
The mission. Last night they fired on the mission. A beautiful church, Father. No one was inside, but it is destroyed, eaten by fire. Some of the men were injured when we tried to save the altarpieces.
You men, tell the Major I'll be back. Come on, Francis. We'll run for it.
Keep down, Willie. Crawl, man. In the ditch.
All right. I'll crawl, Francie.
Willie! Willie!
I'm sorry, Francie. It seems the time has come to send for a priest.
Almighty God, in your mercy.
If you're praying for yourself, Francie, keep right on. If it's for me, you're wasting your time. And the Almighty's as well.
Well, we'll let him be the judge of that, Willie.
I'm deep in the shadow. And Francie, I still can't believe in God. Are you mad at me?
Of course not.
Are you disappointed that I won't let you save me?
Your salvation would be your doing, Willie, not mine.
Well, then, when you get to your kingdom, don't look for my name on the register.
It would be fun to meet, just by chance.
I've never loved you so much as I do now, Francie. For not trying to bully me into heaven. You see, I've such an awful headache. Give me your hand.
Out of the depths, I have cried to thee, O Lord. Lord, hear my voice. Let thine ears be attentive to the voice of supplication.
If I could get near the gun, Shen Fu, I would demolish it. But I cannot.
There is a way to get near it. For you, Major Shen, and soldiers of your Republican Army. I've been ordered to bring food and money to the captain in command of the gun tonight, before midnight.
Then, my friend, I must regard you as an undeserved gift from heaven. You understand exactly what is going to occur?
Yes.
In this sack is cordite. We must get it near the gun. You must be well away before I fire into it, or the concussion will be extreme.
I understand. We're near the gun now.
Halt! Oh, it is you.
Yes, I've brought a load of tin goods, which I hope will impress you. And I brought money also. Put that sack over there.
Give me the money.
It's in my purse. I want some assurance that the mission will be unmolested.
The mission will not only be immoral, we will occupy it and place it under protection, particularly the women.
But you gave me your promise.
Stop chattering, foreign devil, and give me the money.
Shen Fu, run! Save yourself!
The sack! Keep him away from the sack near the gun!
No, you don't, Doc!
Mr. Shen, run, I'll fire it!
Burning torch on it!
Run! Am I at the mission?
Yes, Father.
And the gun? Finished?
Yes, Father, it is finished. We are all well and safe.
Monsignor Angus Mealy will be here to visit us in a few days on a tour of inspection. I thought you'd like to know, Reverend Mother, in case there's anything you wish to put before him.
I have only one request to make of him. I shall ask to be transferred to another mission. I feel that you upset my spiritual beliefs.
Why, I had no idea. I assure you that you must have misunderstood me. To which specific beliefs do you refer?
Do you think I have prepared a list? Your lack of doctrinal discipline, your general attitude. For instance, when Dr. Tulloch was dying.
Yes?
He was an atheist, and yet you seem to indicate that he might have his eternal reward. He who didn't believe.
How could he believe? He never knew God. How could he reject a God he never knew?
He was not even a Christian.
And how do you define a Christian? One who goes to church one day of 7 and prays to be forgiven his sins of the other 6. God judges us not only by what we believe, but also by what we do. Willie Tulloch died as he lived all the days of his life, fighting the pain and suffering of other men.
He was a fine and a sacrificing man. But still, I cannot condone his denial.
Well, let's not make his memory the occasion of a quarrel. I wanted you to be happy here. I'd looked forward to your coming. But I imagine I am difficult to like, and my ways may be a bit odd. You've worked so magnificently. The children love you. The mission will suffer terribly when you go, Reverend Mother. Good night. Monsignor Mealy came finally. It was a blow to us that he could not celebrate Mass in our beautiful church. He seemed sorely disappointed, too.
I cannot see how you're going to rebuild your church, Francis. The society cannot let you have the money.
I haven't asked for it.
If only you'd been more successful with some of the better class Chinese, the rich merchants. If only your friend Mr. Chia had seen the light.
Well, he hasn't seen it, and he's given most generously. I shall not take another penny from him.
Of course, that's your affair. But I must tell you frankly that on our chart, I'm sorry to say, your convert rate is the lowest.
Well, I suppose missionaries differ in their individual capabilities.
Oh, surely no one doubts your capabilities, Francis. It's in the way you do things. Living personally in such poor style. Eating in the kitchen and all that. You ought to impress the natives, make more of a show.
The Chinese hate that kind of ostentation. And priests who practice it are regarded as dishonorable.
Oh, you refer to their own low heathen priests, I presume.
Heathens are not always low, just as Christians are not always high. Many of their priests are good and noble men.
Have it your own way, then. Good night, Reverend Mother. Good night, Francis.
Father Chisholm, I must tell you something. And it isn't easy for me. I want you to know that I'm most bitterly sorry for my conduct. Believe me, no apology was ever more abject than mine. Nor has anyone been less worthy of forgiveness.
You needn't.
Please. Easier for me to speak now. How strange at this moment of my greatest humiliation should bring with it the only peace I've ever really known. Tonight I intended to ask Monsignor Mealy to send me away. But as I sat in this kitchen, as I heard him humiliate you and slight you, as I felt the magnificence of your faith and the courage in your heart, as I saw you reflect the worldliness of this priest who is unfit to tie your shoes. Have pity, Father. Forgive me. Pity me.
Well, there's nothing for which I have to forgive you. I'm glad you no longer dislike me. You know, we're both children to God. And with his help, we'll work and mature. How many years? 10, 20. Enough, at any rate, for me to know that I'd grown old in my exile. I was reminded of this everywhere I looked. Joseph, for instance, with 3 sons as old almost as he was, in that dark hour when he first came to me. Mother Maria Veronica, my friend, all the others. Even the trees, gnarled and ancient as the ivy on the walls. The time had come for me to go home.
Good morning, Father.
Oh, good morning, Monsignor. I hope you slept well.
As a matter of fact, I didn't sleep at all. Your journal was on the bookshelf by my bed, and I must confess that I spent the night in reading it. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, not at all. If anything, I'm flattered. I would have imagined that memories of a life as ineffectual as mine would guarantee sleep.
Ineffectual? It is an honor to know you, Father.
Goodbye, Monsignor. You won't forget to mention to Angus, I mean to his grace.
There is nothing I will say to the bishop that will in any way alter your position here or your hopes for the future.
Why, thank you.
Thank you, Father Chisholm.
My Father in heaven, thank you.
Tonight, Academy Award has a guest of honor. Erskine Johnson, syndicated columnist and Hollywood correspondent of Motion Picture Magazine. He is here on a very special occasion, the 35th anniversary of Motion Picture Magazine, 35 years of covering Hollywood, its pictures and stars. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. I am proud to speak for Mr. Maxwell Hamilton, our editor, as well as myself. Motion Picture Magazine is intensely interested in Academy Award, creating a radio program out of the greatest achievements of motion pictures, presenting every week the greatest stars and pictures of all time, is a treat for the public and a stimulus to the motion picture industry. I congratulate you all. And now I am pleased to present you with this citation. Motion Picture Magazine, on its 35th anniversary, salutes E.R. Squibb & Sons Academy Award as the outstanding radio program featuring motion picture stories and talent. Through your cooperation with the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences in broadcasting only the best, you are making a great contribution to the advancement of the art of motion pictures.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. For nearly a century, the House of Squibb has maintained a quest for perfection in serving the profession of medicine. In the field of human health, it has ever believed that nothing less than the best could be justified. Squibb has approached radio broadcasting with the same aspiration to the highest standards and is grateful at this recognition by Motion Picture Magazine of its endeavor to give the radio public top-ranking dramatic art. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Jimmy Stewart in One Sunday Afternoon. Gregory Peck is soon to be seen in David O. Selznick's Technicolor production, Duel in the Sun. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you a delightful comedy drama, One Sunday Afternoon. And as our star tonight, you will hear the distinguished actor Jimmy Stewart, who has twice been nominated as Best Actor of the Year, and in 1940, he won the Academy Award.
This is a story of a small town, and small-town people, and of a small love affair, if any love affair can be small. And, well, it all ends up all right. Makes you wonder if it was so small after all, the things that happened one Sunday afternoon.
In the good old summertime.
Oh, boy.
You know, every bottle of beer makes that song sound better.
Biff,
Yes, dear?
do you want me to come out there?
You don't want to see my wife, do you, Snappy?
Nah.
No, it's all right, honey. You just stay in there. It's all right.
Making all that racket? If I hear any more, I'll come out there and put you both out of the house.
All right, now get out of that dentist chair, Snappy. Who's the dentist around here, you or me?
Okay, Biff, you're the doctor, but it's comfortable.
I got a good notion to pull all your teeth out.
No, I'll get out.
Good old Snappy. Gee whiz, you remember when we were kids together? Do you remember Avery's Park way back
Yeah,
there?
there was you and me and Beansy Miller and Hugo Barnstead.
Oh, yeah, that guy, Hugo Barnstead. Yeah.
And Virginia Brush. You was stuck on her.
Oh, no, I wasn't. No, I wasn't
Yes,
stuck
you
on
was,
her.
Biff. You was in love with her. And you used to sing in good old summertime.
Oh, well, sure, I used to sing that song, but Virginia liked it.
She was a swell girl. Hugo stole her away, and she was yours.
Yeah, Hugo was just a plain everyday skunk. I never liked him. I'll bet I could have married Virginia if it hadn't been for him. He stole her. That's an awful thing for a skunk to steal another man's girl, you know.
Oh? Huh? What? Oh, it's you, Dick, over at the Majestic. Yeah, sure, Biff Grimes is here. I'll put him on. It's for you, Biff. It's Dick over at the Majestic Hotel.
Hello? Huh? It's Sunday. Never work on Sundays. Besides, Amy and I are going out for a walk. Huh? Well, I don't care if he's important. Biff Grimes important, too. All right, so he's a bank president. Who? What? Hey, what'd you say his name was? Oh, Hugo Barnstead, huh? Uh-huh. Well, send him right over. In the good old summer.
You gonna pull Hugo's tooth?
Yeah.
Guess I'll be getting home.
Yeah, stay where you are here. Come here. I'll do it. I'll get even. He stole Virginia from me, and that's not all. All right, come on, Hugo Barnstead, bank president, and get your tooth pulled. In the good old summertime, in the good old summertime.
Where's it? Why, Biff Grimes. So you did become a dentist, huh?
Been a long time, Hugo.
Yeah? Must be 25 years.
Yeah.
Let's see, the last time I saw you was when we had that little trouble at the factory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, look, I got an awful toothache. I want gas, too, huh? Hey, look, right up here, see?
Oh,
hurts like the deuce. I wanted to wait until I got over to Oakley, but Virginia, she's with me. And she said
all right. Which one is it?
It's this one. You see it?
Oh,
See it up there?
My assistant, Miss Robinson's off today, and Snappy Downer will take her place.
No, wait a minute,
Come over
Biff.
here.
Oh, Biff.
Oh, you remember Snappy Downer.
Uh-huh.
Now, I just want you to inhale deep.
Okay.
Just deep as you can.
Uh-huh.
Inhale.
Uh-huh.
Just fill your lungs up. Are you getting any gas?
Uh-huh.
That's fine. Just inhale.
I remember it all. Just like it was yesterday. You thought you were going to marry Virginia, but I fooled you. I fooled you.
Hugo Barnstead. Well, I've got you right where I want you, you little crawling rat. Go on and breathe. Breathe. That's it. I remember Hugo Barnstead and Snyder's Gardens. Yesterday, sure, it was yesterday. Avery's Park. And Amy and Virginia. We used to go over there. Yeah, I remember. Seems like yesterday. Only yesterday.
Hello, girls.
Hello.
Yeah, you brought your girlfriend along,
Yes.
huh? Well, I brought my boyfriend, too. How do you like him?
He's all right. That is, I
I guess he's all right.
Well, introduce me.
Oh, I'd like to introduce my boyfriend.
Sure.
This is Biff Grimes. Biff, this is Virginia.
How do you do? How did you know my name was Virginia?
That's for you to find out, little girl. That's for you to find out. We men never tell anything we know. I guess we could tell a lot of things we wanted to, eh, Hugo?
You betcha.
You betcha, yes, sirree.
Yeah. What's your girlfriend's name?
Oh, I forgot. This is Miss Lind, Amy Lind. This is Mr. What did you say your last name was?
Barnstead.
My name's Grimes, Biff Grimes. Say, I used to know you, didn't I?
That's right.
Oh, let me think where it was.
John Marshall School.
John Marshall? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You were a funny-looking little thing then, weren't you?
I always liked you, Biff. Amy. I guess I shouldn't have said that. Well, you could have waited. I'm sorry, Biff.
Oh, that's all right. I guess all the girls sort of stuck on me in those days. Well, I guess an ice cream soda wouldn't be bad, eh?
Would you like an ice cream soda, Amy? I like a college ice.
Oh, that's swell. Say, Goldstein's got something new. I tried it last night. You know, you'll rave about it. He says New York's going wild over it.
Yeah.
Yes, sirree.
What is it, Biff?
Well, he spreads nuts all over the ice cream. And we won't sit up at the counter either. Goldstein got chairs and back. He did it at my suggestion. You know, it gives the place sort of a sporty atmosphere. And just like New York. Well, come on, let's go. Say, I've had my eyes on you, Virginia. You can take the little girl, Hugo.
Oh, sure, Biff. Come on, Virginia. You're littler than Amy.
Oh, Mr. Barnstead.
Hey, wait a minute here. Hey, what are you doing? Well, that guy has a nerve.
I don't mind if you take me, Mr. Grimes.
Huh? Oh, sure. Well, come on. Hey, Virginia, I'm sorry I got into that fight. Here we are at Snyder's Gardens. You're sore already.
Hugo Barnstead wouldn't act like you. He's a perfect gentleman.
But that fella insulted you.
I despise fisticuffs.
Oh, Virginia, won't you give me a chance? Honest, I'm crazy about you. I can't sleep night or day thinking about you, and my brain's going around and around, and I get dizzy.
I'm not in the least interested.
Oh, there they are. Yoo-hoo! Virginia, Biff Grimes.
Oh, yoo-hoo. Here they come. Always finding us.
Hello. We were overlooking at the goldfish pond. Boy, I'll bet you there's a million fish in there.
And they're real, too, honest. They're swimming all over.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Hey, Biff, there's that fella you had a fight with.
Biff, don't you start anything again.
I'm not starting anything.
I'm warning you, Biff Grimes.
I can keep my mouth shut and my hands to myself.
Oh, don't worry, Virginia. Biff knows how to handle him.
Hey, that's some cutie you got there. You'd think she'd go out with somebody decent.
We're going. Come on, Biff. Come on, Amy.
You know, I could like that cutie myself. And I'd do more than just hold her little hand if she was out with me.
Come on now, I don't want to get in any fights.
Biff.
What was that last remark?
Huh?
That last remark?
What about it, wise guy? What are you going to do?
Stand up.
What for?
I want to see how hard I can knock you down.
Biff, you promised.
I don't care. I wouldn't let a remark like that go by.
His cutie tells him what to do.
All right, get up.
Biff Grimes, look out, he's got a knife.
I'll shove it down his throat.
Biff Grimes, I never want to see you again. I hate you. You're a bully. A big bully.
I'll see you over at Avery's Park Wednesday evening, 8 sharp.
Oh, Hugo, take me home. Hello, Biff.
Oh, hello, Amy.
It's nice in Avery's Park at night, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Haven't you seen Virginia?
No, not since the picnic.
Haven't you called her or anything?
No.
You were going to meet her here.
Yeah, 8 o'clock.
It's after 9 now.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Don't I know it?
If I ask you something, will you tell me?
What?
Do you love Virginia?
Well,
You don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
Well, yes. Yes, I love her. I guess maybe I got a little too crazy about her. Sort of an ingrown pain. It starts in the pit of your stomach and works up to your neck, and then it...
9:15. I guess Virginia isn't coming.
Yeah. Yep. Looks that way. Well, sure is nice out here, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, sure is swell.
After a while, the moon will be up. Last night it was up early. Oh, there it is now.
Oh, yeah. There it is.
Beautiful. This time of night, things seem still and quiet. Soon fall will be here. Trees will get bare. Then winter. I don't like winter.
No?
No. I get awfully lonesome when winter comes.
Well, you get lonesome, Amy?
Yes.
I know. I get lonesome, too.
Do you, Biff?
Yeah.
Well, there's Amy and Biff. Hi, Amy. Hello, Biff.
Oh, Snappy, what are you doing over here?
Just taking a walk. Guess you heard the news.
What news?
Ain't you heard?
Well, it depends on what news you've heard.
Well, didn't you hear about Virginia?
Well,
She got married this afternoon at 4 o'clock. Married Hugo Barnstead. And he's going to work for his uncle over in Toledo. Got a swell job. He and the happy bride are leaving on the midnight. We're going to throw rice and everything. I hear they got a lower sleeper.
No. That's good. Wow. What do you know about that?
Well, guess I'll be running along.
All right, Snappy.
Gee, Biff, I'm sorry. It hurts, huh?
Oh, no. It's... I don't know. It's just I hope when Hugo climbs into that sleeper, he breaks his leg. That's all.
Biff, that is nice.
All right, okay. I'm sorry. You're the first person who ever made me take something back, too. You're the first. Well, say, Amy.
Yes, Biff?
Well, there's no sense in two people being lonely in the winter, is there?
No, Biff.
Well, then how about me being your steady?
Do you want to?
Yes, I do.
All right, Biff.
All right. Well, gee, boy, it looks like there are a million stars out tonight. Don't it? Well, all right, let's go. I'll walk as far as the gate with you, and then...
Yes, Biff.
And then, Amy, I think I'm going to kiss you.
In these last days of summer, every bales. For what is more exhilarating than the feel of a clean, spanking breeze and the sting of icy spray as it fans back from a plunging bow? That's real refreshment. Pleasing to the senses like the brisk, clean action of Squibb Dental Cream. For the very instant Squibb Dental Cream touches your teeth and gums, its mint-frosted smoothness makes your mouth tingle and leaves it feeling pleasantly exhilarated. And you may look for a refreshing difference in your smile, too. For the velvety polishing agent in Squibb Dental Cream uncovers natural sparkles safely, without harming the most delicate tooth enamel, no matter how vigorously you brush. So, for a brighter smile and a mouth refreshed, use Squibb Dental Cream, one of the great family of Squibb products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. And now the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Jimmy Stewart in One Sunday Afternoon.
Biff, next Tuesday is our anniversary, you know?
Yeah, gosh, Amy. Funny wedding, wasn't it? Justice of the peace.
Old man Hawkeye.
Yeah. We didn't have any witnesses, so he called in those two men from the livery stable. Well, never mind, honey. Wait till I get my debts cleaned up, and then we'll have a swell wedding. We'll get married all over again.
I know we will. Why not put your books away for the night and take a walk? You've been at the factory all day.
Oh, say, did I tell you they're switching Hugo Barnstead from the Toledo branch over here beginning tomorrow morning?
Yes, I know. Virginia told me this afternoon.
Did you? Well, where did you meet Virginia?
On Main Street. She said they might stop over and see us tonight.
Well, I don't want to see him. How did Virginia look?
Swell. And such clothes. They must have struck it rich.
Yeah.
You don't mind if they come, Biff?
Oh, me? Well, no. Why should I? Hey, look. It looks like them now. Look, out there. Isn't that them?
My, I've got the dishes put away. You talk to them for a minute.
Well, come here, Amy. Amy, I don't want to see them alone.
All right, Biff. I'll open the door.
My, nice little place you have here, Amy.
Well, it's comfortable anyway. You're both looking awfully well.
Thanks.
Don't you think so, Biff?
Yeah.
What a lovely dress.
Oh, yes. I got it in Toledo. The store said it was imported from Paris.
Really?
Yes, it would have been cheaper to move there.
Lovely. Don't you think so, Biff?
Yes. I'm buying one for Amy for her birthday.
Oh, say, Biff. You know, my uncle isn't satisfied with the way things are going at the factory. We're not making enough money.
Oh, no?
No, he expects me to double the output and cut down the expenses. You see, you may be able to give up that silly dentist idea and become a businessman.
Well, let's get down to the point. What do you want?
Well, they tell me there are too many men laying off sick. I'm going to clean out that place. Too much dead wood. We're not running an old men's home. Too many old-timers, huh?
Well, I found the men good workers.
Well, you see, Biff, you mingle with the men. You can keep your eyes open and see what's going on.
No, I do my own work. I don't notice the others.
But you can begin to notice them.
I don't understand.
Well, for instance, the department where you are. Now, some are on the job, but I suppose others aren't. Well, I want you to report to me, you see? Now, who would you suggest I get rid of?
In other words, you want me to be a spy.
Oh. You see, Virginia? That's what I get for trying to help him out.
I didn't ask you for help. If you came over here tonight to make a sneak out of me, you can get out.
Oh, now he's insulting me without any reason. I came here ready to help.
No, Hugo, you don't understand.
Oh, stop it, Hugo. I think you've made a fool of yourself.
I have not made a fool of myself. I think Biff Grimes is too stubborn for his own good. What's the sense of talking to a man without any brains? I'm going. Come on, Virginia.
It's all right. I can handle him. Good night, Amy.
Biff, what are you doing home at this hour?
Well, I guess I got a little surprise for you, Amy. Down at the factory, you know what happened the other night?
Hugo?
Yes, Hugo, that little rat. His uncle called me into his office and asked me to give him that information Hugo wanted. Well, we had a few words, and I quit.
Biff, tell me the truth. Did you have words with Hugo, too?
Well, sure I did.
Did you strike him?
Well,
Tell me the truth.
I didn't exactly strike him, but I gave him a little shove.
Oh, Biff, don't you see how we're fixed? If he went back and explained...
No, it's too late. I kind of lost my head, Amy. Something went wrong with the machinery. I guess it was my fault, and Hugo fired me. Wouldn't even give me my pay. I told him he had to give me my pay.
Oh, Biff.
But he's got to give me my pay, and I'm going to...
Shh, Biff. My mother's here visiting today. We can't tell her, not just yet. She'll be wondering why you're home. I'll fix it somehow. You wait here.
Good evening, officer.
Hello, Biff. These belong to you, don't they?
You better come along quietly, Biff, and don't make any trouble. Hugo Bonstead wants you pinched. He swears you took a punch at him and came back and tried to rob the place.
You had this gun.
Oh, for heaven's sake, be quiet. My wife's in there. I just pulled it as a bluff. He wouldn't pay me my wages. I worked for them. I work hard. I couldn't lick the whole police force. You fellas know me. You've known me for years. I wouldn't steal anything for anybody. I was desperate, I tell you. I only wanted what was coming to me.
Sorry, Biff. We can't do nothing. We gotta take you. Hugo has the whole factory to swear on his side.
Biff?
Oh, Well, I know that's awful nice of you, Matt, to come up here. I appreciate it. I'm only too glad to accept your offer. Hello, Amy.
What's the matter?
Matter? No, there's nothing the matter. The cops are giving a clam bake down at the casino on Thursday, and they asked me to join the committee, so we're just going to go down there and arrange things.
Wait for me. Wait for me. Bill! No, Bill!
Amy.
Bill.
Yep, it's me. I dropped off at the junction. I could have made the 5:45, but I didn't want anybody at the station to see me.
I know.
Something told me you'd be out here at this old park. It's nice over here tonight. Spring.
Yes. Spring.
It smells good, and the earth and the trees. Everything seems to be waking up and new life coming in. Well, I got out at 12 o'clock, and the warden shook hands with me. He was a nice guy. You glad to see me, Amy?
You know I am, Bill.
Oh, gee, it feels good to see you. It feels good to be back. 2 years, it just seems like 10. Oh, that gramophone over there, what's it playing, Amy? Something new?
Let the rest of the world go by.
Well, I guess we'll just have to do that, Amy.
All right, Bill.
Okay with you?
Wherever you go, Bill, I'll go.
Oh, look up at that old sky. Must be 1,000,000 stars out. And the moon's up full.
Yes.
And it's spring. Let's walk home, Amy. Yeah, it seems just like yesterday. Avery Park and Amy.
Biff, are you going to pull that tooth?
Yes.
I'm going home.
Stay right where you are.
I can't stand to watch.
Well, if it isn't my old-time sweetheart himself.
Hello, Virginia. How are you?
Well, you've kept your looks. Say, have you pulled Goofy Jake's tooth yet? Do me a favor and put him out of his misery.
Hugo. Hugo.
Now, let him alone. He's half dead anyway.
Yes?
Hugo, you all right? Look at me. Here, take some water.
Is it out, huh? Can you see it? My dentist in Pittsburgh told me. Remember the time I had those 7 teeth?
Listen, you. For 25 years, I've heard nothing but teeth.
Oh, Virgie.
Oh, don't Virgie me. If I hear any more squawks out of you, I'll perform an operation myself and you won't get gas.
Oh. How much do I owe you, Biff?
For me? Me? Oh, nothing. No, nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh? Well, as you wish.
Biff. By the way, how's your wife?
Well, she's very well.
Still married? Or don't you work at it?
Oh, Mrs. Grimes is still Mrs. Grimes.
Well, goodness knows what I've suffered. Married to this death house buzzard.
Oh, now, Virgie, I want to go home. I don't feel good.
Well, come on then. See you some other time, Biff.
Yeah. Sorry we can't stay and see your wife.
Well, she'll be sorry, too. Good afternoon.
What was all that commotion in here? Where's Snappy?
Oh, he's gone.
Well, ready to take a walk? Get your hat. Sunday afternoon, everybody out.
Amy.
What's the matter, Bill?
Oh, Amy. Oh, do you know, you're very sweet and very beautiful. I love you, Amy.
I love you, too.
And tomorrow you're going to get the finest car in Hillsdale.
Our old car is getting pretty terrible looking.
Well, I wouldn't let you be seen in it. You know, there's a brand new taxi standing over there near the hotel. Hey! Hey, taxi! Hey, listen, drive up to the front door there and wait there. That's right. Just around the corner there. Yeah, that's right. You see, Biff Grimes and his best girl are, well, we're going for a ride.
If you've been watching the news from Europe and Asia, you've probably read reports of progress in the war on starvation. You've probably read about some of the effective new weapons with which science has armed doctors who are fighting that war. Among those weapons are the amino acids, protein derivatives which help to restore health-building proteins quickly, where men, women, and children have been robbed of them through starvation. Only through constant research were such new aids developed. Only through continuing research can their further refinement and wider use be achieved. That is why at the House of Squibb, scientists are probing further into the possibilities in protein derivatives, working with the tireless thoroughness which has established Squibb leadership in medical research. Not only life-saving drugs, but all the simple health necessities Squibb makes for your home use represent the fruits of such research. To make sure you get Squibb quality when you buy, ask for Squibb, a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award with a real treat for the entire family, a special treat for the children, Walt Disney's Pinocchio. Jimmy Stewart is soon to be seen in the Liberty Films' Frank Capra production, It's a Wonderful Life. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Science. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you one of the most delightful fantasies ever presented on the screen. Walt Disney's famous Pinocchio, the picture which, for Best Original Musical Score and Best Song of the Year, won the 1940 Academy Award.
This is the story of a little boy who was carved out of wood. His name was Pinocchio. Because he was a very good little boy when all was said and done, he became a real little boy like you and lived happily ever after. If he hadn't been a good little boy in the end and stopped disobeying those who loved him, he might have ended up just a pile of shavings or even a toothpick. So you'd better be good and listen to the story of Pinocchio. There was a kind old man named Geppetto. who made Pinocchio out of the very finest wood. But he loved him so much, he hoped and hoped little Pinocchio might be real and be a son to him in his old age.
Oh, look at him. He almost looks alive. Wouldn't it be nice if he was a real boy? Oh, well, come on, we go to sleep. But first I must open the window. Oh, how beautiful. Look, look, the wishing star. Starlight, star bright. First star I see tonight. I wish I might have the wish I make tonight.
When you wish upon a star, makes no difference who you are. Anything your heart desires will come to you. If your heart is in your dream, no request is too extreme. When you wish upon a star as dreamers do. Fate is kind. She brings to those who long the sweet fulfillment of their secret love.
Gee whiz, that's pretty. Who, me? I'm Jiminy Cricket. I'm wishing with old man Geppetto. I want Pinocchio to be a real little boy, too. And just wait. You'll see.
Like a bolt out of the blue, fate steps in and sees you through. When you wish upon a star, your dreams
Gee whiz, who are you?
I am the Blue Fairy. I come from the wishing star.
Gee whiz, you must have a rocket ship or a jet job.
Good Geppetto, you have done so much, given so much happiness to others. You deserve to have your wish come true.
Geppetto is asleep, snoring.
I know, little cricket. Now get out of my way. Where is Pinocchio?
Right there, the poor little wooden head.
Little puppet made of pine, wake. The gift of life is thine.
Wow! It works, it works.
I can move. I can talk. I can walk.
Yes, Pinocchio, I have given you life.
Why?
Because tonight Geppetto wished for a real boy.
Am I a real boy?
No, Pinocchio. Making Geppetto's wish come true will be entirely up to you. Prove yourself brave, truthful, unselfish, and someday you will be a real boy.
How will I know?
Your conscience will tell you.
But what is a conscience?
I know. A conscience is that still...
Ah, Gideon, listen to the merry laughter of the little innocent children wending their way to school. Thirsty little minds running to the fountain of knowledge. What's this?
Gee whiz, there was Honest John the Fox and Gideon the Cat. And all of a sudden, they saw Pinocchio.
Looky there, a little wooden boy. Amazing. A live puppet without strings. Goodness, Gideon, a thing like that ought to be worth a fortune. Why, Stromboli, of course. He has a puppet show. Why, that old faker would pay... Quick, head off the little wooden boy. We'll be on Easy Street. Well, little wooden boy, you're quite a scholar, I see, a man of letters.
Give me my book, sir. I'm going to school.
Then you haven't heard of the easy road to success?
No, sir.
I'm speaking, my boy, of the theater. Bright lights, music, applause, and fame.
Fame?
Yes, and with that personality, that profile, that physique, why...
But I'm going...
Straight to the top, where I can see your name in lights. Lights 6 feet high. What is your name?
Pinocchio.
Pinocchio. P-I-N-U-O-P-I... We're wasting precious time. Come on to the theater.
Hi, diddly-dee, an actor's life for me. A high silk hat and a silver cane, a watch of gold with a diamond chain. Hi, diddly-day, an actor's life is gay. It's great to be a celebrity, an actor's life for me. Hi, diddly-dum, an actor's life is fun. A wax mustache and a beaver coat, a pony cart and a bill.
Why, that's Pinocchio. Gee whiz, a fine conscience I turned out to be, late the first day. Hey, where are you taking little Pinocchio? You can't do that. Stop, stop, stop.
Hi, diddly-dee, an actor's life for me.
Pinocchio.
A fine shop and lots of peanuts and soda pop.
Hey,
Hi,
Pinocchio,
diddly-doo.
hey.
You sleep till afternoon.
What was that?
Me.
What?
That was my conscience, Jiminy Cricket.
Why, what? Who? Why, my boy, you must be seeing things. Now, just calm down, calm down. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Hey, psst, Pinocchio.
Oh, Jiminy, I'm going to be an actor.
You can't do that. You must go to school. Now, when they come back, you tell them you're sorry, but you got to go to school.
Here, here, little boy. You must not lag behind. We're off to the theater.
Tell them, Pinocchio.
Goodbye, Jiminy. Goodbye.
Hey, not goodbye. Pinocchio.
Hi, diddly-dee, an actor's life for me. A high silk hat and a silver cane, a watch of gold and a diamond chain. Hi, diddly-day, an actor's life is gay.
Oh, what'll I do? I'll run and tell his father. No, that would be snitching. I'll go after him myself.
Ladies and the gentlemen, to conclude the performance of this great show, Stromboli, the master showman, that's me, after Vadaldi, by special permission of the management, that's me too, Questionaloci, is presenting something to you. Something you will absolutely refuse to believe. Introducing the only marionette who can sing and dance absolutely without the aid of strings. I hope so. Prima Dugardi, the one and only Pinocchio.
I've got no strings to hold me.
Oh, that's right. Trip and fall down. Go ahead and make a fool out of yourself. Then maybe you'll listen to your conscience.
I got no strings to hold me down, to make me fret and make me frown. I had strings, but now I'm free. There are no strings on me. Hi-ho, the merry-o. I'm as happy as can be. I want the world to know nothing ever worries me. I've got no strings, so I have fun. I'm not tied up to anyone. How I love my liberty. There are no strings on me.
Oh, that's all right. And that's so good. Bravo, bravo, bravo. They like me.
It's a success. Gosh, maybe I was wrong.
Well, I guess he won't need me
no more. What is an actor want to with a conscience anyway?
I got no strings, but I got a brain. I buy the suit and the swing and the cane. I eat the best and drink champagne. I got no strings on me. Bravo, bravissimo, Pinocchio.
They like me.
Ah, you are sensational.
You mean I'm good?
You are Calauso.
Does that mean I'm an actor?
Sure, I will push you in the public's eye. Your face will be on everybody's tongue.
Will she? Oh, good. I'll run right home and tell my father.
Home? Oh, sure. Go home to your father. Ah, that is very comical.
You mean it's funny?
Sure, yeah.
I'll be back in the morning.
Yo no, ma. Come here, you little splinter. In this cage for you. There, that will be your home, where I can find you always.
No.
Yes. To me you are belonging. We will tour the world. Paris, London, Monte Carlo, Constantinople.
No.
Yes, we start tonight. You will make me lots of money. And when you're growing too old, you will make good firewood.
Oh, no. Let me out or I'll tell my father.
Good night, my little wooden gold mine. Giddy up.
Oh, Jiminy. Jiminy Cricket. Where are you?
Out in the Walt Disney Studios, where Pinocchio was made, artists have to draw 35 or more separate pictures to make one animated screen character smile. That may seem like a lot of work just for a smile, and yet there is another place where 223 scientific tests are made in the interest of a brighter smile, a happier mouth. That place is the Squibb Laboratories, where these 223 separate tests are made to ensure the safety and effectiveness of Squibb dental cream. And when you use Squibb dental cream, you'll appreciate that extra care. You'll taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Like a cup of crystal clear, icy water from a mountain spring, the pleasant, cooling mintiness of Squibb dental cream wakes up your whole mouth, leaves it tingling and refreshed. With a touch that's feather soft and safe, the special polishing agent in Squibb dental cream reveals all the natural sparkle of your smile. So, for home dental care that's more effective, more refreshing, switch to Squibb dental cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. In just a moment, we will present the second part of Pinocchio. But first, we wish to thank Walt Disney for making this picture available. Walt Disney is also the producer of the Technicolor production, Make Mine Music. And now, the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Walt Disney's Academy Award-winning picture, Pinocchio.
Pinocchio, it's me, your old friend, Jiminy Cricket, remember?
Oh, Jiminy. Gee, I'm glad to see you.
What's happened? What did Stromboli do to you?
Oh, he was mad. He said he was going to push my face in everybody's eye. And he's going to chop me into firewood.
Yes, looks pretty hopeless. It'll take a miracle to get you out of that cage.
Gee.
Hey, there's that star again. That lady, the fairy.
What'll she say? What'll I tell her?
You might tell her the truth.
Why, Pinocchio.
Hello.
Pinocchio, why didn't you go to school?
School? Well,
go ahead. Tell her.
I was going to school till I met somebody.
Met somebody?
Yeah. 2 big monsters with big green eyes. My nose! My nose is growing bigger.
Monsters? Weren't you afraid?
No, ma'am. But they tied me up in a big sack. Oh, my nose! There's a tree growing on the end of my nose.
Your nose is boring a hole in the side of the wagon.
Oh, it hurts. Please. I'm awful sorry.
You see, Pinocchio, a lie keeps growing and growing until it is as plain as the nose on your face.
She's right, Pinocchio. You'd better come clean.
I'll never lie again. Honest, I won't.
Please, Your Honor. I mean, Miss Blue Fairy, give him another chance. For my sake, will you?
I'll forgive you just this once. But remember, a boy who won't be good might just as well be made of wood.
We'll be good, won't we?
Very well. But this is the last time I can help you.
Gee, look, Jiminy. My nose. It's shrunk all the way back to being little again.
Hey, we're free. Shh, Let's get out of here before something else happens. Come on, Pinocchio. Mr. Geppetto. Here he is, Mr. Geppetto. Pinocchio, he's home at last. Maybe he's asleep.
Father, it's me.
Pinocchio, come here. Look, he ain't here.
The bed hasn't been slept in. There's dust everywhere. He's gone.
Hey, there's a piece of paper, a note. Oh, it's a message.
What does it say?
Why, it says here he went looking for you and he was swallowed by a whale.
Swallowed by a whale?
A whale named Monstro. Hey, where are you going?
I'm going to find him.
But Pinocchio, are you crazy? Don't you realize he's in a whale?
I gotta go to him.
But this whale is Monstro. He swallows whole ships alive.
I don't care. Where's the ocean?
There's the ocean.
I'm going to find my dear father. Goodbye, Jiminy.
Goodbye. Hey, wait. I may be live bait down there, but I'm your conscience and I'm going with you.
I'm going to hold this rock so it will take me all the way down to the bottom of the sea.
Okay. I'll hold my nose. Let's go. Look out below! Gee, what a big place it is down here at the bottom of the sea.
Father!
Hey, you can't open your mouth down here. Want to drown? Come on, we've got to do it the hard way. Forward, men. Up, 2, 3, 4. Anybody here seen Monstro the whale? Up, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, what a way to end up in the belly of a whale. I never thought it would be like this. Wonder what has happened to my poor little Pinocchio. He was such a good little boy. And now the whale hasn't eaten anything for 2 days. And if he doesn't eat, I will starve.
Ahoy below! Move over! Here comes my dinner. Here comes the dinner of Monstro the whale. All ready? Let her go!
Tuna fish! Thousands of tuna fish! I'm saved!
That's what you think, old man. Those tuna fish are for my dinner. Stand aside.
No! No! I'll starve! I'll starve!
Open up! Open up! We want to get in!
Full sanction.
Moby Dick sent it.
Open up! My father's in there!
Open up, you big blubber!
Why, sure. Come on in, small fry. I'm sure gonna eat high on the hog tonight. Yeah, man.
Jiminy, we're falling!
You're telling me. Look out below! Forward! Out of the water into the H2O.
Father!
Pinocchio, my son! My son!
Hi, Pop. We're here.
At last, you have come home.
If this is home, throw me a towel.
Gee, Father, I'm so happy.
But you're soaking wet. You mustn't catch cold.
But I came to save you.
I have a raft, but it's no use. The whale only opens his mouth when he's eating, and then everything comes out and nothing goes in.
I know what to do. We must build a fire. Then we'll make smoke.
But, Pinocchio, what's the idea?
We're getting out of here, Father. We'll make smoke. Then we'll make the whale sneeze.
Wonderful! Hooray!
Pile it up. Pile it up. Cuddle the raft up. He'll sneeze any minute now.
Hold your hat, boys. Here we go.
Whoopee! We're out.
Hold on. We're going to hit.
Father! Father! Where are you?
Here I am, son. I'm done for. Go on, boy. Save yourself. Swim.
No. Hold on, Father. I'm coming. I'm coming.
I'm done for. Pinocchio. Save yourself. Save.
I've got you, Father. Relax. Relax. I'll get you. I'll get you into shore. Relax, Father. I'll save you.
Poor Pinocchio. He's drowned dead. Drowned dead.
He saved me. My little boy saved my life. And now
He died to save you, Father.
my brave little boy. My brave little boy.
Look, it's the blue fairy from the wishing star.
Prove yourself brave, truthful, and unselfish, and someday you will be a real boy. Awake, Pinocchio. Awake.
Father! Jiminy Cricket, what you crying for?
Because you're dead, Pinocchio.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Now lie down.
But, Father, I'm alive. I'm alive, see? And why, I'm real. I'm a real boy.
You are alive. And you are a real boy.
Whee! Whoopee!
A real boy.
Gee whiz. Whiz gee. I knew it all the time. 'Cause you see,
when you wish upon a star, makes no difference who you are. Anything your heart's desire will come to you. If your heart is in your dream, no request is too extreme. When you wish upon a star as dreamers do. Fate is kind. She brings to those who love the sweet fulfillment of their secret love. Like a bolt out of the blue, fate steps in and sees you through. When you wish upon a star, your dreams
gee whiz.
For pure suspense, few dramatic scenes compare with certain steps in the development of today's powerful new weapons against disease. For example, in the great Squibb laboratories, every lot of penicillin has to demonstrate its potency in many exacting tests, one of them on living bacteria. Tiny cylinders containing penicillin solution are placed in a culture medium in which the bacteria are already thriving. Seeping into the culture, the penicillin checks bacterial growth in a circle around each cylinder. In each case, the size of the circle gives an exact indication of the strength of the penicillin solution. It is by means of such scientific tests as this that the House of Squibb helps to safeguard your health, not only in the production of life-saving drugs like penicillin, but in the making of all Squibb health essentials. That is why the name Squibb on your doctor's prescription or on simple home necessities for your everyday use is your guarantee of quality. Make sure you get Squibb quality. Ask for Squibb, a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Joseph Cotton in Shadow of a Doubt. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses. Techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you the distinguished actor Joseph Cotton, starring in Shadow of a Doubt with June Vincent. Mr. Cotton will play the famous role he created on the screen for Shadow of a Doubt, the picture which, as Best Original Story of the Year, was nominated for the 1943 Academy Award.
This is the story of a weary traveler who had journeyed far, peered into the dark corners of life, and with the breath of phantoms on his neck, shook off pursuit for a few days and sought refuge in the only light-filled bit of the world he had saved to hide in, the placid home of his next of kin. Here, at least, he can relax, for here he is of the nobility, salt of the earth, the proverbial wealthy and mysterious Uncle Charlie.
It wasn't the biggest yacht in the world, but it had a nice little fireplace in the library, and the bar was paneled in bleached mahogany. You pressed the button, and... What am I talking about? All that's over. Let's talk about you, my beautiful niece and namesake, Charlie. That's the prettiest dress I ever saw.
Well, we like it, too.
I think so, too, Uncle Charlie.
Charles, don't you remember?
Remember? Remember what?
Well, Uncle Charlie, you sent it to me.
I did?
Don't you remember? Of course, I've grown. I had to sort of fix it.
Say, I've been forgetting something all this time. Here, I've been saving these under my chair. For you, Joe, a little present.
Oh, you didn't have to think of me, Charles. Presents are all right for the children.
Ooh,
look at this beautiful wristwatch. Say, fellas at the bank will think I'm quite a sport. Huh?
Oh, Charles. Charles, how beautiful.
Silver foxes for you, Emmy.
Oh, I've wanted one all my life. Oh, Charles, you are the kindest brother in the world.
Oh, nonsense, Emmy. I can afford it. I get more pleasure out of giving than receiving. And now, these, Emmy. These miniatures of our mother and father.
Charles, did you have these all along?
All along.
Oh.
All these years I've been away, safe in a deposit box, stored away safe, no matter where I was.
Grandpa and Grandma?
Yes.
1888, 58 years ago.
My, she was pretty, and he is sweet.
Everyone was pretty and sweet then, Charlie. The whole world. A wonderful world. Not like the world today. It was great to be young then.
But we're happy now, Uncle Charlie. Look at us. For once, we're all happy at the same time.
And now, for your little present, Charlie.
No, I don't want anything. Right now, I have enough. Before you came, I didn't think I had anything, but now I don't want another thing.
No, what could be the matter with her?
Oh, she's all right, just excited.
I'll go into the kitchen with her. She'll like this when she sees it.
Yes, I'll say.
Why did you follow me? I meant it. Please don't give me anything, Uncle Charlie.
Nothing?
I can't explain. You came here, and Mother's happy, and I'm glad she named me after you and that she thinks we're both alike. I think we are, too. I know it. It would spoil things if you gave me anything.
You're a strange girl, Charlie. Why would it spoil things?
Because we're not just an uncle and a niece. There's something else. I know you. I know that you don't tell people a lot of things. I don't either. I have a feeling that inside you somewhere there's something nobody knows.
Something nobody knows?
Something secret and wonderful and... Well, I'll find out.
Well, it's not good to find out too much, Charlie.
But we're kind of like twins, don't you see? We have to know.
Here, give me your hand. Here, no, the other finger. Now.
Thank you.
But you haven't even looked at the ring.
I don't have to look at it. No matter what you gave me, it'd be the same.
Here, now, let me show it to you. It's a good emerald. A really good one. And good emeralds are the most beautiful things in the world.
Well, you've had something engraved on it.
I haven't, but I will if you'd like me to.
But you have, Uncle Charlie. You have it. It's very faint. It's way down under the stone. T.S. from B.M. Well, that must be someone's initials.
The jeweler rooked me. The jeweler rooked me.
Oh, it doesn't matter, really. It doesn't.
He rooked me this second hand. He rooked me. The whole world is crooked. The whole rotten
But I like
world.
it this way. Someone else was probably happy with this ring.
Rotten.
It's not rotten. Not for you and I or... And Mother and the rest of it.
Here. Give it back to me. I'll have that taken off.
No, it's perfect the way it is. Now you bring the coffee and we'll surprise them with perfect service.
Well, Charles, you just sit here and relax.
Oh, thank you, Emmy. It's wonderful to be comfortable again.
There's the evening paper.
Yeah.
Make yourself comfy. Joe's gone to bed.
Didn't he read it?
No, he was too tired from all the excitement of you and the presents and everything.
Oh.
None of us have even had a chance to even peek at the news. Lordy, I'm tuckered up, too.
You go on to bed, Emmy. I just want to sit here and smoke and read and soak up the feeling of home.
Oh, it's wonderful seeing you here, relaxed, home with your own. Well, good night, Charles.
Good night, Emmy.
Uncle Charlie?
Hello.
What's the matter?
Nothing. I just saw something in the paper that interested me, so I tore it out.
Oh. Well, I brought you a pitcher of cold water. Mom said you wanted it.
Oh, thank you, Charlie. You're very thoughtful. Sweet dreams.
Uncle Charlie,
Oh.
I know something. I know a secret that you don't think I know.
What secret?
I know that there was something in that evening paper about you.
About me? In the evening paper?
About you. Please show it to me. I won't tell us so.
Oh, Charlie, you have me. But it wasn't about me. It was about some people I used to know.
Well, let me see. There, now I've got the clipping and I'll prove it. Oh,
Yeah, give me that. It's none of your business.
Uncle Charlie, you're hurting me. Your hand.
Oh, Charlie. I didn't mean to. I must have grabbed you harder than I thought. I was just fooling about it. It was just some gossip, not too pretty, about someone I met up with once. Nothing for you to read. You forget it.
I am sorry, Uncle Charlie. I was only trying to tease you.
I know. I know.
Good night, Uncle Charlie.
Good night. Good night. And pleasant dreams. Good morning, Emmy. I can't face the world without some hot coffee.
Well, I don't mind coddling you your first morning. While you've been sleeping, the whole town's talking about you.
About me?
About you. The telephone's never stopped. Everybody wants to meet my Faber's brother.
Where's young Charlie?
Oh, she's buzzing around the house as though she'd lost her mind. You see, you're not the only celebrity in town. The whole Newton family's going to be in the limelight.
What are you all up to?
Well, a young man came here this morning, said his name was Graham. He wants to interview everybody in the house.
Interview everybody?
Yes, it's a kind of poll. It's called the National Public Survey.
How did you happen to pick this family?
He wanted a typical American family.
When do I happen to come here?
That's what I asked him.
What'd he say?
Oh, he said they looked around all over and finally decided on us.
Well, if he's going to ask a lot of questions, he can leave me out of it.
Why, you have more to tell than any of us. He's going to take our pictures, too.
Pictures?
Yes. You see, there were really two young men. One takes the pictures.
Oh, there were two of them.
Yes. Very, very nice young men. One of them is really very handsome. Well, Charles, it certainly looks like the Newtons are going to be real famous.
Emmy, where's young Charlie?
Oh, she went off someplace, Charles. I think she's having a sandwich down the corner with one of the young men who was here today taking pictures. Mercy, they were particular. I bet I had to break 24 eggs in mixing that cake so they could get just the right picture.
Why did she go with that young man?
Well, to tell the truth, Charles, I think she's peeved at you.
Oh, really? Why?
Well, she said that when they were taking pictures of the upstairs today, one of them happened to take your picture as you came up the stairs, and you made him give you the film.
So I did. Invasion of privacy, my dear. I won't tolerate such goings-on. How do we know what those young men would do with those pictures?
Mercy me, Charles. I'm sure I don't know. But you're so much smarter than we are. If you say they can't take pictures, well, they just can't, that's all.
I don't like young Charlie talking to those men. There's something about them I don't quite like. I'll have to have a talk with her when she gets back. Tell her I want to see her, Emmy. I want to see her the minute she comes in.
I know now, Jack Graham, what you really are. You're a detective. There's something the matter, and you're a detective.
Charlie, listen.
I don't want to listen. You pretended to be making a survey. You fooled us all.
You've got to listen. You've got to trust me.
Why should I when you lied to me?
I had to. You've just got to believe. We came here to find a man. I hadn't counted on your mother and your family.
Find a man? What man?
There's a man loose in this country. We're after him. We don't know much about him. We don't even know what he looks like. Charlie, think. How much do you know about your uncle?
Well, he's my uncle. He's my mother's brother. What has he done?
I can't tell you what he's done. We're after one man. Your uncle may be that man. We've followed him. We think he is. But in the east, there's another man who's being hunted, too. Hunted through Massachusetts and into Maine. He may be the man.
Uncle Charles hasn't done anything. He knows it would kill my mother if he'd done anything. Oh, why don't you arrest that man in Maine? Why don't you go away and leave us alone?
Oh, Charlie, when we were eating tonight, talking about your folks and mine, what we'd done and how we felt, we were like two ordinary people, weren't we? You liked me, I know you did. And I liked you.
That doesn't matter now.
It does matter. But if it is your uncle, Charlie, I'm going to catch up with him. And you've got to keep your mouth shut. Because you're an honest girl, and you know you'll help me.
I wouldn't help you,
Please, Charlie. If your Uncle Charlie's the man we want, we'll get him out of town quietly. We won't arrest him here. You see, I like you, Charlie.
All right, I won't say anything, but I'm going to prove you're wrong. I'm going to prove it right now.
Charlie.
Hey, now, Charlie Newton. Hold on there, young lady. Wait for the light.
I'm sorry, officer. I'm trying to get to the library before 9 o'clock.
All right, now, mind your step and go ahead.
Really, Charlie, you know as well as I do that this library closes at 9.
I'm terribly sorry, Miss Cochran, but there's something in a newspaper I've got to see.
Well, since you're in, you're in. You have just 2 minutes.
Oh, please make it be here. Make it be as Uncle Charlie says about somebody else. Oh. Boston, February 8th. Search for the Merry Widow murderer continues. No photograph of the suspected man has ever been obtained. His victims have uniformly been widows of large means living in resort hotels, and this fact has led to his being called the Merry Widow murderer. His last victim was Mrs. Byron Mansfield, the former Thelma Scott. The ring. T.S. from B.M.
Time to go, Charlie. Now, please, I'm tired after a hard day on my feet.
All right. All right, then. Thank you. No. No. Not my Uncle Charlie. Not...
I've been waiting for you, Charlie. Waiting and waiting and waiting. Come, child.
No. No.
Come and take me by the hand. It's soft and dark. And the moon is set. And honest people turn down their lamps and make ready for the night.
A note of mystery is fine in a drama, but when it comes to choosing a dentifrice, well, then you want to know what to expect. That's why so many people choose Squibb dental cream. They know you can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. And there's no mystery why. 223 scientific tests behind every tube ensure those distinctive qualities that make Squibb dental cream such a pleasure to use. Testing guarantees its mint-frosted tingle, refreshing as the crisp, sparkling sunlight of an autumn day, invigorating as the tang of wood smoke in the air. Testing guarantees the brisk action of Squibb dental cream that leaves your whole mouth feeling so wonderfully clean. And testing guarantees that the polishing agent in Squibb dental cream, one of the safest, most effective known to dental science, will help to bring out all the natural sparkle of your smile. So, for your own protection, for greater refreshment, use Squibb dental cream, one of the great family of Squibb products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. In just a moment, you will hear part 2 of Shadow of a Doubt. But first, we wish to thank Universal International Pictures for making this story available. They are also the producers of Ernest Hemingway's The Killers. And now, the House of Squibb presents part 2 of Academy Award, starring Joseph Cotton in Shadow of a Doubt with June Vincent.
So you think you found me out, you and your young friend Graham?
I don't know. I'm not going to tell him what I know. He may find out, but I won't tell him.
He won't find out.
I'm only asking you one thing. Just go away and leave us alone.
No. Charlie, will you help me?
Help you?
Charlie, the same blood flows through our veins. A week ago, I was at the end of my rope. I'm so tired, Charlie. There's an end to the amount of running a man can do. And this is my last chance. Give it to me. There's another man in the East. They suspect him, too. If they catch him, give me this one last chance, Charlie.
Take your chance and go.
No, I'll go, Charlie. If you'll just give me a couple of days, help me, Charlie. I'm your uncle. Think of your mother. It would kill your mother.
Yes, it would kill my mother. It would kill you, too, wouldn't it, Uncle Charlie? Now go on, get away from here. You can have your few days.
You realize what it means if they get me. The electric chair. I count on you. Don't forget you said it yourself. We are not any ordinary uncle and niece. And no matter what I've done, we are twins. Go in now and sleep. Sleep and pleasant dreams, beautiful Charlie.
Charlie, let's go in the garage. I've got to talk to you.
Yes, Jack.
I don't know how it happened, but it did. They tracked down the other man. In trying to run away at the airport in Boston, he backed into the propeller of a plane that was warming up. Well, the heat's off your uncle.
Uncle Charlie's innocent?
Aren't you happy?
Of course I am.
Well, they've called us off the job. We're leaving.
I knew you'd have to go away, but I hadn't thought about it. I'll be alone again.
I'll be back, Charlie, as soon as I can make it. You're not frightened now, are you, Charlie?
No.
I love you.
Do you, Jack?
That's why I'm coming back.
I'll be here, waiting.
Well, what have you two been locking yourselves in the garage for? When I was young, we sat in the parlor.
Well, I was saying goodbye to Charlie.
In the garage?
In the garage. The door got stuck. Now I'll have to say goodbye to you.
Well, say goodbye to me on the lawn. No use taking chances on that garage door again. Finished here?
All finished, but I'll be back. You'll be seeing me around.
Oh?
Not on business.
Oh, I see. Well, Charlie's a fine girl. She's the thing I love most in the world. Have a good trip, Mr. Graham, and don't take any more pictures without permission. Rights of man, you know, freedom.
We'll have a talk about freedom someday, Mr. Oakley. I'll be running along now. I better say goodbye to your mother, Charlie. You coming, sir?
Oh, no. I'd better see if I can fix that garage door. Well, folks, before we go to the women's club this evening, I'm going to tell you what I intend to say. I've been doing a lot of thinking, and I've come to a lot of conclusions. There's another thing I'd like to do, and I'm going to ask you, Emmett, to help me. I'd like to do something for the town here. Something for the Children's Hospital.
Oh, Charles.
Something in memory of our father and mother. Something fine and good.
By George, that's wonderful of you, Charles.
No, Charles, I know how you feel about children who've been hurt because you were so terribly hurt yourself once. It's a miracle you're all right now. You might have been crippled for life. I know how you feel about children.
Well, sir, this is the finest thing I ever heard of. Wait till they hear about this tonight.
We'd better be going.
Mercy, where are we all going to sit?
Mother, Uncle Charles can sit in the back with Papa, and Roger and Ann will fit in perfectly well beside them.
Oh, nonsense. I'm getting a cab. You all go in the cab, and Charlie and I will go in the other car alone.
No, you go in the taxi, Uncle Charles.
No, I know what I'm doing now. There's the cab waiting. You go get the car in the garage, Charlie. I'll wait for you.
Mother, please ride with me. Papa can take the children, please.
Well, get the car. We'll figure it out when we get out in the street.
All right.
Well, I guess we might as well sit down and wait till Charlie drives around. The more I see that girl, the more I seem to love her.
I wonder what's keeping Charlie.
Yeah, she's been gone 15 minutes.
What in the world could have happened?
What is it?
You better all come quick. I heard someone screaming and pounding on your garage door. There's fumes coming out. I think it's Charlie.
Keep back, everybody. Keep back, Joe. Here, I'll put her on the grass. Now get that flask of whiskey out of my room, Joe. Run. Charlie, dear, Charlie.
I can barely speak.
Charlie, speak to me.
Get away, Uncle Charlie. get away.
She wants you, Emmy.
I'm here, my darling. Mother is here.
I'm all right. Just let me out.
Here. There you are, Charlie. You've had a wonderful escape, dear. Someone must have left the engine running, or did you start the car yourself?
The ignition key was gone, and the engine was running. And the garage doors were jammed.
Well, that sounds impossible, but it must be the carbon monoxide fumes clouding her brain.
I'll be all right. I just want to be alone. You all go ahead to the meeting.
I should say
I
not.
want you to. I'll stay in the porch, and then I'll get the things ready for the party when you get back.
I don't feel much like making a speech when I think what might have happened to you
Lucky
if...
thing I have good ears. My goodness, she might have died.
Yes, she might have died.
Go ahead. I'll be all right. I insist on it now. Go on. Go right now.
Well, guess we'd better humor the patient. Come on, folks. The taxi is waiting, and I'm sure dear Charlie will be good as new when we get back.
All right, let's go.
Hello? Hello, long distance? I want to speak to Mr. Jack Graham, Hotel California in Fresno. Oh, hurry, operator, please. It's urgent, so urgent.
Just a minute, folks. I'd like to propose a toast to our distinguished visitor, who made the finest speech tonight ever heard in these parts. To Uncle Charlie.
Thank you. Now, I give you a toast to this beautiful village and its beautiful people. This haven, this place I would rather call home than any place in the world. The place I intend to...
Charlie, my child, you're white as a ghost.
I'm all right, Mother. I'm sorry, Uncle Charlie. You were saying that you'd rather live here than any other place in the world. And yet you must leave. You must leave tomorrow. Forever.
Why, Charlie, you let the cat out of the bag. I was saving the bad news until last. I didn't want to spoil your fun, Emmy, dear, but I got a letter today. Have to leave on the early morning train for San Francisco.
Oh, no, Charles,
but,
no.
I'm going to miss you, Emmy. I'm going to miss you all.
Bye, Charlie. Bye, have a nice trip, Charlie.
Emmy,
The train is going to start, and I'll have to get off, Uncle Charlie. But I wanted to tell you. Jack Graham is on this train, waiting for it to reach the next town, and then he's arrested.
My dear girl.
Wait. You know what I know about you, don't you, Uncle Charlie? You're a murderer, Uncle Charlie, and you tried to murder me.
Wait, Charlie.
Let go
now,
of
wait.
me. Let go of me.
You did a fine thing for your mother. You were right not to let her know. After all, she's not very strong.
This train is really going. I don't think I can...
Yes, it's really going. And now I'll open this vestibule door. Wait. Just a little faster.
You're mad. You're a madman.
Just a little faster. A little faster. I want to be sure this time, my dear.
Let me go. Let me go.
Sure. Now, there's another train coming the other way. If you are still alive, you hit the tracks. Well, so long, Charlie. My twin.
No, you can't. Don't.
Charlie, hold on. We're heading into a curve.
Uncle Charlie, hold on.
Jack,
Yes, darling.
he tried to push me.
Yes.
And then you called him. And he fell under that other train. Jack. My Uncle Charlie is gone.
Sometimes it may be difficult to tell whether or not a man is what he seems to be. But there is no mistaking the finer character of all who put unselfish service to others above their own personal interests. There is the young woman, perhaps a member of your own family, who steps forward to help fill today's most urgent need for student nurses. There's the young doctor who takes no leave between his war duties and his return to civilian practice. Each is serving in a cause that cannot be denied, the cause of human health. The House of Squibb has been serving in that cause for almost a century, carrying on an endless quest for perfection in the development, production, and testing of life-saving drugs and everyday health essentials. Exhaustive research behind every Squibb product assures its uniformity, purity, and efficacy. That's why the name Squibb appears on so many prescriptions your doctor writes. Why it pays to insist on Squibb quality when you're buying health essentials for your use at home. Always ask for Squibb, a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Irene Dunn in The White Cliffs of Dover. Today's performance of Shadow of a Doubt was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Joseph Cotton is soon to be seen in the David O. Selznick Technicolor production, Duel in the Sun. June Vincent may currently be seen in the Universal International production, Black Angel. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House at Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you the distinguished actress Irene Dunn, who has 4 times been nominated for the Academy Award as Best Actress of the Year. You will hear her tonight starring in The White Cliffs of Dover with Sir Aubrey Smith. Both Miss Dunn and Sir Aubrey Smith will play the roles they created on the screen in this dramatic picture, which, for Best Photography of the Year, was nominated for the 1944 Academy Award.
I have loved England dearly and deeply since that first morning, shining and pure, the white cliffs of Dover I saw rising steeply out of the sea that once made her secure. I have loved England, and still as a stranger, here is my home, and I still am alone. Now in her hour of trial and danger, only the English are really her own.
Susan, I'm so glad you're on duty. I wanted to talk to you.
Please do, Colonel Orange.
Have you heard from your son?
He phoned to say his leave was canceled. I've heard nothing since. It's 5 days now. I'm terribly worried.
Naturally. We've not heard from our boys either. Well, I suppose you were told to stand by for emergency?
Yes.
This is confidential, Susan. I've been notified by the General's aide to prepare for casualties within the next 24 hours. He anticipates a possible 5,000.
So many. I suppose I mustn't ask questions.
Your guess is as good as mine. Obviously a big show, and we have such a little hospital here.
Invasion?
Hardly. Raid on the French coast, possibly. On a big scale by the sound of it.
Is that...
Yes, I think so. They usually start at dawn.
Cigarette?
No, thanks. I don't seem to want it. Guess I'm hit all right.
No pain?
No. Maybe it's like this before you. Funny to think of coming all the way from Iowa to die in a place like this. What do they call it?
Dieppe.
Yeah, Dieppe. You're English, aren't you?
More or less. My mother was American.
You're wounded, too. Bad?
I think so.
Well, we're out of it.
Yes. But I say, better start rolling away. A Nazi dive bomber.
I have loved England dearly and deeply since that first morning, shining and pure, the white cliffs of Dover I saw rising steeply out of the sea that once made her secure. I had no thought then of husband or lover. I was a traveler, the guest of a week.
Please tell me, young lady, you came 3,000 miles to spend 2 weeks in the bedroom of a Bloomsbury boarding house?
Don't rub it in, Colonel Morris.
But, my dear child, you must stay over. See something of England. Why, this is April 1914.
Well, I've seen a great deal of London. The British Museum, the National Portrait Gallery,
and... Great heavens! British Museum, eh? Saw the mummies, what? Been to any shows? Any dances?
No, I'm afraid my father...
Speaking of dancing, I'm afraid I can't play cards tonight. It's the night of Millicent Waverley's ball. Thought I might go this time. Where the King and Queen are going.
Have you received your invitation, Colonel?
No, by Jove, I haven't, no. I was giving Millicent a ring. Care to come to this shindig with me tonight?
You mean...
I don't know if that sort of thing interests you, but everybody will be there, from the king down.
Why, Colonel, this is nice. You've been neglecting me.
I haven't been in tail since your last, Millicent. This is Miss Susan Dunn of the United States, Duchess of Waverley.
My dear, I'm so glad you could come.
Oh, thank you.
Nothing less would have brought this old bear out. See that he gets you some acceptable partners.
I haven't enjoyed myself so much for years.
Oh, you dance lightly as a feather, Colonel.
You're very kind. Now, for dancing with me, you're going to have your reward. I'm going to find a delightful young man for you to dance with. Back in a moment with a captive. Don't run off. John Ashwood! Oh, well met. The very man I'm looking for.
Glad to see you, sir. Oh, it's been ages.
I brought a girl. Oh, charming girl. Promised her a topping partner. Now, you'll fill the bill.
Well, fact is, sir, I have a sort of appointment. Bertie's cousin from Australia. Girl I've never seen. He can't get here till later. I promised I'd take care of her.
Well, how are you going to find her if you've never seen her?
I'm to wait in the Adam room. It's early yet, but I want to be the first on the scene.
In the Adam room, eh? You know where the Adam room is? See there, my boy. That double door behind the palm. That's what you're looking for.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'm sorry I can't oblige, but duty must be done, eh?
Oh, of course. Well, good hunting.
Oh. Hello. You must be Bertie's cousin, Nancy. I'm John Ashwood. I hope I haven't kept you waiting.
Well, no, not at all.
I came early. I thought I'd be the first. It's awful to be hanging around when you don't know anyone.
Yes, isn't it? Oh, I suppose the Colonel sent you.
No, Bertie sent me. He told me to tell you that he'd be late. He's detained at the Foreign Office. The weekly crisis, I suppose. He said you were not to wait supper for him, but to try and behave as if I were he. Do you think you can?
Well, yes, I'm sure, quite easily, but I'm afraid...
I hear this is your first visit to England.
Yes, it is.
And you're not staying very long.
No, indeed. No time at all. In fact...
Oh, that's too bad. We must make the most of it, mustn't we? May I have the pleasure of this dance?
Why, yes, I should love to.
This is my favorite waltz.
Mine, too.
Splendid.
Why did they stop?
The King and Queen.
The King and Queen. Oh, what shall I do?
Just curtsy.
But
Here they come.
Did I do all right?
Wonderful.
Oh, you must think I'm dreadfully awkward, but we don't do that sort of thing at home.
You haven't been presented at court?
Good gracious, no. I'm just a small town girl.
But, Bertie said you were Australian.
Oh, yes, of course. And all the excitement I'd forgotten. I'm not Nancy. I'm not Bertie's Australian cousin. I'm an imposter.
Good heavens, I say. Are you really? Well, who are you?
Nobody in particular. I come from a dull little town called Tulliver, in the smallest state in the USA.
Well, why didn't you tell me?
But you didn't give me much time. Besides, I sort of wanted to dance with you.
Oh, did you? Oh, good. I say, that's splendid. Are you living in London?
No, we're going home tomorrow.
But I've just met you. You can't go back tomorrow. I can't allow it. You don't want to. Do you?
No, I don't, but my father does. You see, it's rained every day, and he's a bit prejudiced about England anyway.
Now, look here. I'd like to talk to your father, get him to let you stay. You simply can't go away now. Good morning, Miss Dunn.
Oh, dear.
Good morning, sir. I know this is not an opportune moment, and I hope you'll forgive me.
Father, this is Sir John Ashwood. He brought me home last night.
Glad to meet you. Sorry we haven't more time. Fact is, we're a bit rushed. Our train leaves at 10.
Mr. Dunn, my mother lives in Devon, and at any moment she may call you on the telephone.
Yes.
My mother would be delighted if you and Miss Dunn could spend a week or two with us, see some typical English country life.
Hold on. There is out of the question. Good heavens, man, we're practically on the train, and we don't know your mother. She doesn't know us.
I've come for the trunk, Governor.
Right there. Now, I'm sorry, mister, but I run a newspaper, and I've got to get back to it.
Mr. Dunn, a telephone call, sir. Lady Jean Ashford.
Tell her I've gone. Tell her... Susan, why do you stand there like a wooden Indian? Say something. Tell this obstinate young man that you can't go. Tell him you don't want to stay.
But I do, Father.
What?
I want to very much.
You see, sir...
Keep out of this.
Your cab, sir.
I'm holding the line, Mr. Dunn.
And let me stay a week or so, Father. You go back alone.
Well, of all the unfeeling...
Just a few weeks, sir.
I'll catch the next boat.
We'll take care of her, sir.
The cab, sir.
The phone, Mr. Dunn.
Holy mackerel. Hello, Dunn speaking. Hiram P. Dunn.
And this about winds up our tour of the old place, Sue. Except for the portraits. I'm not going to bother you with the others, but this gorgeous officer is the present baronet and your humble servant.
Oh, it's so beautiful, all of it. Like a dream.
Me too.
You too.
I'd like to show you everything in this world. We'd begin with England. We'll drive down the Roman roads where Caesar's legions marched and follow Chaucer's steps to Canterbury. I'll show you the Isle of Avalon, where King Arthur died and the Holy Grail is buried. Places with lovely names. St. Just of Roseland, where Henry VIII honeymooned with Anne Boleyn, and Tintagel, where Iseult waited for a white sail. Jolly places. There's a moat at Wells where the swans swim and ring a bell for dinner when they're hungry. I say, you're crying.
I'm not. At least, I don't want to.
You see that space on the wall near my portrait? That's where my wife's portrait will hang.
You must have often wondered what she'd be like.
I have. Until a few days ago. Then I began to hope that she'd be tall and fair, with a mind of her own, and that when my great-grandson showed visitors her portrait, he'd say, "My great-grandmother. Lovely, isn't she?" She was an American.
Oh, John.
Oh, well, you must have known I've been out of my mind since I peeped behind that potted palm and saw you in the Adam room. I meant to wait to give you more time, but it's out now.
And you're wondering what I'll say.
Yes. What will you say?
I think, John, if your great-grandson is to show his friends that portrait, it'd best be about finding a good artist. And the stars brighten, and their eyes are clear to see God's image in their common clay. Is it the music of the spheres they hear in this sweet prelude to that noble play, the drama of joined lives? Ah, they forget. They cannot write their parts. The bell has rung, the curtain rises, and the stage is set for tragedy. They were in love and young.
My darling, the car's waiting. You'd better slip away and change.
I will, but I'll dread each wasted moment away from you.
Oh, it was the most wonderful wedding in the world. I shall never, never, never marry anyone but you.
Oh,
I swear it.
I say a toast. Yeah. I think it's high time we drank to the union of the old world and the new, to our dear young friend and the charming lady who said with Ruth of old, "Thy people shall be my people." Ladies and gentlemen, to the health and happiness of Sir John and Lady Ashwood.
Just a moment, John. Forgive me, I'm late. Forgive me for bringing bad news. John, this came for you. Telegram from the War Office.
John, what is it?
What is it, Colonel? A joke?
No joke, sir. England's at war.
A favorite time of the year for many of us is Indian summer. The September and October days when trees are flaming red and gold, when there's a rich fragrance of harvest in the air, when nights are so crisply cool the crackle of an open fire is music to our ears. Autumn is more than a season. It's an exhilarating, refreshing experience. And in its own way, Squibb Dental Cream is like that. Not just another dentifrice, but a genuine delight to use. Refreshingly different. You'll like its pungent, fresh mint zest, its brisk, exhilarating action. And you'll appreciate how effectively the safe, soft, polishing agent in Squibb Dental Cream brings out the natural sparkle of your smile. All of these distinctive advantages of Squibb Dental Cream are assured by 223 scientific tests behind every tube. So brush your teeth with the modern dentifrice, the refreshing dentifrice. Ask for Squibb Dental Cream, one of the great family of Squibb products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. In a moment, we will continue with part 2 of The White Cliffs of Dover. But first, we would like to call your attention to another Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, the Technicolor musical Holiday in Mexico, starring Walter Pidgeon, Jose Iturbe, Jane Powell, Ilona Maxey, and Xavier Cugat. Holiday in Mexico may currently be seen at your local theater. And now the House of Squibb presents part 2 of Academy Award, starring Irene Dunn in The White Cliffs of Dover with Sir Aubrey Smith.
He got leave after months in the filthy trenches. My love sent for me, and I crossed the channel to meet him in the little French hotel at Dieppe. We heard the sea murmur. We saw the full moon wane. knowing that our happiness might never come again. I, not forgetting till death do us part, was outrageously happy with death in my heart.
My love, to be here, I just don't have the words.
We don't need words, John. Look, the moon.
One would think there was no war going on. Well, we can't spend what's left of my leave on the view. I'm hungry. And there's the champagne.
Of course, dear.
It's grand that you and Mother hit it off so well. Does she bully you?
She does. To hear her, you'd think I was doing it just to be contrary, because I'm an American.
Doing what?
Well, I should say not doing it.
Not doing what?
Well, John.
Sue, you're blushing.
Come to that, you look pretty pink yourself.
I say, this wouldn't have anything to do with young Percy, would it?
John, Percy.
The eldest son's always called Percy, dear.
Not my eldest.
Our eldest.
But I don't like the name Percy.
Well, I don't like it very much myself. But the eldest son's always called Percy.
Why?
Tradition.
My boy will be called after the man I love, his father, and his name will be John.
I am sorry, monsieur, but you asked me to call if the message came. It has come.
No.
Oh, no, my darling.
No, I won't let you go back. I won't let you go back and be murdered. You can't. Don't you see? Not now.
Oh, my darling, darling. I don't want to leave paradise, but I have no choice. Come on, one more glass. One for the road back to hell.
Susan, my dear, at last you've come to London for the great event, eh? Where's that boy of yours?
Here he is, John Ashwood, Esquire.
So this is John's boy.
And mine too, Colonel.
Fine lad. He looks like John. If it hadn't been for me, you know, I have a bit of a share in this young fellow.
Of course, dear friend. You brought us together that wonderful night at the ball.
Ah, here they come.
Let me lift Johnny up. Look, my child. Look, young man. Those are your mother's people. See how well they march. Your mother's people and yours, too. Because you're half a Yankee, you little Englishman, and I'm never going to let you forget it. Wave your hand, Johnny. Wave your hand.
I say, I can't hear you. Hello? Hello? Ashford? Is that the manor house? Who is this? Oh, I can't hear. Infernal racket here. I say, have you heard the news? Oh, pity. Thought I'd be the first to tell you it. Wonderful, it's over, eh? Yes, armistice. You should hear it here in London. The town's gone mad. Let me speak to her. Lady Ashwood, I mean. Huh? I don't hear you. Speak up. What? Oh, no. Oh, my God. Oh. Great heavens. No. What can I say? What can I say? John dead?
I do not remember the words that they said. Killed, Douay, November. I knew John was dead. All done and over that day long ago. The white cliffs of Dover, little did I know.
Ah, look at the fat legs of him. I declare I never saw one grow so fast. Not yet a year old.
Yes, he's fine and strong, my baby. He'll grow up tall and straight, and he'll go into the army. The eldest sons always go into the army. It's a family tradition. A tradition to die young in a country not your own. A tradition to die young for honor and glory. But my baby will live out his life. I'll teach him to run and hide when the drums start playing. I'll keep him safe. I don't know how, but I'll keep him safe. Do you understand? And then again, to see in anguish and in doubt the lights of Europe falter and go out. And once again, the feet of marching men drum in the darkness. Once again, our days were busy with 1,000 cares. Our nights were dark and quiet with our prayers.
Here, the wounded. It was Dieppe, Susan, and bad. Only a handful have come back.
Not my boy.
Yes, Susan. He was there.
Where is he?
In there on the cot.
My John at Dieppe? No.
Susan.
How bad is he?
Bad.
How long?
A few hours.
Hello, Mother.
John.
I have a letter an American boy gave me before we got it over there at Dieppe. Mail it, will you?
It's not readable, I'm afraid.
Oh, yes, bloody, you mean. Will you write her another?
Yes, dear.
Good. You know, it's funny to think I never saw your home. I wish I had. And then I'd know how close we were. The chap, that American...
Yes.
He said he'd really start to fight the day the war ended. For a good peace. A peace that would stick. That nobody could kick around. You see, he didn't know he was going to die. He didn't know.
Yes, dear. He didn't know. And I'll write a letter to his mother.
Tell her he did very well.
I'll tell her.
Hey, you've got to go now. There's work for you to do. I'll be all right. Good night, Mother. And thanks.
Good night, my darling boy. And God bless you. And God keep you. Amen. I have loved England dearly, and dearly too, husband and son. Now at the end, I know they would have me do what must still be done. I was American born and American bred from a hickory shore. We shall not turn away from the dead as we did before. We shall not turn away till the air is bright and the day is set. They had a dream like glory and morning light, and we have it yet.
There is much that each of us can do to help shape the kind of world in which we shall now live. It is the serious personal duty of every American, for example, to keep abreast of all proposals for the direction and control of atomic energy. It is the duty of the scientist to turn all advances made in time of war to the enrichment of men's lives in time of peace. Scientists at the House of Squibb are devoting themselves night and day to learning more about the miraculous new drugs discovered during the war. The House of Squibb shouldered enormous responsibilities in the development of these drugs, and now Squibb is contributing to their further refinement, wider distribution, and ever-increasing application. For as long as there is pain and suffering in the world, Squibb will be dedicated not only to the search for new drugs, but to the perfection of medical aids already known, whether they be professional products for your doctor or simple home health essentials for your daily use. Remember that whenever you're buying for your own medicine cabinet, to be sure you get Squibb quality, always ask for Squibb, a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award Guest in the House with Anita Louise, Joan Loring, and Kirk Douglas. Today's performance of The White Cliffs of Dover was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Irene Dunn can currently be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, Anna and the King of Siam. Sir Aubrey Smith is soon to be seen in the Cecil B. DeMille Paramount production, Unconquered. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you Guest in the House, the thrilling drama which was nominated for a 1945 Academy Award. In our cast tonight, you will hear three of Hollywood's most brilliant young stars, Anita Louise, Kirk Douglas, and Joan Loring, who, as Best Supporting Actress of the Year, was also nominated for the 1945 Academy Award.
This is the story of a diseased personality, a neurotic girl whose physician fell in love with her and made the mistake of bringing her into the sanctuary of his New England family. Her name was Evelyn Heath. Before Dan brought her to the old house, there was innocence, love, and gaiety there. There was Aunt Martha, who more than worshipped Dan Proctor.
We've looked forward to your coming, my dear, for a long time.
Thank you, Aunt Martha. And you must be Anne. I hope we're going to be very good friends.
I hope more family.
Oh, that's the wonderful part of it. I never really had one. And you can't be Douglas.
Yes, I'm Douglas, black sheep of the family. I'm the painter, that is, commercial artist. I illustrate some of those lurid tales you read in magazines. Oh, this is Miriam Blake, my beautiful model.
Yes, Miss Heath. Please call me Evelyn, Miriam.
Evelyn?
This is Lee, dear. Douglas and Ann's daughter.
Oh, you're beautiful. You're so white.
No, dear, don't touch me. I've been on that dirty train. Anne, could I go upstairs?
Oh, of course. You must be very tired.
The guests had arrived, so young, but so pale and sick. The family as one wanted to help her. But later in her room, there was a certain scene between her and Dan Proctor.
Dan, give me my diary. Give it back to me.
Evelyn, I took it because it shouldn't be around. It should be destroyed.
Give it to me. It's mine, and you have no right.
But we came here to forget about all that. You're going to get well, Evelyn.
You see what you're doing to me, Dan? Do you see?
Oh, don't. Have your diary if you want. Anything you want. Just don't look at me like that. Come on now, darling. Try to get up. They'll be waiting. Get ready.
I won't be able to now. I'm too sick.
Oh, darling, you'll only make yourself worse. Please try and eat something.
All right, Dan. If you like. I'll have something on a tray.
On a... Yes, dear. I'll have it sent up to you right away.
Yes, the family had been gay and innocent and happy. But now there was a guest in the house, Dan Proctor's girl. And suddenly, who could tell why, the laughter was still. And then in the night, without warning...
It's Evelyn. Come on, Ann. Something's happened.
What is it? What on earth is it?
Get some water, Miriam.
Oh, Daddy, I didn't mean to frighten her. I wanted to give her a present.
Get it out. Get it out, make her take it away.
Evelyn, what is it?
A bird. I hate birds. I'm afraid of birds. Make her take it away. Please make her take it away.
Lee, take Skipper away. Put him outside somewhere.
Come on, Lee. We'll put Skipper in the hothouse.
I'll go with her, Anne.
What's wrong with Evelyn, Aunt Martha? Is she sick? Is she going to die?
Get Dan, sweetheart. He'll know what to do.
Yes, I will.
You better go back to your room, Miriam. I'll quiet her down.
You still haven't told me why she yelled.
Because, dear, birds frighten her. It's what they call a phobia.
Can you catch it like chicken pox?
No, darling. A phobia is an exaggerated fear. She's afraid of birds.
Don't, Douglas, don't!
I'm just opening the window to get a little air in
I don't
here.
want you to. Don't you see those leaves? In the moonlight, they look like birds trying to get in. I was lying here thinking about it. That's what scared me so when the child came in.
Now, look, Evelyn, that's first-class moonlight. Don't think bad things about it.
Well, thanks, Douglas. I'll take over. It's all right. You'll be yourself again in a minute.
I'm so sorry, everybody.
Now, you just drink this.
Dan, tell them that I don't do this very often. I'm so ashamed.
Don't you even think about it, Evelyn.
Oh, Ann, you know you've got a hat you'll have to get rid of.
Oh, I don't mind them on hats. It's just the wings fluttering. They're horrible. I can't stand it.
Doug, I think we'd better leave her to her doctor.
Oh, of course. Good night now.
Good night, Evelyn.
Good night. Bless you.
Well, good morning. Look who's here, Miriam. It's Evelyn.
I wanted to see your studio. And you at work, Douglas.
Where's Dan?
He had to go away, Douglas, to the city. The hospital called.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, sit right down there and... Say, I got an idea.
What are you doing?
Just sketching you. I'll show you how you're going to look after a couple of weeks here. You couldn't manage a smile, could you? Oh, all right. But it'll be there. And after a while, maybe even a dimple. No more shadows under those eyes. Then pure body lines to match that beautiful face. Now, there.
Oh, Douglas. I'm beautiful. You've made me beautiful.
Sure, I remodeled everything. Look what I've done to Miriam. This is a sketch of St. Cecilia I'm doing for the church down in the village. You see, once in a while I turn real artist and try to do something good. Well, I got to get on with some other work. You can rest now, Miriam. Oh, show Ellen around the dump, will you?
Sure. Well, Evelyn, you can see for yourself. There, his art with a capital A, period.
Over there's some work from a book he did. And, I don't know what that junk is.
Is it very difficult to pose?
Well, at $3 an hour, it's not too difficult.
This girl is nude. Have you ever had to pose like this?
Sure. That's me. $5 an hour, and not bad either.
I think I'd rather die than do that.
You're kidding.
Will you tell Douglas I'll be back some other time?
Hey, where you going?
I'm tired, Douglas. I think I'll go to my room.
Ah, you're overdoing it. Your first day up.
That's it, I guess.
Well, let's go, Miriam. Feel like posing some more? Now, what's the matter with you?
You should have seen her face when I told her that drawing was of me.
Don't be too hard on her.
Okay, only Dan better be careful. He's apt to find himself married to something in armor.
Let Dan worry about that, and you... Now, what else is bothering you?
That girl hates me, Doug. And I don't get it.
I just realized how Dan feels when he's jealous. There in front of my Douglas, that vulgar woman, unashamed. I must get rid of her. I must, but how can I? How can I make her go away? How can I do that? How can I do that?
Evelyn?
Lee.
Oh, you're more pretty than ever.
Come in, dear.
Daddy designed that gown for you, didn't he?
Yes, child.
When I get big, Daddy's going to draw things for me. He drew me a ballet costume already.
Lee, you love your father, don't you?
Oh, yes.
Look at me. You love to feel his arms around you. You wouldn't want someone bad to take him away from you.
No, no.
Are you big enough to understand something if I tell you?
Yes.
And keep a secret?
Yes.
Come here. Closer.
Well, why didn't you call me? Well, I've been waiting for that turpentine for 2 days. No, I'll drive right over. Can you imagine that?
Doug, I want to talk to you. Something's going on around this house lately.
Nothing's going on. No lunch, no work, no nothing.
Have I hurt somebody's feelings? Haven't you noticed how the servants have been treating me? And your daughter avoiding me? She won't even talk to me, but runs away. And now Anne.
What about Anne?
Well, I don't know, Doug. She's got a funny look in her eyes.
Oh, you're bats.
Well, maybe, but it all seemed to happen so suddenly.
Say, you know what you and I need is a ride over to town and a few drinks. We're not getting the work out anyway. We're stale. Come on, we'll have lunch at the inn. Get your mother, Hubbard, and I'll tell Ann to wait dinner.
It's so quiet, isn't it, Aunt Martha?
After a while, you get so you wouldn't live in any other place in the world.
And yet, you always feel the sea out there. Rough and cruel and mean.
In the winter, it is.
Oh, I wouldn't mind it that way. I'd like to hear it pounding. I like things to be like that. Things and people can't always be the same.
Yeah, that's right. Anne, what has happened to them?
I don't know. They were to be back for dinner. Hilda says everything is ruined. It's after 8:30.
Maybe they had a flat tire.
What's the use of pretending? I can't stand this anymore.
Well, what's come over you, Anne? These past few days, you've changed.
I don't know. I just don't know.
Oh, I'm sure that Douglas and Miriam will come home soon. You certainly can trust Douglas, Anne.
Of course. What are you trying to say, Evelyn?
Oh, there they are now.
Hi, Ann. We got stuck in town, so we got high while waiting for a tire to be fixed. Boy, did we get high.
Yes, sirree. We sure got relaxed. And your husband drinks too much.
Douglas. Douglas, I want to speak to you privately.
Sure. Make an appointment with my secretary.
Douglas, will you speak to me in here?
Okay. Now, what are you looking so tragic for? I've been a little high before.
Douglas, I phoned you at the inn and you weren't there. You'd been there, though. Everyone seemed to know it.
Well, that's why we left. Took a drive to sober up.
You did a fine job of it.
Say, this isn't like you, Anne. What's the matter with you?
Douglas, I've tried to warn you, but you don't seem to care what people think.
About what? What are you talking about?
Oh, Douglas, let it go till morning.
Well, let what go till morning?
Look, Douglas, I don't really care what people think. It's what I think, and I can't help it. I've tried not to, but I just can't live lies. Is there... Douglas, is there anything between you and Miriam?
You shouldn't have asked that, Anne.
I am asking it.
I wish you hadn't.
Let's leave for just a moment the tense, charged atmosphere of the Proctor home. Let's climb in fancy to the peak of a snow-capped mountain where the air is clear as crystal, sharp with the clean, spicy fragrance of evergreens, where the wind on your cheeks invigorates like the sting of an icy shower. How quickly it refreshes, like the sudden, pleasant tingle you feel when you brush your teeth with Squibb Dental Cream. For Squibb Dental Cream is refreshingly different from any dentifrice you have ever used before. Its cool, minty tang, its brisk, refreshing action brings a sense of exhilaration that wakes up your whole mouth, leaves it feeling gloriously alive. And you'll soon come to notice a refreshing difference in your smile, too. For the polishing agent in Squibb Dental Cream is just as effective as it is safe, one of the finest known to dental science. So, for a brighter smile and a happier mouth, brush your teeth with Squibb Dental Cream, one of the great family of Squibb products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Before we continue with part 2 of Guest in the House, we want to thank Hunt Stromberg for making this story available. He is also the producer of The Strange Woman, starring Hedy Lamarr. And now the House of Squibb presents part 2 of Academy Award with Joan Loring, Kirk Douglas, and Anita Louise in Guest in the House.
Douglas, it's me.
Oh, hello, Evelyn. Something you want? Why didn't you ring?
I didn't want anything. I thought I heard voices, and then I heard a car leave. Is anything wrong?
No, Miriam had to go away, that's all. Well, things haven't been right here for quite a while. Look, Evelyn, it's nice of you to pretend you don't know, but, well, you must have heard.
Yes, I know, Douglas. I tried to stop Anne.
She didn't talk to you about it.
Well, not exactly talk, but I've seen her watching you. It worried me because of Lee.
Lee?
You know how impressionable children are. I've tried to keep her from finding out. Anne's been so good to me.
I don't know what's gotten into her.
Oh, now I've only upset you more.
No, I'm just sorry you have to go through this. I hope it won't sour you on married life.
Never, Douglas. If ever I'm jealous of Dan, I'll never show it.
I'm sure you wouldn't.
I can't even afford to be jealous with my heart.
Oh, yes, it must be hard to keep so calm, so peaceful.
I have to be. You learn about peace, you know. Lying awake nights alone, knowing that at any moment it may come. Douglas, what are you going to do about another model?
Oh, I'll think about it tomorrow.
Suppose she's like this with your next one.
Well, she better not, or there won't be a next one.
You see, Douglas, you're bitter. And you mustn't be. She'll get over it if you give her a chance.
I guess you're right.
And if I could help you out until you get another model, I'd...
You? Modeling? But, say, why not? Say, I know now why that face of yours has haunted me. Of course. Say, look, Evelyn, starting tomorrow, I'm going to be painting on a wall. The church wall in the village. And you're going to be my Saint Cecilia.
What is it, Aunt Martha? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Anne, I have. I've been down to the church, standing in the dark, watching Douglas.
You saw the mural?
Anne, get a grip on yourself. This is going to be hard for you. Every time he paints her face on that wall, he paints the devil.
Aunt Martha.
Hear me out, Anne. I know you're fond of her. All of us are. Or were. And not the least, there's my boy, Dan. But think, Anne. Think back. When did things start to go wrong around here?
About 2 weeks ago?
How long has Evelyn been here?
2 weeks.
Exactly. Our troubles didn't start with Miriam. They started when we took in that terrible little neurotic.
Evelyn, I want to talk to you. Aunt Martha has invited you to stay with her for a while.
You're trying to get rid of me. You want to get me away from Douglas. You're jealous.
Jealous? Of you?
Yes, because he prefers me to you. You've lost him, Anne.
Why, you nasty little fool. You're in love with Douglas.
He doesn't love you. How could he?
Stop talking like that. You're going to get out of this house tonight.
What's going on here?
Oh, Douglas, don't let her. She's trying to get rid of me.
Anne, what have you done to her?
Douglas, leave this to me. I know what I'm doing.
What have you done to her?
She's in love with you, Douglas.
I told her I loved you. Of course I love you. Why shouldn't I? You've done everything for me.
She hates me because she's jealous. Why did Dan ever bring me here? Why?
Evelyn, go upstairs. Nobody's going to send you away. Nobody. Don't worry.
Douglas, one of us must go. Would you prefer it would be me?
Do as you like. I've had enough.
Oh, Douglas, you've come. I was so frightened the lights went out.
That's just the storm. It'll be all right. Yeah, where is everybody?
Are you worried that Anne might have left you?
Oh, she wouldn't do that.
She talked about it. I heard her.
No, I'm worried because of the storm. You go on up to bed, Evelyn. It's late, and I'll wait here till they come back.
Don't send me away. I don't mind the storm here with you. It's rather nice with all the violence outside, and in here it's so peaceful.
Well, if they don't come back soon, I'll drive down and get them.
There's no car to drive down in.
What?
She said in her note that you could pick it up at the station tomorrow.
What note?
Douglas, she's gone. She's left you with me. No more unhappiness. You don't believe it yet, Douglas, but you will.
This is our house now, just yours and mine. Think what that means, Douglas. Every morning I'll come downstairs and fix the flowers, and the servants will be back again, and they'll say, "Yes, Mrs. Proctor." Only they'll say it to me the way they did to her. Don't look at me that way, Douglas.
Evelyn, you're mad.
Don't be frightened, Douglas. Kiss me.
Douglas, don't leave me. I'll die if you do. I'll die. I'll die! I'll die!
Long distance, please. I want Baltimore. Dr. Dan Proctor at the Center Hospital.
Ah, it's all right, Anne. The past is the past. Here you are, home again.
Oh, yes, Doug, yes. Why, look.
What?
Every light in the house is burning.
Oh, they must have come back on during the night.
Oh, but darling, suppose she'd gotten out.
Well, she didn't. I heard her moving around. And if she did, so what? We'd been rid of her all the sooner.
Mother, Daddy, look. Skipper's dead.
Oh.
I did feed him yesterday. I really did.
Well, honey, birds get old, too, and we've had them a long time.
Do you think that's it? I did feed him yesterday.
Well, he just got tired of singing and went somewhere else. Get a box, honey, and we'll bury him next to your cat in the garden. And then we'll...
Where's Evelyn?
Why, Dan, whatever brought you here? Evelyn is...
Oh, Dan, you have come to me.
I hope I know why you asked me to come.
Because I've made up my mind, Dan. There's no reason why we should wait any longer. We can be married and I'll go back with you. Well, aren't you going to let them congratulate us? Why doesn't somebody say something? Oh, I'm sure Douglas will congratulate us. We're waiting, Douglas.
Evelyn, are you quite sure you want to marry Dan?
Is there any reason why I shouldn't? Dan, I'm sorry you found them in such a strange mood this morning.
Dan, I'm about to do something that isn't very easy, but I have no other choice. This diary will explain. June 14th.
Don't read it to me, Douglas. I know every word.
Dan, I don't think you realize. You know what she said about you, but do you know what she said about me? June 14th. I love Douglas more and more.
Yes, I wrote that, Dan. But, Douglas, you haven't read the last page. Read it.
I've been a fool. I thought I loved Douglas, but now I see how wrong I was. Dan is the one I love. Dan knows I always tell the truth in this book.
Yes. Yes, you do.
Darling, will you get my things? Hurry, they're in my room.
Sure.
Too bad, Aunt Martha. You'll be lonely for a while, but you'll get used to it without Dan. I've been lonely all my life. There's only one regret. I would have liked this little house. I like the way it... Where is it? Where's what? The bird. It's not in the cage. Where is it? Lee let it out. In here? Yes. It was here just a moment ago. In this room? Where is it? Don't just sit there. Where? Do you see it? I'm not looking for it. I'm not afraid of birds. It's not in the dining room. It could be in there, too. Upstairs? What makes you think it's not up there? Birds fly, you know. They can go any place. The door. The door outside. I've got to get outside. There are thousands of birds outside. Everywhere. Everywhere but the cliff above the sea. No, no. Look. Look, they're coming at you. From everywhere. No. No, no. No, no. No, no.
Evelyn! Evelyn! Evelyn!
It's too late, Dan. Too late. Evelyn is gone.
I don't understand. I don't...
She's dead. Murdered by her own vice. Her own vicious fears. She fell into the sea.
Dan. Anne saved you. She did it somehow. I don't quite know how, but she did. She saved you, Dan. And she saved us all.
Making life miserable for others requires no special skill. In fact, we've just witnessed how easily it can be done. But making life a better thing, helping others to greater health and happiness, well, that's work for skilled hands, for keen exploring minds. Men and women with years of scientific training are carrying on such work in the Squibb Institute for Medical Research, pushing forward the boundaries of knowledge, making each discovery the stepping stone to another, helping to make possible today's great strides in medical progress. In the great Squibb manufacturing laboratories, other scientists, through constant research and testing, pursue a never-ending quest for perfection in the making of all Squibb products. The work of all these scientists, their outstanding skill, their painstaking study, is reflected in all products that bear the name Squibb. Life-saving new drugs and simple health essentials Squibb makes for your home use. So when you buy, insist on Squibb quality. Ask for Squibb, a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Awards starring William Powell in My Man Godfrey. But remember, daylight saving time ends next week. If your city has been on standard time, please tune in Academy Award 1 hour later next Wednesday. Today's performance of Guest in the House was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Joan Loring will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production, The Verdict. Anita Louise appeared through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures and can soon be seen in the Columbia Pictures Shadowed. Kirk Douglas can currently be seen in the Hal Wallace Paramount production, The Strange Love of Martha Ivers. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemists to the medical profession since 1858, bring you, as our star tonight, the distinguished actor William Powell, who has twice been nominated for the Academy Award as Best Actor of the Year. You will hear Mr. Powell in that delightful comedy, My Man Godfrey, the picture which was nominated in 6 different classifications for the 1936 Academy Award.
This is a story of the Depression, a sad time when America had a headache. Brokers jumped from tall buildings, and a lot of folks sold apples on street corners. It was a very sad time indeed, in which the rich got richer and the poor got poorer. And our poor hero lived in a shack in a city dump. Yet his heart was pure, though his pockets were empty, and he wore a beard, and his name was Godfrey.
George, what a horrible place.
Yes, Cornelia. This is what is called the dump.
Oh. Good evening. Are you a bum?
Yes, I'm a bum.
Good. I'm Cornelia Bullock.
Oh, yes, indeed. Of the Bullocks?
How would you like to make $5?
Well, added to what I've got, that would make $5.
All right, then follow me.
Just a minute. Not that I mean to be inquisitive, but what would I have to do?
Now, don't be fussy.
Well, I'd like to know. I'm funny that way.
Well, you certainly are. Well, we're having a scavenger hunt, and I need a forgotten man. All I want to do is show you to some people at the Waldorf, that's all.
Show me to some people at the Waldorf. Are we dressing?
Look, do you want the $5 or don't you?
Madam, your offer is very intriguing. But I'm afraid I can't arrive at a decision myself. I'm afraid I'll have to take it up with the board of directors. And no matter what the board of directors advise, as far as I'm concerned, you can take your $5 and...
I say, you coward, hitting a lady.
Oh, you. All right, I don't mind hitting a gentleman either.
George, aren't you going to do something?
Yes, Cornelia, I am. Come, we'll get a policeman.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Irene. That was my sister Cornelia you pushed into the ash heap. I've wanted to do that all my life. Do you live here?
Yes, my real estate agent found this place. He felt the altitude would help my asthma.
I have an uncle who has asthma.
Yeah, bring him down by all means. And look at the view. Of course, spring is a little late this year, but the ash cans are sprouting nicely.
Yes, it is very nice, but I have to be going. Really, I've got to go back and see who won the game. I hope it wasn't Cornelia, but she is so lucky.
So, if she gets there first with the forgotten man, she wins?
Yes.
Well, let's go.
Oh, would you? I mean, really? How wonderful. You know what I'm going to do for you?
Godfrey is the name.
Yes. Godfrey, if we win, I'm going to hire you as our family butler. Godfrey's a wonderful name for a butler, don't you think?
Oh, naturally. Well, come on, don't forget your forgotten man. Pardon me, but I'm the new...
The new butler. Oh, yes. I'm Molly, the cook. Just hang your hat near the door so you can get it on your way out. Oh, but since you're here, why not go in and shave? The last butler left his shaving cream and razor in there.
Thank you. You don't seem very enthusiastic about the Bullock family.
Have you met them?
I've met the daughters.
Well, the daughters, of course. Irene isn't so bad. She's just dumb. But I mean dumb. But Cornelia... Well, someday when I'm 60 and getting that $200 a month from the Townsend plan, I'm going to tell Cornelia some of the things that are on my mind. It'll be a very interesting monologue, if I do say so myself.
You intrigue me. Tell me more about the family, Molly.
Well, there's the old battle axe. That would be Mrs. Bullock. Angelica, she calls herself. She rings every morning around 11.
What do you do when she rings?
Well, what I do is forget the whole thing. If you don't answer, she goes back to sleep until 2. Then she gets up with a hangover. Oh, not just an ordinary one. She sees things.
Very interesting. Is there a Mr. Bullock?
Oh, yes, but don't pay any attention to him. Nobody else does, and the shock might kill him. Oh, that's her, the battle axe. Hey, what are you doing pouring 3 shots of brandy?
I have an idea. Where's my butler suit?
In there. Well, what idea?
Where is Angelica's room?
3rd floor, last room to the left. But if you're going up there, take your hat with you.
Certainly not. No gentleman enters a lady's boudoir with his hat on. Good morning, madam. A reasonably nice morning, I think.
Oh, this is one of the silliest dreams I ever had. Now be a good fellow and go away and haunt somebody else.
But I can't go away, madam. I've got to stay. My duty.
Who are you, anyway?
I'm the new butler.
Well, what became of the old one?
Oh, he disappeared. It's a very sad story, very sad.
Ah, but that's life. Look out!
What's the matter?
You nearly stepped on those 3 little men.
Ah, but I'm careful. Look, I stepped right over them.
So you did.
Would you like them to go away, madam?
Yes, but don't be rough with them.
No. Just try one of these, little brandies.
Oh, what a beautiful idea.
Now count your little men.
Why, there are only 2.
You see, it was practically painless, wasn't it?
Just like Novocaine. I didn't feel a thing. Do you think you could get rid of the other 2?
Same way. One at a time.
Well, what do you know? All gone. You know something? I got a beautiful idea.
Yes, madam?
If I had another one of those, I could get rid of you, too.
Well, that won't be necessary, madam. I was just going anyhow.
Now, I suppose you're going into Miss Irene's room.
Yes, this is a very nice way of meeting the family.
Well, here's the tray, and watch your step.
It's simple.
Oh, Godfrey.
Good morning, miss.
Oh, Godfrey, you shaved. And I loved your whiskers.
They may grow back, you know. Shall I pour the coffee?
Yes, Godfrey. Now we're going to have a nice long chat. I want to know what you think about everything.
I'd love to, miss, but I've really got to get straightened out a bit downstairs. You know how it is when you first move into a place.
Oh, certainly. Why don't you go down and take a nice hot bath and a nap, and we can talk after lunch?
Yes, I'll do that. I'll see you later, miss.
Goodbye.
Well, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Bullock, Alexander Bullock.
Yes, I know.
And yours?
Godfrey, sir.
Glad to know you, Mr. Godfrey. I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
By all means, sir.
How do you feel about the younger generation?
Why, I think they're all right. Of course, they're a little broad-minded.
Well, you think perhaps they might be a little too broad-minded?
How do you mean, sir?
Well, if you were the father of a young lady and saw a man coming out of her room, how would you feel about it?
Oh, but wait, sir. I'm not what you think. I'm the new butler.
The new butler? Don't make me laugh. I hire all the butlers around here.
Your daughters hired me last night, sir, with your wife's approval.
Excuse me, Mr. Bullock, but there's a policeman to see you.
What does he want?
He wants you to straighten out a bill for damages from Cartier. It seems like Miss Cornelia broke all their windows last night.
Well, all right. Anything else, Molly?
Yes, sir. That Mr. McGinty who drives the hansom cab is here.
And what did Miss Cornelia do to McGinty?
It was Miss Irene, sir. He wants his horse back.
I never saw his horse.
Beg pardon, sir. It's in the library.
Preposterous.
Not preposterous, sir. I think his name is Carrots.
Godfrey, come here.
Yes, Miss Cornelia.
I seem to be under the impression that my sister has fallen in love with you.
With me, miss?
Ridiculous, of course. Oh, Godfrey, there's a spot on my shoe. Would you mind?
Not at all, miss. I'll clean it in a hurry.
Thank you. I rather like you better kneeling, Godfrey. Shows that you accept the fact that there are two classes, the upper and lower. And when one of the lower class forgets himself, he's got to be taught a lesson. And I'm the girl who can teach him. Now, I'll get busy on my other shoe.
Certainly, Miss Cornelia. As you said, a servant should always be a servant.
Well, what's going on?
Oh, nothing. I found a little spot on my shoe, and Godfrey offered to clean it for me. That's all, Godfrey, and thank you so much.
Not at all, miss.
Godfrey, you look positively handsome in that suit. Doesn't he, Cornelia?
Oh, Godfrey's taste is excellent.
Well, it's really my taste. I helped him pick it out, you know.
Oh, did you? Well, wasn't that nice? That'll be all now, Godfrey.
Thank you, miss.
So you picked out Godfrey's suit.
And what of it? Listen to me, Cornelia. You let me alone and you let Godfrey alone. And don't ask him to shine your shoes. He's a butler, not a bootblack.
I'm going to teach him a lesson.
And I'm going to teach you a lesson. Did you ever get a good, swift sock in the jaw?
Why, you...
And here you are. Hello, darlings. Well, have you been talking things over? That's good. I'm so lucky to have two daughters who talk things over with each other. Yes, indeed.
Oh, you must not come into my room, Miss Irene.
Why not? It's our house, isn't it? One room is like another. Godfrey,
Yes, miss?
aren't you going to kiss me?
I don't approve of ladies kissing their butlers.
That sounds very snobbish. Every morning you serve me breakfast in my room. And here I am now, in your room.
Yes, and if anybody come in now, I'd be discharged.
Why would they discharge you?
Look, Miss Irene, hasn't your mother ever told you anything?
About what?
About things, any kind of things.
No, Mother never says anything. Haven't you noticed it?
Well, your father must have talked to you.
Oh, no. Father never talks to anybody.
Then I'll do the talking.
Don't I do any?
You just listen. You gave me a job, and I appreciate it, and I want to keep it.
But I want you to keep it, Godfrey.
Well, then listen to me. The first thing you must do is to stay out of my room.
I don't like this talk. Let's talk about something else, huh?
Oh, no, we're going to finish this. Now, another thing you ought to do. You ought to get yourself engaged to one of those young men who come around.
Oh, I am. They're announcing it tonight, but I don't like them. They're such awful nitwits. I like older men.
Older men are dangerous.
Why are they dangerous?
Well, you just have to take my word for it. They're dangerous. And so are butlers. Keep away from them. Marry somebody of your own age, your own class, your own intelligence.
But if I marry somebody with my own intelligence, how about the children? They'll be morons, won't they?
Well, not necessarily. You can't tell.
Yes, you can. You just don't care, that's all. All right, then, I'll go and marry one of those nitwits, and I'm going to have a lot of children and all of them morons. And I'll tell everybody it's your fault.
Whenever in real life you happen to find yourself in a situation totally strange, you can always count on a bright, winning smile to help you make the friends you need. And a smile that's hard to resist is easy to cultivate when you brush your teeth with Squibb Dental Cream, the refreshing dental cream. It's such a pleasure to use. Your whole mouth awakens to a frosty tang of mint, exhilarating as a fresh October wind from the sea. You'll enjoy the brisk, mouth-refreshing action of Squibb Dental Cream, and watch that smile. See how much of its natural sparkle is revealed when you use Squibb Dental Cream regularly. That's because the polishing agent in Squibb Dental Cream is one of the most effective known to dental science. Safe, soft, and fine. So if you want your smile to do more for you, do more for your smile. Start tomorrow to brush your teeth with Squibb Dental Cream, one of the great family of Squibb products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. In a moment, we will bring you part 2 of My Man Godfrey. Universal International's current release is The Dark Mirror, starring Olivia de Havilland. And now, the House of Squibb presents part 2 of Academy Award, starring William Powell in My Man Godfrey.
Having a nice engagement party, sister dear.
And what's it to you?
Not a thing. But I do think you could get yourself a man to dance with out of all this crowd.
I could if I wanted to.
I notice you're not very effective with butlers.
Cocktails, miss?
Yes, thanks. Do have one, Irene. Godfrey makes these himself. Didn't you, Godfrey?
Yes, miss.
Yes. I wouldn't be surprised if mine were poisoned.
Excuse me, miss. Other guests.
I wish mine were poisoned. You know, Cornelia, it's too bad you and I didn't live in the days of the Borgias, when it wasn't against the law to poison your sister.
If we'd been living in those days, Irene, you would never have lived as long as you have. To your good health.
I hope you choke.
Oh, that's Tommy Gray, the polo player. I didn't know he was in town. Oh, girls, look who's here.
Ah, the Bullock Beauties.
When did you get in, Tommy?
Tommy himself.
Cocktail, madam?
Dear Godfrey, surely even you must have heard of Tommy. Why, he's one of the biggest polo players in the world. He goes around in the 70s.
Very interesting, madam.
Tommy, boy, so nice to see you.
So nice to be here, Angelica.
Godfrey, come back here. Offer Tommy a cocktail.
Yes, madam. Cocktail, sir?
Yeah. For heaven's sake, Godfrey. Godfrey Park.
Smith, sir. Godfrey Smith. No cracks.
Oh, good old Godfrey. What's a racket?
No racket. Butler.
Oh. Well, thank you, Godfrey. What butler? Nicholas Murray Butler?
Why, Tommy, do you know Godfrey?
Why, do I know him? Oh, he was with me for 3 years at...
I beg your pardon, sir. Did I step on you?
No. My fault.
Oh, interesting. You were saying, Tommy, Godfrey was with you for 3 years.
Oh, yes, miss. 3 years as his valet.
Yes, thanks. Lunch tomorrow?
Yes, the Harvard Club.
You mean Godfrey was a valet? He never told me.
Naturally. Why did you let him go, Tommy?
Oh, why, he
didn't want me to go, miss.
No, of course not.
But I insisted. I decided that my 5 children came first.
You mean you were married?
Yes, Miss Irene.
5 little children.
Oh! Well, catch her, somebody. Irene's fainted.
I think Father had better announce her engagement before she comes to. Godfrey, tell the band to play Boots and Saddles or something to attract attention.
Very well, miss. I shall so inform them.
Now, would you mind telling me what the idea is if you're pretending to be Smith and acting as a servant in a nut house? What's the gag?
It isn't a gag, Tommy.
Your family up in Boston tells everybody you're in South America. Doing fine, like all the parks since the Mayflower brought them over.
Well, I lost everything in the market crash. Then I had another smash-up with a girl. One night I found myself wandering in a daze down near the river. I think I must have meant to slide into it. Then I saw the dump. Shacks with guys living in them. And it suddenly struck me that they were worse off than I was. Well, I decided to share potluck with them. I built my own shack and joined up. And for the first time in my life, I began to live.
Sounds awful to me.
I used to sit on the dock at night and look at the stars and the pattern of the Queensboro Bridge against the sky and the boats going by. It was beautiful there at night. In the daytime, it was horrible. And then something happened, and I saw a chance to rehabilitate myself. I took it.
Holy smoke. Some rehabilitation.
Wait, it's not over yet. I may have to rehabilitate the whole family. And then I'm going to do something for the guys down on that city dump. They need rehabilitating, too.
Now, just say the word. You can have half of everything I've got.
Thanks, Tommy. Not this time. I'll have to play this one out alone.
Well, for land's sake, Miss Irene, what are you sewing?
It's his.
Oh, yes, it is his.
Do you sew on his buttons?
Oh, sometimes.
Now I will sew on his buttons. I wonder what he does on his day off.
He never tells me.
Does he like flowers?
I don't know.
I brought him some. There they are. Would you put them in his room? I'm not allowed to go in there.
I'm not either. He'll be coming in the kitchen way any minute.
He's probably sitting with some woman on his lap. I hate him.
He's very mean.
He is mean, isn't he? He's the meanest man I know of.
I think he's very mean.
When I got engaged, he congratulated me.
That's just like him.
And there he is with someone sitting on his knee and his 5 children crawling all over him. I can't bear it.
I can't either.
Good evening, Miss Irene.
Godfrey!
Well, what's the matter with her, Molly?
Godfrey!
Well, what in the name of... Welcome home.
All right. When did you first miss the pearls?
During dinner, officer. I went to my room and they were gone.
Did you see anyone into your room in the meantime?
Yes, officer. Godfrey. I sent him to my room for a pair of slippers. He returned with the slippers and went at once to his quarters.
Mind if we search your room?
Not at all.
Well, come on.
In here.
Mother, this is serious.
Well, of course, dear. Stealing is always serious when you get caught.
My sister's a little nuts, officer. One night she threw those pearls out of a cab window.
I never did. Come, officer. You haven't looked in his bureau.
Who's doing the searching around here?
Oh, now can't we stop all this? After all, they're insured.
Like fun they are. I've been trying for 2 weeks to tell this family I can't afford cash for things like that.
Look, lady, what made you so dead certain your pearls would be in this guy's bureau?
Why,
Officer, it was just a natural misunderstanding, I'm sure. Good night, gentlemen.
I don't do it. He didn't do it. Look at me do it. He didn't do it.
Now listen to me. I've got a story for you that'll perhaps interest you all. The Bullocks are broke. Dead broke. Not a cent. Not only that, but I've been using the company's money for the last month to speculate with, and I've lost. Do you hear that? I've lost. That means I'm an embezzler, and I will have to go to jail.
Alexander, I think it was very foolish of you to embezzle.
Well, you'll be living on that ash pile where you picked Godfrey up. Maybe Godfrey will be nice to you and let you live with him.
Oh, yes. Yes, how wonderful.
You had no right to embezzle.
You let him alone. You don't pick on anybody when anybody's down.
Oh, good Samaritan. Hey, what do you think you're going to do?
Punch you on the nose. 1, 3, 7. You're out.
Children, I don't think this is a time to play silly games. Your father's in the middle of a serious discussion.
Coffee is served, madam.
Oh, Godfrey, Mr. Bullock has to go to jail.
Madam, I'm sure Mr. Bullock doesn't have to go to jail.
Oh, yes, I do. Godfrey, I've been embezzling. I'm sure that'll shock you.
No, it doesn't shock me, sir, because I've been pretty sure that your affairs weren't in good shape. Obviously, you've been under a terrific strain.
Why, I didn't notice anything.
Well, now, as it happens, before I went on the ash pile, I had some experience on the stock market. Yesterday, I decided to sell short on Bullocks.
Sell what?
Sell short.
Shorts? Men's underwear?
Yeah. Well, I made quite a lot of money. I felt I owed this family something for taking me in. I used the money to buy back the Bullock stock at half of what I sold it for. Here, Mr. Bullock, are your stock certificates.
Godfrey, you shouldn't have done this. Don't you realize what it means?
What does it mean?
It means I don't have to go to jail. It means we all stay on here. It means that I stay on living with this gang of parasites instead of spending my declining years in a nice, cozy cell. I thought you were my friend, Godfrey. Where in the world did you get the money?
From these. Cornelius pearls.
My pearls? I thought you didn't take the pearls.
You knew I didn't. You planted them in my room and sent for the police. I found them in time and took them out, pawned them, and with the money, I opened the stock account. So you see, after all, the pearls saved the day.
You're really very decent, Godfrey, when you consider all the things I did to you. I'll try to make it up to you someday.
Oh, no, you won't. I'll do the making up.
Godfrey, you're a better man than any of us.
Us, sir? Thank you, sir.
Godfrey, you wait for me. Where do you think you're going?
Back to the dump.
Godfrey, you may have made the rest of the family rich again, but I'm still poor.
Yes, miss?
And I've been practicing sewing buttons on. I'm the best button sewer on her in New York. And I like dumps. I'd rather live with you in a dump than this family in a palace.
Miss Irene, I'm sorry, but I have many things to do. Things like rehabilitating a lot of forgotten men.
Naturally. And we're going to start with you. I've got a license and a ring.
What?
And some cans of beans and my sewing box.
Well, I'll be...
Married. Oh, please, Godfrey. I don't want to have a lot of little morons.
What do you want?
You and 5 little Godfreys.
Well, all right. Come along. But, Miss Irene...
Yes, Godfrey.
Please, darling, don't forget any of your buttons.
You may not think of the corner drugstore near your home as a very dramatic place. And yet there is a man in that store who may be preparing, right at this very moment, a prescription that will help to save a life before morning. That man is your druggist, your pharmacist, a highly skilled man of science professionally trained to translate the Latin of a doctor's prescription into safe, effective medicines for your use. Years of study have gone into the development of his special skills which enable him to split a single drop, to measure powerful drugs in quantities so minute a feather would outweigh them. On your pharmacist's shelves are many Squibb products used in compounding prescriptions. He displays others on the shelves and counters of his store, for he knows that on life-saving drugs and simple home health essentials alike, the name Squibb means This product is just as safe, pure, and effective as medical science can make it. So always be sure to get Squibb quality when you buy. Ask for Squibb, a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Eddie Bracken with Ann Blythe in It Happened Tomorrow. Today's performance of My Man Godfrey was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. William Powell appeared tonight by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Three Wise Fools. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you one of Hollywood's best-known stars, Eddie Bracken, in It Happened Tomorrow, the picture which was nominated for a 1944 Academy Award. With Mr. Bracken, you will also hear Miss Ann Blythe, who, as Best Supporting Actress of the Year, was nominated for the 1945 Academy Award.
This is the story of something that couldn't happen, but did. And it happened around the turn of a century to a nice guy who was young and gay. His name was Larry, and he was a newspaper reporter. As a matter of fact, you can tell from the old prints that Larry looked an awful lot like Eddie Bracken. Acted like him, too, as you'll find out.
Nobody believes my story, and I don't care if they don't. All I know is it happened to me. It happened tomorrow, and I'm still alive to tell about it. It began one night when we were horsing around in the city room of the newspaper where I worked.
Careful, Larry. You're not a full-fledged reporter yet. And if the boss catches you drinking beer with the boys, he's liable to change his mind about giving you a break.
Oh, forget it, Pop. I'm going to sleep right now, right on top of these old newspapers of yours.
You're lying right in the middle of 1843.
Oh, good place to sleep, Pop. On a bed of ancient news.
Be careful. I've been taking care of these files for nigh on 60 years.
Nothing as dead as yesterday's newspapers, Pop.
You've got no imagination. News is what happens. What's the difference whether it happened 50 years ago or tomorrow?
You mean will happen tomorrow?
No. Time's only an illusion. Look here. March 18, 1875. For the people then, this was the future, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But suppose we're all living on that day in 1875, and I arrive with this book. I can tell you everything that will happen.
Bring me the one for the year we're living in now, Pop. And you can name your own price. That's what I want. Tomorrow's newspaper. How much?
No, Larry, no. Don't ever ask for a thing like that.
If I knew where I could get tomorrow's paper, I'd give 10 years of my life for it.
How do you know you've got 10 years?
Me? You're kidding. I'm just about ready to sow my first wild oat.
Well, if you're going to sow, come on and sow. We're out of beer and got tickets for the vaudeville show.
What's playing?
The great Professor Cigarlini. He tells the secrets of the past, present, and future.
Okay. Come along, Pop?
No, I haven't time.
Well, good night then. See you tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Tomorrow.
I forgot about Pop and his newspaper tomorrow and went to see the professor. He was terrific, but the girl who worked in the act with him was tremendous. And it won't hurt the story now to tell you that she's married to me right now and always will be.
And now, my friend, do you know the number which is engraved inside your watch?
No, Professor.
But Miss Sylvia knows it. Miss Sylvia, what is the number of the watch?
279. Oh, I can't.
You can. I compel you.
375. 94.
Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, Professor. I didn't know this number myself.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our question.
Professor! I have a question, Professor. It's personal. It concerns a certain young lady.
And you want to know if she will have the misfortune to marry you. Is that it?
All I want to know is whether she's going to have lunch with me tomorrow. Will she come?
Sylvia, one final question. Can you hear me, Sylvia? The gentleman would like to know if the girl he loves will have lunch with him tomorrow.
Yes, she will.
Oh, well, thank you, Miss Sylvia. Now, will you please
She
tell me...
is in a trance, sir. You will have to arrange with the young lady herself.
I'd like to, but she can't hear me.
You mean the young lady is deaf?
No, she's in a trance. And that is the way the girl came into my life. I waited for her after the show, and in spite of her uncle, the great Cialini, I took her home in a horse cab. Then I took out on foot in a fog as thick as good stew. My head was in the clouds anyway, so it didn't matter. But then I heard a familiar voice.
Larry. Larry. Larry.
Oh, who is it? Oh, it's you, Pop. I can't see you very well. What you doing out so late?
Didn't I tell you time doesn't exist? I was waiting for you, Larry.
For me, but I didn't tell you I was coming back. I'm just on my way home.
So am I. But I wanted to give you this first.
Why, it's a copy of the Evening News. I've already read it.
Maybe not.
You'd better go home and sleep it off, Pop.
Oh, I never felt so well in my life. Good night, Larry.
Wait. I'll take you home.
No, thanks, my boy. We go different ways.
Okay.
Don't lose that paper, son. Don't lose it.
I thought he was a little tipsy, and I stuffed the paper in my pocket and went home and slept like a rock. But the next morning, when I came downstairs at the boarding house, a guy called Joe said,
Hey, Larry, I'm still looking for a job. Can I take a peek at your newspaper?
This one? Oh, it's last night's.
Oh, I don't mind. It's just the want ads I'm after. Hey, this ain't last night's, it's today's.
Oh, no, Joe. Today's Evening News hasn't even gone to press yet. Must be last night's.
Now, what day's today?
Wednesday.
But this says Wednesday.
What's all this? Wednesday. Hey, they must have made a mistake. Well, what do you know? It says it's going to snow. It didn't snow yesterday, did it?
Nah. Hey, look out the window. It's snowing. Who ever heard of snow in May?
I don't get it.
Hey, here's something in the ads. They need a waiter at Beacon and Fifth. I guess I'll get right over there.
Yeah. Hey, wait for me.
I tell you, we don't need any waiters.
But look, this paper says...
We don't need any waiters. Understand?
Then why waste people's time by putting ads in the paper?
Probably got the wrong address.
Yeah, wait a minute. Here it is. You say you didn't put an ad in this paper for a waiter?
No, we did not. I tell you, we don't need any waiters.
Get out, Butterfingers. This is the last dish you'll break here. Hey, Maisie.
Yes, boss.
Get your hat on. Take $1 from the till. Put an ad in the paper right away. Well, what are you staring at me for?
In the morning paper?
No, put it in the evening news.
No. No.
What do you want?
Nothing. I'm just going down to the evening news myself. Mr. Gordon, I gotta find Pop. Something's happened I don't understand.
When I tell you what's going to happen if you're late again, you'll...
Mr. Gordon, who's covering the Melba concert at the Opera House?
Now, don't tell me you want to be a music critic.
But if something happens there, front page story, the biggest news story of the day, I ought to be there before it happens.
Are you crazy or drunk?
Look, I'm going to show you something that'll change your mind.
You're fired.
You can't fire me. I quit.
You quit?
I mean, I'll quit tonight if you haven't given me a raise.
A raise?
Yes, sir, for the biggest news story of the day. Set up a 4-column headline right now. Banded steel cash at Opera House while Melba sings. At 10 minutes past 2.
I'm here, Mr. Stevens, for lunch, but...
Sylvia.
I really came to explain that my uncle is very angry and I won't be able to have lunch with you after all.
Sylvia, come on. We're going to the Melba concert. Something's going to happen at the Opera House. We haven't got much time to get there. Come on.
What's going to happen?
Well, come on. I'll tell you on the way over. It's my big chance.
Here you are, sir. 2 on the aisle.
What time is it, please?
2:05. Overture's just started, sir.
Oh, we're late.
Oh, no, we're a few minutes early. Say.
Yes, sir?
I'll bet you a pair of tickets I can guess how much you've taken in. $3,675.
Oh, no, you'd lose, my friend. It's $36.70 even.
Oh, well, I guess I have to buy that pair. How much?
$2.50 apiece, $5.
Okay, yeah, fine. That makes it right. $3,675. Come with me, Sylvia.
Hey, what goes on around here? How do you know so much?
Tickets, please.
We'll stand here.
That's not permitted, sir.
Well, we're leaving in a few
But,
minutes.
Mr. Stevens, I don't want to leave in a few minutes.
The show will be over.
You mean Madame Melba?
Oh, the big show isn't on the stage. It's out there in the lobby.
But what's going to happen?
Hold up.
Oh, what kind of a story is that?
A cab will stop out in front. 3 men will get out, and nobody will know who they are. They'll pretend to ask for tickets, then one man will take out a pistol and... All right, I'll... Shh! But you just wait. I told you so! It happened! It happened! I'm gonna be famous! I know what's gonna happen tomorrow!
By certain signs, anyone can accurately predict a pleasant experience. Recall, for example, how often rain clouds forecast refreshment on sultry summer days. At the very sight of them, you can almost feel the welcome touch of cool, moist air against your cheek. You know refreshment is near. Another sign that forecasts refreshment is the name Squib on a tube of dental cream. For everything about Squib dental cream helps to make brushing your teeth not a daily chore, but a refreshing, exhilarating experience. Your whole mouth awakens to a frosty, minty tang, to brisk, tingling action you've never known before. You feel like smiling, and your smile is brighter. For there's a refreshing difference even in the polishing agent of Squib dental cream. It's so quick, safe, and effective. Find out for yourself tomorrow. Start brushing your teeth with Squib dental cream, one of the great family of Squib products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. In a moment, we will bring you part 2 of It Happened Tomorrow. But first, we want to thank Arnold Pressburger Productions for making this story available. Arnold Pressburger is also the producer of A Scandal in Paris. And now, the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Eddie Bracken with Ann Blythe in It Happened Tomorrow.
Well, that's the way it was. Somehow those papers of Pop's kept getting into my overcoat pocket. Pop wasn't at the office since the night the whole thing started. But the papers for tomorrow kept coming up, and all I had to do was read them and see what was going to happen, copy the story out, give it to the city editor, and then go where it happened and phone it in. I got my raises. I got famous. I got my girl, too. But then I got a brilliant idea. Too brilliant.
Oh, there you
Mr.
are,
Gordon.
Stevens.
Can I get an advance of $100?
Why, certainly, Stevens, of course.
I have some plans.
Oh, not thinking of getting married, are you?
Why not?
Well, I can't understand why you have to borrow this money. After all, you seem to be able to tell what will happen before it happens, and if you wanted to, you could present your wife with $1 million.
Yeah? How?
Well, mind you, of course, I'm not an addict myself. But with your superior endowment, I might be tempted to pick all 5 winners at the racetrack tomorrow.
Yeah, of course. What did you say? Hey! Where's Pop? Anybody seen Pop? I gotta find Pop. I gotta find him.
Why, Larry, you still here? Not hanging around waiting for Pop, are you?
Funny he doesn't show up.
Well, he's been here so long, he's a privileged character. He's got a right to be drunk once in a while. It's not often.
Drunk or sober, he's got to be somewhere.
And if I were you, I'd turn out that light and go home. Good night.
Good night. Oh, good night. Pop! Pop!
Yes, Larry?
Oh, Pop, I've been hunting high and low for you. Oh, now don't look at me like that. I didn't thank you, Pop, because I didn't see you since. But I'm not going to ask you a lot of questions about how you do it. I'm mixed up in something I don't understand, but look, all I want is just one more paper. Then we'll call it quits.
No, Larry.
Oh, please, Pop, please. For the last time, I'll never ask you again. I'll never tell anybody how I got it. I just want to know what's going to happen tomorrow.
It won't do you any good, Larry.
Oh, but it will. It can make me rich. Then I can have everything I want in the world.
Is it only money you want in this world?
Oh, no, I've got everything else. I'm in love. Here, give me that paper, please. Give it to me. I'll be the happiest guy for the rest of my life.
Are you sure, Larry?
Yes. Thank you. Oh, thanks for giving it to me.
No, Larry. You grabbed it. Remember, Larry, I didn't give it to you.
Come to think back on it, he didn't give me the paper. I grabbed it. And if I knew what was in that paper, well... Anyway, I rushed right out to Sylvia. We decided to get married the next morning and spend the afternoon at the racetrack making our fortune. I could hardly sleep a wink that night and sat up marking down the 5 winners from Pop's paper. Lamplighter, first race, Mudlark the second. Oh, boy, this is a cinch. It's murder, that's what it is. What's this? What's this? Larry Stevens, Evening News reporter, shot to death in a lobby at the St. George Hotel. At 6:25 p.m. today, just after the Evening News had gone to press, Larry Stevens, its most valued reporter, sacrificed his life heroically in the line of duty. No. No! No!
I now
pronounce you man and wife, and may God bless your union. Congratulations, Mr. Stevens. I'm glad to see you so serious. Marriage is a serious business. It's meant to last a lifetime.
Thank you, Judge.
I wish you years of health and happiness, and may all your troubles be little ones. That'll be $5.
Say, can you draw up a will?
Your will?
Yes, sir. I want to leave everything I have to my wife. Kiss me, darling. You may not have me so long.
Yes, darling, but hurry. We have to make the first race.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm going home and go to bed until today is over with.
Look, my friend, you've won the first 3 races. Now you want to bet this whole $10,000 on Ramona?
Right, to win.
I'm afraid that'll have to be an even money bet, mister.
I can get 4 to 1 in another tent.
Well, you're a good customer. How about 3 to 1?
3 to 1? Okay.
Why, you'll win $30,000 if Ramona wins.
Yes, I know.
Please, don't talk like that. This is a lot of money to bet on a horse, mister. I can't give you more than 2 to 1 on Black Flash.
Okay.
$30,000 to win on Black Flash.
Don't you think you should put at least half of that money on some other horse, Ted?
Oh, no. It's Black Flash.
Hey, Shep, come here.
Yeah?
I've been in this business a long time, but I never heard of anyone picking 4 sure things in a row.
Not without he's got things fixed. I'm going to do a little fixing myself, Jake. Diablo's going to win this time if he never runs another race.
Darling, Sylvia, darling, the paper was wrong. Oh, brother, it was wrong. Don't you see? I've got a chance to live.
Why was it wrong?
It says Black Flash would win, and Diablo just won. Yahoo!
Ladies and gentlemen, the judges have the following official announcement to make. In the race which has just been run, number 7, Diablo, has been disqualified.
No!
Oh, wonderful. It was right after all. Oh, Larry, $60,000.
You'll be a wealthy widow, darling. I'm very happy. Here, dear. You take the $60,000 while I hail a carriage.
Oh, no. I'd be afraid to carry that much money.
Oh, no, you keep it. It'll be safer.
I might lose it.
What about me? Keep it, please.
No, Larry, you take it.
No, you take it.
Somebody has to take it.
Give me that wad. I'll take it.
Yeah, you take it. No, wait, Hayes. Come back here, police. Stop that man. Stop thief. Stop
Wait,
thief.
Larry, he's got a gun.
Oh, well, easy come, easy go. At least we don't have to go to the St. George Hotel. That we don't do. Or do we?
I guess we do, dear.
Yeah.
It said so in your paper.
Yes, I know.
That's where you're supposed to make me a widow.
Late again, Stevens. I'll give you just one more chance. I've got an assignment for you. I've got a tip that something big is going to break. Wait till I get the address.
Never mind, Mr. Gordon. I know it.
What? Where?
St. George Hotel.
St. George Hotel? No, that's not it. Oh, here it is. Other side of town.
You mean you're not sending me to the St. George Hotel?
No, I'm not. Now get out of here.
Oh, you bet.
Stevens!
Yes, Mr. Gordon?
I've changed my mind, Stevens. Forget that assignment I gave you. You're going to the St. George Hotel.
Oh, what for?
Oh, you can't fool me. When you say something big is going to happen someplace, boy, it happens.
Me and my big mouth.
Good luck. I'll start setting up a headline right now.
Goodbye, Mr. Gordon. Goodbye forever. What time is it, darling?
20 after 6.
5 more minutes. 5 minutes. I wonder how it's going to happen. I wonder if I'll feel the pain.
Larry.
Huh?
Larry, look there, coming across the lobby, the man who stole your wallet.
That's the fella. Hey, stop, thief, stop. I'll get him this time, honey.
Larry, look out. He's still got his gun. Larry!
Gordon, evening news. What? What's that? Stevens? Yes, I sent him to the St. George Hotel myself a few minutes ago. No, he was on duty. That man is a hero. He knew something big was going to break there at the St. George. Hold the presses. We're getting out an extra. Take this down. Larry Stevens, evening news reporter, shot to death in the lobby of the St. George Hotel at 6:25 p.m. today. He sacrificed his life heroically in the line of duty. Where's my hat? I gotta get down there.
All right, stand back there. Keep back now.
Oh, my chin. What happened, officer?
Oh, nothing. Some newspaper guy got killed, that's all.
Oh, what's his name?
I don't know, Larry something. Stevens. Go on now, get going.
Did you say Stevens?
Stevens! You! Alive!
Oh, Mr. Gordon, am I glad to see you? I don't get it, though. I'm supposed to be... Mr. Gordon, where's Pop?
Pop died 2 days ago.
Died 2 days ago?
Yes, and Stevens, you're fired. Fired, get me? After me getting out an extra with your obit, building you up as a hero for the evening news, what do? You cross me up and walk around as healthy as a pig.
But
You get away from me. You, wait a minute. If you're not dead, who's this guy? Officer, how did you identify this man?
His wallet, Mr. Gordon. Here, see? It says Larry Stevens in it. Evening news.
That's my wallet. The man who stole it at the racetrack, I get it now. I was chasing him. The cops got there first, and when he ran around the corner, boom, they shot him. Found my wallet. They thought he was me, see? Now I'm not dead. I'm alive. Sylvia, honey, baby, congratulations. You're not a widow.
Such a night. Clouds and... Ooh, it's chilly.
Yeah.
What are you looking so wistful at the sky for?
Oh, I was just looking to see whether Pop was looking down at me with that funny look on his face.
Are you sorry Pop gave you those papers?
Nope.
Oh, it's some wedding night. We haven't even got cab fare.
I know it. And you know something else? I'm glad that poor guy did something with that money instead of leaving it in the wallet. I got something better.
What?
You. The future. And I'm not going to worry about what the future looks like. I'm going to just take it as it comes.
I guess Pop was trying to teach you a lesson, Larry.
Yeah. I guess he was, and he did. You know, I think I can almost see him up there now looking down at me. He's smiling. So long. Thanks a lot, Pop. Come on, honey.
Sometimes important items in the news of today can be traced back to little-noticed events of yesterday. There's the story, for example, of a tiny bottle received at the house of Squibb 6 years ago. It was sent from England, and it contained the first living culture from which Squibb was to produce penicillin in enormous quantities. In dramatic contrast to that first tiny bottle are great tanks, big as railroad cars, in which penicillin mold is now grown at Squibb. Every tank holds 10,000 gallons of culture broth. After processing, however, the contents of each tank produce only enough penicillin powder to fill the palm of your hand. Yet millions of units of penicillin leave the house of Squibb every single day. Behind this outstanding production record is the same scientific testing and research that ensures the uniformity, purity, and efficacy of all Squibb products. Your doctor knows that any Squibb product he uses is just as reliable as medical science can make it. And you can be just as confident in using any of the simple everyday health essentials that bear the name Squibb. So always ask for Squibb when you buy. Squibb, a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring John Garfield in Blood on the Sun. Today's performance of It Happened Tomorrow was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Eddie Bracken appeared by arrangement with the Texaco dealers, sponsors of the Eddie Bracken radio program. And Blythe appeared through the courtesy of Universal International Productions, who are now releasing Nunnally Johnson's The Dark Mirror, an international picture. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Tonight, John Garfield in Blood on the Sun. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. For generations, the House of Squibb has been known for the high quality and unfailing dependability of its products, each the result of a never-ending quest for perfection. Today, the great family of Squibb products reflects the tremendous advance of science in its contribution to human health and well-being. The name Squibb stands for progress through research. Squibb is a name you can trust. Tonight, we bring you the thrilling picture Blood on the Sun, which won 2 of the 1945 Academy Awards. As our star, you will hear John Garfield, who, as Best Supporting Actor of the Year, was nominated for the 1938 Academy Award.
My name is Nick Condon. I ran a newspaper for about 2 years in Japan. I left a short time before the So Sorry boys decided they were in grave danger of attack by the dangerous Chinese and saved themselves from such a horrible fate by going in and slaughtering a few defenseless millions of men, women, and children. This is the story of why I left, how I left, and how I fought my fight against the sons of heaven before the thing really got popular.
There he is. Old Nick. Hiya, boy. Hey, they tell me you printed a little item in the rag. It'll probably land you in a local pokey.
Oh, hello. Ollie, skip me. I knew what I was doing. Those little brown rats are cooking up a war.
Yeah, they sure are, pal, but you just don't say so. Here. There's $200 I owe you. Always pay my debts.
Well, where did you get that dough? Ollie Miller hasn't had a buck since he's been out here.
I came into it. Edith and I are sailing tonight on the Nagata Maru, first class.
Where'd you get the money?
Nicky, take a tip from me, will you? Come on back to the States. This place is getting hotter than the inside of Fujiyama. There was blood on the streets this morning.
So you're tied into something shady, huh? I ought to sock you.
Me? Ollie Miller? Don't be silly. Come on down tonight, will you? 11 o'clock, cabin 23, A deck. I'll fill you full of champagne and tell you how much I love you. Man's best friend. Oh, you dog.
Ollie, okay, I'll be there. But I sure don't get this. No part of it.
Just a moment, please, Mr. Condon.
Oh, hello, Shima. Still tailing me?
You are going to America?
Nope. Just going aboard the Nagata Maru here to say goodbye to some friends. See you boys later.
Oh, stop, please.
Hey, what is this?
I am Fort Control Officer. Please answer a question.
Sure, but this hits a new low in stupidity, even for the Imperial Police. Now, I'd like to see Mr. Miller's stateroom, 23. Any objections?
Sorry, it is not permitted tonight.
Mr. and Mrs. Miller have not arrived.
I'll wait on deck.
Stop that man!
I can't. These passengers are in the way.
You fool! The police will deal with you. Follow him!
3 passengers loaded with luggage came up the gangway. I got them between me and the Jap police. Then I tore up the deck of the boat. Suddenly, I felt myself tightening inside. Something was wrong, but very wrong. I got the cabin 23. I was about to knock. I thought better of it. I turned the knob. Something was wrong, all right. The room was a shambles. Edith Miller lay dead on the bed, her throat turning black. Flowers and champagne were all over the place. And blood. I ran for the door leading to the adjoining cabin. I opened the door just in time to see the figure of a woman trying to slip out. I got there in time to grab her arm. On the finger of her hand was a beautiful ruby. Then something hit my hand, and I had to let go. I raced down the gangway. She was getting into a big car, but the thought police got in my way.
So sorry. Regrettable you refuse to believe police.
Get out of my way, you dirty...
Now you know truth has been told. You saw for yourself. Friends have not yet arrived.
Is that so? Why, you grinning ape, you... I called the American Embassy. It was late. The voice answered the phone.
Hello. Yes, this is the American Embassy. Oh, no, sorry, the ambassador is not in. Away for the weekend. Please call tomorrow for an appointment.
I went back to my apartment, and as I opened the door, I saw a lurching shadow. It was a man, and as I watched, he crashed through the glass and fell headlong into my living room. Ollie Miller.
Oh, Nicky, if I'd known they were going to get this tough about it, I'd have asked for more money. Oh, here, inside pocket. That's it. Take it, Nick. It's the Tanaka plan. Plan of invasion. Glad Edith got away. Tell her I'm sorry.
Ollie. No use. He's dead. Police trailing Ollie. The plan. I've got to hide it. 2 pictures on the wall. President Hoover and Hirohito. That's the place. They'll never touch the picture of the Emperor behind that picture.
Good morning, Condon-san. Very regrettable you had to spend night in jail.
Yeah? Where's the phone? You're going to have to do some explaining, Oshima. My government doesn't like its nationals tossed into the jug without any charges.
Japanese government would not do that to American, Condon-san. I will read the charges. Nicholas Condon, much esteemed editor of Tokyo Chronicle, found with 2 girls in his house. After drinking much wine and disturbing neighbors, Condon tries to overcome police, but friendly police prevail and put him to bed in local jail to protect him. So sorry, Condon-san.
Stow it. You murdered 2 Americans last night. on the Nagamaru and the one in my house.
Very serious charges. Result of too much wine drinking.
Why, you
Please,
dirty...
do not resume disturbance. Understand you are judo artist, Condon-san. Perhaps you honor me with the contest someday.
Sure. Maybe next time we can take honorable coats off and settle a few things with honorable judo.
Nick, for heaven's sake, what's this all about? I've been trying to run the paper for you, but everybody's got the jitters, wondering what's happened to you.
Skip it, Sprague. I haven't got time to fill you in.
Okay. Now, what are you doing?
Sprague, that Tanaka plan is gone from behind the Emperor's picture.
Yeah? And why are you going over to Tanaka's house?
He sent for me, but you're going to Tanaka's house. You tell him where I'll be and... Oh, wait a minute. The police didn't find that document.
Oh, they must have.
If they did, Tanaka wouldn't want to see me.
Well, then how about the people who paid Ollie to get out of the country?
Well, maybe. And maybe Tanaka figures I have it.
Look, you've got to get out of this country, Nick.
Well, there's still a law back home, Charlie. When somebody's murdered, somebody's got to hang for it. You'd better get over to the embassy. I'm going over to Tanaka's.
It is a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Condon.
Yes, Baron Tanaka, and your company, too, Colonel Tojo of the Imperial Army.
Mr. Condon, the story you printed yesterday, charging various things, is in itself unimportant. These rumors of a document which plans world conquest are ridiculous. But should the rumor be taken seriously by the wrong people, a blazing fire might be kindled which Japan would find costly to extinguish.
I see. You want my newspaper to put on a fire prevention week campaign. Is that it?
No, Mr. Condon. Within the past 24 hours, we have discovered a plot to smuggle this forged document out of Japan. A man named Oliver Miller, a former reporter on your newspaper, is involved.
We could recover the document from him by force, if we chose. We would prefer that you persuade him to return it to us.
It seems you haven't heard, Baron, nor your secret police, that Mr. Miller and his wife were murdered last night.
We read in the papers this morning about your escapade last night, Mr. Condon. In your incoherent condition, you spoke of this unpleasant fantasy. As we were concerned with the fate of Mr. Miller, even more than you, we immediately made inquiries. Here, read this. A radiogram from the captain of the Nagatamaru, a most trustworthy gentleman.
Yeah? In answer to your inquiry regarding Mr. and Mrs. Oliver Miller, American citizens aboard the Nagata Maru, they are alive and in perfect health.
Isn't it clear to you now?
It's very clear.
And if you send Mr. Miller a radiogram, I'm sure he will return the document to us through you. Everyone will be enormously relieved, and you will be greatly profited.
Yes, and we would all live to laugh at this strange hallucination you experienced last night.
Yeah? I guess you're right. You want this forgery returned?
Yes.
And you'd pay plenty for it. Okay, here's my price. When the United States Embassy has been notified that the murderer of Oliver Miller and his wife, I mean the real murderer, Oshima, not a sacrificial monkey, has been brought to trial and convicted, maybe then what you're looking for will turn up. Hey, Sprague, there's Oshima. He's been on my tail all day.
Yeah, they know you're leaving. You know, they might have plans for you like they did for Ollie.
Yeah? The embassy is sending me back to Washington. They're expressing an interest in my safe departure. Now, finish your drink, go back to the office. I want a story in tomorrow's newspaper saying I'm sailing 10 days on the President Wilson.
Why the publicity?
The police didn't get that document. It must have been the people who want to get it out of Japan. If they know I'm leaving, they may try to get in touch with me.
Okay, but don't look now. Here comes Cassell and that beautiful dame who's been staring at you all night.
Beat it.
May we join you, Condon? Looks as if every table's taken.
Hello, Cassell.
This is Nick Condon, Iris. Miss Iris Hilliard. Just arrived from Shanghai.
And Prince West.
You staying here at the hotel?
Yes.
Mr. Cassell must have had an ulterior motive in bringing you over to my table.
Really?
Oh, sure. No man in his right mind would share your company, Miss Hilliard. How is Shanghai these days?
Oh, Shanghai is always gay.
For everyone but the Chinese.
You arrived last night?
Yes.
I was down to see some friends off last night on the Nagata Maru. You didn't arrive from Shanghai on it, did you?
You're crushing my hand.
Well, sorry, but I wanted to take the glove off. There.
Satisfied?
I'm sorry. I was looking for a ruby on that finger.
And found a diamond. Don't you like diamonds, Mr. Condon?
Look here, Condon. You have a reputation for bad manners, but this is going too far.
Never mind. I wanted to meet Mr. Condon.
Telephone, Mr. Cassell.
Oh, thank you.
Now we can talk. I was asked by a friend to become acquainted with you. Very well acquainted. In Shanghai, we have a mutual friend. A very old man. Chan Po Ling.
Chan Puling. Yeah. Wonderful old man. Well, you could learn more from him in a few hours than 4 years in college.
Despite all his reverses, he still works for the Republic. As Sun Yat-sen wished it to be.
So he asked you to look me up, huh?
Yes.
And become very well acquainted, huh?
Yes.
Well, he certainly hasn't forgotten me.
Oh, no. He remembers you very well as you were. Then. He hoped you hadn't changed.
What does that mean?
First, we'll become better acquainted. It was his desire.
His desire became mine 5 minutes ago. Let's figure the best way we could go about this.
About what?
Becoming better acquainted in the shortest possible time. I'm leaving in 10 days.
Oh.
Oh, wait a minute. That's not so bad. Why don't we drink to them?
To them?
Yeah. To the 10 days that shook the world.
Squibb Dental Cream is so brisk, so stimulating, so thorough in its aid to cleansing. It leaves you feeling fresh and assured. Use Squibb Dental Cream morning and night. Use it before every engagement, whenever you want to look your best, feel your best, and make the best impression. For a breath of freshness in your smile, for better home dental care, remember the name Squibb. Squibb Dental Cream. You can taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Before continuing with part 2 of Blood on the Sun, we wish to thank William Cagney Productions for making this story available. And now, the House of Squibb presents part 2 of Academy Award, starring John Garfield in Blood on the Sun.
I thought I was kidding when I said Iris and I were going to spend my last days shaking the world. But it was me that got shaken, and Iris did it. I fell for her with a bump that must have shaken Tojo's house.
Must you go? Don't you still have work to do here?
No,
I was just thinking.
I don't. We've talked a lot, but you still haven't said anything. What was the real reason Chang Pu-Ling asked you to look me up?
When we're better acquainted.
Another thing, I asked you, and I told you I needed some dope on Cassell. You know him. What's he doing in Tokyo?
Maybe. When we're better acquainted.
3 days are gone, and my boat sails in a week. We're getting nowhere too fast.
I don't agree.
Come here to me.
Nick, what is it?
It's time we got better acquainted.
Yes.
All right, Cassell, what's on your mind?
Look, Nick, I'm in trouble. But I got an idea that'll work for both of us. You're in a worse spot than I am. They're not going to let you go out of the country alive. But they don't suspect me. Let me take the plan to China.
Take what to China?
The Tanaka plan. You've got it, Condon. Tanaka's already made you an offer, but you're holding out for more. I know.
Come here, you rat. What else do you know?
Plenty. Didn't I frame the introduction between you and Tanaka's dame? Don't I know she hasn't had any luck because you've been playing cagey?
Who is Tanaka's dame?
Iris.
Okay, baby, start talking. You were on the Nagamaru that night.
What if I was?
You worked for Tanaka.
No.
That's a lie.
May I say something?
Plenty to the American ambassador. You're going to tell him how you killed Edith Miller.
I didn't.
Come on, you killed him. The names, Oshima and who else? Who? Before I make a mess of you.
What is your price for the document?
There isn't enough money in Japan to buy that document.
So what are you risking your life for? To protect people in China and America you don't even know? To save humanity?
Come on, let's get to the embassy.
Are you sure? You'd risk your life to protect the Tanaka plan. If you had it?
Don't worry, I have it.
No, you haven't, Nick. I have.
You?
I got it from behind the Emperor's picture when the police left.
So this is it, huh?
Yes, this is it. Memorial presented to His Imperial Majesty by Premier Tanaka, outlining the positive policy of Japan. This is a plan for world conquest beginning with China. This must be gotten to the League of Nations at Geneva.
Well, how did you get mixed up in all this?
It's my work.
Big payoff, huh?
Yes. Free China.
Free China, huh?
That's why I had to be so careful, Nick, before telling you. I had to be sure how you felt about it.
And about you.
Nick, you must go and not see me again until I call you. Promise?
Iris, I'll promise anything. Our lives are at stake now.
Nick, here's the man for the trunks.
Okay, Charlie.
4 pieces. You count checks, please.
Okay, I believe you.
Sorry, you must count.
Oh, sure. Hey, wait a minute.
Something's phony. He's gone.
Look, there's another paper in among those checks from Iris.
Where is she?
It says wharf at foot of Harabota Street. Iris.
Where's she been?
Hiding out, I guess. Tanaka's men took down our last conversation on a dictaphone. That's why the embassy is hustling me aboard an American ship, or was.
What do you mean, was?
Because I'm nuts about Iris. I'm nuts about America, China, and the whole free world. And I'm not letting any of them down. Tell the embassy Nick Condon saw his duty and he done it. Skip the gutter, Charlie, and burn little white papers for me, will you? They were waiting for me when I came out. Oshima and his grillers. But I gave them the slip somehow. And I eased my old jalopy down near the wharves. All I could see was a colony of houseboats and junks. An old woman came out of the dark, took my hand, and led me up a ladder across dirty decks. Then suddenly down into a stinking hole of a fishing smack. Light up in there.
Nick, in here.
Almost a week and not a word. Now, 2 hours before I leave, you send for me.
I couldn't, Nick. They were following me. Oh, don't be angry. It's been unbelievably difficult.
You could have found some way to let me know.
No, I couldn't.
Okay, now listen. I was followed when I left the house. I shook them off, but there isn't any spare time. You give me those papers for the League.
Here they are. Darling. The fishing boats leave in a few minutes on the changing tide. One of them will take me out into the bay to a freighter.
To Shanghai?
Yes.
Well, I guess this is goodbye. It's tough trying to find words.
Don't try, Nick. I know what's been troubling you. What I've been. What I am.
I never asked any questions. I never even thought of them.
Didn't you, Nick? I'll always remember that.
What are you talking about? If a person is on the
See,
level
that's it, Nick. No one has ever treated me as a person. Just wasn't time in my work for such niceties. But tomorrow, when China's free and the work is done...
Did I ever say you're quite a dame?
No, you didn't.
I'll tell you all about it someday. Maybe in Shanghai.
But I don't want to say goodbye, Nick. Not ever.
Oshima and the police.
Found us.
Police everywhere. Quick, back door, please.
Oh, yes. Nick, you can't possibly get through to the embassy now.
No, here, take these. Go ahead, get moving.
No, not without you, Nick.
Go on, I said. It's
No.
your job to get to the League now.
No.
Are you crazy? They'll be here in a minute. I can hold them long enough to get, well, until you get to the fishing boat and get a good start. Now, go on. You take it along, will you?
Nick!
Go on.
Nick!
Now, come on, Oshima.
Come out, Condon-san. I know you are in there.
You do? Come and get me, Oshima.
Oh, good. But the woman will not escape. There goes her boat, and my patrol is sinking it.
Ha! Boat is surrounded. You have no chance, Condon-san. But I've waited long for this pleasure.
What's on your small mind?
You have shown great mastery at judo with my policeman. Perhaps you will honor me with a demonstration.
It would be a pleasure.
Good. We are in no hurry to get to police headquarters, are we, Condon-san? They would not care to have me bring you in alive. Would be most embarrassing. So, as you say, we must play now for keeps.
Shut up and move in.
You are ready?
Yeah. Ready.
I must have been lucky, Condon-san, to throw you so easily.
Don't let it go to your head. Let's try it again, fat boy. Oshima, you're pretty good.
I am honored. Can you get up? It will take one more fall, I think, to kill you. I shall make it a good one.
Okay, I'm getting up.
You are not a very pretty sight, Mr. Condon. But then, white men are not match for yellow men.
Oh, no? Come on, monkey face. This time we'll try it my way. How do you like them potatoes, Bud? The old 1-2. That's the way we used to do it in Hell's Kitchen. Now get up.
Very good. You must show me that trick again.
Come on in and take another lesson, huh? This is my Sunday one coming up. An old roundhouse, Oshima. This is going to look good on you. That did it, Oshima. But I can't let you lay there like that, reaching for your gun. Hold it, Bud. I'll take it. Now, rat face. This gives me the greatest pleasure. Well, this is it, I guess. 3 more shots left.
Mr. Condon, this way.
What?
Hurry, into the boat this way.
Yeah.
We come back for you. Good fight, Condon-san. Korean like me must learn American way. Into boat, please.
Yeah.
Nick, are you all right?
I guess so. Where are we?
Safe.
But I thought you were on your way.
So did Oshima's men. They followed and sank the wrong boat.
And why did you come back?
I don't like goodbyes. And besides, I love you, Nick.
Oh, baby. Up to now, it's been a wonderful war.
Look, Nick. That way lies China. And in the blue haze which conceals her shores, there is a good omen for her future.
It may take years and years, Iris.
I can be patient. I know how to wait. Can you?
Together we can do anything. We'll wait and work, you and I, until the job is done. The breeze is quickening, and it is fair for China beyond the haze.
Out here in Hollywood, stars who must keep radiantly alive through a long day before the cameras have learned to seize even the slightest opportunity for quick refreshment. You have such an opportunity in the simple act of brushing your teeth when you brush them with refreshing Squibb Dental Cream. For Squibb Dental Cream is quick refreshment in a tube. You see, in making Squibb Dental Cream, the House of Squibb has done more than provide you with a completely safe and trustworthy dentifrice. It has also created one of the pleasantest, most exhilarating of all dentifrices. When you first taste the sparkling, minty flavor of Squibb Dental Cream, you get a hint of its quick refreshment. Then, as you brush, the brisk, tingling action wakes up your mouth, makes it feel fresh and young and clean. That's how Squibb Dental Cream helps you to face your own daily audience with new poise and assurance. You've given your own charm the protection it deserves, the protection of pure, fragrant, refreshing Squibb Dental Cream. So ask tomorrow for Squibb Dental Cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award with Charles Coburn and Virginia Mayo in The Devil and Miss Jones. John Garfield is soon to be seen in the Warner Brothers production, Nobody Lives Forever. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Tonight, Charles Coburn and Virginia Mayo in The Devil and Miss Jones. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. For generations, the House of Squibb has been known for the high quality and unfailing dependability of its products, each the result of a never-ending quest for perfection. Today, the great family of Squibb products reflects the tremendous advance of science in its contribution to human health and well-being. The name Squibb stands for progress through research. Squibb is a name you can trust. Tonight, Squibb brings you a laugh-provoking comedy, The Devil and Miss Jones, the picture which was nominated in 1941 for 2 Academy Awards. In our cast tonight, you will hear Charles Coburn playing the role he created on the screen for The Devil and Miss Jones. Co-starring is Virginia Mayo as Miss Jones. Mr. Coburn has twice been nominated as Best Supporting Actor of the Year, and in 1943 won the coveted Academy Award.
This is the story of a horrible old capitalist who was supposed to be a devil, but really turned out to be a pretty good egg. And of a dame who was supposed to be symbolic of the common man, but who really turned out to be pretty human, too. All in all, you can call it a merry tale in which it is proved that heaven always protects the working girl.
Good morning, J.P.
How are you, J.P.?
Good morning, J.P.
Good morning. I see by the papers that I've been hanged in effigy in front of that department store at 38th Street.
Some desperate malcontents must have done it.
I thought I sold everything below 38th Street 3 years ago.
We kept it, J.P., because the store was exactly on 38th Street.
This dummy doesn't look like me. Maybe it's supposed to be one of you.
Which one? What?
There's a sign on the dummy with your name on it.
Have this picture enlarged and everybody even watching it fired.
An excellent suggestion, J.P.
Beg pardon, sir. Your lunch. Will you have the crackers whole, or shall I crumble them in the milk, sir?
Crumble them, you idiot.
We're rounding up the troublemakers. We have a detective working on it.
Where is this detective?
In the next room, J.P.
That's all, gentlemen. Good day.
Yes, sir.
J.P.
Are you the detective?
Yes, sir. I'm Higgins, Thomas Higgins.
What progress have you made, Higgins?
Oh, I've gotten a job in the store. Nobody knows I'm a detective except the personnel head, not even the general manager.
I see.
I'm a salesman in the children's shoe department. That's the hotbed, the whole 5th floor.
When do you propose to round up these troublemakers?
Well, Mr. Merrick, it'll take time. I gotta worm my way in. About 3 weeks.
3 weeks? Why not 3 days?
Well, sir, first I gotta go down to Philly. My wife's having a baby.
I see. Well, Higgins, you should be with your wife. Yes, I'll get someone else for this assignment. Oh, I'll keep your card if you don't mind.
Gee, thank you, sir. You're very kind.
That's all right, Higgins. That's all.
More milk, sir, or anything?
Don't say anything. Anything means crackers. Come here, George.
Yes, Mr. Merrick.
George, I'm going to delve into conditions. I'm going down to that store of mine, mix with the employees, let them talk to me, and I'll play with them like a cat with a mouse.
Oh, my, Mr. Merrick.
Not Mr. Merrick, George. For a while, my name is going to be Higgins. Thomas Higgins. Yes, Thomas Higgins.
There you are, madam. Thank you. And what can I do for you, sir?
Oh, I'm working here. I'm a new salesman.
Oh, you're Higgins.
Uh-huh.
You mean Higgins, don't you? Yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Higgins, in the intelligence test you took this morning, your rating was 66. That's 1 point over the lowest passing grade.
Perhaps there was some mistake.
We don't make mistakes, Higgins. Neely's is never wrong. This is the lowest intelligence rating in my department. I hope you have other qualities to compensate for it. For your own sake. Miss Jones, don't lean against my desk, Higgins.
Yes, Mr. Hooper.
Miss Jones, I'm assigning Higgins to slippers. Show him his duties.
Welcome to the shoe department, Mr. Higgins. You come right with me. Now, this is your counter. Bedroom, lounging, and house slippers. It's really the best job, Mr. Higgins. No bending down for try-ons.
He doesn't think I'm good enough to sell shoes, is that it?
Oh, don't be silly. It's just the same. You have to be cleverer selling slippers than shoes.
How could he tell I'm not as good a salesman as the next one?
Oh, it's just your vanity that's hurt. You can sell shoes when you're relieved for lunch. And you show him then what a good salesman you are. Your lunch hour is from 12 to 1. That's in 30 minutes.
I'm not going to eat lunch.
You're not?
I'll stay right here selling slippers, and I'll make a good impression.
Mr. Higgins, why aren't you going to eat lunch?
I'm not going to eat because I'm not hungry. I never have lunch anyway.
You go to lunch at 12 sharp. Here, take this.
I don't want your money.
No argument.
Well, you don't mind waiting on me, do you?
Oh, what can I do for you, madam?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Higgins.
Yes?
I want you to meet Elizabeth Ellis. She will show you where the employees' restaurant is when your lunchtime comes.
Thank you. Hello, Miss Ellis.
I'll be back for you.
Do I see the shoes I asked for, or don't I?
Oh, yes, of course, madam, of course. What kind of shoes do you wish? Button or strings?
Are you sure you won't have anything?
No. Thank you very much. I never eat lunch.
It's nicer out here in the park than in the company lunchroom, isn't it?
Yeah, very nice. Don't you think it terrible that the store won't let the people organize?
I make these popovers myself. You're very rude not to try one.
I wonder where they're holding a meeting tonight.
Go ahead, eat it.
What is it?
Tuna fish popovers.
Tuna fish popovers.
Go on, bite it. It's my own invention.
Oh, no, I couldn't. Really, I couldn't.
Oh, please. If I ask you?
Have you got a graham cracker?
Oh, a grown man eating graham crackers. There's no nourishment in that. Now, you eat that popover. It won't bite you.
Won't it, though? Tuna fish.
Like it?
I don't know yet. Is it good tuna fish?
It costs 12 cents a can.
12 cents a can?
It's almost as good as you can buy.
Almost as good.
Eat it. Go on.
Well, it tastes good.
Well, thank you. Here, have another.
No, thank you, no.
Oh, one's not enough to feed an infant. Now, take it. How does a man exist without a woman looking after him? I could tell you're a single man. You are single, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
What did you do before this? What kind of work?
All kinds. You'll be surprised.
Oh, Mr. Hooper is coming.
He is he? Wait until I put his name down in my little black book. Fire Hooper.
Hello, Mr. Hooper.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hooper.
How do you do, Miss Ellis?
Walked right by. He usually sits here for a few minutes. I hope he's not angry.
Give me another popover.
Oh, yes, Mr. Higgins. Oh, we must get back to the store. Lunchtime is over.
All right, let's.
Only one more flight, Mr. Higgins, then we'll be there.
I hope so. My feet hurt. I've had a hard day at the store today.
Well, it's after hours and the store's closed now, and you're on your own. Does your finger still hurt?
A little.
I can't understand how you've never been in an automat before.
I've never thought of it. I could sue them getting my finger caught like that.
Higgins, tell me the truth. Was the manager right? Did you try and get that blueberry pie without putting in a nickel?
I tell you, I did put in a nickel, but I went to get coffee and somebody must have sneaked the pie out. It was their responsibility to give me another piece of pie, and I would have gotten it, too, if you hadn't interfered.
Oh, here we are, the door to the roof.
Well, what's this?
Oh, this is the meeting, our meeting of store employees.
Hello, baby. You're late. Who's this?
Oh, Joe, this is Mr. Higgins. He started in the store today.
Welcome, brother.
Mr. Higgins, this is Joe O'Brien. He hung up the dummy of John P. Merrick.
Yeah, made the front page of the Times, all right.
Did you see it, Mr. Higgins?
Yes, I saw it. Well, this is quite a pleasure, Mr. O'Brien.
Likewise, I'm sure. Well, come on, folks. We're about set to get started with the meeting.
Oh, come on, Higgins. Stop writing in your diary.
Huh? Oh, yes. Plenty of time for that, eh?
Oh, Mr. Higgins.
Why, Elizabeth, you here, too?
Well, of course. And I knew you'd join us. I could tell it the minute I saw you.
Yes, you could, of course, couldn't you?
Now, many of you are here for the first time, and you'd probably like to know more about us. Well, we're not professional agitators. I started in the Neely store 6 years ago as a packing boy and worked myself up to assistant section manager. Now, what we want is what...
Excuse me, Joe.
Huh?
If I may, I'd like to show you a practical case of what we're fighting for.
Why, sure. This is Miss Jones of Children's Shoes.
This is Mr. Higgins, Tom Higgins. How old are you, Mr. Higgins?
53.
He's 53. That's not very old. He came to work this morning in children's shoes without the few cents in his pocket to buy his lunch. And do you know how he got his lunch? From another employee, sharing a few crusts she brought, which were hardly enough for herself.
Oh, gee, that's too bad.
Look at him. 53 years of age. And nothing to eat. And in a few more years, he'll be let out. White-haired and friendless, with no one to turn to except charity. And the poorhouse.
Mr. Higgins, please, take your seat.
Oh, Mr. Higgins, you were so wonderful.
Well, I didn't do anything.
Oh, but you did. You were so brave, standing up there. My heart cried for you. What you need is someone to care for you, to keep you from going to the poorhouse.
Yes, I do. I never thought about it in just that way before, Miss Elizabeth. But you're so right. You're so wonderfully right, my dear.
To make every morning a beautiful morning, to start each day really awake. Remember, it pays to use Squibb Dental Cream whenever you want to feel your best, look your best, make the best impression. Try Squibb Dental Cream tomorrow. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. And now, the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Charles Coburn and Virginia Mayo in The Devil and Miss Jones.
Isn't this the divinest picnic? Is there anywhere in the world as divine as Coney Island on Saturday afternoon?
Well, maybe, Liz, but it's too crowded to go look for it.
Higgsy, are you having fun?
Fun? Yes, indeed, yes.
Oh, I knew I'd forgotten something. There's the hot dog man. I'll get us some and be right back.
Well, I think I'll go for a swim.
Nobody's going to be watching you, so don't show off and swim down to Montauk.
See you at Frankfurter time in old Coney Island.
I guess you love that young fellow, eh?
Sort of. You know, Mr. Higgins, I've never even thought of what it would be like not to see him anymore. And that's probably the test of it. Why, if I thought I'd never see him again, I don't think I'd care if I lived or died.
I guess that must be love.
Oh, it isn't so hard to find, Higgins. Don't you find it when you look at Elizabeth?
Well, I don't know, Miss Jones. You see, I've only been looking at her for a few days.
But you must see something in her eyes.
Well, I suppose I must. What could it be?
Isn't it kind of soft, like moonlight? Doesn't it bounce back at you and give you kind of a hot foot inside when you see her looking at you like that?
Well, my dear, I think I'll go for a swim. What does one do?
Well, one goes up to the bathhouse, rents a suit, and one dunks, doesn't one?
I suppose one does. Yes, I suppose one does. I beg your pardon, but I was wondering if I could find out whether my clothes are in your bathhouse.
Did you take them off here?
I don't exactly remember.
Where's your locker key? That has our name on it.
I don't seem to have a key. I've been walking about for hours.
Does this look like the place?
Well, I rented this suit. Can you tell me if it's yours?
No, brother. That ain't ours. That's a pretty cheap suit.
Not yours, eh? Well, thank you.
Yeah, ain't never seen yous before. You don't belong in this bathhouse. Try down the line.
Thank you. How many more bathhouses are there around here?
Oh, a couple of hundred, maybe.
I've got a big bargain for you, son.
Huh? What's your gag? Hey, what you want? This is a cigar store, not a pawn shop.
My watch. It's quite good. You can have it for $1. It's solid gold.
Solid gold, huh? I'll take it back and bite it. Wait here.
So you see, Sergeant, I find this character in a cigar store, and he's trying to sell his watch to the clerk. And when I questioned him, he said he wanted the money to call his chauffeur. And besides that, he says he got the watch from the governor. I thought that was suspicious.
It's suspicious enough for me. Lock him up.
There he is. Higgsy, keep your chin up. We'll get you out.
I'll say we will.
Mr. Higgins.
Hey, what is all this?
These are my friends, sir. Now, we'll see. We'll see if you can lock up an innocent man.
Now, let's get this straight, Sergeant. I'm a free American citizen, and under the Constitution, I've got my rights. And I say to you... Yes. Well, what if it did cost us our last $10? We got you out of jail, didn't we?
Yes, Joe. You talked him right out of it.
Yeah. Well, I'm sleepy. I got sand in my sock, and the subway is so crowded.
Lie back, honey. We'll be home soon.
Oh. Look at him. Higgins and Liz. Just like turtle doves.
Turtle dove yourself. By the way, when did you ever see any turtle doves?
Well, it's just an expression.
Put your arms around me. Stop worrying about turtles.
Elizabeth,
Yes, Tom.
I want you to tell me something.
What is it?
Didn't Hooper ask you to this picnic today?
Yes, he did.
Well, tell me, why did you go with me instead?
Well, you see, Mr. Hooper is the executive type. And you, well, you're sort of helpless. You need someone to look after you.
He's the executive type, and I'm helpless.
Now, don't be offended. People can't tell on themselves. But that's the type you are.
For heaven's sake.
I don't like the executive type.
What you can see in him is beyond me.
Well, he asked me to marry him during the clearance sale.
Did you ever consider it?
To be honest, I did.
Well, why didn't you?
Well, I didn't know whether I loved him. Maybe I'd be marrying him for his money.
Has he got money?
He makes $55 a week. But I don't see how a woman can marry a man with money. She'd always feel that maybe she'd married him not for what he was, but for what he had.
That's torn it.
Oh, dear me, this is our station. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, good night.
Oh, good night, you two. Wake up, Joe. Wake up, they're getting off. Say something.
Huh? Oh. Hey, Higgins forgot something.
Couldn't you say good night? What's the matter with you?
Oh, well, Higgins forgot a card. It fell out of his pocket on the seat.
Oh, well, give it to me. I'll give it back to him in the morning.
Yeah.
What is it, anyway? Oh, to whom it may concern. Thomas Higgins is employed in a confidential capacity and is accountable only to me, Arthur Davies, head of personnel, Neely's department store.
What's that?
Oh, no, not Higgins. Not a spy. A dirty spy.
Well, our friend Higgins seems to be a little late this morning. Probably drinking last night.
Oh, he only had 3 beers.
You were with him yesterday?
Yes. No. Mary and Joe. No, just Tom and I. I mean, Mr. Higgins and I. We went to the beach. He asked me before you did, really.
Yeah, well, that's perfectly all right. Ah, and who have we here?
Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning, Mr. Higgins. I mean, Tom.
We're a little late this morning, aren't we?
Oh, are you late, too?
You are a little late this morning.
Yes, I am.
And why, may I ask?
Because I overslept. I was tired.
Oh, that's a novel excuse.
Well, it's the truth.
I don't like the tone of your voice.
And I don't like the tone of yours.
Who do you think you're talking to?
Another employee of the store. That's all. And a darn poor one at that.
Do you know what's going to happen to you? You're going to be fired.
I'm going to be fired. Now, let me tell you something. You're going to be fired. How do you like that, huh?
Why, Higgins, and I thought you were a company spy.
Me, a spy?
Oh, my goodness. This is revolution. Never in all my years at Neely's. Oh, never. Oh, gracious. The world is going crazy.
Oh, look, that's my Joe.
What's the matter?
Now we'll see. Right, over here, gentlemen. Here's another dangerous character.
Oh, company detectives, they've got my Joe.
Hey, what's going on here?
Take this one, too. His name is Higgins. He's in on the plot.
Come on, Higgins. Grab him, Louise.
Come along quietly, Mr. Higgins.
Come on now, all of you. The general manager wants to see you.
Take your hands off of me.
Stiff lip, Higgins. The Cossacks are putting the muscle on you.
Where are you taking
To
him?
the general manager's office.
Is this how he makes people come to his office?
Come on.
Whoop!
Oh, Mr. Higgins, they can't do this to you.
I'll say they can't. Wait till I get that general manager.
Shut up and come on.
All right, Allison. So you're the general manager, eh? Now, let me tell you something, sir. I've observed firsthand how you discharge your responsibility. Can't you see that dealing with people the way you do is the reason for this civil war around here? I've worked with these people. They've got rights. You bumble-witted idiot.
Oh, Tom, it's wonderful what you're doing. And me thinking you were a spy. Well, you'll never be sorry. Let them fire you. As long as I have a breath in my body, you'll never go hungry.
Yeah, Mr. Allison. Take these people and throw them out in the street. And then you, Miss Clubber, make out discharge slips for everyone on the 5th floor.
You can't do that to us.
Oh, I can't, eh, Higgins?
No, you can't. And my name isn't...
Yes.
Don't argue with him, Higgsy.
Don't argue with him. I'll say I won't argue with him. I'm going to fire him. I'm going to fire the whole pack of them.
Oh, Higgsy, you're overdoing it.
Fire us, huh? First you come in here with a persecution complex. And now you've got delusions of grandeur. Throw him out.
Oh, my.
He thinks he's J.P. Merrick himself. Throw them all out.
Just a minute, Mr.
Wait,
Allison.
wait, stop. I'll show you who is J.P. Merrick. I'll show you.
Oh, relax, Higgsy. It's easier when you hit the sidewalk. You said they couldn't, but they did. Where did you land, Higgsy?
Well, never mind.
Yeah? Yeah, one of these days we're going and throwing them out.
I'm going back and do that now.
Thomas, you come right here this instant.
Who? Me?
Yes. And stop writing in that little black book. We're on our way to get married. After all, who are we to keep the mayor waiting? Mr. Higgins, where are you taking me?
I'm taking my bride home. Upsy daisy.
Oh, my
Ooh,
goodness.
I've got to carry you over the threshold.
Now, you put me down this instant. Oh, have you lost your mind? This isn't where you live. This is the mansion of the old monster himself, J.P. Merrick. Oh, I don't want to spend my honeymoon in jail.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Merrick.
Good evening, George. Dinner for two this evening. And by the way, George, this is Mrs. Merrick. Get some clean rice, George. One only gets married once.
Merrick? Mr. Merrick? You're not Higgins?
No, my dear, I'm J.P. Merrick in the flesh.
Oh!
Turn down a bed, George. Mrs. Merrick has fainted.
Oh, it isn't that I mind you being J.P. himself, or me being Mrs. J.P. What about all our friends?
Have you forgotten my little black book, darling? We're going down tomorrow and spend the first day of our happy honeymoon getting things straightened out at that store. And I mean straightened out. After all, my dear, they can't push people like us around, eh?
Oh, no, Thomas. I mean, J.P. Oh, I mean...
Darling.
Darling.
Yes.
You know, in real life, happy endings usually follow good beginnings. That's why starting the day right is so important. When you wake up refreshed by a good night's rest, ready for the exhilarating sting of a cool shower, you're glad to be alive. How wonderful it would be if you could recapture that feeling of early morning freshness whenever you felt like it. Well, you can, in the single act of brushing your teeth with Squibb Dental Cream. For Squibb Dental Cream tastes as fresh as an early Maytime morning with its frosty, minty flavor. Its brisk, freshening action. Under your brush, it leaves your mouth feeling fresh and young. And Squibb Dental Cream makes your mouth feel cleaner because it is cleaner. And best of all, you can have this fresh as the morning feeling whenever your mouth needs quick refreshment. Any hour in the 24, and always before you're going to meet people. For there's real charm protection in Squibb Dental Cream. Try it tomorrow. Ask your druggist for Squibb Dental Cream, one of the great family of Squibb products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Cary Grant and the glamorous English star Ann Todd with Nigel Bruce in Suspicion. Today's performance of The Devil and Miss Jones was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Charles Coburn is currently engaged as one of the stars in David O. Selznick's Technicolor production, Little Women. Miss Mayo appeared through the courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn and will next be seen in the Samuel Goldwyn production, The Best Years of Our Lives. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. the House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Tonight, Cary Grant and Ann Todd in Suspicion. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. For generations, the House of Squibb has been known for the high quality and unfailing dependability of its products, each the result of a never-ending quest for perfection. Today, the great family of Squibb products reflects the tremendous advance of science in its contribution to human health and well-being. The name Squibb stands for progress through research. Squibb is a name you can trust. Tonight, Squibb brings you the thrilling mystery Suspicion, the picture which was nominated in 1941 for 3 Academy Awards. As our star tonight, you will hear Cary Grant, who, as Best Actor of the Year, has twice been nominated for the Academy Award, recreating his original screen role. Appearing with him is the lovely British stage and screen star Ann Todd. And now, Academy Award.
Made me know the meaning of the word ecstasy when I married Johnny. Oh, I'd heard things about him, that he was careless, which I knew meant carefree, that he was unreliable, which I knew meant he was different from any other man in the world. But naturally, I didn't hear what the looks implied. Well, I wouldn't have cared even if I'd seen them. The smug looks, the I told you so's, and even the pitying looks from the few who seemed to care.
Well, Mrs. Aysgarth, are you getting used to being a wife?
Oh, darling, it's wonderful.
Yes, well, let's see. It all started at the Hunt Ball, then we got married, then it's kind of a blur.
Blur of Venice, Naples, Capri, Monte Carlo, Nice, Paris, and now this wonderful, heavenly, adorable house. Oh, Johnny, you sure we can afford all this?
Lena, one doesn't talk of money in paradise.
Telegram, sir.
Oh, my, speaking of paradise, let's see who wants to spoil it.
Is it bad news, darling?
No, just from an old friend of mine, stupid fellow. He wants £1,000. You couldn't spare 1,000, could you, dear?
1,000? What's he want it for?
Hanged if I know. Probably because I borrowed it from him.
You borrowed it? Why?
Well, because I was going on a honeymoon with the loveliest girl in the world, and I wanted her to be happy. Was she happy?
But didn't you have any money of your own?
Not a shilling.
Johnny, are you broke?
Oh, monkey face. I've been broke all my life.
I know you didn't marry me for my money. You could have done much better elsewhere. My income will never pay for all this. Never.
Well, what about your father?
Oh, I couldn't ask father or mother. But you wouldn't actually want to live on your wife's allowance, would you?
No, darling. Naturally not.
Well, then.
Well, I suppose if the worst comes to the worst, that is, if there's no other way out, why, I'll probably have to...
What?
Borrow some more.
Johnny, there's going to be no more borrowing or gambling.
What else is there to do?
You've got to go to work.
Work?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you mean put on old clothes, go out with a shovel?
Don't be flippant, darling. There are all sorts of jobs.
Oh, all right, darling. I'm broad-minded. Let's have some tea. Hey, we can make out a list of jobs. You know, I think that'll be fun.
It meant so much to me that Johnny took a position. I think you will understand. It seemed to help me push the sneers and the knowing smiles back into the dark. I don't know exactly what Johnny does, but he has a job in the office of a Captain Melbeck, a sort of distant cousin of his. I was at home waiting for Johnny when a stranger called.
I say, you must be old Johnny's wife.
Yes, I am.
Didn't he tell you about me? I'm Beaky.
Beaky? Oh, you Beaky?
Yeah, that's what they called me at school.
Beaky Thwaite. Oh, I've heard so much about you.
And Johnny told me about you, too. Ran into him at the Newbury races last week.
The races?
Oh. put my foot in it as usual, eh? I mean, didn't he tell you?
Johnny has a job. He couldn't have been at the races. Besides, he stopped betting.
Oh, he has he? Oh, not Johnny. Great lad, eh, what? Well, you mustn't mind him cutting up. That's what makes him Johnny. Besides, he thinks you're a topper. Oh, yes, he does. I think so, too. Eh, what?
Won't you sit down, Mr. Thwaite?
I don't see why not. Is anything wrong?
Well, there were 2 Queen Anne chairs here this morning before I went out.
They've disappeared, have they?
Apparently.
Were they expensive?
Yes, very. Museum pieces. Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, that Johnny, he'll be the death of me yet. Don't you understand?
No, I don't.
I'll give you 20 to 1 Johnny sold them.
Sold them? What for?
What for? For money, of course. Chap's got to pay his racing bets, hasn't he? And Johnny lost a packet at Newbury.
I don't believe you.
Oh, put my foot in it again, have I? My dear girl, what's your name?
Lena.
My dear Lena, you simply haven't got acquainted with old Johnny. Why, at school there wasn't one chap who's spending money Johnny purloined who didn't forgive him in the end. Why, you'll forgive him anything when you know him better.
Well, Beaky.
Well, old bean.
Ah, how's my darling monkey face?
Hello, Johnny.
Ask him about the chairs, old girl.
Hey, what are you whispering about, Beaky?
I just want her to ask you about the chairs that disappeared.
Oh, yeah, well, you would. So you two have discovered my iniquity, eh? Well, some American chap stopped by. Admired them so much, I just had to let him have them.
Johnny, you're such a wonderful liar.
Yes, well, look, you two. Forget the Inquisition. Now, sit down, both of you. Anywhere?
Lena, wait till you hear this.
Now, shut up, Beaky. Lena, you remember that necklace you admired in the shop window a month ago? Here, it's yours.
Oh, Johnny,
Yes, my friends, the Grand National was run today. I happen to have backed the winner. A 10-to-1 shot, ladies and gentlemen, 10-to-1, and I had 200 pounds on him.
By Jove, 10 to... Why, that's 2,000 pounds.
Oh, that's amazing, Beaky. Hey, Monkey Face, you're not smiling. Come on, smile.
Where did you get the 200 pounds?
Oh, now, really, I say, what a question.
Darling, where did you get it?
Oh, well, you know very well there was no America, and I got it for the chairs, of course.
You sold the chairs to gamble all your money on a horse?
Not exactly. You see, I owed some money to the bookies.
Johnny's such a lad, eh?
Now, darling, be practical. Come on, give us a smile.
Yes, come along, old girl. Johnny, you tickle her chin while I make faces.
Think that'll work?
Yes. Now, more tickle.
Okay. Any results yet, Beaky?
Not yet, old bean. Wait, I'll make a sound like an owl.
Yeah, let's
that
try that.
always gets them.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait, I forgot something. Here you are. A receipt from a certain shop. Payment in full for a certain pair of Queen Anne chairs. They'll be delivered within the hour.
Oh, look at that, Johnny. She's smiling.
Oh, Johnny.
Here's to the famous Johnny Aisgar. Beakers up, brandy to the bottom.
Oh, Johnny, he's choking. Do something.
It's no use, darling. I've seen this happen before. It'll either kill him or go away by itself. I think one of these days it will kill him.
Johnny, Beaky, an old friend of yours. How can you take that attitude? And you sat there and let him drink all the brandy he wanted. Oh, what is the matter with me? Johnny, I do trust you. I do believe in you. But I met one of the sneering faces today. She made it quite clear that you hadn't given up gambling. She told me she saw you each afternoon at the races. Johnny, perhaps I shouldn't, but I must find out. I must.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Aisgar.
Oh, Captain Melbeck, I came to see my husband, but since he isn't here, well, after all, you are his cousin as well as his employer, and I'm just terribly worried.
Yes, I understand that. But on the other hand, I told him I wouldn't prosecute, of course.
I don't understand. What on earth are you talking about?
But how does he get away with it? What reason did he give you when I discharged him?
When did you discharge him?
6 weeks ago. We had an unexpected audit, and the account showed a deficit of £2,000. And when I looked into Johnny's records...
Here, look at the photograph of the cliffs, Beaky. We could put the hotel up here.
Perfect.
Then the little houses could go down on the beach there.
Hello, you two. What's going on?
Oh, hello, Monkey Face. Sit down, darling. Beaky and I are organizing a real estate company. We're going to buy up this beautiful piece of land right by the sea.
Well, have you found somebody to put up the money?
Oh, yes.
Who?
Me, old girl.
I see.
Well, the idea is mine. The capital is Beaky's. You see, Beaky borrows against some securities in Paris, and then we issue stock. The whole company, of course, would be in my name. It's very simple.
Does Beaky understand it?
Oh, yeah, yes, I think so.
Captain Melbeck's on the phone, sir.
Oh. I'll take it in the study. Excuse me for a moment.
Beaky,
Yes, my dear?
you're being unfair to Johnny.
What? Oh, I say, now, that's a hot one. Why, he's president of the whole new thing. He gets a salary. He can write checks.
That's just what I mean.
Well, what's wrong about that? Oh, there you are, old boy. Do you know, Lena's been telling me that you're a bit soft in the head. Not a good risk and all that rot.
I heard through the door. Well, how about cleaning up, old boy? Nearly time for dinner. You know your room. Better hurry, huh?
Oh, all right. I won't be a minute.
Well,
Lena, have you any regrets that you married me?
no. Why do you ask that?
Then show me the courtesy of not interfering in my affairs.
Johnny, I'm not interfering in your affairs.
You are. And I'm warning you, stop it. Do you hear? Do you hear?
Oh, Johnny, please. Please.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. But it's pretty obvious it's no garland of roses to be Mrs. John Aysgarth.
Johnny, do you have any regrets?
Monkey Face, marrying you is the one thing I've never changed my mind about. I want nothing but to spend the rest of my life with you. And if you die first,
Yes? If I die first?
what about you?
I couldn't fall out of love with you if I tried.
Have you tried?
Yes? Today, when I found out about Captain Melbeck.
Oh, that. Well, listen to me. If I had the money, I could go ahead with this development. It's really a wonderful spot.
And you think Beaky has the money?
Of course. Ah. Well, I guess that's over.
Over? Why? What's happened?
Nothing's happened. I'm calling the deal off.
Does Beaky know about this?
Not yet.
Here I am, darlings, and ravenous. When do we dine, eh? Personally, old Bean, I can't see anything wrong with the scheme. But if you say it's no use going ahead with it, well, let's go ahead.
Well, Beaky, I'm not going to take the responsibility of calling the whole thing off without proving to you the scheme's no good. Now, you'll have to go up there to the cliffs tomorrow and take a look.
Well, old Bean, if you say it's no good, that satisfies me.
It should satisfy him. Why does Johnny insist?
I would have liked
What's in his mind? He's desperate for money. If he would sell the chairs, embezzle from Captain Melbeck, would he stop at... No, that's preposterous to think that. Yet he said, if I were to die...
I say, Johnny, I really don't want to go up there in the morning. It'll be nasty and cold.
Nasty, cold, foggy. Cliffs are high and treacherous. Beaky is no match for Johnny.
Earlier the better. There won't be so much traffic on the roads.
Near the cliffs, they'll
And
be
we'll have a
alone.
chance to settle.
Nobody to watch. Beaky will get out of the car, then Johnny. They'll walk near the edge of the cliff. Beaky will peer over, too near, and suddenly he will go over.
I say, getting up for me is murder, old chap. Murder.
Murder. No.
I say, I do believe she's fainted, old Bean. Now, whatever do you suppose could be wrong?
Before continuing with Part 2 of Academy Award, we wish to thank RKO Pictures for making this story available. RKO are also the producers of Sister Kenny, starring Rosalind Russell and Alexander Knox. And now the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Cary Grant and Ann Todd in Suspicion.
A silly phrase from childhood keeps going through my head. Gruesome shapes and things horrid. Why can't I get Johnny out of my mind? Not the laughing, easygoing Johnny I know, but a sinister Johnny. I got up early, took my car. I drove out to the cliff and found the tire marks of Johnny's car. They led right up to the edge of the cliff. My heart stood still. Where the tire marks ended, the cliff had caved in and was gone. I don't remember how I got home. Johnny, where's Beaky?
Well, hello, my girl. I'm here.
Oh, thank God. Johnny!
Why, monkey face, you're breaking my bones with that hug. After all, I've only been gone a few hours.
Seems like 1,000.
Seems that way to me, too.
Oh, shut up. It was nothing, Beaky.
Well, I nearly lost my life. Do you call that nothing?
You nearly lost your life?
Yes, I was turning the car near the edge of the cliff.
Was Johnny in the car?
No, he was admiring the view. Well, I was backing right up to the edge. If Johnny hadn't seen it and taken a leap and grabbed the brake, well, by Jove, I shouldn't be here.
Johnny saved your life?
He certainly did. Came Johnny close to losing his own, too.
Oh, Johnny. How can I ever tell you what this means to me?
To you?
Meant something to me, too, by Harry. Ought to give a chap a reward, eh, what?
Oh, now it's getting interesting.
Why can't he come to Paris with me? I think old Johnny needs a holiday.
Paris?
Yes, my securities are there. I think I'd better fly over to dissolve the corporation. I'll treat Johnny to the trip.
Oh, the cad seems to forget I'm a married man, darling. Then I might toss a few things into a bag and drive as far as London with him. What about that, monkey face?
Oh, ripping. Oh, do let him, monkey, Lena.
Well, I don't see how I can stop him.
Good, great. Let's pack, old bean.
Mrs. Aysgarth?
Yes?
I'm Hodgson, Inspector of the County Police. I understand your husband is not in, madam.
No, he's up in London for a few days.
I believe you know a Mr. Thwaite.
Why, of course, he's a very good friend of my husband.
Well, Mrs. Aysgarth, Mr. Thwaite is dead.
Dead?
Died in Paris.
This is such a shock. You see, we knew him.
I'm sorry to have to break it to you, Mrs. Aysgarth. It seems Mr. Thwaite was in the company of another gentleman by the name of Allbeam or Holbeam. There was some sort of a drinking bet between them. This other gentleman ordered a large beaker of brandy for Mr. Thwaite and then left. Would you or your husband happen to know any friend of Mr. Thwaite's who would answer to a name such as Allbeam or Holbeam?
I'm afraid not.
The papers were found on Mr. Thwaite which would indicate that he and your husband had formed a corporation.
My husband had planned a real estate development for Mr. Thwaite. Mr. Thwaite had gone to Paris to dissolve it.
I see. Well, thank you, Mrs. Aysgarth. Sorry I had to bother you. When your husband returns, by the way, do you expect him?
This evening, Inspector.
Would you ask him to ring me at the station?
Yes.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello? Hogarth Club, London. Oh, may I speak to Mr. Aysgarth, please? Yes. Oh, when do you expect him? He left yesterday. Thank you. Oh, it's you.
Yes. So you've heard about Beaky?
Yes. Dead. Johnny, the inspector wants you to phone him.
Captain Melbick phoning, sir.
Oh, yes? Well, tell him I got his note. Tell him I'll take care of the matter within 2 weeks, as he requests.
Yes, sir.
The matter?
The debt, monkey face. He wants his money.
And you can get it in 2 weeks?
I'm trying. Now, suppose we call it a day.
But, Johnny, you have to call the inspector.
Let's call it a day, darling. I'm tired. Dead tired.
All night I lay awake, my mind whirling with suspicions. Then suddenly I remembered Isabel, who was a writer of murder fiction. I remembered Johnny asking her questions a few evenings ago. Unusual questions. Had he followed up those questions? Why did Johnny want to know so much about murder and the ways of committing murder?
Well, since you flattered me by telling me you've already read my latest story, ask me your questions.
Isabel, why did Johnny come to see you?
Oh, my dear, Johnny is interested in the way in which we poor writers evolve our little plots. Well, naturally, we talk to so many things.
I see. Did he ask you any particular questions? Questions like, well, on unusual ways in which a character might commit a crime?
Well, yes, we did talk of that. You know Johnny, you can't resist him. He makes you want to tell all your trade secrets.
I see.
Oh, I remember now. Johnny was simply fascinated by one of my pet theories, an untraceable poison.
Oh, was he?
Has Johnny been having nightmares? Talking in his sleep, my dear?
Yes, Isabel. That's it. Nightmares.
Oh, Mrs. Aysgarth, this letter just came from Mr. Aysgarth. I was going to bring it up.
Oh, thank you. I'll take it to myself.
Yes, ma'am.
Durential Insurance Company, Manchester, replying to your inquiry regarding a loan of £2,000 against policy 167895. Regret loan cannot be made. Under terms of policy, payment can only be made in the event of the death of your wife. Event of the death of your wife. Johnny,
Yes, Monkey Face?
I saw Isabel today. I didn't know you were so interested in murder mysteries.
Yes. I borrowed one of her books. Terrible bore, too. There was a lot of muck about using an untraceable poison.
What does that mean? Untraceable?
Well, you can't find it on the corpse, so you look high and low.
Yes?
Are you interested in murder, too, dear?
Yes, I'm getting to be.
Had quite an interesting chat with Isabel that day. She thinks I couldn't commit a murder if I tried 100 years. Something in my face. What do you think, darling?
I don't know, Johnny. Johnny, have you finished breakfast?
Yes. Oh, are you speaking to me this morning?
I'm sorry, Johnny. I don't know what got into me last night. I must be developing nerves.
Oh, I don't mind being asked to sleep in my dressing room, even when my wife locks the door between. Some husbands might, but not me.
Oh, really, Johnny? I'm just run down. I think I'd better go down to Mother's for a few days.
She asked you?
Why, yes, she called this morning.
Must have been very early. I didn't hear it. Very well. I'll drive you.
Oh, you needn't drive me. I can take the...
I prefer to drive you. That door on your side keeps springing open. I must get it fixed someday.
Please, do you have to drive so fast?
Great morning for a bit of speed.
Look out!
Shortcut here. Almost missed the turn. What's that door? Lena, come back here, you crazy fool. Where you going? Lena!
Oh, Johnny.
Lena, what's got into you?
Let me go, Johnny. Let me go, please.
Oh,
go.
stop it, you little fool. Stop it. Now listen to me. Stop it. How much do you think a man can bear? You turn me out of your room. You go running away to your mother's, and now you cringe as though you hate me. You're my wife, Lena.
I thought
You almost killed us both back there in the car because you had to pull away when I reached out to save you. Well, you won't have to put up with me anymore.
Johnny. Where are you going, Johnny?
First, I'm driving you on to your mother's.
And then what?
You needn't worry. I'll never bother you again.
You mean you're going to? Is that why you were looking up that poison in Isabel's book? You were going to kill yourself. Oh, Johnny, my darling, no.
Oh, don't worry. I saw that was a cheap way out. I'm going back to see it through, Lena. Prison term and everything.
Prison? You mean Melbeck? That money you took?
Yes. I can't pay it back. I made a last try to raise the money when I went away with Beaky.
To Paris?
No. I went up to Liverpool to borrow on your insurance.
You mean you were in Liverpool when Beaky... You didn't go to Paris?
I wish I had. I'd never have let some idiot give poor old Beaky that brandy.
Oh, Johnny. I've been such a fool. If only I'd realized. If I'd been as close to you as I should have, you might have confided in me more. But things are going to be different now, Johnny.
People don't change overnight. I'm no good, Lena.
Oh, darling, let's turn back. Go home and see it all through together.
It won't work. I'm taking you on to your mother's.
It will work. I know it. Let me go back with you.
You don't belong in this.
But I do. I won't let you shut me out. Please, Johnny. Turn the car around and go home. Please.
No, Lena, no. We're saying goodbye.
Yes. I know, Johnny. But it's going to take so many, many years to say goodbye.
Every time you see and hear your favorite picture star, enjoy that something extra that only the best can bring. For generations, people have felt that way about the House of Squibb. They expect more from any Squibb product, and they get more. There's a plus in Squibb Dental Cream, for example, that millions are enjoying every day. For it's more than a completely safe and effective aid in cleaning your teeth. Squibb Dental Cream is refreshment in a tube, a frosty, minty flavor sensation. Whenever you want to feel your best and look your best, wake up your mouth with Squibb Dental Cream. Use it before every engagement for a breath of freshness in your smile. Get Squibb Dental Cream tomorrow. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Olivia de Havilland in Cheers for Miss Bishop. Today's performance of Suspicion was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Cary Grant may currently be seen in RKO's Alfred Hitchcock production, Notorious. And Todd appeared through the courtesy of David O. Selznick and may soon be seen in the Selznick production, The Paradigm Case. Nigel Bruce was unable to appear tonight because of illness. The part of Beaky on tonight's performance was played by Carl Harbert. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Tonight, Olivia de Havilland in Cheers for Miss Bishop. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. For generations, the House of Squibb has been known for the high quality and unfailing dependability of its products, each the result of a never-ending quest for perfection. Today, the great family of Squibb products reflects the tremendous advance of science in its contribution to human health and well-being. The name Squibb stands for Progress Through Research. Squibb is a name you can trust. Tonight, Squibb brings you the lovely Hollywood screen star Olivia de Havilland, who has twice been nominated for an Academy Award. You will hear Miss de Havilland in the tender love story Cheers for Miss Bishop, the picture which in 1941 was nominated for the Academy Award.
This is the story of an old maid, and in its way, it's definitely part of the story of America. No doubt there are thousands of Miss Bishops still fresh in your memories, thousands of them in the unwritten saga of teaching in this nation. But somehow, there are never quite enough, not nearly enough of them, to keep the great faith, to teach us once again that we are from a great tradition, that we are custodians of a great destiny, that we have a responsibility, too, living up to our Miss Bishops. (1883), and a young lady fresh from the first graduating class of Midwestern University decides on a career.
Well, good morning, Miss Bishop.
President Cochran, I thought that if you knew of an opening in any of the schools around here, I mean just the prairie grade schools.
I'm just back from my vacation and pretty busy with fall enrollments. Then I'm trying to arrange for a new member of the faculty, a young woman to teach freshman English.
Oh, I see.
Yes, a girl I've watched pretty closely for 4 years. An intelligent girl, I think. She seems to have one thing which is mighty important to the teaching profession. She loves and understands folks.
President Cochran, do you mean... Oh, of course, I know you couldn't mean... But I can't help thinking you might mean... Oh, President Cochran, do you mean...
Dear, dear, there's a heap of repetition in that sentence for a teacher of freshman English.
Surely I was blessed. Everything seemed to come my way. Career, happiness, and then, without warning, the man of my dreams. It happened one night at a dance. I'd gone there with Sam. Poor, loyal, devoted Sam.
Well, Sam, looking for my sister Ella?
No, Amy. I see she's being rushed by that young lawyer, Del Thompson.
He's certainly attractive, Sam. And the way he's swarming around Ella at the dance tonight, he must sure be crazy about her.
Who isn't?
You've got to let me take you home.
I know that the prince should take the princess, but...
This isn't a fairy tale, Ella. This is real. I'm in love with you. Head over heels.
All right, Dale. Then let's go now.
Do you, Ella Bishop, take this man for your lawful wedded husband?
Of course I do, you fool.
And do you, Delbert Thompson, take this woman for your lawful wedded wife? I do. I pronounce you man and wife. May I kiss the bride?
Oh, Dale.
Ella, it's like a dream.
Oh, everything is coming to me. A chance to teach. The man I love. It's the end of all dreaming. A little house, a red firelight, the man you love, and children. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so wonderfully happy.
Well, about through for this time. It's Expect you're glad, Miss Ella. Standing for a fitting's mighty tiring thing, even if it is your wedding dress.
Do you suppose that time will ever come when a person can walk into a store and buy a dress ready-made?
Good land, no, Miss Ella. Ain't no two sets of hips and busts in the world alike. Well, guess you can go upstairs and slip it off now.
I will. Oh, I feel like a queen.
Where's Ella? The veil just came.
Amy, you take it right up to her. She went upstairs to take her wedding dress off.
All right. Dell's coming for supper, and the bridegroom mustn't see any of the outfit until the wedding day. Well, what's the difference? Ella won't mind if I try it on. Gee. Well, Mr. Mirror, would I make a beautiful bride?
Ella, the most beautiful bride in the world. My darling.
No, I'm not. Oh, Dell.
Amy.
You thought I was Ella. I knew you did. I couldn't help myself. When you came up behind me and kissed the back of my neck. Something. Oh, Dell, I love you.
Amy. We're crazy. I mean, what a crazy mistake.
Yes, of course.
Oh, Amy. Oh, there you are. So the veil arrived. Oh, thank you, dear. Will you put it in the spare room of the dress?
Yes.
Why, Dell, I didn't know you were here. I hope you didn't see the veil, or if you did, I hope it isn't bad luck.
How could it be bad luck?
Well, I didn't mean that seriously. It's only that you aren't supposed to see the wedding regalia until the wedding day.
But why can't this be the wedding day?
Oh, darling.
But why not? We can keep it secret till college is over.
Dell.
Ella, put it down to spring or buck fever or what you will, but please drive to Maple City with me tonight and be married.
Dell, I must go to Central Hall tonight, a special meeting.
You can't go, Ella. You mustn't go. You've got to do what I'm asking.
Ella must go to the meeting, Dell. Don't you understand?
Amy's right, darling. Will you drive me? I'm due there now.
Of course. I'm sorry, Ella. Guess I'm nervous about the wedding.
I'm going to have a game of cribbage with Judge Peters. Could you two drop me?
Of course.
You drop me first, darling, and then you can take Amy to Judge Peters.
No, I...
Do what Ella says, Dell. Remember, you might as well learn now how to obey. Too beautiful a night for cribbage. Don't you think so, Dell?
I don't know, Amy.
It is a beautiful night. Isn't it, Dell?
Yes. It's a beautiful night.
It would be heavenly down by the river. Could we drive down there?
Or what, Amy?
Or are you afraid?
Dell, I shouldn't have left class, but your note, why did you want to see me?
It is terrible, Ella.
Tell
yes,
her, Dell.
Ella, I'd give my right arm to spare you this. You must believe that.
What are you saying?
It was an accident, I tell you. You left him alone. And there was a moon by the river. So now he's mine, you understand? You can't marry him. He's mine. Oh, Ella, I'm so miserable.
I'm sorry, President Cochran. I thought it'd be easier to write it. Mother and I are going to New York. It's an assistant librarian's position.
I see. Teaching is a hard job, and it never pays much.
I know.
And lots of times it's a headache, wondering if it's worth it.
Why, President Cochran, how can you say that? You're inspired. What you give young people, you know, courage, confidence, ideals.
I am trying. Ella, we have something here in this country. The idea of people being free. But it's got to be taught and retaught. But once in a while, someone comes along with a God-given gift for teaching. You have it, Ella. That magic touch. Well, I certainly didn't intend to deliver a lecture. I wish you all the luck in the world in your new post.
President Cochran, may I have that letter? I think I'd better stay.
What a perfect way to describe that wonderful wide-awake start of the day feeling. The quick refreshment you enjoy every time you use Squibb Dental Cream. For Squibb Dental and make the best impression. Remember to ask tomorrow for Squibb Dental Cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. And now the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Olivia de Havilland in Cheers for Miss Bishop.
The prairie years have sped along with their rich summers and dark snow-filled winters. Years of bitterness to so many of us, and for me. But somehow I couldn't let myself hoard misery like a sad miser. There was the university and my job to do. And there was hope. Hope, the beautiful child left behind in birth by my sister Amy. We never heard from Dell after that. And I undertook to raise Hope as my own.
So little Hope's got a beau, eh, El?
Yes, Sam. One of our outstanding sophomores, Richard Clark.
Yes, fine boy, Ella. Fine boy, that Richard.
Well, hello, everybody. So afraid we'd be late. Aunt Ella, Uncle Sam, Mr. Cochran.
She ran me every step of the way.
Hello, Richard.
Hello, Miss Bishop.
Come along. Have some punch.
Yes. To the new year, 1900. Skull.
A new century. Isn't it going to be wonderful?
Wonderful, darling.
May it bring prosperity.
And common sense.
And lasting peace.
To you, El. I've waited a century.
Oh, Sam, dear.
Now, El, no decisions. I haven't asked you yet.
Aunt Ella, make a toast.
Let's drink to our country. She's too much in a hurry, and she makes a lot of mistakes. But somehow or other, she does keep her people free. May she always do that. And may her people always realize what that freedom is worth. The first semester had hardly opened that year of 1900 when I met John Stevens. He'd come from back east to join our growing staff. I had thought I was beyond things of the heart, but it seems I was vulnerable after all. So vulnerable.
Well, folks, any customers for a sleigh ride? The roads are slick and moon's bright and...
And you're out of luck, Uncle Sam. I'm going skating with Richard, and Aunt Ella's expecting...
Hope.
Professor Stevens for an academic evening. Good night.
Is Stevens coming?
Yes, he's bringing a book. Won't you stay and listen, Sam? You could do with a little brushing up.
No, I don't know why I never had more feeling for books. I wish I had.
Don't wish it. I wouldn't change you for the world.
You wouldn't marry me either. But you may yet. I've still got all the time in the world. That is, unless this fella Stevens.
Sam, I want to tell you something. Professor Stevens has a wife.
A wife?
She's in Virginia. They haven't much in common.
Well, why don't they get a divorce?
Oh, Sam, how wonderful to find someone in Oak River who doesn't shudder at that word.
If it means your happiness, Elle.
Oh, thank you, Sam. Good evening, John.
I'm sorry, Ella. I'm a little late.
I've been trying to persuade Sam to stay.
Oh?
Perhaps another time, Professor.
Of course.
Good night.
Good night, Sam.
Good night. Ella, I'm going to write my wife and ask her to divorce me.
Oh, John, do you think?
I'm going to pray that she will.
I'll pray, too.
Oh, my very dearest.
Please, John, do you mind? I've waited so long. If it's going to be, let's have it perfect.
Oh, it will be, Ella. Nothing can change it now.
It was so daring a thing that we did, running off together like children to Maple City. John knew a restaurant, Checo's Italian restaurant. Shall I ever forget Papa Checo?
We'll leave dinner to you, Checo.
Thank you, Professor Stevens. It will be perfect.
Well, darling, do you like it?
Like it? Oh, John, you don't know what you've done for me these past 2 weeks.
Ella, I've had a letter today from my wife. I want to read you just one paragraph.
John, tonight?
Uh-huh. It has to be tonight. John, I knew I was never the right wife for you. But to consent to a divorce would be to deny the principles by which I was brought up.
I can understand.
But what about us?
Yes. What?
Wine for the lady.
Oh, it's from Orvieto, a little Italian town. Sleepy and warm. There's a great deal of warm sunlight. I remember seeing a beggar there with a flower in his hat. He was perfectly happy.
A beggar with a flower in his hat and sunlight.
To Orvieto?
So now you know all about me. We know all about each other. And this beautiful evening is at an end.
Ella, why can't we sail for Europe in June?
A flower for the lady.
Thank you, Checo.
Will you?
Thank you, John. And goodbye, my dear.
Ella.
John, I'd do it gladly. But you and I, being as we are, there'll be tomorrow. And sometime we'll be glad that we stayed for just this little while in Orvieto and didn't try to go on to Rome. I must catch my train to Oak River. And I know you'll understand. I'd rather take it alone.
But what about...
And remember this. You've given me more than any man I've ever known. And this way, I can keep it always, without fear or shame. Come to the door with me.
For the lady, the wonderful lady, her cloak.
It's been perfect. All of it. But you forgot one thing.
Yes, Ella.
A kiss for the lady. Again the years fall away like snow driven in the wind. Where have they gone? But they have, and they've left only spring behind. I have a new daughter to think of now, Hope's child, Gretchen, and she is registered at Old Midwestern. Oh, the years, and the generations I've welcomed and taught and bade farewell. Where are they now?
Anybody home?
All there is. Come in, Sam.
You're all I want to see. Just thought I'd drop in for a second on my way home. Oh, by the way, the university office asked me to deliver this note to you.
Thank you, Sam. I've been expecting it. My dear President Crowder, you're quite right. I'm 73 years old. I've been teaching long enough.
Oh, you don't know how much your cooperation means, Miss Bishop.
Well, if I were 63, you wouldn't find me so cooperative. But I learned years ago that no one is irreplaceable at Midwestern, and that goes for me.
But, Miss Bishop, there are still...
Several weeks to go. I know. And thanks.
Miss Bishop, there's so much I'd like to say to you.
Don't. Please. Please. All of you here? And in evening clothes. My, what a pretty sight you are. Richard and Hope.
Hello.
Gretchen and Buzz. Yes. And Sam.
Yes.
And out there, streaming into Old Central, why, there's never been a crowd like this.
Well, you know, they want to say goodbye to the old hall.
Yes. Yes, of course. Well, are we all ready? Let's go. Just another dull alumni dinner and no use of pretending it won't be.
Miss Bishop, may I have the honor? Will you take my arm?
Why, my goodness. That's very nice of you, President Crowder, but I don't see.
Oh, but you will, Miss Bishop. You will.
All this. Is there something here that I don't know about?
Stiff upper lip, darling. It's all for you.
And so, for your irreplaceable gift of human sympathy, and because you exemplify to us all what the American spirit can be, your university bestows on you, Ella Bishop, the highest degree in its power.
I can't thank you. I won't even try. I'll only say that I've had a long life, and in that life, I've seen the brave, the gallant, and the kind. They keep coming on, the best in this country. So, now Old Central and I are retiring to make way for modern buildings and methods. It's an appropriate time to quote the words of our great founder, words that inspired us when Central Hall and I were young. Wisdom is the first cousin to freedom, and freedom is the glory of our nation and our people. So, to our nation, our people, and freedom. Are you there, Sam?
Yes, El.
I was just sitting here, thinking how kind everyone has been.
Take it easy, El.
And I believe you are the only person I've ever been really unkind to in all my life.
El, it's downright puddin'-headed.
There's a question you've been waiting to ask me, Sam.
Now, El, don't you go answering any questions till they're asked. I've got scads of time, El. All the time in the world.
Yes, Sam. All the time in the world.
Helping to win applause for every lovely star is the glow of exhilaration, the sense of inner freshness that seems to brighten up her smile. Youthful charm and freshness starts with feeling fresh. And there is a simple way to capture that feeling of refreshment any time of the day. Brush your teeth with Squibb Dental Cream. You see, Squibb Dental Cream, like all the great family of Squibb products, gives you something extra. It has a frosty, minty coolness as it first touches your lips. And as you brush and clean your teeth with Squibb Dental Cream, it foams into a quick action, bringing a sensation of refreshment and cleanliness so that your whole mouth seems to wake up and feel youthful, alive. And that gives you a fine feeling of assurance when you're meeting people. Your smile will be brighter, and you'll feel brighter. So start tomorrow to brush your teeth with Squibb Dental Cream. Be sure to ask for Squibb. You'll taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Awards starring Rex Harrison in Night Train. Olivia de Havilland may currently be seen in Nunnally Johnson's The Dark Mirror, an international picture. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Tonight, Rex Harrison in Night Train. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. For generations, the House of Squibb has been known for the high quality and unfailing dependability of its products, each the result of a never-ending quest for perfection. Today, the great family of Squibb products reflects the tremendous advance of science in its contribution to human health and well-being. The name Squibb stands for progress through research. Squibb is a name you can trust. Tonight, Squibb brings to Academy Award the well-known screen actor Rex Harrison. You will hear Mr. Harrison in the role he created for the screen in the thrilling mystery Night Train, the picture which, for the best original screen story of the year, was nominated for the 1941 Academy Award.
My real name is Randall, but I was known once as Major Herzog. I've a number somewhere around the place and some newspaper clippings and a medal. Yes, I've about everything one needs, including nightmares to remind me that not so long ago I was one of those calm, nerveless chaps the books describe as a British agent. Right now, I'm addicted to gardening, and I propose to cultivate the gentle passion for the rest of my days. Unless, of course, they need me, which God forbid. My little excursion into darkest intrigue began about the time Mr. Chamberlain's umbrella failed to open at Munich, and we entered that Gilbert and Sullivan era known then as the phony war. Oh, believe me, there was nothing phony about mine.
Oh, hello, Randall. How are you?
Fine.
Sorry to bring you down to London tonight. We must apologize, too, for all the secrecy, but we've got a crisis again.
I know.
We were just discussing the Beaumarsh affair.
Yes,
you slipped up badly there, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes, we needed Beaumarsh frightfully, you know. And after all our trouble in getting him away from the Nazis and out of Germany, you let them come along and steal him away from under your nose.
Yes, well, you see, they were very convincing, posed as officers in the Royal Navy, and said they were to take him to dinner aboard Admiral somebody's ship.
They dined him all right, but aboard one of their U-boats.
I underestimated their nerve.
Well, the War Office has been stinking about it. They take the view that this armor plating of Beaumarsh's will make all the difference in the coming war.
And by tomorrow night, Beaumarsh will be in Berlin, where they won't lose any time in putting the screws on the poor devil.
Tomorrow night? That means he won't be at the Admiralty until, let's see, Saturday morning.
Well, that's about it. Why?
Nearly 48 hours.
What are you driving at?
Well, they got him out of England. Why shouldn't we get him back?
Oh, but that's quite impossible.
Why? I know my way about. Speak German like a stormtrooper. I spent 5 years in Berlin.
We might be in a shooting war before you get back. You know what that would mean.
Yes, sir.
Well, you know perfectly well I can't give you permission to do it, and the fact that you make such a proposal shows you're obviously not yourself. You agree?
Well,
I quite agree with you. Well, Randall, I suggest you take a week's sick leave. Take a complete change of air.
And I must say this is mighty sporting of you, Randall. Patriotic and all that. The highest tradition of the service.
Right.
Oh, it's nothing so noble as all that. And after all, gentlemen, I did blot my copybook a bit. And then, of course, there's Beaumarsh's daughter.
Really? I say. Touch of romance, eh?
Well, sort of. Gentlemen, I'll need some letters of introduction and that sort of thing. And oh, yes, is there someone about who could draw up my will? Well, it wasn't really so bad getting into their benighted country. I had some wonderful credentials, a beautiful uniform and the manners of a pig. My German was excellent, and my Heil Hitlers were things of beauty. I called upon Commander Kampenfeld at the Admiralty in Berlin.
This is to introduce to you Major Ulrich Herzog of Corps Engineers. Major Herzog is in Berlin on an important technical mission for which he requires Admiralty assistance.
I want to refer to certain technical evidence given before the Naval Heavy Armaments 1935 Committee. If you will let me have a copy of the report, Commander.
Certainly, Major. It will take only a moment. I have my own filing system here. Have you been in Berlin long, Major Herzog?
9. I only left the Siegfried Line last Tuesday.
Things must be pretty hectic there.
Yeah, indeed. I was there in a consultative capacity, steel fortifications. You possibly have heard.
Oh, yes, of course. How is our steel?
Crop plating is poor. That is why I am in Berlin. Do you realize that the steel used by the Czechs is better than anything we have got?
Mm-hmm. But surely now that we control the Skoda works...
Not enough. We let the only man who counted there slip through our fingers.
Beaumarsh.
Yeah. Wonderful fellow on armor plating. Produced incredible results. And where is he? Working for Britain.
No. Beaumarsh is no longer in England.
What?
He was brought back to Germany only a few hours ago. In fact, Major, he's in this building right now.
Well, this completely alters my plans. Perhaps you can arrange for me to see Herr Beaumarchais at once.
I'm afraid it is impossible.
But surely there is no harm in my asking him a few questions.
It is beyond my province, Major. If you could get permission from Admiral von Hassinger, but nein, his office is like a kingdom of heaven, and if anything, a little bit more exclusive.
But you do not mind trying, Commander. After all, I've always felt I'd more or less earned the right to get one foot at least in heaven.
Anna, it is useless for your father to resist us like this. You must persuade him. You will both be given reasonable freedom.
Freedom? Here?
In time, you will see things the way I do, the way everyone in Germany does.
I'm not a German.
Germany is as much your country as it is ours. We don't hate the Czechs. We only wish to protect them.
And you are protecting the people of Poland?
That's enough. You have gone too far, Fräulein Beaumarchais. You will be placed in a concentration camp until your father come to his senses.
Must you drag my daughter into this?
Achtung! The Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral von Hassinger.
Well, Karl Maaßen, is this the way the Gestapo conducts a meeting? Herr Beaumarchais wringing his hands, his daughter in tears. Come, man, there must be more persuasive methods of getting valuable cooperation.
Excellency.
Oh, never mind. This is Major Herzog, Corps of Engineers. Perhaps you've heard of him, the man behind the Siegfried Line. Eh, Herzog?
Only one of the men, sir. The Führer is responsible for the line as he is responsible for everything else.
Hitler.
Herr Hitler.
I'd like to have your report, Maaßen, now.
Certainly, Admiral.
You will remember me, Herr Beaumarchais? I did not expect you to see you again so soon. And you, Fräulein Beaumarchais? I see you have not forgotten. It must be 4 years.
Oh, yes, it must be.
Just a moment, Major. I'm sorry, but I must ask Herr Beaumarchais and Fräulein Beaumarchais to step into the other room. Guard, take them away.
This way.
Maybe we will meet again, gnädiges Fräulein.
I thought it unwise, sir, to speak in front of Beaumarchais. So far, we've made no impression on him.
I do not agree. He looks 10 years older. Beaumarchais is not the one to be bullied in the cooperation.
No? What would you suggest?
I knew Fräulein Beaumarchais in Prague. She has a great influence on her father and is the one person who can make him change his mind.
Oh, Maaßen here has tried that. He's our Gestapo man who got the Beaumarchais out of England under the very noses of British military intelligence.
My congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir.
But if I may say so, I do not think Herr Maaßen is a suitable person to influence the lady.
Then who do you think would be more suitable?
Myself, for instance?
You?
Why not? You saw the way she looked at me when I came in. I think if you were to spend a few hours with her, I might induce her to reason with her father.
You knew her that well in Prague?
It was spring, sir.
Well, I think you're something of a dog, Major.
I doubt, sir, whether the Major's qualities will make an impression on her, sir.
I did not know that you were acquainted with my qualities, sir.
Well, we let him try it. No harm done. If he doesn't succeed, leave all the arrangements to me. This requires knowledge of maneuvers, eh, Major?
Oh, quite, Admiral. Definitely.
Good luck. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler! Well, so far, so good. Miraculously good. I went to the hotel where the Beaumarchais were kept prisoners. I convinced them, especially Anna, that she'd have to play up to me, to behave as if we were renewing an old love affair that began in Prague in the spring. Anna tells me now, or when I get around to asking her, that she was only acting then. But of course, that's the way of wives, isn't it? Anyway, I wasn't acting my part at all. I meant it. Oh, one more thing. I shall have to spend the night here.
That is necessary.
Yes, the place is absolutely crawling with Gestapo. Have you any sporting instinct?
Why?
I'll toss you who takes the couch in the other room.
You behave as if this were all a joke. Don't you realize how much depends on our getting out of Germany?
No good being intense about it. I don't like the facing a firing squad any better than you do.
What do you mean?
England may be at war with Germany tomorrow.
Oh,
Now just keep trying. Try to pretend you find me unbearably attractive.
if a woman ever loved you like you love yourself, it would be history. Now what?
I'll take it. Hello? German Admiralty. Hello? Yeah? Herzog here. Ja, sir?
Sorry to disturb you at this hour, Major Herzog. We have had to alter our plans. Orders have come from Munich that Bohrmasch is to go there by first plane.
But this is ridiculous. Cannot that be delayed for a few hours?
Impossible. The plane leaves in an hour. Führer's orders. Heil Hitler.
What is happening?
They're sending your father to Munich at once. There's only one chance. Leave this hotel. Scuttle. It's an old German custom.
But the guards downstairs.
We got into the Admiralty, and we'll get out of here. Get your clothes together. I'll tell your father. We leave in 5 minutes.
I have been instructed, sir, to leave immediately with Herr Bohrmasch.
I shall not require you.
Very well, sir. Shall I get you a taxi, sir?
I will call one myself.
Wait.
Steady. We've got to act as if we were under Hitler's orders.
Look, we're trapped. Gestapo chief, Herr Maaßen.
Well?
Well?
I didn't expect you to be here in the lobby waiting, Major. I'm ordered to escort Herr Bohrmasch and his daughter to Munich.
Really? The controller phoned me a few minutes ago, and I was about to drive them to the Admiralty myself.
Orders were changed, sir. We are to take the train.
Of course, the train.
It leaves in 50 minutes.
Very well. We are ready.
You, sir?
Certainly. Were you not told? I have the Admiral's authority to travel with them. You see, he feels it essential that Herr Bohrmasch should be persuaded to comply with our wishes before he reaches headquarters. I was progressing extremely well with Fräulein Bohrmasch when this happened.
I see. Very good, sir.
Yes, excellent. This way, Herr Bohrmasch, your arm. My car, Fräulein. The Führer is waiting.
And now the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Rex Harrison in Night Train.
All out! Everybody out of this train!
What is the matter, Herr Maaßen? This is not a scheduled stop for the express.
I do not know, sir. Very unusual. But then these are unusual times. If you will escort Fräulein and Herr Bohrmasch, I'll find out the trouble.
Of course. Come, my dear, we've got to get off here.
But, darling, I thought the Führer was in such a hurry for us to arrive in Munich.
Shh, one doesn't question the vagaries of the Führer.
I beg your pardon, Major. What was that you said?
I said one does not question the orders of the Führer.
Of course not. Heil Hitler!
Hail Hitler! Watch your step, Fräulein. This way, Herr Bohrmasch.
I say, did you notice that German officer who just came out of the train?
Yes, Caldecott. Why?
Well, my dear Charters, I could have sworn it was old Dickie Randall. We were at Bailey together. He played for the gentleman once.
Really? But if he's a German officer, how could he be Dickie Randall? Huh? Oh, here they come. Why don't you ask him, old boy?
Yes, I shall, old boy. I say, excuse me, old boy, but aren't you old Dickie Randall?
Mayor Herzog, Corps of Engineers.
Oh, frightfully sorry. Dash it, I must say he looked like old Dickie. It's extraordinary.
That man, you know him?
Yes, Helicore Caldecott. It was close.
What will happen when we get to Munich?
The car will be waiting. Probably a big crowd. I shall ask for a second car so we can be alone.
Suppose they don't give it to us.
They will, because by that time we shall be on the verge of persuading your father to work for Germany. But you, on the other hand, must be asking for time to think. You get the idea?
Yes. But how can we...
Well, we have only the chauffeur to deal with, and after that, Switzerland.
Switzerland? A long way from Munich.
The only way out of this fortress. We shall have to make it.
I say, do you know why we stopped, old man?
No, I don't. Why?
Oh, I just had it from a trainman. Old England's declared war.
Not really.
I say, I want to put a call through to Berlin.
Oh? Why?
I left my golf sticks there. Can't leave them behind just because of the war on, you know. Oh, here's a booth. Oh, excuse me. That German chap in there, that's the one with old Dickie. If it was old Dickie.
I say, try this extension.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Marston reporting, sir.
I say, listen.
Good. Major Herzog is not known to the War Office. No officer of that name on the list. We believe him to be an enemy agent.
Yes, sir.
You will carry on with him to Munich. Let him think he's getting away with it. We will be waiting for you there.
Very good. Heil Hitler.
Interesting, what?
Very. Herzog isn't Herzog. And they're going to do him in when we get to Munich.
Then if old Herzog isn't old Herzog, the chap might be...
Right.
Yes.
He might jolly well be old Dickie Randall. Joe.
All aboard!
Crowded in here. I wonder if I could wash my hand.
I say, if you're Dickie Randall, old chap, you're batting on a sticky wicket.
All right, Caldecott, I got your note. What is it?
Oh, this is Charters, an old friend of mine.
How do you do?
How do you do? Frightfully crowded here, what?
Well, what's it about?
Well, I was phoning Berlin for my golf clubs when old Charters overheard that chap you were with. Looks like a Gestapo chap.
He is a Gestapo chap.
You know they're sending a military escort to arrest you in Munich.
Yes. You see, you're Randall. Randall, aren't you? Yes, of course you are. And they know that you're not Herzog.
Now, listen. I can't tell you everything. There isn't time. But I've got to get that old man and the girl out of the country at all costs.
What, an official job?
Are you two fellas game to help me?
What, against Germany?
Absolutely, old man. Backs to the wall.
Rather.
Gnädiges Fräulein, is there tea left?
Yes, I think so, Ulrich.
There's no time for tea. We are coming into the Munich station. Enough of this comedy. There is no such person as Major Herzog. He is a British agent trying to get you and your father out of Germany.
Ulrich!
Forget the Ulrich, darling. The Gestapo knows everything.
Thank you.
You're going to give yourself up?
Looks like it, Herr Beaumarch.
Don't you realize what this means?
Yes, I do, but he's got a gun and I haven't. What you take me for, Bulldog Drummond?
Oh, I told you this would happen. Your scheme was absolutely childish. Why didn't you stay in England instead of coming over here and deliberately throwing your life away? You fool.
Thank you, my sweet. Look out. No! Shut up, Gestapo! Now give me that gun and get to sleep.
Oh, that was so fast.
Oh, yes, but I can move once in a while.
You called for the guard, Major Herzog?
Beastly fit, these Nazi uniforms, eh?
Okay, Caldecott, Charters. You can carry the Gestapo into another compartment and lock the door.
Very good, sir. I say, it looks like we've struck a blow for old England already, eh? Come on, lift him up, Caldecott. There's a good fellow.
Where are the Nazi guards?
Oh, well, we found it very necessary to drop them off in the tunnel. Probably never be found.
The military escort is coming.
What do we do now?
We bluff it through. I'll order Caldecott to drive, then we'll make a dash for Switzerland.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
Orders from the 5th Army headquarters for the arrest of Major Herzog.
I fear you will need a stretcher. The prisoner tried to escape and I had to deal with him. You will find him in the last compartment, coach 66. What transport have you?
2 cars, sir.
Excellent. I should take one. I am under orders to escort Herr and Fräulein Bomasch to General von Klontisch without delay.
Very good, sir. Coach 66, you said, sir.
Right. That will be all. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
I say, old Dickie, we're being followed.
Of course.
I may be a bit silly, but how do we get across the Swiss frontier?
Narrow road leads up to the top of the mountain.
What's over the top?
Switzerland.
Anything in between?
6,000 feet drop.
They're gaining on us.
Shooting? I say, they can't do that.
I hope you're right. Now, hold on. We turn here for the summit. Never mind the car. We've gained about 5 minutes on them. Here's the cable car.
You mean we have to cross in that basket?
That or nothing, darling.
Yes, sir?
We want to cross to Switzerland.
Sorry, sir. We are at war. I had orders yesterday to close the cable car.
You have new orders from Gestapo headquarters in Munich.
Yes, sir. But I must phone for verification.
That'll have to be your verification. Now, in you go, darling. You too, Herr Bomasch, quickly.
I say, do we know how to operate this thing now? Perhaps we shouldn't have shot that chap.
Well, we'll run it somehow. You chaps better pile in. I'll start the mechanism and try to keep those Nazis off until you get across.
No, nothing stirring, old bean. All or nothing. We'll stay. Eh, Charters?
Of course. Nothing else a chap can do. Back to the wall.
Now, come on, get started. You chaps go in with the others. Carry on for me if anything happens. Remember, the Bomashes must get to England.
No, I won't leave without you.
Now, get in and shut up. I'm starting the motors.
We can't leave you. Couldn't run out on old Dickie.
Get going. That's an order.
Darling. I'll be waiting.
Goodbye, darling.
Look out, Randall. Here they come.
Get the man in the control room.
Yeah.
You others shoot down the cable car basket. Kill them all.
I won't leave here till I know what has happened to him.
But, my dear, we can't stay overnight atop this mountain, even if we are in Switzerland.
Poor old Dickie. They must have got him.
Well, the shooting has stopped. I think we'd better carry on. Orders he gave, you know. Take the Bomashes to England.
Yes, right you are. It seems a shame, though, to leave old Dickie's body on Kraut's soil. After all, you know, he played for the gentleman.
We don't know what happened. The fog closed down. We can't see across.
Oh, it's no fog, old girl. It's a cloud. A big old cumulus nosing around.
Listen.
I say, it's the old cable car. Maybe those chaps mean to come across after us. I wish I had a gun.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Bomash. We'll give them a bit of a reception. Hey, Caldecott? I used to shoot with the guards, you know.
Get back, girl, get back. We'll need all the room. Take a position, Charters.
Right, I'm ready.
And shoot when you see the red tips of their snouts.
Steady on. Here it comes. Blast that cloud in our way.
It's coming out of the cloud.
Steady. Give them a hail, old boy.
Halt there, I say, or we shall commence hostilities.
I can't see anyone for the cloud. Look out for a trick.
Darling. Are you there?
Hello, darling. Oh, you could give me a hand.
Dickie! But, Harry, how did you get away from them?
Pull me out of this thing and then cut the cables. You ready?
Oh, not for questions now. Grab his hand. Now, Charters, I'll blast the cable when he's safe aground.
Hurry it up. We can't take forever.
Well, here you are, Dickie. Grab my hand.
Here we go.
Look out, look out. Here goes the cable.
Well, I guess that takes care of everything. Except...
Oh, darling.
Yes, except the bride. You may tell the papers that the bride wore Edelweiss, and the wedding march was yodeled by the quaint peasants in Alpine attire. Ah, we shall shove off. Old England's quite a walk from here.
There's a new adventure and refreshment awaiting you in every tube of Squibb Dental Cream. Until you try Squibb Dental Cream yourself, you'll never know how pleasant or exhilarating a dentifrice can be. Its name tells you that Squibb Dental Cream is a safe, pure, effective aid to better cleansing. But let your senses tell you how exhilarating Squibb Dental Cream is. Brush it into lively mint-frosted foam and note how Squibb Dental Cream not only helps to brighten your smile, but leaves your whole mouth feeling young and alive, contributing to your sense of well-being. Too much to expect of a dentifrice? Not when it's Squibb Dental Cream, one of the great family of Squibb products. So give your charm the protection it deserves, the protection of pure, fragrant Squibb Dental Cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Greer Garson in Brief Encounter. Today's performance of Night Train was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Rex Harrison appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox and may soon be seen in their production of The Ghost and Mrs. Muir. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Tonight, Greer Garson in Brief Encounter. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. For generations, the House of Squibb has been known for the high quality and unfailing dependability of its products, each the result of a never-ending quest for perfection. Today, the great family of Squibb products reflects the tremendous advance of science in its contribution to human health and well-being. The name Squibb stands for progress through research. Squibb is a name you can trust. Tonight, Squibb brings you Brief Encounter, the picture which, at the International Film Festival in Cannes, France, was voted as the best British motion picture shown. In Brief Encounter, you will hear Greer Garson, the talented Hollywood screen actress who has 6 times been nominated for, and in 1942 won, the coveted Academy Award.
Arbiter of love affairs. Can you judge a man and a woman? Apply the yardstick of a moral code to their acts? Can you sit alone and aloof and view dispassionately? Well, then you are the judge and the jury. And this story of one man's wife and another woman's husband could never happen to you. For you've never lived a lifetime in one brief encounter. This is the story of Alec Harvey and Laura Jessen and a life lived in the commuter's section of a railway station.
This can't last. This misery can't last. I must remember that and try to control myself. I'm going home to Fred, my husband, and my family. Nothing lasts, really. Neither happiness nor despair. Not even life lasts very long. Someday I'll be able to look back and say, quite peacefully and cheerfully, how silly I was. No, I don't want that time to come ever. I want to remember every minute, always, always to the end of my days.
Ketchworth?
Fred?
What's the matter, dear?
Nothing. It's nothing.
Well, darling, what's wrong? Tell me, please.
Really and truly, it's nothing. I'm just a little run down, that's all. I had a sort of fainting spell at the refreshment room at Milford.
Well, would you like to go to bed?
No, Fred, really, no. I'll sit here by the fire.
All right, darling. You mind if I potter along with this crossword puzzle, then?
Oh, please go ahead. Would you mind if I played some music? Turned on the wireless?
Oh, do, by all means.
Poor Fred. Dear Fred. I don't want you to be hurt. We're a happily married couple. We must never forget that. This is my home. You are my husband. And my children are upstairs in bed. I'm a happily married woman. Or was until a few weeks ago. But oh, Fred, I've been so foolish. I've fallen in love. I'm an ordinary woman. I didn't think such violent things could happen to ordinary people. It all started on an ordinary day in the most ordinary place in the world, the refreshment room at Milford Junction. I was having a cup of tea. I looked up and saw a man come in from the platform. He turned, and I saw his face. It was rather a nice face. And then I gathered up my things and started out. And suddenly something got in my eye. It was a terrible nuisance. It really did bother me. And then he was there.
May I help you?
Oh, thank you. It's only something in my eye.
Now, let me look, please. I happen to be a doctor.
Oh, it's very kind of you.
Turn round to the light, please. Now, look up. Now, look down. Now, keep still. I see it. There.
Oh, what a relief. It was agonizing.
Looks like a bit of grit.
Yes, it was when the express went through. Thank you very much indeed.
The train now arriving on platform 3 for Shirley, Lee Green, and Lang.
Lucky for me that you happened to be there.
Anybody could have done it.
Oh, never mind, you did, and I'm really most grateful.
Well, there's my train. I must go. Goodbye.
Goodbye. That's how it all began. Just through me getting a little piece of grit in my eye. I completely forgot the whole incident. At least I thought I had. But the next Thursday, I met him again.
Oh, good morning.
Oh, good morning.
How's the eye?
Oh, perfectly all right. How kind it was of you to take so much trouble.
Oh, it's nothing at all. It's clearing up, I think.
Yes, it's going to be nice.
Well, I must be getting along to the hospital.
And I must be getting along to the grocer's.
Oh, what exciting lives we lead, don't we? Goodbye.
Goodbye. There was another morning. Coincidence, I told myself. I was having lunch at the Cardoma Cafe. He came in. It was crowded, and he sat at my table. I happened to say that I was going to the pictures as usual that afternoon, and he asked if he could go with me. It seemed so silly to say no, so he did. Walking back to the station, he put his hand under my arm. I didn't notice it then, but I remember it now. What's she like? Your wife?
Madeline? Oh, small, dark, rather delicate.
How funny. I should have thought she'd have been fair.
And, your husband, what's he like?
Oh, medium height, brown hair, kindly, unemotional, and not delicate at all.
I believe you said that proudly.
Did I? We've got time for a cup of tea before our trains go.
Oh, wonderful.
Is tea bad for one?
If this is a professional interview, my fee is a guinea.
Why did you become a doctor?
Oh, that's a long story. Perhaps because I'm a bit of an idealist.
Oh, I think all doctors should have ideals. Otherwise, their work would be unbearable.
Oh, now, surely you're not encouraging me to talk shop.
Well, why shouldn't you talk shop?
I'm terribly ambitious, really. Not for myself so much as for my special pigeon.
What is your special pigeon?
Preventive medicine.
Oh, I see.
I'm afraid you don't.
Well, I was just trying to sound intelligent.
You see, most good doctors, especially when they're young, have private dreams. That's the best part of them. Sometimes, though, those get over-professionalized and strangulated. Am I boring you?
I don't quite understand, but you're not boring me.
What I mean is this. All good doctors must primarily be enthusiastic, must have a sense of vocation, a deep-rooted, unsentimental desire to do good.
Yes, I see that.
Well, obviously, preventing disease is worth 50 ways of curing it. It's concerned with living conditions and hygiene. For instance, my specialty is pneumoconiosis.
Oh, dear.
Oh, well, don't be alarmed. It's simpler than it sounds. It's nothing but a slow process of fibrosis of the lung due to the inhalation of particles of dust.
You suddenly look much younger.
Do I?
Almost like a little boy.
What made you say that?
I don't know. Yes, I do.
Tell me.
Oh, no, I couldn't really. You were saying something about inhaling dust.
Oh, yes. The inhalation of coal dust. That's one specific form of the disease. It's called anthracosis.
What are the others?
Chalicosis. That comes from metal dust. Steelworks, you know.
Yes, of course. Steelworks.
And silicosis. That's stone dust. Gold mines.
I see. Oh, there's your train.
Yes.
Well, you mustn't miss it.
No.
What's the matter?
No, nothing at all, really.
It's been very nice. I've enjoyed my afternoon enormously.
I'm so glad, so have I. I apologize for boring you with these long medical terms.
Oh, I feel dull and stupid not being able to understand more.
Shall I see you again?
Your train is the other platform, isn't it? You'll have to run.
Shall I see you again?
Yes, of course. Perhaps you'd come over to Ketchworth one Sunday. We'd be delighted.
Please.
What is it?
Next Thursday. The same time.
No, I couldn't possibly.
Please. I ask you most humbly.
You'll miss your train.
All right.
Run.
Goodbye.
I'll be there.
Oh, thank you, my dear.
I stood there watching the red light of his train disappear. Something clutched at my heart, and a chill as of fear passed over me. Fred?
Yes, dear?
Fred, I had lunch with a strange man today. He took me to the movies.
Oh, good for you.
He's awfully nice. He's a doctor.
Fine. I say, darling, it was Richard III who said, "My kingdom for a horse," wasn't it?
Yes, darling.
Oh, I wish he hadn't. It spoils my whole crossword puzzle.
He was waiting early Thursday morning when I arrived. We went to the movies again, and afterwards to the park and the lake. It was a mad, a wonderful afternoon. I felt like a young girl again. And then later we were walking back to the station, hand in hand for tea. Milk and sugar.
Thank you. You know what's happened, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I've fallen in love with you.
Yes, I know.
Tell me honestly. Please tell me honestly of what I believe is true.
What do you believe?
That it's the same with you. That you've fallen in love too.
It sounds so silly.
Why?
I know you so little.
It is true, though, isn't it?
Yes, it's true.
Oh, Laura.
No, Alec, please. Please, we must be sensible. Please help me to be sensible. We must forget we've said what we said.
Not yet. Not quite yet.
But we must. Don't you see?
Listen, it's too late now to be sensible as all that. It's too late to forget what we said because we know. We've both of us known for a long time.
How can you say that? I've only known you for 4 weeks. We only talked for the first time last Thursday week.
Last Thursday week. Has it been a long time for you since then? Answer me truly.
Yes.
How often did you decide that you were never going to see me again?
Several times a day.
So did I.
Oh, Alec.
I love you. I love your wide eyes, the way you smile, and your shyness, and the way you laugh at my jokes.
Please,
I love
don't.
you, I love you. You love me too. It's no use pretending that it hasn't happened because it has.
Yes, it has. But it must stop here. We're neither of us free to love each other. There's too much in the way. There's still time if we control ourselves and behave like sensible human beings. There's still time
no time at all.
There's your train.
Yes.
I'll come over to the platform with you.
Oh, Laura.
No, Alec, not here. Someone will see.
I love you so.
I stared out of the railway carriage window into the dark and watched the dim trees and the telegraph posts sliding by, and through them I saw Alec and me. Alec and me, perhaps a little younger than we are now, but just as much in love and with nothing in the way. I saw us in Paris, in a box at the opera, and then we were in Venice, drifting along the Grand Canal in a gondola, with the sound of mandolins coming across the water. I saw us looking over the side of the ship at the sea and the stars, standing on a tropical beach in the moonlight, with the palm trees sighing over us. And then the palm trees changed into those pollarded willows by the canal just before the level crossing. And all the silly dreams disappeared. And I got out at Ketchworth and walked home, quiet, soberly, and without wings. Without any wings at all.
Before continuing with Part 2 of Academy Award, we wish to announce that Greer Garson appears by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor production The Yearling, starring Gregory Peck and Jane Wyman. And now the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Greer Garson in Brief Encounter with Carl Harbord as Alec.
week was misery. I went through it in a sort of trance. How odd of you not to have noticed that you were living with a stranger in the house. Thursday came at last. I'd arranged to meet Alec outside the hospital at 12:30.
Hello.
Hello.
I thought you wouldn't come. I've been thinking all week that you wouldn't come.
I didn't mean to, really. But here I am. We went to the Royal Hotel for lunch. It all seemed very grand. He actually ordered a bottle of champagne, and when I protested, he said that we were only middle-aged once. As we were going out together, he said that he had a surprise for me, and if I could wait in the lounge for 5 minutes, he'd show me what it was. Suddenly, out of the dining room, came that rich, made-up Mary Norton. She must have been in the dining room all the time and seen Alec and me and the champagne and everything.
Laura! So it was you after all. I peered and just couldn't be sure.
I never saw you at all. How awful of me. I expect it was the champagne. I can't drink champagne at all, but Alec insisted.
Alec? Alec who, dear?
Alec Harvey, of course. Dr. Harvey. Well, surely you remember the Harveys? Well, I've known them for years.
No, I don't think I ever knew.
Well, he'll be back in a moment. You'll probably recognize him when you peer very closely. Oh, here he is now. Alec, you remember Mrs. Norton, don't you?
I'm afraid I don't.
It's no use, Laura. We've never seen each other before in our lives. I'm sure we haven't.
Oh, how absurd. Well, I made certain that he and Madeline were there when you dined with us just before Christmas last year.
Oh, perhaps. Well, I must be going. Goodbye, Dr. Harvey.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, my dear. I do so envy you your champagne.
That was awful.
Oh, never mind.
She'd been watching us all through lunch. Oh, dear.
Oh, forget it. Come out and look at the surprise.
No, Alec, I'm going home.
Oh, but you can't. I've got a little car out there. We'll go for a drive.
No, Alec, no, let me go. I've got to go. I've got to.
Laura. Darling, I've been looking for you everywhere.
Please go away. Please go away.
I've watched every train. I can't let you go like this.
You must. It'll be better. Really, it will.
Laura, could you really say goodbye and never see me again?
Yes, if you help me.
I love you, Laura. I shall always love you until the end of my life. I can't look at you now because I know something. I know that this is the beginning of the end. Not the end of my loving you, but the end of our being together. But not quite yet, darling. Not quite yet.
No, darling. Not quite yet.
I know about the strain of our different lives. Our lives apart from each other. The feeling of guilt, of doing wrong is too strong, isn't it? Too great a price to pay for the happiness we'd have together. I know all this. It's the same for me, too.
You can look at me now. I'll be all right.
Let's be very careful. Let's prepare ourselves. A sudden break now, however brave and admirable, would be too cruel. We can't do such violence to our hearts and minds.
Very well.
I'm going away.
I see.
But not quite yet.
Please. Not quite yet.
I want you to promise me something.
What is it?
Promise me that however unhappy you are, and however much you think things over, you'll meet me again next Thursday.
Where?
Outside the hospital. 12:30.
All right, I promise.
Train for Ketchworth is now arriving on platform 3.
You're not angry with me, are you?
No, I'm not angry. I don't think I'm anything, really. I just feel tired.
Forgive me?
Forgive you? For what?
For everything. For meeting you in the first place. For taking a piece of grit out of your eye. For loving you. For bringing you so much misery.
I'll forgive you. If you'll forgive me.
Thursday. Thursday.
Thursday. And now today, our very last together in all our lives. I met him, we drove out through the country, and we didn't talk much. I felt numb, sort of, and hardly alive. And then we were back walking through the station, and my mind was saying, this is the last time with Alec. The last time. The last time.
Are you all right, darling?
Yes, I'm all right.
I wish I could think of something to say.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Not anything. I mean...
I'll miss my train and wait to see you into yours.
No, please don't. I'll come over to your platform with you. I'd rather.
All right.
Do you think we shall ever see each other again?
I don't know. Not for years, anyhow. I'm going to South Africa.
Oh. It's funny. Your children will be all grown up. Mine, too. I wonder if they'll ever meet, know each other.
Couldn't I write to you just once in a while?
No, Alec, please. You know, we promised.
All right, dear. Oh, I do love you so terribly. I love you with all my heart and soul.
I want to die. If only I could die.
If you died, you'd forget me. I want to be remembered.
We still have a few minutes.
Why, Laura, what a lovely surprise, my dear. Oh, I've been shopping till I'm dropping. My feet are nearly falling off and my throat's parched.
Mary, you remember Dr. Harvey?
Oh, yes, of course.
How do you do?
There's your train.
Yes, I know.
Aren't you coming with us?
No, I go in the opposite direction. My practice isn't Shirley.
Oh, I see.
I'm a general practitioner at the moment.
Dr. Harvey is going to Africa next week.
Oh, how thrilling.
Train now arriving on platform 4, the 534 for Shirley, Lee Green, and Langdon.
I must go.
Yes, you must go. Goodbye. I felt the touch of his hand on my shoulder for a moment. Then he walked away. Away. Out of my life forever. I prayed he'd come back, pretending that he'd forgotten something. I wanted to see him again, just for an instant. The minutes went by. Then I thought I wouldn't be able to bear it another moment. I thought all I have to do is to walk in front of the train and keep my eyes up. I meant to do it, Fred. I really meant to. I stood there trembling right on the edge. But I turned and went back to where Mary was finishing her tea. It was then I nearly fainted.
Laura.
Yes, Fred, dear?
Whatever your dream was, it wasn't a very happy one, was it?
No.
Is there anything I can do to help?
You always help.
You've been a long time away. Thank you for coming back to me.
Oh, Fred. Fred!
Remember, for a fresh, alive, fit-as-a-fiddle feeling, switch tomorrow to Squibb Dental Cream. For Squibb Dental Cream is not only a safe, pure, effective dentifrice, it's refreshment in a tube. Enjoy its fragrant, frosty tang of mint. Let the brisk foaming action of Squibb Dental Cream tingle your whole mouth awake. And then as you brush, you'll delight in the new sense of freshness Squibb Dental Cream brings to your entire mouth. Your mouth feels cleaner because it is cleaner. Your smile grows brighter because Squibb Dental Cream sweeps away the dullness that hides the natural luster of your teeth. So for wide-awake new beauty, for a wide-awake thrill of refreshment any time of day, brush your teeth often with Squibb Dental Cream. Use it whenever you want to look your best, feel your best, and make the best impression. Remember to ask tomorrow for Squibb Dental Cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Next Wednesday, another great story. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Ronald Colman in Lost Horizon. We wish to thank J. Arthur Rank, the producer of Brief Encounter, for making this story available. Brief Encounter is being released in this country by Universal International, whose current film is Nunnally Johnson's The Dark Mirror, an international picture. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Tonight, Ronald Colman in Lost Horizon. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. For generations, the House of Squibb has been known for the high quality and unfailing dependability of its products, each the result of a never-ending quest for perfection. Today, the great family of Squibb products reflects the tremendous advance of science in its contribution to human health and well-being. The name Squibb stands for progress through research. Squibb is a name you can trust. Tonight, Squibb brings to Academy Award James Hilton's famous story, Lost Horizon. As our star, you will hear Ronald Colman, who, as Best Actor of the Year, has 3 times been nominated for the Academy Award.
You are now deep in the mountains of Tibet, the highest part of the Earth's surface. That snow-capped peak above you is Karakal, and below in the valley of the Blue Moon lies the lamasery of Shangri-La.
It was a strange and incredible sight. A group of colored pavilions clinging to the mountainside like flower petals impaled upon a crag. Overhead, a dazzling pyramid of snow, beautiful, terrifying. From the stormy cliffs on which we stood to the serene peace and quiet of Shangri-La was like a descent into another world. I came to this world across the mountains from India. We had been flying from Baskul to Peshawar on the northwest frontier. I was the British consul in Baskul, and my vice consul, a young fellow named Mallison, was making the trip with me. Besides us, there were 2 other passengers and the pilot. Our plane should have landed in Peshawar at about 5:30. We never arrived at our destination.
Conway? Say, Conway, are you asleep?
What's that? What's the matter, Mallison? Anything wrong?
I'm not sure, but I think our pilot's off his course.
Off his course? Nonsense.
Well, look down there. Nothing but mountains as far as you can see.
I don't recognize this part of the world at all. Yes, I should say you were right, Mallison. The man's lost his way.
What's that, Conway? Did you say we were lost?
Lost? Good heavens.
Oh, it's quite all right, Miss Brinklow. There's nothing to be upset about, I'm sure.
Still, there's nothing like finding out, is there?
Shall I speak to the pilot, Conway?
Oh, don't bother. I'll do it myself. You there, pilot. Open the panel. Now open up. I want to speak to you.
I advise that you ask no questions, please.
Oh, certainly.
Look here, we want to know where we are. I advise that you be seated. I will not be seated. I want
Mallinson, I don't know whether you've noticed it, but there's a revolver pointed directly at my chest. Under the circumstances, I think you'd better do as the gentleman suggests. For hours after that, we sat in the darkness, each of us pretending to sleep. Suddenly the plane lurched sharply. There was a loud rushing sound in my ears. I realized that we were coming down. But fast. Much too fast. We stumbled from the plane, badly shaken, and all but the pilot uninjured. The cold was intense, a solid icy cold that you could touch with your fingertips. I knew we must be somewhere in Tibet, a vast barren region of wind-swept uplands.
Conway, come here. There's something the matter with this pilot fella.
There was little we could do for him. And as the early rays of the sun caught the summit of the mountain, the man died.
I say, Conway.
Yes?
I've just been looking at that mountain. Am I seeing things, or are those men coming towards us?
They were men. A party of a dozen or more, crawling like ants across the white face of the cliff. As they drew near, we saw they carried among them a hooded chair, and in it a heavily robed figure, an elderly Chinese, gray-haired, clean-shaven.
I come from the lamasery of Shangri-La. My name is Chang. You, sir, would you be good enough to present me to your friends?
Oh, yes, of course. This is Miss Brinklow.
How do you do?
Mr. Barnard, and Mr. Mellon.
How do you do?
My name is Conway.
Conway. Yes. Your ship is beyond repair.
Yes, I'm afraid so. And anyway, our pilot is dead.
Yes. You will come to Shangri-La. It is a hazardous journey, and the only place of habitation within 1,000 miles. I shall be happy to accompany you.
That's very kind. Thank you.
We'd like to hire some of your porters to help us on the journey back. We want to return to civilization as soon as possible. Are you so certain you are away from?
There was a pass at 20,000 feet, which we managed with the aid of long ropes. When we had struggled breathlessly to the top, I saw above us, shimmering in the rosy twilight, the loveliest mountain on earth.
That snow-capped peak above you is Karakal. And below, in the valley of the Blue Moon, lies the lamasery of Shangri-La.
Remembered how we arrived at the lamasery. The thin air had a dream-like texture, and I was conscious of a strange sensation, half mystical, half visual, of having reached at last some place that was an end, a finality. Shangri-La, I learned, was a sort of monastery whose inhabitants ruled the natives in the valley below. Those in full lamahood numbered about 50, and their prevalent belief was in moderation, the virtue of avoiding excess of all kinds. These things I learned the first night as I stood with Chang on the broad balcony overlooking the valley.
There is something more you would like to know, Mr. Conway.
Please, I want to know, this morning when you found us, were you setting out on a journey?
No.
Then you came there deliberately to intercept us. Now, how did you know we were coming?
You are very clever. But I should counsel you not to worry your friends. with these abstract discussions.
Oh, no, they want something more concrete. They want to know exactly how long you're going to keep us here.
But there will be certain unavoidable delays.
How long?
The difficulties of the trip, securing the necessary porters.
No, how long? Please.
You may tell your friends a few months.
But you don't guarantee it, huh? Is that what you mean? Well, for myself, I can't say I shall mind a great deal. It's a new and interesting experience.
In time to come, you may find it even more interesting. Good night.
In the days that followed at Shangri-La, I gave myself over to a rich and growing enchantment. In the petal-colored buildings which dotted the mountain, I recognized priceless treasures of art. Paintings and sketches, exquisite ceramics, preserved for more than 1,000 years. In the spacious library, I discovered the great literature of the present and of centuries past. One morning, I stood beside a lotus pool in an open pavilion of the Lamasery. In an archway behind me, a young girl was seated at a harpsichord. A girl in Chinese dress. Her jet-black hair was drawn tightly back and braided. Her mouth was small and pink. She was like a delicately painted miniature. That was very lovely.
You are pleased?
More than pleased. Oh, my name is Hugh Conway.
They call me Lo Tsen.
Lo Tsen. And do you live below in the valley?
No, I live here.
At the Lamasery?
Yes. But as yet I have not attained the full lamahood.
You mean you are a lama?
Yes.
I'm a bit confused. I thought only men could be lamas.
They will tell you when you have been here longer that in the lamahood there are no distinctions between a man and a woman.
Oh, but you're hardly more than a child.
Shall I play for you again?
Please.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chang.
You are pleased with Lo Tsen?
Ah, she plays beautifully.
She has studied for many, many years.
How could she? How old is Lo Tsen?
I'm afraid I cannot tell you.
One night the moonlight fell on Shangri-La, bathing the pavilion in a sea of blue.
I am sorry to disturb you at this hour, but I bring you important news.
Yes, Chang?
I congratulate you, sir. Tonight, you are to be received by the High Lama.
As I followed Chang through the Lamasery, I knew I was on the threshold of some great discovery. Pattering in front of me, he mounted a spiral staircase to a door which opened noiselessly before us. Chang left, silently. As I became accustomed to the gloom, I saw sitting before me a small and wrinkled man. He was motionless. A fading antique portrait in Chinese dress, his face thin and drawn tight over the frame of his skull, and his eyes, I felt dizzy beneath the gaze of those ancient eyes.
You are Mr. Conway.
I am?
It is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Conway. Please sit down. I'm an old man and can do no one any harm.
I feel it a great honor to be received by you.
Thank you. Chang tells me you have been asking many questions about our community and its affairs.
Oh, yes, I'm very much interested.
Then if you can spare me a little time, I shall be pleased to give you a brief account of our foundation.
There's nothing I would rather hear.
The history of Shangri-La begins rightly in the city of Peking in the year 1719. For it was then that 4 friars set out on a long and perilous journey. They traveled southwest for many months by Lanchao and Nokonor, facing many hardships. 3 died on the way, and the 4th was not far from death, when by accident he stumbled into the rocky defile that remains today the only practical approach to our Valley of the Blue Moon. There, to his joy and surprise, he found a friendly population who bade him welcome, and quickly he recovered his health. His name was Father Perrault. For more than half a century, Father Perrault labored with his hands like any other man, tilling his own garden and learning from the inhabitants as well as teaching them. Then in the year 1789, news descended to the valley that Father Perrault was dying at last. He bade his friends farewell, but the end was not yet. He lay for many weeks without speech or movement, and then he began to recover. He was then 108.
The ancient Lama paused. What he had told me was not beyond belief, but as he went on, I was held speechless with wonder. It was 14 years later, he told me, that a wanderer found his way to Father Perrault's monastery, an Austrian named Henschel. A great friendship sprang up between the two, and Henschel stayed on. It was then they had a wild, fantastic dream. Art treasures from Europe and Asia were purchased with the valley's gold and stored at Shangri-La. The library was filled with all the great works of the world. And later it was decided to admit travelers and strangers who had lost their way.
Yes, Mr. Conway. Strangers might come as freely as they wished, but with one important proviso.
And what was that?
In 1910, Henschel died. He was killed.
In 1910? But you said he came here in 1803.
Yes.
And he was killed, you said?
Yes. A traveler shot him. There had been a quarrel about some porters. Henschel had just told him of the important proviso that governs our reception of guests. Perhaps you are wondering, my dear Conway, what that proviso may be.
I think I can already guess. We are to stay here all of our lives.
And can you guess anything else after this long and curious story of mine?
It seems impossible. And yet, impossible as it may be, I know that it's the truth.
What is, my son?
That you are still alive, Father Perrault.
For a fresh start anytime you need it, for a quick thrill of exhilarating refreshment, try delightful Squibb Dental Cream. For Squibb Dental Cream changes the wholesome habit of brushing your teeth into a refreshing new experience. Cool, creamy, fragrant, with a spicy tang of mint, Squibb Dental Cream quickly foams into lively action that wakes up your whole mouth, leaves it pleasantly alive and tingling. You'll enjoy a reassuring sense of extra cleanness, extra freshness you've never known before. And your smile will have new beauty, for Squibb Dental Cream sweeps away the dullness that hides the natural luster of your teeth. So brush your teeth soon and often with Squibb Dental Cream. Use it whenever you want to look your best, feel your best, and make the best impression. Remember to ask tomorrow for Squibb Dental Cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. And now the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Awards, starring Ronald Colman in Lost Horizon.
Conway learned the secret of Shangri-La that night. The secret of prolonged human life. For the High Lama who sat beside him had lived for nearly 2.5 centuries. Conway's coming was no accident, he said.
There had been no travelers to Shangri-La for 20 years. Many lamas had died, and the pilot had been sent out into the world to bring new life to the lamasery.
Then there is death at Shangri-La.
Yes, my son, there are many of us who live no more than 100 years.
And if one of your lamas were to leave the Valley of the Blue Moon?
He would die. His years would fall on his shoulders like a great burden, and he would die very soon. An old, old man.
Lotsen?
You have seen the High Lama?
Lotsen, when did you come here?
When did I come here? I was betrothed to a prince of Turkestan. We were traveling to Kashgar to meet him when my carriers lost their way in the mountains.
When did this happen?
I was 18.
18. Then now you...
The missionaries at Shangri-La found us. They brought us here. I never saw the man I was to marry.
Then in all these years, you have never known the meaning of love? Lotsen, is there no love at Shangri-La? She didn't answer, but I saw a faint flush rising in her ivory cheek, and then I was aware that someone had entered the pavilion and was watching us. It was Mallinson. One night at midnight, I was summoned to the presence of the High Lama.
Tell me, my son, have you been happy at Shangri-La?
Quite happy, Father Pero.
And what of your friends? Will they learn to be content also?
Well, I'm afraid Mallinson is going to be a problem.
He is going to be your problem.
Why mine?
Because, my son, I am going to die.
You... Father Pero?
Yes. We are all mortal, even here in the Valley of the Blue Moon. But I must feel at rest before I die. That is why I sent for you tonight.
You do me a great honor, Father.
I have waited for you, my son, for a long time. My son, there is a great storm gathering in the world, a black fury which will not spend itself for many years. It may rage till every flower of culture is trampled and all human things are leveled in vast chaos. But I believe that you will live through the storm. I see a new world stirring in the ruins, seeking its lost and legendary treasures. And they will all be here, my son, hidden behind the mountains in the Valley of the Blue Moon. And you will be here to give them to the hopeful world. My son, I place in your hands the heritage and destiny of Shangri-La.
The High Lama stopped speaking. The glow in his eyes faded. Presently, it came to me as in a dream. The High Lama was dead.
Conway, I've been waiting. I say, what's the matter, Conway? Are you ill?
No, just tired.
Well, just pull yourself together, man. The porters are waiting for us.
Porters?
It's all arranged. They're going to take us back to Peshawar. Miss Brinklow and Barnett are staying here.
Who's been making all these plans?
Lotsen. She's with the porters now. She's waiting.
No.
I'm in love with Lotsen, and she loves me. She's coming with us.
Lotsen mustn't go. It's impossible.
Why? Why is it impossible?
You must take my word for it. Lotsen must never leave here.
Conway, we need your help. We can't manage the cliff without you. I want to get away from this place, and Lotsen, too. She's young, doesn't she, Count?
Lotsen is not young.
Not young? Oh, you're raving, man.
It's the truth. Her beauty is a fragile thing that can only live where fragile things are loved. Mallinson, listen to me. I tried then to tell him the secret of Shangri-La. He looked at me as though I were mad. And as I read the disbelief in his eyes, I began to doubt myself. And then Lotsen came to me.
You will help us, please. We need you.
Lotsen, do you wish to leave Shangri-La?
Yes.
You know? You understand the risk? If you leave this valley, you will fade away like an echo.
Oh, you have been listening to the fables of these old men.
You mean...
I love him. If he is not with me, I would die. Here.
For hours I paced the balcony. I couldn't tell whether I had been mad and was now sane, or had been sane for a time and was now mad again. But always before me were the wistful, pleading eyes of the little Manchu girl. And I knew that whatever was her fate, I must share in it. That morning, with the wind roaring through the jagged cliffs, we made the descent from Shangri-La.
They traveled toward the east. Mallinson, Lotsen, and Conway. Then the porters began to desert. One by one, they disappeared. Then there were just the three of them creeping like snails across the desert wilderness. Then, for a long while, there were only two. Mallinson had died. At first, Conway tried to believe it was the hardship of the journey which had changed Lotsen.
I'm tired. I can go no further.
We must go on, Lutsen.
I'm tired.
There. Look, that must be the last range. That mountain. You see, Lutsen?
It is too far. I cannot see so far.
One more step, Lutsen. One more step.
No.
One more. One.
No.
More.
No.
One more.
You must go on alone from here.
Her eyes were depthless shadows, her skin drawn, the color of ancient parchment. Her cheekbones. Lotsen! Lotsen!
I am old. I am so old.
They found us on the road to Chungkiang, and we were taken to the hospital there. Lotsen, they told me later, Lotsen died that same night. The oldest woman they had ever seen. The storm of which Father Perrault warned me still rages. Not yet has the Christian ethic been fulfilled when the meek shall inherit the earth. But Shangri-La has a heritage to cherish and bequeath with such wisdom as men will need when their passions are spent. Soon, I hope, I will return. Somewhere beyond Lhasa, on the high roof of the world, I seem to picture a long plateau running north. And far away, a mountain rising white against the sky. I hope to find it again, for this, I think, is Karakau. And beyond is Shangri-La and the Valley of the Blue Moon.
Like the cool, crystal clear air of a high mountain valley, Squibb Dental Cream invigorates and refreshes. That's why millions call Squibb Dental Cream refreshment in a tube. The very instant you touch Squibb Dental Cream to your teeth and gums, you'll sense a sparkle and a zest you've never known before. Then, as Squibb Dental Cream bubbles into exhilarating action, you'll enjoy a delightful new sense of freshness. Your mouth feels clean because it is clean. And that puts you so much more at ease when you're meeting people. So use Squibb Dental Cream whenever you want to look and feel your best. Try it yourself tomorrow. Ask for Squibb Dental Cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Next Wednesday, another great story. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Joan Fontaine with John Lund in Portrait of Jenny. The script for today's broadcast was adapted for radio from the Decca record album of Lost Horizon, which also stars Ronald Colman. Our writer is Frank Wilson. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Tuberculosis can often be prevented with your help. Buy and use Christmas seeds. Remember, you're giving the greatest good to the greatest number when you help to fight tuberculosis with Christmas seeds. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you goodnight until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Tonight, Joan Fontaine in Portrait of Jenny with John Lund. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. For generations, the House of Squibb has been known for the high quality and unfailing dependability of its products, each the result of a never-ending quest for perfection. Today, the great family of Squibb products reflects the tremendous advance of science in its contribution to human health and well-being. The name Squibb stands for progress through research. Squibb is a name you can trust. Tonight, Squibb brings to Academy Award Robert Nathan's famous story, Portrait of Jenny. As our star, you will hear lovely Joan Fontaine, who has 3 times been nominated as Best Actress of the Year and in 1941 won the Academy Award. Appearing with Miss Fontaine is the talented young actor John Lund. And now, Academy Award.
There is such a thing as hunger for more than food, and that was the hunger I fed on. Yes, there's another kind of suffering for the artist, which is worse than anything a winter or poverty can do. It's more like a winter of the mind, in which the life of his genius, the living sap of his work, seems frozen and motionless, caught perhaps forever in a season of death. And who knows if spring will ever come again to set it free. One evening in the winter of 1938, I was walking home through Central Park. That night I was at the bottom, without money or friends, cold and hungry and tired, without hope. I crossed the drive and started down the long, deserted corridor of the mall. A little girl was playing alone in the middle of the mall. I stopped and watched her, for I was surprised to see her there alone.
Hello.
Say, it's getting pretty dark. Oughtn't you to go home?
Is it late?
Yes, it's late.
Well, I don't have to go home yet. Nobody's ready for me.
Well, it's rather strange for you to be here at this time.
I'll walk a ways with you if you don't mind. I guess it's a little lonely here by myself.
Why, that'll be fine. Come along. Are you all alone? Isn't anybody with you?
No? Who would there be? Anyway, you're with me. What have you got in the big envelope?
Oh, this? This is a portfolio. I carry my drawings in this.
Oh, I knew they were pictures.
How did you know?
Oh, I just knew. My name's Jenny, just so you'll know.
Jenny? Jenny what?
Jenny Appleton. We live in a hotel, but I don't see my mother and father very often. They're actors and actresses. They're at the Hammerstein Music Hall. They do juggling on a rope.
I see.
They're not home very much on account of being in the profession.
Wait a minute, Jenny. What was that you said about the Hammerstein Music Hall?
Why?
Oh, nothing. I was thinking for a moment that it had been torn down years ago.
Oh, no, how could it? Won't you take my hand?
Sure.
I go to school. I have very exciting lessons. I'm learning geography and history and about the Kaiser. You know, he's the king of Germany.
Well, he was, but that was long ago.
Oh, I think you're wrong. Cecily Jones is in my class, and I can fight her. I'm stronger than she is, and I can fight her good. It's fun to have somebody to play with.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Don't you have anyone to play with?
No.
Oh, it's too bad. Say, I know a song. Would you like to hear it?
Yes, I would.
Where I come from, nobody knows, and where I'm going, everything goes. The wind blows, the sea flows, and nobody knows.
Who taught you that?
Nobody taught me. It's just a song.
Well, here's the exit, Jenny. Goodbye. I have to go now.
Do you know the game I like to play best?
No, Jenny.
It's a wishing game.
Well, what do you wish for most?
I wish you'd wait for me to grow up. But you won't, I guess.
I stood and watched her as she walked back down the mall. I waited until I couldn't see her anymore. And then I went back to my cold studio to face Mrs. Jeeks, the landlady. And I had no rent to give her. I guess I was getting pretty desperate the day I brought my sketches into the Matthews Gallery. There was a show on, and I guess I went in more out of curiosity than hope of selling anything. Mr. Matthews came out of his little office at the rear.
Yes, what can I do for you?
Why, I don't know. You could buy one of my pictures, perhaps.
Landscapes?
Yes, mostly.
I see. Well, I don't know. Of course, we buy very little, almost nothing, the times being what they are. However, let me see what you have. Landscapes. Too bad. I'm sorry, but... Oh, wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, that's not anything. That's only a sketch. It's just a little girl I met in the park. I was trying to remember something. I didn't know I'd brought it along with me.
Ah, but still, this is different. It's good. It's very good. You know why I like it? I can see the past in it. Yes, sir, I've seen that little girl before, somewhere. Yet I couldn't tell you where. Do me a portrait of the little girl in the park, and I'll make you famous.
It was on a Sunday morning that I saw Jenny again. There had been 2 or 3 weeks of clear, cold weather, and the big lake in the park at 72nd Street was frozen and good for skating. I found Jenny near the bridge. She was all in black velvet, with a short, wide skirt and white boots attached to her round, old-fashioned skates. She seemed taller than I had remembered her. Older, too.
Hello, Mr. Adams.
Hello, Jenny. I didn't know it was you. You look older than last time.
Oh, well, maybe you didn't see me very good. Come along. Let's skate.
Jenny, it seems to me that you've grown a lot since I saw you.
I know. I'm hurrying, you see.
How are your parents? They having a good season?
Yes, they're in Boston now.
Oh, I see. And you're here alone.
Oh, I don't mind.
You know, Jenny, I did a little sketch of you. I sold it. It brought me luck.
Oh, I'm so glad. I wish I could see it.
I'll do one someday just for you.
Oh, how grand. And did the man pay you much?
$25, Jenny, a fortune. But most important is that Mr. Matthews, the man who bought the sketch of you, wants me to paint a portrait.
Oh, who will it be of?
Well, I don't know. I haven't found out yet.
Oh, then perhaps... Oh, will you let it be me?
I don't know. Perhaps.
Oh, hooray, I'm going to have my picture painted. Oh, won't Emily be mad?
Emily?
She's my best friend. She had her picture painted, and I said you were going to paint mine, and she said she'd never heard of you, so I slapped her.
But, I thought it was Cecily you always fought with.
Cecily's dead. She had scarlet fever. Now my best friend's Emily. I thought you'd know.
Well, how would I know? Jenny, what's the matter? Are you cold?
Yes.
Well, come on. We'll get hot chocolate in the shelter. Good?
I love it.
And how are you getting along in school?
Oh, it's all right. I'm having French now.
French? But you were just starting on sums when last I...
I can say colors, and I can count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I can say war in French. C'est la guerre.
The war? What war?
Oh, I don't know. It's just the war. They won't hurt children like me, will they?
No, of course not.
That's good. I don't like being hurt. There's lots of fun.
Finish the chocolate?
Mm-hmm.
Then let's go, and we'll skate once more round.
Oh, yes. I'd hate it to stop because when will we ever have it again?
Jenny, tell me, when did Cecily die?
2 years ago.
I tried to find Jenny, but it was no use. No use at all. Even my friend, the taxi driver, Gus, wasn't much help.
So, what you want is I should find a girl whose name is Jenny. You don't know where she lives or anything about her?
Well, her parents are jugglers. Their name is Appleton.
Appleton. Appleton. There used to be an act with that name down at the old Hammerstein.
That's right. That's where they were.
Well, then, Mac, they'd be in the old folks' home by now. Oh, wait a minute. Seems I remember something about an accident of some sort. I don't know. You sure you seen this girl?
Yes, I made some sketches of her.
That don't signify. I was thinking maybe you made her up.
No, I didn't make her up, Gus.
Okay, I'll keep punching. But it don't figure, that's all.
The first snow was falling as I went home. I let myself in, and Mrs. Jeeks came out of the parlor. There was suspicion and resentment and a curious excitement in her.
There you are at last.
Yes, Mrs. Jeeks. What is it?
You have a visitor, a young lady. Fine doings, I must say.
Young lady?
Fine doings, I must say. She's waiting for you up there. I wash my hands of all of it.
Jenny.
I thought maybe you wanted me to come, Eben. I've never been in a studio before. It's lovely.
Oh, it's an awful place, Jenny. It's pretty dirty.
Yes, it is. I didn't want to say it, but I guess as long as you said it first. I don't suppose you have an apron and something to dust with.
You're not going to try to clean it.
Yes, while the water's boiling for tea.
Oh, my sketches on the floor. Wait, I'll pick them up.
I was looking at these. Do you mind?
Of course I don't mind.
They're beautiful. I think you're a very good artist. Only some of them, I don't know where they are. I've never seen those places.
Well, that's Radio City. They're new, I guess. They haven't been built very long.
Yes, I guess that's it. It's funny how sometimes you've never seen things and still you know them. As though you were going to see them sometime, and because you were going to see them, you could remember what they looked like. That doesn't sound right, does it?
No. Sounds pretty mixed up.
Yes, I guess it does. You couldn't remember what you hadn't ever seen. Oh, what am I thinking about? I haven't dusted at all.
Oh, never mind, Jenny. We'll have tea.
Eben, Emily and I are going away to boarding school. I don't want to go, but Mother says I have to. I'll miss you, Eben.
I'll miss you, too, Jenny. Will you pose for me before you go?
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. Yes, I will.
Will you come tomorrow, then?
I don't know. I don't know if I can.
The day after?
I'll come as soon as I can. You're not sad anymore, are you, Eben? I mean, you were so sad the first time I saw you.
No, Jenny, I'm fine now. I was scared that night I met you. I felt as though I were lost.
No, oh, no. Don't ever say that. Not ever again. And besides, you weren't lost. You were here, And here isn't lost. It can't be. It mustn't be. I couldn't bear it. We can't both of us be lost.
Jenny, what a foolish way to talk.
Yes, it's foolish. Don't let's talk about it anymore.
Because with little girls like you...
Yes,
there's-
little girls like me. Here, go wash the teacups before you forget.
All right, Jenny. Wait for me. I'll be right back.
Yes, Evan. I'll wait for you.
Jenny? Jenny, where are you? Jenny! Jenny, you said you'd wait. Oh, Jenny.
Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. And now the House of Squibb presents part 2 of Academy Award, starring Joan Fontaine with John Lund in Portrait of Jenny.
I prepared a 5-foot canvas. I stretched and mounted it, wet one side of it with water, and worked in a light surface of white lead with my palette knife. Then I set it out to dry. After that, there was nothing to do but wait. Jenny came at the end of the week. She looked pale, and she was dressed in some kind of mourning.
Eben, it's Father and Mother. They're dead.
Oh,
They had an accident.
I know. I mean, I read about it in the paper.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, Jenny.
They were sweet to me. I didn't used to see them very much, but the way they died...
I know.
Oh, Evan.
Look, Jenny, you don't want to pose today, do you? I mean, after this.
Well, I wanted to come. I wanted to see you, just to be here. Well, I might as well pose. I don't look very pretty, though.
Pretty. Jenny, you're beautiful. Look, I'll pose you in this chair and put that piece of old yellow silk behind you. Now, here, let me face you so you get the light. The picture I started that day needs no description, for most of you have seen it. The Metropolitan Museum calls it Girl in a Black Dress. But to me, it has always been simply Jenny. I must have been painting over 2 hours when I suddenly saw Jenny droop forward in her chair.
I'm so tired, Evan.
Oh, here. You must take some hot tea.
I'm better now. I'm not so cold. I can sit again if you want me to.
No, there's lots of time.
No, there isn't. But I'll do as you say. I'll rest if you say so. You're all I have now, Evan.
Me, Jenny?
Except for my aunt. Only I don't know her very well. She's going to take care of me from now on.
Well, that's all right then, isn't it?
You do want me to come, don't you? To pose, I mean.
Oh, Jenny, Jenny.
I'll come as soon as I can.
Jenny, my darling.
Yes, Evan.
Jenny, where does your aunt live?
Poor Evan. What does it matter where I live? You can't come to me. I can only come to you.
Jenny. And it's true.
Goodbye, Evan. I'll come back as soon as I can. I'll hurry, truly. But I didn't want you to know. Try to wait for me.
Jenny came again. She seemed to stand on the threshold of vibrant young womanhood. I knew I must finish my portrait before it was too late.
Oh, Evan, the girls at school keep asking me about you. But I won't tell them anything except that you're very handsome.
Oh, Jenny, don't be silly.
And that you're a great artist and that you nearly starved to death. They loved that part of it. They thought it was very romantic.
Egods.
Well, they did. And they think it's romantic my coming to see you like this.
Well, perhaps it is, but we've got work to do.
Oh, you're not angry with me, Eben. I was only joking.
Of course, I'm not angry. But let's get back to work, shall we?
Eben,
Uh-huh.
I really didn't say you were handsome.
Oh, no?
I have a funny mind, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a funny mind, too.
Well, perhaps I have. Just turn your head a little to the right.
Eben, do you think that people sometimes can know what lies ahead? I mean, what's going to happen to them?
Nonsense.
Well, I don't know. I'm not so sure. You know how you feel sad about things sometimes? Things that haven't happened. Well, perhaps they're things that are going to happen. Perhaps we know it, and we're just afraid to admit it to ourselves. Why couldn't you, Eben, if you could see ahead, feel sorry for what was coming? Only you wouldn't know that it was coming. You'd call it worry or something.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. I think I've got it, Jenny. The portrait, I mean. You can rest while I wash up. But when I came back, she was gone. She left a note on the bed.
Eben, dear, I'll be back someday, but not long. In the spring, I think.
Spring was early that year. One day, the grass in the park smelled sweet and fresh, and a robin sang on the lawn below the mall. And I took the portrait down to Mr. Matthews.
Well, I mean to say, well, that's it.
You mean you like it, Mr. Matthews?
Like it? This picture, well, I don't like to use the word masterpiece, but if the museum were to take it...
Yes, Mr. Matthews?
It might bring more than $1,000. And as an advance, I think I can let you have $300.
Truly, this was my spring. I walked on the soft air, and my heart sang. And suddenly, when the door opened, I didn't even turn my head. I knew it was Jenny.
Hello, Eben.
Jenny, dear, the picture, it's sold. Oh, Jenny, I'm rich and famous.
Of course, Eben. I've always known.
Jenny, let me look at you. Jenny, you've grown up.
Have I, Eben?
Yes. Into the most beautiful woman in the world.
Thank you, Eben. I'm glad. I'm glad that you like me.
You're out of boarding school?
Well, I'm going to study in Paris now. You were there, weren't you? Is it very lovely? Tell me what to see, what to do, so that someday we'll have done it all together.
Sit down, Jenny, and let me catch my breath. When you say Paris, I remember a room a friend of mine had. A room like the prow of a ship butting its way up the Seine. The river pouring by on both sides under the windows.
Oh, how perfect, Eben. Go on and on. It's like being there and living all those wonderful times now. Tell me more, Eben. Tell me. Eben, who is it? Eben, I have a feeling. Don't open that door.
Don't open this door, eh? I thought so. No, you don't. Not in my house. I've run a decent place all my life, and I intend to keep it so.
Mrs. Jeeks, what are you talking about?
And you, Hussy, get out. Get out of my house.
Oh, I'm sorry, Eben. I didn't think.
Get out!
Be still. Oh, Jenny, don't listen. Don't listen to her.
It's too late now. It's been said. It couldn't ever not be said again. Goodbye, Eben. I'll be back someday. But not like this. Not ever like this again. Not until we can be together always.
I moved away after that. I took a little house up on the New England coast, and I kept painting. Often I would sail. In September, a hurricane was reported in the Caribbean, but I paid little attention. I was too busy trying to put Jenny out of my mind. I might just as well have tried to stop the hurricane, which caught me as the little boat was running for home that afternoon. Somehow I got to the beach, And as I floundered ashore, I saw a wave coming towards me from the sea. Didn't look very high, just a line of brown foam with branches and sand in it. And then I saw her. She was below me to the east, struggling up the slope from the river. Another wave was coming. I could see it. I ran to her. Jenny! Jenny! I'm coming! Hold on, Jenny! Jenny!
Eben!
Oh, Jenny, I was afraid I wouldn't get here, darling. Your face is cold. Your lips...
Oh, I had to get back to you, Eben.
We've got to move, darling. Try to walk a little.
You go, Eben. I can't make it.
Jenny, help me. I can't lift you. Jenny!
Oh, let me look at you, Eben. Let me put my arms around you. Hold me close, Eben. Closer. We're together now.
Oh, dear God, yes. We're together now, Jenny.
Eben, there's only one love. Nothing can change it. It's still all right, darling, whatever happens. Because we'll always be together. Somewhere.
I know.
Always. Forever and ever. Eben, forever.
He's coming out of it. You all right, son? He grabbed you just in time.
No. Where is she? Where's Jenny? Jenny! Jenny! Jenny!
He's off his nut.
Jenny.
There wasn't anybody with him when that wave hit.
In New York, I met Gus, the cab driver. He didn't say anything. Just handed me a clipping from a newspaper. Monday, September 22nd. The steamship Latania reported today the loss of one of its passengers in a storm 100 miles off Nantucket Lightship. Miss Jenny Appleton, who was returning to America after a stay of several years abroad, was swept off the deck by a wave which smashed part of the bridge. Officials were trying to discover the whereabouts of Miss Appleton's relatives in this country.
I thought maybe you didn't know. I'm sorry, Mac.
No. No, I knew, Gus. It's still all right. It's all right.
Eben, it's all right. I'll be waiting, Eben. I'll be waiting.
Your own performance at work or play is at its best when you feel your best. And Squibb Dental Cream helps to give you a wide-awake, exhilarating feeling of refreshment every time you use it. The very first instant you discover its cool, sparkling mintiness, you'll know why Squibb Dental Cream has changed the wholesome habit of brushing your teeth into a delightfully new and refreshing experience. As you brush, the brisk, tingling action of Squibb Dental Cream wakes up your mouth, makes it feel fresh and young and clean. You'll find yourself meeting people with new poise and assurance because you've given your charm the protection it deserves, the protection of pure, fragrant, refreshing Squibb Dental Cream. So tomorrow, ask for Squibb Dental Cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Next Wednesday, the House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring Peter Lawford and Joan Loring in Enchanted Cottage. Joan Fontaine is currently engaged in the Universal International production Ivy. John Lund may soon be seen in the Paramount Technicolor production Perils of Pauline. Portrait of Jenny will shortly be produced as a Selznick International picture starring Jennifer Jones and Joseph Cotton. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Tonight, Peter Lawford and Joan Loring in Enchanted Cottage. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. For generations, the House of Squibb has been known for the high quality and unfailing dependability of its products, each the result of a never-ending quest for perfection. Today, the great family of Squibb products reflects the tremendous advance of science in its contribution to human health and well-being. The name Squibb stands for progress through research. Squibb is a name you can trust. Tonight, Squibb brings to Academy Award Enchanted Cottage, the charming love story which in 1945 was nominated for an Academy Award. In our cast tonight, you will hear the popular young star Peter Lawford and Joan Loring, who as Best Supporting Actress of the Year was also nominated for a 1945 Academy Award.
I suppose you could call this the first public performance of my new tone poem, The Enchanted Cottage. I'd counted on Laura and Oliver being here, because it's their story, really. From the first time I became aware of it in the moonlight, I sensed its inherent magic. Although, being blind, I could see the cottage only with the inner eye of imagination. The cottage was all that was left of a great estate built upon these New England shores by an English nobleman. He used it to lend to young married couples to live in as long as they wished. But by the time I first came upon it, this gracious tradition had been abandoned and almost completely forgotten. The present-day owner, I had learned, was a lone widow, Mrs. Abigail Minnitt, who kept her distance and made others keep theirs. It was not until Mrs. Minnitt took in Laura Pennington to live and help her with the house that I realized she meant to rent it to a young married couple, and the secret of the enchanted cottage might at last be revealed to me.
These people who are renting the cottage, Mrs. Minnitt, are they a honeymoon couple?
Please don't ask that.
Oh, I was hoping you were going to renew the old tradition.
That tradition is broken. I broke it.
Oh.
This cottage was deeded to my husband as a wedding present. It was to have been our home, Tom's and mine. Only I've had to stay here alone. Nearly 25 years. Do you know what loneliness is?
Yes.
I thought you might. You're such an ugly girl.
I know.
That's why when I heard you were back... Oh. They're here. You open the door for them.
Hello. Anybody at home?
Come in, please.
Oh, I hope I'm not too early, Mrs. Minnitt. I brought Miss... Oh, I'm sorry. Darling, this isn't Mrs. Minnitt. I'm Oliver Bradford. I stopped by last week and persuaded Mrs. Minnitt to rent us the cottage.
I know. I'm Laura Pennington.
Hello, Mr. Bradford.
Oh, there you are, Mrs. Minnitt. This is Miss Alexander.
How do you do?
Would you like to see the upstairs?
You go ahead, Beatrice. I've seen it.
Very well, Oliver.
I'll take your coat.
Thank you. You must have been here quite a while with Mrs. Minute.
Oh, no, I came only this morning.
But you seem to belong here.
Well, you see, I was born in the village and lived there for many years. When I was a child, I heard all the stories about the cottage. It was like living near a fairy tale.
Oh, next thing you'll be telling me the cottage is haunted.
Oh, no, it's not haunted. It's enchanted.
It comes to the same thing, doesn't it?
Not at all. Haunted, that's to be restless and uneasy and afraid. It's ugly. But enchantment, that's to be happy and gay. It's beauty. You see, all the people who lived here loved one another. They all found their heart's desire. Here on the old window, their names. Young men and women who in this very room pledged to love each other forever.
Oliver?
Hello, darling. I've been hearing about enchantment. Seems that we're to live under a happy spell.
I'll admit this is all very charming, but I had thought we might have spent our honeymoon in Santa Barbara or Bar Harbor.
Oh, nonsense. Not when I found you true enchantment. Well, Mrs. Minute, are you ready for us?
There are a few routine questions I've got to ask, of course.
Oh, my dear Mrs. Minute, I've filled out so many forms during the past 2 weeks, I can tell you anything you want to know about me, complete with photostats.
Mr. Bradford means that he's applied for a commission in the Army Air Corps. He's a flyer.
Oh.
Yes, you're going to have us on your hands for quite a spell. At least until I get my commission. But I don't expect that for 3 months.
It may be sooner than you think.
Look, it's December. I won't be hearing from Washington for at least 3 months. Not with that red tape. Oh, by the way, darling, will you let me have your ring?
My ring?
Yes. Now that we're going to settle down here for a bit, I think we ought to keep up with all the old traditions.
What are you talking about?
Just give me the diamond. You'll find out.
Oliver, my diamond, it came out of the setting when you tried to cut with it in the glass. I really don't understand what you're trying to do.
I wanted to cut our names in the window with the others.
I suppose if I was superstitious, I'd regard this as a warning that we shouldn't marry at all.
You're not married yet, that's why. Only honeymoon couples may write their names on that window.
Well, I'll write our names on the windows as soon as we come back.
They're gone, Mrs. Minute. Such a nice young couple. And they said they'd be married on... Why, Mrs. Minute, your calendar's way off. Today is December 7th, 1941, and your calendar says April 6th, 1917. Mrs. Minute, you're just 24 years, 10 months, and 1 day off schedule.
Oliver didn't come back to claim his cottage, nor his honeymoon, for he had no chance to get married. Only time for war. Laura stayed on with Mrs. Minute and did what she could for the war. Washed dishes in a serviceman's canteen. But that's all she could do, for the boys never asked her to dance. Perhaps it was too much to expect a man with precious leave to spend a few minutes of it with such an unattractive girl. Then one spring night, Laura came home, tried to sneak off, sorely hurt, to her room in the cottage.
Laura.
Oh, I didn't see you. It's so late.
I've been waiting for you. No use to cry, girl. It's not for some of us, for you and me, to try to live like other people. You think you can sometimes, but there's always the world to remind you. All the things that other people take for granted, you've got to make up your mind and your heart. They're not for you.
Yes, I know now.
You've got to find something else to take their place. That's why I wanted you to be here, because there's something here for you that there isn't anyplace else. A place where no one can hurt you. You understand?
Yes. Yes, I understand.
I knew someone would come tonight. It's a telegram. Delivered at this time of night. Would like cottage for indefinite period. Arriving today, Oliver Bradford.
Bradford? Why, that was his name. Oh, then they did get married after all. Imagine they're remembering the cottage all this time. Oh, it's been over a year. Mrs. Minute, there is something about this cottage, isn't there?
There is indeed. Needs a good cleaning if he's coming back. Right now.
We've been here exactly 1 hour in this silly cottage. It's useless, even if he is only my stepson. I tell you it's useless. He won't even talk to us.
Maybe Mrs. Price can reason with him.
Mother, how did he act towards you?
He won't even unlock the door. He told me to go away.
Then it's up to you, Beatrice. You must bring him to his senses. Of course, he is pretty badly smashed up, but I've told him 100 times there's no use becoming a mental case over a little injury. He ought to realize there are thousands of cases worse than his.
Oliver. Please, Oliver, it's Beatrice. Won't you talk to me? Won't you, please? I meant what I said the other day. We can be married. I'll look after you. I'll try to make you a good wife. Why did we have to have this terrible war? You see, Oliver, that first day when you came home, no one had told me. And when you turned and looked at me, I wasn't prepared. That's why I thought Oliver, I can't help it if I'm weak. I tried to be brave, really, I did. I did try. I did. Oliver. Oliver.
Gone. They're gone, oh, thank God. Now let's get it over with. Why not? No use going on like this. No use in the world.
No, don't. Give me that gun.
Very well, if you want. But I'd be grateful, miss, if you'd mind your own business. Oh, look here, I'm sorry I said that. But don't you understand? Do you think I want people to see me the way I am? You saw me before. Doesn't the change shock you, repel you at all?
No.
Oh, you can't know. You can't realize what it is to face life like this. Disfigured, ugly.
I'll bring you your supper, Mr. Bradford. Mrs. Minute is a very good cook.
Thank you.
Perhaps it was the enchantment of the cottage making itself known at last. But little by little, Oliver seemed to change. Even my efforts at first seemed to bear little fruit. That I, too, had been a war flyer, that I'd been blinded in the Argonne, that I'd found in music an answer to the despair that eats the soul. All this seemed to leave Oliver untouched. It must have been Laura alone who got him to take walks, to talk, to study life again. At least when I saw him at all, he was with her.
I knew you were here by the sea. I thought you might, well, that you might not want to be alone. These past few weeks, well, I had an idea that the walks we took and talking to me, I hoped I was being of some help to you. And so I thought that if you needed help now, I would be
I've had a
very
letter from my mother and my stepfather. They feel it's not good for me to be alone, to be in a position where I brood too much. So they've given me my choice. I can come home and have the benefit of their loving care and attention 24 hours a day, or they're prepared to make the supreme sacrifice and come here and live with me.
Oh, but they can't. Why, nothing could be more damaging to you than to have them here now.
I can't face it. I won't face it. But there's no way I can get away from them unless... Laura, you don't get on a man's nerves. I've had proof that you don't, day after day. Don't be startled at what I'm going to say to you. Will you marry me?
If you want to marry to get rid of your family, there must be dozens of girls who'd suit your purpose better than I would.
Oh, do you think I have such a great choice? A hideous casualty for the rest of my life?
I understand. I get the chance because there aren't so many.
Oh, I'm a blundering fool. I wouldn't have hurt you for anything in the world.
I'm sorry. It was stupid of me to be upset. You see,
It isn't as if I weren't aware of my ugliness. But there's only one thing you've overlooked. Of course, you would never have understood. Women like me, conscious as we may be of our defects, we find refuge in dreams. Merciful dreams in which we're as lovely and desirable as any woman in the world. It's cruel to destroy those dreams.
I only felt that no woman in the world would marry me except out of compassion. I know you have a lot of that. I promise to try not to be too much of a burden. I like being with you. I like to hear the sound of your voice, your laughter. I'm not offering you much, but, well, we're sort of in the same boat. I've got to keep on hoping that you'll say yes.
I don't want to say yes just because you want a wife and I happen to be here. Don't you see?
Yes, I see. I see that you couldn't possibly care enough.
But I do care. That's the reason.
Oh, Laura. Bless you, Laura. Bless you forever and ever.
Before continuing with Part 2 of Academy Award, we wish to thank RKO Pictures for making this story available. RKO are also producers of Nocturne, starring George Raft and Lynn Berry. And now the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Peter Lawford and Joan Loring in Enchanted Cottage.
They were married quietly, Oliver and Laura, and they lived on in the cottage. I'd been away on a recital tour, and when I got back, there was a note awaiting me. It said, "Something extraordinary has happened, and Laura and I need your advice. Please come to see us as soon as you arrive, Oliver." Naturally, I went over that very evening.
Good evening, Mr. Hillgrove.
Good evening, Mrs. Minute. Where are Mr. and Mrs. Bradford?
Out for a walk.
I haven't seen them since the wedding. I say, what's happened to this room? It feels different to me somehow.
It's the flowers, maybe.
No, it's more than that. Tonight I got rather an odd note. Tell me, Mrs. Minute, what's happened to your young couple that's so extraordinary?
I can't tell you.
Didn't they go away on a honeymoon?
They're spending it right here in the cottage. You'll be the first person they've seen since their marriage, except me.
Oh.
They keep to themselves all day. When they do go out at night, they wrap themselves up and cover their faces. Shh. They're coming now.
John!
Hello, John.
Hello, you two.
It's so good to see you again. In fact, I think we should have died if we'd had to wait for you much longer.
What's this all about? What is all this mystery?
John, it may be insane, but, well, we sent for you because you're the only one we can trust.
Let me, Oliver. Well, it's about this cottage, John. You know my feelings about it. There's something strange here, something...
But what has it to do with you and Oliver? What is this thing that has happened to you?
Well, it's something, well, something pretty nearly incredible. We've changed, John.
Well, I may not be able to see, but I can tell that from your voices. You feel different because you're happy.
Oh, it's more than that. It's a physical change.
The day we were married and we came home, it was later that night, and we were finishing dinner. Our wedding dinner. It was a farce, a tragic farce. He was my husband, but how could he ever know that I loved him from the first day he came to the cottage? I would never be able to tell him all that was in my heart, for he could never love me as I loved him. I got up and went to the piano. The very first notes I struck were like the touch of a magic wand. There was a new warmth, a new radiance. I could feel the room changing. And as I played, the feeling of enchantment spread, embracing everything around me. I turned and looked at Oliver. He was just as I saw him the first day, when he was everything I'd ever dreamed of. Suddenly I thought, how could I fool myself I could be the bride of such a man as this? I had to run away from him. I couldn't let him see my tears.
I followed Laura upstairs. My heart went out to her. Suddenly I realized how much she had come to mean to me. I took her in my arms to reassure her. She was changed. It was no trick of the moonlight. She was beautiful. Radiantly beautiful, like she is now. That was when we knew.
I think I understand.
But I'm afraid. I'm so afraid it's some kind of trick. John, I couldn't stand to be ugly again for Oliver.
Oh, my darling. What do you think, John?
The storm is passing over us. You shan't have to worry.
She knows. She never looks at us. She avoids us as we avoid her. But she knows about the change.
This cottage belongs to her. She lives in its past. She knows its secret.
Laura, Oliver?
Yes, John.
You asked for my advice.
Yes.
Take this gift and enjoy it without question and without fear. Accept it humbly as a heaven-sent miracle. And be grateful for it.
A miracle?
Yes. You've both been touched by a power which is beyond this world. Accept your blessing. Don't talk to anyone about it. It belongs to you. Guard it closely and permit no one to shatter it.
Laura, John, they're coming. My mother and stepfather.
Oh, nice.
I know, darling. I saw the wire.
Frankly, I'm sorry I didn't make the gesture of inviting them myself.
I have a simply dreadful reason for being glad they're coming. Of course, I want them to see how happy we are, but particularly I want them to see that Oliver didn't do so badly in marrying me.
Won't it be wonderful, John? Showing Laura off, watching them admire her.
Oliver, don't you think your mother and stepfather ought to be prepared for what's happened to you?
Oh, yes, you may be right.
I feel that if they were told in advance, gently...
About the miracle?
Well, I think you ought to let me try and explain it to them.
Wonderful. I must get dressed. You're a darling, John. Come on, Oliver, and don't take long dressing.
So you see, Mrs. Price, your son Oliver and Laura are on the verge, on the borderland of the greatest happiness they've ever experienced. But they've changed greatly. And I know that that change, as they see it, is not as you'll see it.
Well, I'm afraid I really don't understand.
You're talking in riddles, Hillgrove.
Let me put it this way, then. When they come down those stairs, no matter what they say or do, will you act along with them, please? They don't know it, but they're playing a part. Play a part with them. Pretend that the change is as great as they imagine it is.
I knew something like this would happen. Where is Oliver? Oliver! Oliver!
Please, Mrs. Price, please.
Oliver!
We're coming.
Please remember, the next few minutes may be the most important in their lives. You hold that chance of happiness in your hands.
Oh, there's entirely too much mystery about this whole thing to suit me.
Well...
Oliver, darling.
You know my wife, Laura, Mother.
I'm so glad you've come to see us, Mrs. Price.
How do you do?
Won't you sit down? I'll ring for Mrs. Minute. She's prepared a lovely tea. Wait until you taste her scones. I've tried to make them myself, but I'm afraid it takes years of learning.
Oh, this is going to be a real party. A memorable occasion. Actually, because you're the first. Outside of John here, there's nobody else who knows.
Now, look here, Oliver. I really
Poor
think...
Freddie. Oh, we must shock you. But you'll get used to the change. You won't even remember us as we were. Laura and I joke about it now ourselves. Why, it's difficult for us to remember. Mother, what is it?
Oh, my poor boy. You poor, poor darling.
Mother, just because you're happy, there's no reason to cry.
Oh, forgive me, darling. Oh, I love you so much, Oliver. And if you're really happy, I guess that's all that matters. And I'm glad he married you, Laura, dear, because it's clear you're such a loyal girl and have so much to give him. Oh, so much more than just a pretty girl. And Freddie and I will be with you both as often as we can, of course. But it won't be necessary for you to go and see people or...
How do you like your tea, Mrs. Price? Lemon or cream?
Oh, you mustn't bother about tea, Laurie. You really mustn't. I couldn't swallow a mouthful. I've got an awful headache coming on. You'll excuse us, won't you, if we just run along? Goodbye, you poor darling. Come along, Frederick.
Mrs. Minute, you've always known about us, haven't you?
Yes.
You never noticed any change in us.
No.
Why didn't you tell us before?
Well, when I knew you'd have to find out the truth this afternoon, I thought my heart would break. But now that you know, would you have had me tell you sooner? There was nothing I could have done or can do now. And yet, what is there really to be sad about? Shall I tell you the secret? Shall I?
Tell us. Please tell us.
You love each other. You've fallen in love. And a man and a woman in love have a gift of sight that isn't granted to other people. To each other, you are beautiful because you are in love. And that's the charm. That's the secret to the only enchantment this cottage holds. And it's of your own making.
My darling, you'll always be beautiful to me.
Nothing can ever change the way I feel about you. You know that.
Yes, dearest. I know.
Oliver, dear, we've never written our names on the old window.
Let me have your ring, dear.
You know, somehow I think the others would want us to now.
You'll forget it's December for a moment the first time you try refreshing Squibb Dental Cream. For Squibb Dental Cream brings you a sense of exhilarating freshness as welcome as the clear, cool air of a morning in May. And you can enjoy the quick refreshment of Squibb Dental Cream anytime. For in the simple act of brushing your teeth with this delightfully different dentifrice, you sense a fragrant mintiness, a brisk tingling action you've never known before. Squibb Dental Cream leaves your mouth feeling fresh and young and clean. And your smile will seem younger and brighter, too. For Squibb Dental Cream sweeps away the dullness that hides the natural luster of your teeth. So give your charm a change. Give it the protection of Squibb Dental Cream, one of the great family of Squibb products. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Awards starring Margaret O'Brien in Lost Angel. Today's performance of Enchanted Cottage was written for radio by Frank Wilson. Leith Stevens conducted and adapted our musical score from the original by Roy Webb. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Peter Lawford appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Academy contender The Yearling, starring Gregory Peck and Jane Wyman. Joan Loring will soon be seen in the Enterprise production The Other Love. This Christmas, every Christmas, the greatest gift of all is health. Buy Christmas seals and give health. Remember, you're helping to stamp out tuberculosis when you buy Christmas seals. Send your contribution tonight. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. presents Academy Award. Tonight, Margaret O'Brien in Los Angeles. Each week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Science. For generations, the House of Squibb has been known for the high quality and unfailing dependability of its products, each the result of a never-ending quest for perfection. Today, the great family of Squibb products reflects the tremendous advance of science in its contribution to human health and well-being. The name Squibb stands for progress through research. Squibb is a name you can trust. Tonight, Squibb welcomes to Academy Award Margaret O'Brien, who in 1944 was awarded a special Academy Award as the Outstanding Child Star of the Year. Margaret O'Brien will be heard in her famous screen role from Los Angeles. And now, Academy Award.
This is the story of a little orphan who fell into the hands of some very bright characters known as professors. It is a story, too, of Mike, a reporter, and his girl Katie, and of other characters more or less concerned with the demonstrating of magic to our little girlfriend. The kind of magic that brightest little girl in the world was afraid did not exist. But since it is her story, let's begin with a statement made to the press by one of the professors when they found her on their doorstep.
Ladies and gentlemen, our long search is over. Our subject, a female infant, newborn, has been found. The necessary legal steps have been taken, and the child is in our hands. Today, under the banner of the Pickering Institute, we begin experiments.
So on and on and on. What he was trying to say was that little Alpha, for that is her name, was going to get the works. Well, 6 years go by, and Alpha plus the works is ready to be interviewed. And here to interview her is Mike Reed.
How do you do? Won't you sit down?
Thanks.
What paper are you from?
The transcript?
Oh, reactionary, isn't it?
Oh, I suppose you read it every day.
Just the editorials. I go over them with Professor Smith.
And what do you think of our editorials?
Oh, we find them amusing. Have you prepared a list of questions you want me to answer?
Well,
We could begin by my giving you the schedule of my day. I have an English lesson first, then history, art,
And then reading and writing and arithmetic, huh?
Oh, of course not. I have algebra, economics, Chinese, semantics, and beginning tomorrow, philosophy, because I'm 6 years old today.
Oh, happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Tell me, what do you do for fun?
Oh, I like reading best.
Oh, reading. Like the Horatio Alger stories, the Bobbsey Twins fairy stories, stuff like that, huh?
I've been told about them.
What, fairy tales? What's wrong with them?
After all, there's no point in wasting time on things that aren't true.
Oh, wait a minute. Just what isn't true about fairy tales?
Are you serious? Dragons, flying carpets? Now, really?
Well, I'll just have to tell that leprechaun I had breakfast with this morning that he isn't real, I guess.
A leprechaun? What's that?
Oh, a little man, green hair, blue nose, shoemaker by profession, Irish.
I suppose you've seen witches, too?
Of course.
And what about dragons? Do you believe in them?
Why, certainly.
You've never seen one.
Well, if that's not a woman for you. Now, listen, Professor, do you know what a zebra is?
Of course.
You ever seen a zebra?
Well,
But you believe there are zebras, don't you?
yes, but...
Well, all right, then. I believe there's a whole world of magic outside. All kinds of magic.
You do?
Sure. Now, mind, some people go their whole lives long and never see it. Naturally, they'll tell you it isn't true. But if you know what you're looking for, believe it in your heart, well, it's there. You can find it.
Can you?
Mm-hmm.
Time for your music lesson, Alpha.
Oh, not just yet. Oh, Mr. Regan, could you wait just a few more minutes?
No, I'm afraid I haven't any more time, Professor. But don't you worry. I'll take care of that other matter for you. I'll be sure to tell my leprechaun that you say he's not real.
Say, Gus, you're a bright reporter with an eye for scoops. What do you make of that coming in the door?
What do you mean? Oh, that? Looks like a kid to me. What do you want, little girl?
I want to see Mr. Regan. Mr. Michael Regan.
Yeah? Why?
Well, he's my father.
But Mike's not...
How do you know? Where is Mike?
At the fights with Katie.
No kidding. Well, what do you know with Katie with the light red temper?
And this one wants to see her father. And do she shall. And why shouldn't she?
Michael Regan, please go to dressing room 4. Dressing room 4. Your baby is waiting for you there.
All right, Professor. I don't know how you escaped from that intellectual zoo you live in, but you did, and you've got me in trouble, so come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, hello, Mike. Looking for Katie? She left a couple of minutes ago, and plenty burned, too. Hey, that your kid?
No. Anyway, she's just impersonating a kid.
Midget, huh?
All right, now, for heaven's sake, what do you want?
When you came to see me, you made certain statements. You said that there were dragons and flying carpets and witches and, well, magic.
What?
You said not everybody could, but you know how to find it. That's what you said.
So?
Show me.
Well, I'll tell you how it is, kid.
Of course, if it isn't true, please don't feel bad. After all men lie. I know that.
What? Oh, look, honey, I didn't lie to you. There is magic. All kinds. It's what makes people laugh, be happy, and have friends. I told you I could find it. I'll find it for you. But first, we have to go to a certain nightclub and find Katie Mallory, my girl.
Oh, why don't we just go look for magic? Why do we have to see her?
Because she's very, very angry with me. And since you're the other woman in the case, you'll have to help me fix it.
All right. How do I do it?
Professor, it's very simple. You do it by being exactly 6 years old.
Regan, I've been waiting for you.
Oh, you're Packy's brother, aren't you?
Yeah. He'd like to talk to you, Regan. He's not in jail either. What he's got for you isn't for your paper. Duck that kid and come on.
Well, if it's not for the paper, it's not for me. You can tell Packy I think he's clear on that rap, too, but there's nothing I can do. I'm not one of his boys.
Okay, Regan. But Packy don't ask outsiders to do him favors very often. I don't think you're being smart.
I think Katie's pretty, Mike.
Oh, thanks. Oh, and eat your spaghetti, Professor. I think Katie's beautiful.
Do you like her better than you like me?
What?
I said, do you like her better than you like me? Don't laugh at me.
Oh, Professor, I swear you're getting younger every minute.
Do you like me?
Why?
I don't know.
Oh, hey.
I like you.
Hold on. Professor, what's the matter? What did I do?
Mike, what did you do to her?
Oh, hello, Katie. I beat her. What do you think I did to her?
He likes you better than he likes me.
What's the matter with her?
Well, judging from my past experiences, I'd say she's in love.
Oh, look, I've got to call the Institute. Oh, take it easy, Professor.
Baby, he doesn't like me better, just differently, honest. Now, supposing you got to like me, you'd still like Mike, wouldn't you? People can like lots of people. People with big hearts, that is.
Has Mike got a big heart?
Yes, darling. It's bigger than his head.
Professor
There's a Mr. Regan on the phone. He's found Alpha.
Oh, wonderful.
Just a minute, Vincent. I'm afraid this case looks like measles. And if it is you can't bring Alpha back here. This place is quarantined.
Hello. Hello. What's that? Oh, man, you're out of your mind. I don't care who vouches for me. I don't care. You're not going to stick me with that kid. What do you mean, instructions? She's human, isn't she? She eats and sleeps, and I keep her face clean. What else is there? Now, look, Katie, I can't keep the kids. You know how I live. So I was just thinking, your place is right close by, and...
Not a chance, Mike. Not a chance.
Why not?
Because you're her fairy godmother, my friend. But now she's come to you and said, show me. So you're the fellow who's got to show her, Mike. No one else.
Oh, I'll spend lots of time with her. It's just that
Oh, no. Did you see the way she looks at you? Well, you've got to pay for that look. You're a big guy to that kid. And that means you're the guy who's going to sit up with her tonight if she gets sick on that spaghetti.
Come on, Professor. Get your hat.
And the guy who'll have to get up at 8 o'clock tomorrow to get her breakfast. Oh, no, Michael. This time one of your pigeons has come home to roost.
Mike, I like your apartment. I'm glad I'm going to stay with you.
You are, huh?
Yes.
Well, I don't mind you staying with me, Professor. Not if you'll play ball. Well, what I mean is, if you'll kind of not get in my hair.
You mean if I will cooperate?
Yeah, you're right.
Very well, I will cooperate. And also, if you wish, I will play ball with you.
Professor, you really are a character. Now, look, my instructions are simple. You keep reasonably quiet, eat what you should, and wash at frequent intervals. Is that all clear?
Yes.
Okay, then we understand each other. And you start right now. Hey, you don't look so hot, Professor. Maybe it's that green light on your face.
I don't think so. I think it's the spaghetti.
Oh, no. Oh, good heavens. Well, come on. No. Go ahead. I got to answer the phone. No, wait for me. Oh, ye gods. Feel okay now, Professor?
Yes.
Oh, that's good. You better start getting some sleep. I'll be back as soon as I can. My paper wants me to ring in. But I'll make it fast and be back in no time. You, just hit the hay, kid. And pleasant dreams. You won't be scared.
Of course not. That would be unintelligent.
Okay. Good night, kid.
Good night, Mike.
Oh, say. I almost forgot something pretty important. A kiss for Cinderella.
Good night, Mike. Mike? Is that you, Mike?
Hey, who are you?
Alpha, who are you?
None of your business. When'll Regan be back?
Mr. Regan will be back soon, and he wouldn't like you waving that gun around.
Oh, no, huh?
What do you want?
What's it to you?
Obviously, you've been very badly brought up.
No kidding.
And since you're so intent on staying, please put down that gun and we shall converse.
Well, sure. Sure, leave us do that little thing.
Forms into brisk action that wakes up your whole mouth, leaves it feeling youthful and alive, with a refreshing new sense of cleanness. And that gives you such a fine feeling of assurance when you're meeting people. Your smile will be brighter, and you'll feel brighter every time you use Squibb Dental Cream. So, before every date, as well as every morning and night, brush your teeth with Squibb Dental Cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Before continuing with Part 2 of Academy Award, we wish to thank Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer for making this story available. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer are also producers of The Yearling, starring Gregory Peck and Jane Wyman. And
And now the House of Squibb presents part 2 of Academy Award, starring Margaret O'Brien in Lost Angel, with Marissa O'Brien as Katie and Ira Grossell as Mike.
And there is said to be a wonderful bird here called a nightingale, said the emperor. They say it is the best thing in all my great empire. Empire. I have never heard him named, replied the Cavalier.
Cavalier.
And why wasn't it empire?
Oh, Packy, it isn't the same at all. You see, Mike.
Call it. Huh? Thought I'd pay you a little visit since you wouldn't come and see me.
Oh, now look here, Packy.
Shut up. I'll make it short and sweet. Look, I gotta find a guy. Lefty Moran. He's the only one who can clear me on this rap. He saw the whole thing. I can't go looking for him. I'd be picked up in 2 minutes. But a reporter like you knows every angle, see? So you're gonna do it for me. You get it?
Well, you hide out here.
Right.
I think you should help him.
You keep out of this. Why?
Because I like Packy.
Oh, you're getting to like an awful lot of people.
Yes, it's getting easier and easier.
Look, Packy, if I find him, I get the whole story?
Sure, but you're wasting a lot of time, bud.
Okay. But you go right to sleep now, Professor.
Okay.
And as for you, Packy, you go to sleep, too.
But I don't feel like it.
I'll read to him some more.
Oh, murder.
There. Well, I found him all right, Packy. I had a time getting him up here.
Is he hurt, Mike? Is he?
No, he'll be all right. Oh, brother, did I have a time with him.
You're a smart guy, Regan. All right, Moran, wake up. Take a good look, sweetheart. Regan, get that kid out of here. This punk didn't witness that shooting, did you, chum? He did it himself. Nobody's framing me.
Oh, listen, you chump. Make him sign a confession. That'll clear you.
And then he just walks off, no thanks.
No, he doesn't walk off. We call the cops. You pay him off this way, you just put yourself back in jail.
Oh, Packy, don't do anything that'll make you go to prison. That would be unintelligent. And besides, I wouldn't be able to see you anymore. And you wouldn't be able to do anything. And you promised you'd show me how to play dice and...
Hey. You know something, Professor? I think you're right. Come on, start talking, rat. Furthermore, you cops, you'd have never found that chump if it hadn't been for Regan. You guys can really take lessons from him. And that kid? Oh, boy, what a kid. I'll be seeing you, Professor. Remember, always use your own card.
Oh, there she is. There's our little Alpha.
We caught a gangster, Professor Vincent, and now Packy won't have to go to jail, and the cops came...
You unprincipled man. Is this the care with which you watched over her? Gangsters, criminals. Why, to me, you're no better than one yourself.
Don't you dare talk that way to Mike.
I hope it gives you some satisfaction to know that you've probably ruined years of work. That you... Well, Mr. Regan, the Pickering Institute has some influence in this city. You haven't heard the last of this?
Oh, yes, I have. I've heard the last of it. Get out of here, Vincent. All of you.
Let us go home, my dear.
But I can't leave, Mike. Mike, I can't
Now,
go.
look, Professor. You came to me so I'd show you magic. Well, there's loads of magic, isn't there? There's all kinds. I showed it to you, didn't I? Well, now you've got to go back. The professors are good people, and you've always liked them.
But, Mike, it's different when you love people. It's not the same as liking them. I love you, Mike. And when you love people, you have to be with them. Don't you see, Mike?
Regan, if I spoke harshly to you, I'm sorry. Perhaps I...
Oh, will you please get out of here? All of you.
Mike!
Well, you're gone. That's good, huh? Katie, let's get married now, tonight. Let's go someplace quiet.
Oh, I've been waiting a long time for you to say that to me, Mike. But it's no. You see, I think I would be too much of a responsibility for you. Whatever it is, you're not willing to give. I saw that just now. So, well, so long, Mike.
Okay, so long. But I'm going. I'm getting out of here right now.
Shall we try the test, Alpha? It's really simple once you've caught on. Can you do it, my dear?
I don't want to.
Don't make her go through with it.
Alpha, would you like to have Professor Zimmerman read to you for a while?
No.
Well, would you like to go out for a nice walk?
No.
Darling, would you like to see Michael?
He doesn't want to see me.
But what exactly was the nature of the magic that Mr. Regan showed you, Alpha?
Oh, there are lots of things. There was a flying carpet. It looked like an airplane, but it was really a flying carpet. And then there was a man whose shirt lighted up, and...
Alpha, you know, there are explanations of these things, and they're just as entertaining when you understand them.
Oh, but that wasn't the real magic. That was just a little kind.
And what was the real magic?
Loving people.
Shouldn't leave the door open, Regan. All sorts of characters could drop in. What, are you going someplace?
Yeah. Away.
Oh, you taking a kid with you? Look, I brought her some junk. Where is she?
You'll find her at the Pickering Institute.
Regan, you're not putting your kid in an orphanage.
No, it's not an orphanage. And she's not my kid.
Now, look, Regan, I ain't gonna stand for
Now,
no...
look, Packy, you're a nice guy. Keep out of trouble. Behave yourself. Believe anything you want, but get out of my way. I'm leaving. So long.
That guy is nuts or something. What goes around here? If somebody touches a hair on that kid's head, I'll knock him off, so help me, I'll...
Packy.
Kitty.
Oh, Packy, have you seen Mike?
Yeah, sure. He just got out of here.
We've got to find him. Oh, the kid's awful sick, Packy.
What?
She misses Mike. She hasn't eaten or slept.
With no good heel. On and out on her. Let me get on that phone. I'll get the mob out.
Well, I guess there's nothing more we can do. He's just vanished.
Packy, couldn't the boys find him either?
Oh, no, I don't get it. First time they ever let me down, that Mike just vanished.
I can't hold out any hope now for the child. She just lies there with her head turned to the wall. Oh, I'd give everything I possess to find Regan. Everything.
Don't take no bows, Mac. So would we.
If he knew, if he read the papers, he'd come. I know he'd come.
Where's my kid?
Regan!
Oh, Mike, I knew you'd come.
Regan, I'm so glad to see you. I could shoot you in the stomach.
Did you hear them paging you, or did you read about it in the paper?
I read what in the paper? Who paged me? What's the matter with you people? Now, look, Vincent, I want to talk to you about that kid.
Oh, Mike, do you mean you came all on your own?
Of course I came on my own. What do you mean? Hey, what's happened? Has anything happened to Alpha?
You see, she's been rather ill. Nothing serious.
What is it? What's the matter with her? Well, don't you fools know how to take care of a child? Can't I leave my kid here for a couple of days without you?
Mike. Oh, Mike.
Professor.
Mike.
Hey, what's all this nonsense about not eating?
Oh, Mike.
You got the other professors sore at me. I'm in hot water with Katie. Probably lose my job.
Oh, Mike. You came. I knew you would. It's magic.
Oh, Professor. Easy.
Mike.
Well, there are just a few details to clear up. Naturally, we cannot turn Alpha over to a bachelor.
No. Well, Katie?
Of course, darling.
Well, we shall continue to supervise the child's education, and it would be advisable for her parents to keep abreast of her course of study. So, I shall send you a guide to an 8-month preliminary course.
Never mind, Mike. I'll take care of you and Katie. Honest, I will. It won't be so hard after the first 4 years. If you study real hard. In fact, it'll be fun. Lots of fun.
Play your part in holiday festivities with greater zest. Let Squibb Dental Cream help to give you a pleasant thrill of refreshment every time you brush your teeth. Discover how much Squibb Dental Cream contributes to the sense of well-being that makes holidays and workdays more enjoyable. Let the cool mintiness and the brisk foaming action of Squibb Dental Cream tingle your whole mouth awake. Your mouth feels cleaner because it is cleaner. And your smile will grow brighter because Squibb Dental Cream sweeps away the dullness that hides the natural luster of your teeth. So, for better dental care, for a wide-awake thrill of refreshment any time of day, brush your teeth often with Squibb Dental Cream. Use it whenever you want to look your best, feel your best, and make the best impression. Remember to ask tomorrow for Squibb Dental Cream. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Tonight's performance of Lost Angel concludes the series of dramatic performances presented by E.R. Squibb and Sons in association with the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. We wish to express our appreciation to Gene Hersholt, president of the Academy, and to his associates for their splendid cooperation during our relationship with them. We also wish to thank our writer, Frank Wilson, our musical director, Leith Stevens, and our producer-director, Dee Engelbach, and to thank you, our listeners, for your response and interest. Margaret O'Brien appeared tonight by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Till the Clouds Roll By. Marissa O'Brien will soon be seen with Margaret O'Brien in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's 10th Avenue Angels. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night for the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb and Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you the distinguished actor Henry Fonda in Young Mr. Lincoln with Ward Bond. Young Mr. Lincoln, as Best Original Story of the Year, was nominated for the 1939 Academy Award. Mr. Fonda, as Best Actor of the Year, was nominated for the 1940 Academy Award.
This is a story about a long, lean lawyer named Abraham Lincoln. A young man full of droll stories and deep, quick laughter. A story of Abe Lincoln in Springfield, Illinois. A fine summer afternoon at the fair is over. The barbecue fires glow red now in the darkness, and families are rounding up their children and seeking their wagons for the lazy ride back to town. Suddenly, a woman screams. A rush of running men, blood spilled on a dark meadow, the hushed whisper of murder. The pioneer mother standing stark against the breeze, staring at her two sons. Two boys, suddenly strangers, standing over the body of a third lying stabbed. Death had come under the dark skies over Illinois.
He's dead. Who done it?
Them fellas, Sheriff. Them Clay brothers. They was fighting with this here scrub white, and they cut him. There's the knife they done it with.
Which one of you Clay boys done this?
Me.
No, me.
Come on, let's take him out of here.
I want the truth now. Which one of you cut him?
I did.
That ain't so. I done it.
I tell you, it was me. He was going for Adam with a gun, and
One
then...
of you's lying. Now, which one is it? All right. Anybody see it?
I reckon I did.
Who are you?
Their mother.
Well, which one was it?
I'm not saying.
Well, it don't make no difference anyhow. Under the law, they're both equally guilty. Come on now, you're both under arrest. Palmer Cass, I appoint you temporary deputy. Help me get these two fellas down to the jail. Come on, you two, let's go.
Who are these fellas? Never saw them around here before.
Strangers around here. Folks ain't got no right to come to town and start cutting people up.
Two of them jumping poor scrub and stabbing them in the back, too.
I said they ought to have a touch of rope.
Rope, yes, sir. That's the medicine for them. Hey, come on, fellas. Get a rope and hurry. Come on,
No, they can't do that to my boys. They can't do that to my boys.
Come on, ma'am. We have to hurry. Those fellas mean what they say about lynching your sons.
Leave me alone. What do you want? Who are you?
My name's Lincoln, ma'am. Abe Lincoln. I'm your lawyer, ma'am. Come on, we better hurry and get down to that jail.
Open the jail door, Sheriff. Let me out of here.
I can't, Palmer. They've got to break in.
Don't be a fool. They'll get us, too.
Can't help it. They'll have to bust in first.
We're gonna get those murderers, Sheriff. They ain't got a chance.
I can't open the door, boys. The law's got to protect these Clay fellas and give them a trial.
Blow up the jail. Get powder. Powder. Open up, Sheriff, or we'll get you.
Hold on, men. Hold on and listen to me.
Get out of our way, Lincoln. We're busting
By
in.
jing, I said listen to me, and by jing you will.
No, we ain't gonna listen.
That's better. Now, gentlemen, I'm not here to make any speeches. All I got to say is I can lick any man here, hands down.
We know you, Abe Lincoln.
Come on, man. Let's get him.
Hold on, Buck. I thought I'd find that big mouth of yours around here telling people what to do.
I'm Buck, all right. The big buck of this lick.
Then come on and whet your horns. What's holding you? Maybe some of you other gentlemen like to take Buck's place.
Me. I can lick you myself.
Is that a fact, neighbor, or just your notion?
Get away from there, Lincoln, or we'll give it to you, too.
Well, if it's not Bill Gentry. First time I ever heard of you trying to break into jail, Bill. I thought you were too busy trying to break out.
Shut up! Go on, let's get him.
Howdy, Clarence. Last time I saw you, you were heading for the rock pile for beating up your wife. Now, gentlemen, all joking aside, let's look at this matter from my side. You all know I'm just a fresh lawyer trying to get ahead. But some of you boys act like you want to do me out of my first clients.
Go ahead, Abe. Go on and talk.
I'm not saying you fellas aren't right. Maybe these Clay boys do deserve to hang. But with me handling their case, it looks like you won't have much to worry on that score.